Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 2598 to Chapter 2784. The guardian elder was also dumbfounded. He felt suffocated and found it hard to breathe. Previously, when he heard a trace of movement, he immediately chased after them. However, looking at the situation in front of him, it was obvious that the other party had already moved most of the things in the martial skills hall. Not only that, the other party had left behind some low-level martial skills, not because they didn't have time to take them away, but because they felt that their levels were too low. He had been the guardian elder for so many years. He had also met some fellows who had designs on the martial skills hall. All of them were discovered by him and were punished by the Yu clan. However, this time, something so serious had happened while he was guarding the martial skills hall. The entire Yu clan's foundation was destroyed. He couldn't absolve himself from the blame even if he died. Xianxia looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. The severity of the situation was completely beyond her imagination. Compared to the losses that the Yu clan suffered last time, this was a devastating blow. Yu Taotian finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted. He could only hope that this was all a dream and not reality. Unfortunately, a dream was a dream after all. It was impossible to hope that something that had happened didn't happen. Yu Manlan, who was following behind Yu Taotian and the others, was also shocked. She couldn't understand what kind of enemy the Yu clan had recently offended to cause this disaster wave after wave. She wasn't an ignorant person. After living in the Lan clan for so many years, she had some understanding of the clan's affairs. The martial skills and techniques in the martial skills hall had all disappeared. Even if the Yu clan could remember some of them, it would be impossible to maintain their previous prosperity. You. Who exactly did you offend? Yu Manlan couldn't help but ask. Although she had married into the Lan clan and became a part of the Lan clan, the Yu clan was still her maternal family. If something happened to the Yu clan, it wouldn't be good for her. Originally, she had relied on the Yu clan to have some status in Lan Jingquang's heart. Once the Yu clan was no longer the same as before, her future would definitely not be easy. Xianxia, who was already in a terrible mood, couldn't help but look at Yu Manlan with disgust after hearing this. I think you should consider whether you brought your enemy to the Yu clan. Otherwise, why would the Yu clan be in trouble every time you come? Hearing this, Yu Manlan couldn't help but be stunned. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Previously, before they came, the Yu clan had been living in peace. However, when they came, such a situation happened. Could it really be a coincidence? However, if the other party's enemy was her, then they should have gone to the Lan clan for revenge. Why would they attack the Yu clan's martial arts hall? Yu Manlan didn't understand, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Yu Taotian was carried back. This blow was too great. Instinctively, he didn't want to wake up. The news that the martial arts hall had been plundered completely quickly spread throughout the Yu clan. Paper can't wrap fire. As long as someone came to the martial arts hall, they would know everything. In a split second, the Yu clan was shaken. Everyone found it hard to accept this. The elders of the Yu clan gathered in the martial arts hall, but when they saw the empty bookshelf, they sighed. An indescribable anger exploded in the hearts of the Yu clan members. The other party's actions had really crossed the bottom line of their Yu clan. The Yu clan immediately issued an arrest warrant for Xianxia. Xianxia's portrait was immediately spread throughout the entire Yutian city. Xianxia had done such a despicable thing. If the Yu clan did not cut her into pieces, they would never be able to appease their anger. However, while the Yu clan was chasing after them, Bailey Hongzhuang had already recovered her original appearance. She was walking confidently on the road back to Limitless Palace. She was in a good mood. Even when she was rushing back, the corners of her lips would occasionally curl up. My wife is in a good mood? Bewitching smiled as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. His extremely black eyes were deep and alluring. His warm and magnetic voice was filled with a different kind of charm. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows as her lips curled into a faint smile. I was thinking, when Yu Taotian and the rest saw the looted martial arts hall, their reactions would be spectacular. Long before, Xiaohe and Xiaobai had already told Bailey Hongzhuang about their loot. Other than a few low-level martial arts techniques that Xiaohe and Xiaobai did not care about, they had already moved everything else over. Glancing at the martial arts techniques in the Chaos Ring, Bailey Hongzhuang was sure that the Yu clan's precious martial arts techniques and medical books were all here. My vision went black. Bewitching said concisely. They should have sent people to kill us by now. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed softly. It's a pity that they are destined to not be able to find us. Next, she should look forward to the poison acting up and the Yu clan's destruction. The reason why no one dared to offend a poison master was because once a poison master's poison skills reached the pinnacle, they would be able to destroy a large force without sacrificing a single soldier. Xianxia had been proud of this for so many years. She would completely defeat Xianxia on this point, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Now, I finally don't have to stay in the Yu clan, that disgusting place. Facing Xianxia's ugly old face all day long, my appetite has decreased quite a bit. Xiaohei sighed faintly and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Her bright eyes deliberately made a sorrowful expression. Xiaohei, you put on weight again. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't mind exposing her. If Xiaohei had said anything else, she might have believed her, but when it came to food, he couldn't believe it at all. To this guy, nothing was more important than food. Xiaohei was stunned and her face immediately fell. Master, can't you cooperate with me? This is a great time for me to show my loyalty. I'll reluctantly cooperate with you if you change your excuse to show your loyalty. But this reason is really intolerable. Bailey Hongzhuang wrung her hands. As the master of the three gluttons, she had already recognized this truth a long time ago. Bewitching's lips curled into a clear smile. Bailey Hongzhuang was already in the mood to joke around. It could be seen that she was in a good mood. My wife, after the Lan clan's matter is settled, we should prepare for the big wedding. Bewitching's dark eyes were filled with ripples as he stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. Marrying Bailey Hongzhuang grandly was something that he had been thinking about for a long time. At that time, there were many reasons in front of them, so they had no choice but to temporarily put everything aside and complete their unfinished business. But now that everything had been taken care of, all they had to do was wait for everything to be completed. Then, he could legitimately hang the exclusive rights over Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang blushed as she looked at the side profile so close to her. Then, she raised her eyebrows playfully. My status now is different from before. If you want to marry me, it won't be enough if you don't have enough betrothal gifts. My entire being belongs to my wife. What else does my wife want? Bailey Hongzhuang supported her chin with her index finger and pretended to be deep in thought. Then I'll have to think about it. Bewitching looked at the mischievous and adorable girl in front of him. His heart couldn't help but waver. In the next second, before Bailey Hongzhuang could come to a conclusion, she felt the world spin around her. Her waist was tightened and a scorching palm was wrapped around her slender waist like a soldering iron, forcing her to come closer. Bewitching bent down and kissed Bailey Hongzhuang fiercely on her bright red and tender lips. Bailey Hongzhuang was caught off guard. Her lips were easily pried open and he drove straight in. This kiss was gentle. There was a trace of domineering possessiveness in the tossing and turning, playing along with her. Bailey Hongzhuang was tightly held in Bewitching's arms and couldn't move. She felt the cool and refreshing breath and gradually went along with the kiss. Xiaohei and Xiaobai covered their eyes again. Baisher also turned his head immediately. The three beasties pretended not to see anything and walked forward, chanting in their hearts, see no evil, see no evil. I feel that it won't be long before Bewitching seduces Master and brings her home. Xiaobai, seduced? Didn't they seduce him long ago? Master was targeted by Bewitching not long after she transmigrated. Baisher, sinister, too sinister. The most pitiful one is Mo Yunjue. Xiaohei, but speaking of which, there will definitely be a lot of delicious food at Master's wedding. I'm really looking forward to it, Xiaobai, that makes sense. Baisher, when Bewitching let go of Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but lean into his arms and pant. Her body felt weak and she could only stand up by leaning on him. Of course, Bailey Hongzhuang would never admit this. Wife, I've been cultivating my self-control for so long. Now that I finally had the chance, it was interrupted by a resentful husband who ran away from home. Don't you want to marry me earlier? so that I can be liberated? When she heard the first half of Di Beichen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but stare, not understanding what he meant. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, Bailey Hongzhuang's face quickly turned red like it was burning. If it was crimson before, it was now so red that blood could be squeezed out. A resentful husband who ran away from home, wasn't this referring to Wenziren? It must be that time. You're really getting more and more overboard. Bailey Hongzhuang tried her best to pretend to be serious, but under Di Beichen's penetrating gaze, all the disguises were invisible. Obviously, there was no use. Wife, you're shy. Wife, do you agree to marry me? What if I don't? Then I'll announce it to the world. What's the use of you announcing it to the world? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen mockingly. She had been bullied by Di Beichen for so long. She had to find a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, wouldn't she be defeated by Di Beichen? During the Battle of Zhuelu, when Xiao Feilin and the others called you young madam, you didn't reject them. Even if you didn't announce it to the world, everyone would know. Just as the Yu clan was furious and announced to the world that they were going to kill Xianxia, another disaster broke out in the Yu clan. The Yu clan's disciples suddenly contracted an acute illness and fell down one after another. It was like a plague, sweeping through half of the Yu clan in a short period of time. Yu Taotian had yet to recover from the fact that the martial arts hall was emptied out when the outbreak of the plague gave him another fatal blow. The previous poisoning incident had already dealt a huge blow to the Yu clan. Even though a few months had passed, they still hadn't recovered. Who would have thought that it would happen again this time? Moreover, the scale seemed to be even bigger than the previous time and the damage was even more terrifying. Yu Taotian didn't even have time to think about how to deal with the robbery of the martial arts hall. He immediately rushed to Yu Xiqing's residence. Xiqing, do you have a way to neutralize this poison? Yu Taotian, who was usually calm and collected, was now filled with anxiety and hope as he looked at Yu Xiqing. Whether the Yu clan could survive this crisis depended on Yu Xiqing. Yu Xiqing's expression was very ugly. She had already seen the condition of the disciples who were poisoned. This was definitely not a simple poison. Clan master, I'm afraid this situation is very difficult to resolve. Yu Xiqing's voice was low. She had always boasted that her medical and poison skills were very strong. However, in this 1 year, she didn't know why she had come into contact with so many poisons that were beyond her expectations. Even with her strength, she couldn't neutralize these poisons. The other party's poison skills were obviously a level higher than hers. This was a conspiracy. A conspiracy that targeted the Yu clan. As Yu Xiqing's voice fell, Yu Taotian took a few steps back until he touched the wall. The other party's poison skills are above mine. They deliberately poisoned the disciples to make the Yu clan helpless. I studied it just now and realized that I couldn't even differentiate the basic ingredients of the poison. The poison acts very quickly. I'm afraid the disciples won't be able to hold on for long. Even if I really think of a way to neutralize the poison, it would be too late. Under such a dangerous situation, Yu Xiqing didn't hide anything. Because if she did, the Yu clan situation would be even worse. So, our Yu clan is hopeless? Yu Taotian raised his head with difficulty. His hoarse and deep voice was trembling uncontrollably. Their Yu clan had stood tall in the Xianxia continent for so many years. Could it be that they were going to be destroyed because of this disaster? PFFF, Yu Taotian couldn't hold it in any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura weakened. As the clan master of the Yu clan, he had never thought that there would be such a day. If that was the case, how was he going to face his ancestors in the underworld? Yu Xiqing hurriedly supported Yu Taotian. Clan master, now that things have come to this, we can only ask the uninfected Yu clan members to leave quickly. Facing such a terrifying poison, Yu Xiqing no longer had the confidence to fight against it. She could only retreat quickly so that the Yu clan would not be completely annihilated. Yu Taotian's hands were trembling and his eyes were bloodshot. Is there really no other way? I will think of a way to neutralize this poison, but in order to minimize losses, we can only retreat first, Yu Xiqing said in a low voice. Yu Taotian stood up shakily and walked out of the house slowly. Yu Manlan panicked after knowing that the plague had broken out in the Yu clan. She hurriedly rushed to Yu Xiqing's residence. Just as she reached the door, Yu Manlan heard the conversation between Yu Taotian and Yu Xiqing. She couldn't help but be shocked. Even though she saw the terrifying speed of the outbreak of the plague, she didn't expect the situation to be so serious. If the Yu clan was really going to collapse like this, then, she had to leave with Qingyan quickly. Lan Qingyan was already heavily poisoned and her body was extremely weak. If she was infected with the plague now, she would really die. However, if they left directly, without Yu Xiqing, Lan Qingyan's life would also be lost. Fortunately, Yu Xiqing also suggested that everyone should evacuate together. As long as they evacuated together, there was no need to worry. Thinking of this, Yu Manlan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This could be considered a great fortune amidst the misfortune. "Aunt, let me help evacuate." Yu Manlan looked at Yu Xiqing's expression and asked carefully. Yu Xiqing glanced at Yu Manlan indifferently. This time, she didn't say anything. The outbreak of the plague in the Yu clan was sudden. Just a day ago, the Yu clan was still aggressively saying that they wanted to kill Xianxia. The next day, the entire Yu clan was like a stray dog and could only choose to migrate. Ji Lixue and the other doctors and poison masters were completely dumbfounded after seeing this scene. After knowing that Xianxia had ransacked the Yu clan's martial arts hall, they were already full of admiration for Xianxia's ability. However, none of them thought that Xianxia could actually create such a huge commotion in the Yu clan. It was really too terrifying. How much hatred does Xianxia have with the Yu clan? He wants to destroy the entire Yu clan in one fell swoop. Why are we so unlucky? It wasn't easy for us to enter the Yu clan through the recruitment assembly. We were still looking forward to shining brightly in the future. Now that the Yu clan has become like this, what should we do? I heard that even Master Yu Xiqing couldn't cure this poison. Could it be that Xianxia's poison skills are more powerful than Master Yu Xiqing's? Everyone was discussing this matter. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Now, they were like ants on a hot pan. They didn't know what to do. No one came to tell them what to do next, and they didn't dare to go out and ask. It would be terrible if they were infected. They could only deduce from the situation in front of them that the Yu clan had the intention to migrate. Ji Lixue couldn't help but look a little flustered. After witnessing Xianxia's medical skills, she was very impressed. It was just that he did not expect Xianxia's poison skills to be so powerful. It seemed like Xianxia had been hiding it all along. She felt that Xianxia must have an extremely powerful master. Otherwise, how could the young Xianxia be nurtured to such a level? At this moment, she was somewhat envious of Xianxia. She had been following Master Yu Xiqing for a month, but Master Yu Xiqing had not taught her anything. According to her understanding, she didn't know how long she would have to wait for Master Yu Xiqing to truly teach her. In the past, she had always worshipped Master Yu Xiqing. However, ever since she entered the Yu clan, she realized that many things were different from what she had imagined. Suddenly, Ji Lixue saw Yu Ruilin, who was not far away, and her eyes lit up. Just as she was about to ask Yu Ruilin about the Yu clan's current situation, she saw Yu Ruilin glance at her and leave the Yu clan's territory with the others. Seeing this, Ji Lixue couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Speaking of which, it was best to see a person's sincerity at such a crucial moment. Obviously, Yu Ruilin only had himself in his mind at such a moment. At this moment, Yu Xiqing walked out of the house and looked at Ji Lixue and the others. "Pack up and get ready to leave." Hearing this, Ji Lixue and the others couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed like their guess was right. Yu Xiqing obviously didn't have the mood to talk to Ji Lixue and the others. The most important thing now was to quickly evacuate the Yu clan's disciples. The longer they stayed here, the greater the Yu clan's losses would be. Now that the Yu clan's decline was unstoppable, the only thing they could do was to reduce their losses and give the Yu clan a chance to rise again. However, he did not know when he would be able to make a comeback. "Clan master, this is definitely a conspiracy. I think it's very likely that it's the same group of people from the previous time." The Yu clan great elder's face was filled with grief and indignation. How glorious was the Yu clan normally? Now, the entire clan was fleeing like a stray dog. If this news were to spread, it would really be a disgrace to the clan. As soon as he said that, Yu Taotian and the others' faces changed. "I also think that it's very likely. The other party's methods are not much different from the previous time. It's just that this poison is more powerful than the previous time. They came prepared. Xianxia spoke slowly in a deep voice. This thought had been circling in her mind. These two matters were shockingly similar. The only difference was that the other party was obviously in a hurry the previous time, but this time, they came prepared. Therefore, the destructive power this time was much more terrifying than the previous time. Who exactly is this Xianxia? How did our Yu clan offend her to the extent that she would do such a vicious thing? Yu Taotian punched the table fiercely and the entire table instantly shattered into pieces. The other party's methods were too sinister. If it was a direct confrontation, they could at least be somewhat prepared. However, everything was carried out in secret. When they discovered it, it was already too late. To think that their dignified Yu clan would be destroyed in such a short period of time. It was really too unacceptable. The Yu clan's elders also had a gloomy face. Up until now, they still felt as if they were in a dream. They had just woken up from a nap. How did everything change so quickly? I shouldn't have recruited Xianxia this time. His strength is so outstanding, there must be a problem. The second elder's face was gloomy. A kind of unwillingness and anger spread in his heart. How glorious they were usually, how glorious were they usually, in the future, they would not to the clans up. In the future to face to meet people too. Is, us, you is, s blame to say, s to say, s to say. Father, where are we moving to? Yumanlan had already asked the Lan clan to prepare a palanquin and settled Lan Qingyan down. She didn't want to stay here any longer. If she lost her life here, it wouldn't be worth it. However, she could only move with Xianxia now. This was the only way to save Lan Qingyan's life. Where should they move to? This was also the problem that Yu Taotian was having a headache about. With the outbreak of the poison, their losses were huge. However, there was still a certain number of descendants left. If they went to other places, they might not be able to find a place to settle down. It was really troublesome. At this moment, Xianxia looked at Yumanlan indifferently and said, "Why don't we move to the Lan clan temporarily?" Yumanlan couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't have such an idea. Now, the entire Yu clan was like a stray dog. With such a huge troop, if they went to the Lan clan, wouldn't it bring great trouble to the Lan clan? Moreover, no one knew who was infected by the poison. This poison was like a plague that was contagious. If the Lan clan was implicated because of this, what should they do? She was almost certain that if Lan Jingquang knew about this, he would fly into a rage. That was something she couldn't bear. However, before Yumanlan could reject, Yu Taotian and the other elders' eyes lit up. The Lan clan has a huge business and is related to us by marriage. It's only right for them to help us. The first elder of the Yu clan said slowly. As long as we go to the Lan clan, we won't be disturbed by other forces. It's really an excellent choice. The Yu clan's second elder also had a face full of approval. Originally, they didn't know where to go, but now that they thought of the Lan clan, this was really the best choice. Although the Yu clan had nurtured many outstanding doctors and poison masters over the years and had formed some good karma, there were still hostile forces. Once they knew that the Yu clan had fallen into such a situation, they would definitely hit them when they were down. Once that happened, the Yu clan would have no chance to make a comeback in the future. Yu Taotian nodded. The Lan clan had always been on good terms with them. Now that his daughter had married into the Lan clan had no choice but to help. At the very least, they could only rely on the Lan family's help before they could take a breather. Since that's the case, it's decided then. Lead the disciples to the Lan clan. Yu Taotian made his decision. Right now, the most important thing for them was to prevent this loss from spreading. They had to find a place to settle down first. Yumanlan looked at everyone in a daze. It was as if everyone had made a decision in this short moment. She even suspected that everyone had already made up their minds before she even said anything. This was not something she wanted to see. "Father, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to suddenly go to the Lan family like this, right?" Yumanlan panicked. If things really came to this, how would the Lan family view her? this was something she simply couldn't bear. Yu Xiqing's words were tantamount to putting a hat on Yu Manlan's head. She couldn't even refute. If she disagreed, wouldn't it be tantamount to being ungrateful? Yu Manlan quietly observed the expressions of Yu Taotian and the others. It was obvious that once she rejected, they would respond harshly. Perhaps, at this time, even if she rejected, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Yu Manlan couldn't help but feel annoyed. She didn't understand why all these things happened together. If Lan Qingyan hadn't been poisoned at this time, she wouldn't have come to the Yu clan and naturally wouldn't be involved in this matter. Even if the Yu clan went directly to the Lan clan, it was under the circumstances that she didn't know. She couldn't be completely blamed. Now that she was with the Lan clan, if she went back, the Lan clan would think that it was her idea. Wouldn't that be terrible? It would be good if Lan Jingquang didn't leave. After all, this kind of thing was decided by Lan Jingquang. Then she didn't need to care. Unfortunately, Lan Jingquang had left a few days ago, and all these things happened to her. She was speechless to the extreme. What kind of bad luck did she have this year? Why did all these things happen to her? Manlan, I will communicate with the Lan clan master about this matter. Pack up and prepare to leave. Yu Taotian directly asserted. He had made up his mind. He knew what Yu Manlan was thinking. He also knew Yu Manlan's position in the Lan clan all these years. But now it was a matter of life and death for the Yu clan. Yu Manlan should do her part for the clan. The clan had helped Yu Manlan for so many years. Now it was time for Yu Manlan to contribute. If the Yu clan didn't seize this opportunity, it was very likely that they would be wiped out in the future. After all, there were many forces that coveted the Yu clan. If they came to loot a burning house now, it would be one disaster after another. Yu Xiqing and the elders didn't care about Yu Manlan's thoughts. In fact, Yu Manlan's thoughts were not important at all. They had already made up their minds. Seeing everyone's actions, Yu Manlan also knew that it was useless no matter what she said now. She could only try her best to minimize the impact. Father, since we are moving to the Lan clan, I think it's better to bring the Yu clan's disciples over. As for the other outsiders, it's better not to go. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if there are still people hiding among the outsiders. Yu Manlan probed. If she brought the others along, the number of people would be too much. Moreover, no one could guarantee that there were no spies among these outsiders. If it could be guaranteed, then Xianxia wouldn't have appeared, and today's disaster wouldn't have happened. Hearing Yu Manlan's words, Yu Taotian pondered for a moment and then nodded. You're right. Let's do that. It was already very embarrassing for them to bring the uninfected children of the family to disturb the Lan family. If they brought many outsiders, it would be very unpleasant if word got out. Yu Xiqing and the others did not object. Right now, the most important thing was their residence. As for the people they had recruited, they were naturally not in the scope of their responsibility. In the process of packing, Ji Lishui unintentionally saw a note. Left behind by Xianxia. The content was very simple. If the Yu clan abandoned them and they had nowhere else to go, they could go to a certain place to look for her. When she saw this note, Ji Lishui couldn't help but be stunned. She never thought that Xianxia would leave her such a note. Didn't this mean that Xianxia had exposed his location? For a moment, Ji Lishui thought about whether she should give this note to Yu Xiqing, but she kept it in the end. She didn't know what kind of hatred Xianxia had with the Yu clan, but according to her understanding of Xianxia, he wasn't someone who couldn't differentiate right from wrong. She thought back to when she provoked Xianxia. Xianxia didn't take her life. On the contrary, he even helped her greatly. She felt that Xianxia must have treated the Yu clan this way because the Yu clan had hurt him deeply. This could be seen from the word revenge. There was no cause and effect. In the end, no one could tell who was right and who was wrong. As an outsider, she naturally couldn't make any assertions. However, Xianxia left this note for her, which meant that he trusted her very much. Just based on this point, she couldn't let down Xianxia's trust in her. After all, she didn't have any value in deceiving Xianxia. Xianxia probably just wanted to give her a choice. After thinking about it, Ji Lishui still didn't waver. Although the Yu clan had fallen into such a state, she was still Yu Xiqing's direct disciple. This was also her goal for so long. She couldn't give up so easily. However, when Ji Lishue finished packing and stood with the group of doctors and poison masters, waiting for Yu Xiqing to return to lead them, she realized that Yu Xiqing hadn't returned. I just saw the clan leader and Master Yu Xiqing leave Yutian City together. It seems like they didn't plan to bring us along. At this moment, a doctor ran back quickly. She couldn't hide the panic on her face as she recounted what she saw. Ji Lishue and the others were stunned. They felt that they had already become a part of the Yu clan after joining them. They didn't expect the Yu clan to abandon them at this time. Is what you said true? They left just like that? Could it be that he forgot about us? Don't be naive. If they really have us in their heart, how could they forget about such a large group of us? Moreover, Ji Lishue was the Grandmaster's personal disciple. The Grandmaster would never forget her. Since the Master hasn't returned, he must have left us behind. Everyone's heart gradually sank. Right now, the entire Yu clan was a source of infection. They only hoped that they could leave together. Now that they had been abandoned, where should they go? I just heard the news that the Yu clan is preparing to rush towards the Lan clan. However, they are only bringing the Yu clan's disciples with them. We outsiders will not have the chance to follow them. In my opinion, we should leave quickly. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid it won't be long before we get infected. But I came all the way here just to learn from a master. Now, where do you want me to go? All of a sudden, all the doctors and poison masters had ugly expressions on their faces. They had come all the way to the Yu clan to fight for a future. They had thought that they would have a meteoric rise in the future after coming to the Yu clan. They hadn't expected to be abandoned by the Yu clan. Instead, they didn't know where to go. Doctors weren't very strong to begin with. They only relied on their medical skills to travel the world. If they encountered any danger on the way back, they would really lose their lives. In comparison, a poison master's ability to protect himself was much stronger than a poison master. However, his bright future was gone just like that. The drop in his heart was not small. He had to find another way out. After Ji Lishue knew all this, she couldn't help but frown. She had never thought of this outcome. Not to mention the others, as Yu Xiqing's direct disciple, Yu Xiqing shouldn't have abandoned her like this. This feeling. It was as if her persistence for so many years had become a joke. From the beginning to the end, Yu Xiqing had never treated her as one of her own. At this moment, Ji Lishue couldn't help but think of the note Xianxia had left her. Her heart couldn't help but thump. Could it be that all of this was within Xianxi's expectations? Ji Lishue took out the note again. After carefully reading the contents of the note, she was sure that all of this was within Xianxi's expectations. It turned out that Xianxia had seen through all of this long ago. She also knew that Yu Xiqing wouldn't take her away at this time. Just like how Xianxia, as an outsider, had already seen that Tian Song wasn't sincere to her, but she was still entangled in this relationship. With this comparison, she realized that the gap between her and Xianxia was so big. However, since Xianxia had already anticipated everything, he should have already thought about the follow-up matters. Ji Lishue's eyes kept changing. Thousands of thoughts ran through her mind. An idea that had never crossed her mind before began to move at this moment. In that case, she might as well see what kind of place Xianxia was talking about. They still had so many doctors and poison masters here who didn't know where to go. If they could really find a good place to go, it would be great. She felt that Xianxi's master might be there. Xianxi's master's medical and poison skills were clearly stronger than Yu Xiqing's. If they went there, they might have a better development. As for her worship of Yu Xiqing, it was completely cut off from today onwards. Thinking of this, Ji Lishue couldn't help but look at the people behind her. I know a place where we can go. Are you willing to trust me? The group of doctors and poison masters looked at Ji Lishue in surprise. They hadn't expected her to make such a suggestion. Everyone looked at each other. Ji Lishue was Yu Xiqing's personal disciple, so they usually listened to her arrangements. Now that Ji Lishue had made such a suggestion and they didn't know where to go, it wouldn't be a bad thing to follow them. After some consideration, everyone decided to follow Ji Lishue to take a look. In fact, Ji Lishue was also a little nervous. She didn't know what kind of place Xianxia was talking about. Although they had been abandoned by the Yu clan, as doctors and poison masters who could enter the Yu clan, it was not a big problem for them to find a decent force to stay in. However, it was impossible for them to enter an aristocratic family or a sect. If Xianxia told them to go to an ordinary place, it would be meaningless. However, Xianxia still chose to believe in Xianxia. She did not know why, but when she thought of Xianxia, she felt an inexplicable sense of trust. Because from the moment they met, Xianxia always had a confident look on her face, as if everything was within her expectations. Moreover, to be able to use her own strength to cause the Yu clan to fall into such a state, this was enough to prove Xianxia's power. Just as the Yu clan members were moving quickly, Xianxia and the others also set off towards the place Xianxia had told them to go. The originally bustling Yutian city had become a deserted city in just a few days, no longer as prosperous as before. Along the way, Xianxia was thinking about how to cure the poison in the Yu clan members. However, the final result made Xianxia break down a little, because she realized that the other party's method of making poison was really superb. Compared to the poison used in the first confrontation, Xianxia felt that at least there was a trace to follow. Although it would take a lot of time, she still knew where to start. The poison this time was obviously more powerful, and the other party did not intend to give her any chance to cure the poison. She pondered for a long time, but could not find a way to start. This feeling made Xianxia very sullen, and she did not understand when there was a poison master in the Xianxian continent. If such an expert appeared, he should have been famous long ago, but she did not receive any news at all. She boasted that she understood poison, and had never met a poison that she could not cure in so many years. However, she had met one now, and the other party had come specifically for the Yu clan. Could it be that she did not help in the past, so the other party desperately learned poison to take revenge? Even Xianxia felt that this possibility was unbelievable. Clan Master, we are going to the Lan clan together this time. Will the person seeking revenge continue to come after knowing about our situation? The great elder of the Yu clan couldn't hide the worry on his face. Previously, the other party had already dealt them a heavy blow, but the other party wasn't satisfied, so they came again this time. The Yu clan had turned into stray dogs. However, they still managed to preserve some of their strength and were not completely annihilated. With the other party's unrelenting character, he was truly worried that if it happened again, all of them would die tragically. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the carriage immediately became much more solemn. Everyone's faces darkened, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. This was something they didn't want to think about. One must know that with their Yu clan's current strength, not to mention a cultivation aristocratic family, they couldn't even be compared to a small clan. This was the most frightening thing. In the future, let's not trust any outsiders anymore. This risk should be reduced by a lot. Yu clan's second elder said slowly. Xianxia remained silent and did not speak. Her thoughts were very complicated. The other party did not write on any of the rooms, but on her room, they wrote the word revenge. She had a vague feeling that the other party was coming for her. As for the entire Yu clan, they might have been implicated by her. Of course, she would not say this out loud. If she did not feel that the other party's target was very likely her, she would have chosen to leave by now. After all, with her reputation, no matter where she went, she would definitely be welcomed. Why should she follow the Yu clan and embarrass herself? It was a pity that she could only follow the others for the time being before she figured out all the details. Now, she had thought of all the possible enemies, but she just couldn't figure out who did it. This made her extremely depressed. Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan sat in the other carriage. Seeing Lan Qingyan's pale face after being jolted, Yu Manlan also did not feel good. She only had one daughter, Lan Qingyan. If something happened to Lan Qingyan, she would not be able to bear it. Xianxia had obviously put more effort into researching the poison in her children. Although she was very dissatisfied, Xianxia had never listened to her, so she could not do anything. As they got closer to the Lan clan, Xianxia's heart became more and more anxious. She really did not know how to answer when the Lan clan members asked about this matter. Thinking of Lan Jingquang's possible gaze, she felt her heart tremble. All these years, Lan Jingquang's tolerance for her had become lower and lower. If he directly divorced her because of this matter, then she would really be finished. Moreover, Because Lan Qingyan had become like this, the Lan clan was also in troubled times. Needless to say, Lan Jingquang was now trying his best to pacify the clan's problems. If she brought so many people from the Yu clan along, it would undoubtedly leave something to be used against her. If it was in the past, the Yu clan would naturally have the effect of holding the fort. But now, they were fleeing for their lives. She really did not know what to say. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching hurried back to Limitless Palace. Perhaps it was because their mood was extremely relaxed, even their footsteps were much faster. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching appeared in Limitless Palace, the disciples of Limitless Palace welcomed them. Today, Bailey Hongzhuang's reputation was no longer the same as it was in the past. All the disciples were convinced by her, but they were very curious about what the young palace master and Bewitching did this time. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of smiles as she went to the palace lord's bedroom. Since she had already returned, she naturally had to report the situation to her master. She couldn't always let her master and master's wife find her every time. Moreover, the day of her trip to the Lan family was approaching. She also wanted to know what her parents were planning. She believed that after her parents saw the letter she sent when she left, they would definitely reply immediately. Yu Lingfeng's news was naturally very fast. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Yu Xiqing arrived at the palace lord's bedroom, Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu were already waiting for them. Hongzhuang, looking at your smiling expression, it seems like you succeeded. During this period of time, they had been waiting for news from Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Last time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yu Yang had gone to rescue their parents and caused great losses to the Yu clan. However, they had returned in a short period of time. However, this time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yu Yang had gone out for a long time without any news. This caused Nangong Wu to be a little worried. Yu Linfeng was obviously full of confidence in Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. From the beginning to the end, he didn't feel at ease at all. He only told Nangong Wu to be at ease and wait for their return. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and nodded, yes. As soon as she said this, the smiles on Nangong Wu and Yu Linfeng's faces widened a little. This result was what they had all been waiting for. That's really great. Nangong Wu clapped her hands. Her beautiful and enchanting face was filled with joy. Quickly tell me, how did you guys do it? She had originally wanted to send someone to follow them to find out the news. However, she was worried that if they were found out, it would affect Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's plan. I participated in the Yu clan's recruitment assembly. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down beside Nangong Wu. She understood her master's wife's gossipy mentality very well. Without needing Nangong Wu to ask, she told Nangong Wu everything that had happened during this period of time. After knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang had obtained first place in the recruitment assembly and had passed with full marks, Nangong Wu and Yu Linfeng's faces couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. They had always been confident in Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, but there had never been such an amazing result in the recruitment event. This Yu Xiqing is indeed a sinister person. I think she only accepted you as her direct disciples because she wanted to find people to help her. She didn't teach you anything for a month. Nangong Wu was speechless. Ever since she found out about Yu Xiqing's actions over the years, she despised Yu Xiqing to the extreme. This woman had always prioritized her own interests, even if the other party was her family. She really couldn't understand how a person could be so cold-blooded and heartless. Nothing was more important than her own interests. Just like how Yu Xiqing wouldn't guide her disciples sincerely, she would only make use of them. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's extremely black eyes burst into a dazzling light. Her luck was really very good. Master and Master's wife had always been sincere to her and had never hidden anything from her. This calmness and selflessness surprised her. This sincerity made her feel that she was unable to repay them. Compared to Yu Xiqing's sinister selfishness, everything that Master and Master's wife had done was incomparably precious. Yu Xiqing naturally can't be compared to Master and Master's wife. How could other people be as lucky as me? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu's expression softened. In fact, they were also very lucky. Otherwise, where would they find a successor like Bailey Hongzhuang? For a moment, the entire chamber was filled with laughter. That's right, Master and Master's wife. This time, I made a decision on my own, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. What decision? Yu Linfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently, as if no matter what decision Bailey Hongzhuang made, he wouldn't be worried. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes flashed with a sharp and far-sighted radiance. Her light and sweet voice was also filled with certainty. In that kind of situation, it would be inconvenient for the Yu clan to bring a lot of outsiders. They would definitely leave the doctors and poison masters behind. I feel that these doctors and poison masters are quite strong. If we nurture them well, it would be beneficial for our limitless palace to rise in status. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu's faces were filled with astonishment. They had never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would make such a decision. Seeing that Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu were silent and did not say anything, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows furrowed. Her eyes darkened as she thought to herself. Could it be that master and mistress felt that her idea was not good? She had discussed it with Bewitching and felt that this idea was very feasible. Only then did she decide to do it. If master and mistress were not willing, then she would transfer them to another place? Master and mistress, if you feel that this matter is very troublesome, Bailey Hongzhuang opened her mouth at a loss. Without waiting for her to finish her words, Nan Gongwu suddenly pulled her hand and looked at her with sparkling eyes. Hongzhuang, you are really too smart. You can even think of this kind of idea. If Yu Xiqing knew that not only did you cause the Yu clan to fall into such a situation, you even recruited their doctors and poison masters, she would probably be angered to death. Whenever I think of this matter, I feel delighted. When that time comes, I must personally see Yu Xiqing's expression. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Nan Gongwu, who said a lot of things like pouring beans. She could not help but stare blankly. So, it was not that mistress did not agree, but that she was immersed in her idea. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's stunned expression, Bewitching's face was filled with smiles. Nan Gongwu's character had always been one to be startled, and this kind of reaction was not unexpected. Yu Linfeng's lips curled into a refined smile. Following that, he gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. Hongzhuang, if it really succeeds, then you would really have done a great service. As the palace master of Limitless Palace, Yu Linfeng naturally knew the role of the doctors. In the past, which power did not envy the Yu clan's doctors and poison masters, these were resources that every major force couldn't lack. However, the Yu clan's status in the eyes was too stable. Almost every one of them would go to the Yu clan, as if they were the only place where carps would leap over the dragon's gate. The doctors and poison masters that the various big powers usually recruited could not be compared to the Yu clan's talents. Therefore, everyone could only continue like this. Every time they wanted to recruit a few doctors and poison masters from the Yu clan, the various powers would have to pay a huge price. Furthermore, they also had to curry favor with the Yu clan. It was really a bit sullen. Now that the Yu clan had fallen into such a situation, many powers would definitely be happy to see it. After all, everyone knew about Yu Xiqing's sarcasm and pickiness in the past. They had no choice but to accept it. However, when the various powers were happy that the Yu clan had fallen into such a situation, they would definitely be very worried. If they wanted to recruit doctors and poison masters in the future, they would not have a good choice. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, her beautiful and exquisite face revealed a bit of satisfaction and confidence. Although I'm not sure yet, I feel that I'm quite confident. During her time in the Yu clan, Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain understanding of Yu Xiqing's and Ji Lishue's personalities. Unless Yu Xiqing chose to leave with Ji Lishue would definitely choose to bring doctors and poison masters to investigate after seeing the note she left behind. Although doctors and poison masters were scarce resources to many forces, it was not easy for ordinary doctors to find a way to enter the forces. Therefore, as long as Yu Xiqing suggested it, everyone would definitely come with the intention of investigating. Limitless Palace. Once they knew that the place they came to was Limitless Palace, she believed that no one would refuse. This was her confidence in Limitless Palace. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was so confident, the smile on Yu Linfeng and the others' faces deepened. Bailey Hongzhuang had never been an exaggerating person. Since she said she was sure, then she must be 80% or 90% sure. Master, once those doctors and poison masters come, they will know that the place we stayed at is Limitless Palace, and they will also know my identity. Saying that, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at Yu Linfeng. This was unavoidable. Yu Linfeng naturally knew what Bailey Hongzhuang meant, and immediately said, "No problem. You originally planned to lay your cards on the table. With Master as your backing, it doesn't matter if everything is exposed." Yu Linfeng seemed to be very free and easy. Even if others knew that the Yu clan was defeated by Limitless Palace's young palace master, so what? In this world, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. No one would care about this process. Moreover, the reason why the Yu clan had fallen into such a situation was because of their own actions. Once Bailey Hongzhuang's identity was exposed, everyone would know everything. Perhaps the entire Xianxia continent's forces would tremble. After getting Yu Linfeng's understanding, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ever since Limitless Palace had risen to the top, they had always been very positive. If people knew that the Yu clan had been defeated by Limitless Palace, they would definitely be criticized. In reality, this was completely a personal grudge between her and the Yu clan. However, other people would not think this way. After all, she was the young palace master of Limitless Palace. "Hongzhuang, you don't have to worry about this at all. We will always be on your side. Those despicable fellows have been arrogant for so many years. It's time for them to receive their retribution." Nangongwu was beaming with joy. What was there to care about when dealing with this kind of guy who angered both men and gods? I'm afraid that the Yu clan's losses would be disastrous, and they would no longer be able to regain their former glory. Once this news spreads out, many powers who have enmity with the Yu clan would not let them off easily. It's impossible for the Yu clan to regain their former glory. Bewitching said slowly. As long as they were still around, the Yu clan would never be able to make a comeback. Once Limitless Palace, Tian Gang Sect and Sun Moon Palace joined hands and declared that they were enemies with the Yu clan, the other powers would definitely not dare to approach the Yu clan. Under this kind of situation, the Yu clan could only struggle at death's door until they gradually disappeared. Now that the Yu clan had suffered heavy losses, it was the best time to beat them while they were down. Once this news spread out, the Yu clan's enemies would definitely not miss this opportunity. They would definitely deal with the Yu clan immediately. After all, the earlier they acted, the more benefits they would get. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Yu clan had been strong for so many years, they had quite a number of treasures. It's too late to spread the news now. Yu Linfeng laughed softly. His eyes that were as black as jade were filled with affection and gentleness. Nangongwu had always had a temperament that was easily agitated. She hated evil as if it was her personal enemy and wished for the world to be in chaos. Back when they were together, Nangongwu had always caused all sorts of trouble. Every time, he would helplessly help Nangongwu clean up her mess. However, it was also because of Nangongwu's personality and true nature that he liked her. Helping her clean up her mess was also something that Yu Linfeng was used to doing. Too late? Nangongwu frowned doubtfully. She did not understand the meaning of Yu Linfeng's words at that moment. If our judgment is not wrong, the Yu clan should have moved to the Lan clan immediately. After such a long time, I'm afraid that they have already reached the Lan clan. Bewitching, who had been silent all this while, slowly opened his mouth. His handsome face held a slight smile. This was the best plan that he could think of from the Yu clan's standpoint. Since he could think of it, there were many smart people in the Yu clan. Naturally, they could also think of this point. I see. Nangongwu suddenly understood. With so many people from the Yu clan moving to the Lan clan, it would be a big trouble for the Lan clan. I'm afraid that the Lan clan would not be willing to accept it. Even if the Yu clan had suffered a heavy blow and lost a lot of people, there would still be a lot of people left. With such a large group of people going to the Lan clan to seek protection, they would not be able to leave the Lan clan for a long time. Facing such a big trouble suddenly, no one would be willing to do so. Even if the Lan clan is not willing, they can only suffer in silence because of their relationship with the Yu clan. If they reject the Lan family's request, once the news spreads, it will have a great impact on the Lan family's reputation. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a bit of light. Her face was calm and indifferent. This scene was also what she wanted to see. When she went to the Lan clan to reveal her identity, the Lan clan and the Yu clan would know about it immediately. Back then, these two clans had joined forces to force them into such a situation. Now, she was going to let these two clans experience the consequences of their actions. Nan Gongwu nodded. She didn't miss the fierce look in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang had already planned all of this. By the way, Hongzhuang, there's something I have to tell you. Nan Gongwu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She straightened her face and looked serious. During the time you were away, we noticed that there were people from the Lan family who came to inquire about you, but we didn't leak any information, so they probably didn't get anything. There's also a letter from the Shirtian Pavilion. Take a look. Nan Gongwu took out a letter from her Qianquan bag and handed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. Has your identity been known by the Lan clan? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It's okay. This is also within my expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang opened the envelope. The content of the letter was very simple. The Lan family had sent someone to the Shirtian Pavilion to investigate Bailey Hongzhuang's identity and wanted to know about Bailey Hongzhuang's experience over the years. However, Mo Yunjue directly refused. Mo Yunjue and Bailey Hongzhuang had a good relationship. Since the Battle of Zhuelu, many forces had already known about this year. Lan Borong had no choice but to ask the Shirtian Pavilion because Limitless Palace kept a tight lid on information. Most importantly, from the information they received, Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to have appeared out of thin air and inexplicably became the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Before this, Yu Linfeng, the palace master of Limitless Palace, had never mentioned anything about the young palace master. Even the disciples of Limitless Palace only saw the young palace master's true appearance on the day of the Battle of Zhuelu. Therefore, they couldn't get any information from Limitless Palace. On the contrary, they got more information from Tiangang sect. However, they didn't know anything about Bailey Hongzhuang before she participated in the assessment. Although they didn't know much, Lan Borong felt that the possibility of Bailey Hongzhuang being the child they had been looking for was increasing. This might be an intuition, but this intuition was shockingly sharp. Bewitching looked at the contents of the letter. The situation was indeed not beyond their expectations. They weren't worried about this. In fact, even if the Lan family knew Bailey Hongzhuang's true identity now, the Lan family couldn't do anything about it. Master, is there any news from the Sun Moon Palace? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say anything after reading the content. Instead, she looked at Yu Linfeng. Her parents' thoughts would determine what she would do when she went to the Lan family's frozen divine pond. Would she reveal her identity directly or find another opportunity? Everything depended on how her parents' recovery was. This time, they must make a grand appearance in front of the Lan family. They must let those relatives who had shown them cold faces see it with their own eyes. From there, they would know what a wrong choice they had made back then. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu smiled. You will know about this when you return to your palace. Yu Linfeng didn't answer him directly, but kept him in suspense. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Her clear eyes revealed a trace of doubt, but she did not continue to ask. Master's wife, when I left the Yu clan this time, I brought along the Yu clan's martial arts hall's cultivation techniques, martial arts, and medical books. If it's suitable, you can use it to enrich the martial arts hall. As for these medical books, you can also keep them. If the Yu clan's doctors and poison masters are really recruited by me, then they will also be a kind of resource. After saying this, Bailey Hongzhuang directly placed the universe bag on the table. Nan Gongwu couldn't help but stare blankly. Then, she exploded. Hongzhuang, I didn't hear wrongly, right? You brought the Yu clan's martial arts hall here? Yu Linfeng, who was always elegant and casual, couldn't help but stiffen. His expression was filled with disbelief. The Yu clan actually didn't even realize that the martial arts hall was stolen? The martial arts hall was the foundation of every power. Nan Gongwu and Yu Linfeng did not doubt Bailey Hongzhuang's words when they saw the astonishing amount of martial skills in the Qianquan bag. No matter how Bailey Hongzhuang did it, she had indeed done it. It's not hard to imagine how much the Yu clan hates you. Nan Gongwu could not help but shake her head. She felt that the Yu clan was extremely unlucky to have offended Bailey Hongzhuang. The Yu clan had stood tall in the Xianxia continent for so many years. Not only did they have to move away en masse, Even the foundation that they had accumulated for so many years was shaken. It was really shocking. If Yu Taotian knew that all of this was because of Yu Xiqing's selfishness, who knew if he would still value his sister so much? Hearing that, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but chuckle. She could also imagine how furious Yu Taotian and the others would be when they knew about this. However, the angrier they were, the happier she would be. Master, mistress, I will return to my bedroom first, Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. She also wanted to know what her parents were planning to do. She would be able to carry out the next step of her plan after she returned to her bedroom. At this moment, Yu Linfeng said, Hongshuang, these martial skills are not cheap. You should keep them for yourself. Martial skills were the most important resources for cultivators. Usually, a high-level martial skill could be auctioned for a sky-high price. Furthermore, these were the treasures of the Yu clan for so many years. Master, I am the young palace master of Limitless Palace. These things naturally belong to Limitless Palace. Bailey Hongshuang smiled lightly. She understood her master's thoughts. However, she had already treated Limitless Palace as her own home. Ever since she became her master's disciple, her master had always helped her generously. These martial skills were extremely valuable in other people's eyes. However, in her eyes, they could not be compared to her master's kindness. Limitless Palace had not been established for as long as other large sections. Naturally, their martial skills were slightly lacking. Other powers had to accumulate for so many years to reach this step. However, her master had relied on his own strength to reach this step. Although he was accumulating them bit by bit, it was a very long process. Now that they had the Yu clan's martial skills, Limitless Palace's foundation could increase a little. It would also be very helpful for their disciples to increase their strength. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, Yu Linfeng was silent for a moment before he nodded, the smile in his eyes becoming gentler. They were Yu clan. Now. Yu clan. It was Hongshuang's fortune to have a master like Yu Linfeng. Just like how he had been raised by his master since he was young. If it wasn't for Situ Yin who happened to pass by at that time, he would have long become a wisp of a ghost in this world. How could he have such a life now? Speaking of which, they were once unfortunate. But now, they were also fortunate. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching returned to the palace together. They had been on the road for so many days, and they also wanted to freshen up. After all, this travel-worn appearance was really not very comfortable. In the past, when they came back, there was no one else in the bedroom. They didn't know who was inside today. However, the two of them didn't mind. Usually, Nangongwu would send people to help clean the bedroom. Who knows, maybe they would bump into them today. After all, Nangongwu didn't know when they would come back. As they slowly walked back to the bedroom, the three beasts had already slipped in. Immediately after, Bailey Hongshuang heard the three beasts' cries of surprise. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching quickly rushed to the three beasts' location. Immediately after, two figures appeared in Bailey Hongshuang's line of sight. The worry on Bailey Hongshuang's face quickly dissipated and was replaced with joy. Father, Mother, when did you come to Limitless Palace? I didn't even know. A dazzling smile appeared on her exquisite face. Bailey Hongshuang's voice was light and happy. After we received your letter, we decided to come over. Lan Yinxiao smiled and said. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had already done so many things in such a short period of time. When they found out that Bailey Hongshuang was actually going to find the Yu clan to take revenge, they couldn't help but be shocked. They immediately rushed to Limitless Palace. However, Bailey Hongshuang had already set off. They originally planned to go to Yutian City to take a look. However, under Yu Linfeng's persuasion, they chose to stay in Limitless Palace and wait for Bailey Hongshuang to come back. Yu Linfeng obviously had a lot of confidence in Bailey Hongshuang. His words were filled with reassurance that they didn't need to worry about this matter. As Hongshuang's parents, they didn't spend much time with Hongshuang. They didn't really understand Hongshuang's abilities. In their eyes, Yu Xiqing was an extremely vicious and merciless person. Once Bailey Hongshuang was found out by Yu Xiqing, they would be in dire straits. They had been living like this all these years. At this moment, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching return safely, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no problems. Otherwise, even if they had to risk their lives against Xianxia, they would definitely tear her to pieces. Yixuan, isn't it a little too risky for the two of you to go to Yutian City? Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, mother would be worried to death. Mu Lingbing tugged at Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, her tone reproachful, but her eyes were filled with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, Mother, look, aren't we back in one piece? It's precisely because we're confident that we'll be able to do it. It's also because the two of us are small targets that won't be easily discovered. Mu Lingbing rolled her eyes at Bailey Hongzhuang, but she heaved a sigh of relief. In her eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's safety was the most important. What did the two of you do in Yutian City this time? Did you encounter any danger? Lan Yinxiao walked to Bewitching's side. The usually refined and quiet him couldn't help but ask. After all, this matter concerned his precious daughter. Bewitching saw that his future father-in-law had asked him, and naturally did not dare to neglect. He immediately told him what they had done and the results. He had promised his future father-in-law that he would properly protect Hongzhuang. He couldn't allow his future father-in-law to be dissatisfied with him because of this. The Yu clan had collapsed just like that. Lan Yinxiao and Mu Lingbing found it hard to believe. A power that had existed for so many years in the Xianxia continent was destroyed by Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching single-handedly. This level of destruction was too shocking. All along, the destructive power of poison masters had never been weak. However, there had never been a poison master whose destructive power had reached such a level. Moreover, the other party was from the Yu clan, famous for their medical and poison skills. Although their hearts were filled with emotion, Lan Yinxiao and Mu Lingbing knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching wouldn't lie to them. They could only say that the two's strength was abnormal. According to what you said, the Yu clan has moved to the Lan clan? Mu Lingbing frowned. If the Yu clan and Lan clan became one, wouldn't that increase Lan Jingquang's power? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. This is only my guess. I can't confirm it yet, but we've already sent people to investigate. Yixuan's guess is very likely. Coincidentally, Lan Qingyan is recuperating at the Yu clan. Now that the Yu clan is in trouble, moving to the Lan clan is the best choice, Lan Yinxiao said in a low voice. Father, Mother, I'll be going to the Lan clan's Divine Ice Lake in a few days. Have you made your decision? Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes stared at Lan Yinxiao and Mu Lingbing's outstanding appearances. She had always wanted to know what her parents were planning. We've already recovered a lot of our strength, but there's still a gap between us and Lan Jingquang. Mu Lingbing's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of worry appearing on her face. If possible, she also hoped that the three of them could go to the Lan clan together, but, back then, they had never lost to Lan Jingquang and Yumanlan. This time, they naturally didn't want to be weaker than them. However, there was still a gap in strength. If they went like this, their aura would be suppressed. This wasn't something they wanted to see. Give us another 1 or 2 months. That should be enough, Lan Yinxiao said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. 2 months is still not too late. It takes a month to cultivate in the icy divine pond. Plus the interval, it's almost 2 months. When she heard Mu Lingbing's words, she thought that the gap was huge. If it was only 2 months, then there was still time. This is all thanks to Linfeng's help. If it wasn't for his help, I'm afraid we would have to wait a few years before we can go to the Lan clan. Lan Yinxiao's voice was warm and mellow, and there was a hint of emotion in his voice. He never thought that his daughter's master would be Yu Linfeng. Speaking of which, life's encounters were truly miraculous. Perhaps everything was predestined. Back then, he had helped Yu Linfeng out of goodwill. Now, Yu Linfeng was also doing his best to help his daughter. It was a great karma. As Lan Yinxiao's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching thought for a moment and understood the meaning behind his words. They never thought that Yu Linfeng would let Lan Yinxiao and Mu Lingbing know about the existence of the stairway to heaven. It seemed that Yu Linfeng didn't just trust them a little, even though Yu Linfeng was also a member of the Lan clan and was related to Lan Yinxiao by blood, he definitely wouldn't reveal anything unless it was someone he trusted. She had always been curious about her master's identity. However, since her master hated the Lan family so much, he must have had terrible memories back then. Thus, she didn't ask about it to avoid reminding her master of something he didn't want to recall. She was curious why her master had such a good impression of her father when he hated the Lan family so much. She only heard her master say that her father had helped him back then, so she was curious about the process. What kind of past could make her master hate the Lan family so much that he even took out the rainbow pearl? Lan Yunxiao saw the unconcealable curiosity in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes and nodded with a faint smile. Lin Feng is also a disciple of the Lan family, but he's only a branch disciple. He doesn't want to talk about the past anymore, but I helped him when someone bullied him back then. I didn't expect Lin Feng to remember this. In fact, I haven't seen him since he left the Lan family at a young age. By chance and coincidence, he actually became your master, and there was a day when he and I would meet again. Bailey Hongshuang saw that Lan Yunxiao didn't talk about the past in detail, so she didn't ask anymore. Perhaps what happened back then was too harmful to her master, so he never talked about it. It's all fate. Bailey Hongshuang smiled sweetly. Now that she had so many people who cared about her, it was really a great blessing. Father, the rainbow pearl in my body was also given to me by Master. Do you know this? The depths of Lan Yunxiao's eyes flickered as a trace of heaviness flitted across his handsome and elegant face. The rainbow pearl. That was the greatest pain in his heart. He didn't find it inappropriate that he didn't obtain the 7-colored divine pearl. In fact, Yu Lingfeng's strength and talent were very strong. In the past, his reputation in the Lan family was very high. Even if he didn't have the rainbow pearl, it wouldn't be a problem. When he found out that his precious daughter had the rainbow pearl in her body, he was also very happy. However, he didn't protect his daughter well and allowed her rainbow pearl to be snatched away. Her life was ruined when she didn't know anything. I know. Lan Yunxiao's expression quickly returned to normal. He would personally make Lan Jing pay for everything that happened that year. For the grievances his daughter had suffered, he would never let go of anyone involved in the original plan. He had never thought that Yu Linfeng would hate the Lan family to such an extent that he would not even be willing to accept an inheritance like the Rainbow Divine Pearl. However, Bailey Hongshuang regaining the Rainbow Divine Pearl was something that made him extremely happy. Yixuan, you have to be filial to your master in the future. Lan Yunxiao amiably patted Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder. Yu Linfeng didn't want to recall the past, but he was willing to treat them as family. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. I understand. Master is so good to us. I will not forget this kindness. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao looked at each other, feeling gratified in their hearts. Their daughter had not been with them for so many years, but she had grown up to be so outstanding. God was also kind to them. During this period of time, we will do our best to raise our cultivation. When the time comes, we will head to the Lan family. Bailey Hongshuang rested in the Wuji Palace for a few days. She and Bewitching were also cultivating on the sky stairway. Since they were about to head to the Lan family, the stronger they were, the better. Even if they couldn't improve much in a short period of time, it was still good to stabilize their cultivation. Bailey Hongshuang had broken through too quickly during the Battle of Zhuolu, so her foundation wasn't stable enough. However, after a month of cultivation in the Yu family, her foundation was once again stabilized. Now that she had a good foundation, she would be able to improve greatly in the divine pond of ice and snow. Bailey Hongshuang wasn't very clear about the value of the divine pond of ice and snow, but as a member of the Lan family, Lan Yunxiao was naturally very familiar with the family's treasures. From Lan Yunxiao's explanation, Bailey Hongshuang understood that the divine pond of ice and snow contained a very special kind of energy. Not only could it increase a cultivator's strength, but it could also reduce the difficulty of breaking through to the purple realm. The blue realm and purple realm seemed to be the same realm, but breaking through to the purple realm was the most difficult of all. Many geniuses were stuck at the blue realm 9th level, unable to break through no matter how hard they tried. Only a few rare treasures in the world could be of help. Thus, the divine pond of ice and snow alone was enough to make all the major powers scramble for it. The divine pond of ice and snow was also one of the Lan family's foundations. Because of the divine pond of ice and snow, the Lan family's cultivators had a higher chance of breaking through to the purple realm than other families' cultivators. As long as there was one more purple realm expert, the family's strength would increase by a lot. This was also one of the reasons why the Lan family had been ranked among the top families for so many years. In many people's eyes, the Lan family was an extremely lucky family. Not only did they have the divine pond of ice and snow, they also had a mysterious inheritance like the rainbow pearl. These two treasures were enough to stabilize the Lan family's position. If one's cultivation hasn't reached the blue realm 9th level when entering the divine pond of ice and snow, will it still be useful? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Lan Yinxiao nodded with a faint smile. It's still effective, but the closer you are to the 9th level of the blue realm, the greater the effect. Even if there is some difference, this energy will remain in the cultivator's body. When the time comes to break through to the purple realm, this energy will be of some help. This divine pond of ice and snow is indeed magical. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Nature was indeed full of wonders. Anything could be born. These kinds of wondrous items were often of great help to cultivators, but it was impossible to identify the source. It is indeed not easy to break through to the purple realm. This bottleneck is much more difficult than the bottlenecks of other realms. Bewitching's handsome face was slightly cold. He had already felt this during this period of time. During the Battle of Zhuelu, he had already broken through to Blue Realm level 9. However, during this period of time, he only felt that the origin energy stored in his body was constantly increasing, but the bottleneck showed no signs of loosening. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since he started cultivating. No matter how he tried to break through, the bottleneck remained as stable as Mount Tai, making him feel a sense of defeat. Beichin, you've been in Blue Realm level 9 for a while now, right? Beichin nodded slightly, his dark eyes twinkling. He had long heard that breaking through to the purple realm wasn't easy unless one had a certain amount of luck. Now, it seemed that this saying wasn't the least bit exaggerated. There are quite a few Blue Realm cultivators in the Xianxia continent, but the number of Purple Realm cultivators is much lower. This must be the reason. Beichin smiled. Although his strength hadn't improved for so long, this didn't affect Beichin's mood. Beichin, although your current cultivation won't loosen the bottleneck, the more energy you store in your body, the more stable your foundation will be. You'll have a higher chance of successfully breaking through in the divine pond of ice. Lan Yinxiao clearly understood this situation very well. What he was doing now seemed to be useless, but in reality, it was still helpful to a certain extent. The purple realm was the most difficult bottleneck for cultivators to break through. Once one broke through, it would be a brand new realm. But if one couldn't break through, they would forever be stuck at the 9th level of the blue realm. The longer one remained stuck, the lower the chance of successfully breaking through in the future. Lan Yinxiao had seen many cultivators who had stopped at the 9th level of the blue realm. Because the large aristocratic families had abundant cultivation resources, as long as the cultivator's talent wasn't bad, they could still break through to the 9th level of the blue realm with the help of the family. But to break through to the purple realm, the cultivator had to rely on themselves. I understand. Beichin understood and engraved Lan Yinxiao's suggestion in his heart. Currently, he had no other choice but to continue cultivating like this. Many cultivators would choose to go out and train when they couldn't break through a bottleneck, or find a chance to break through at the edge of life and death. He had to go take a look at the divine pond of ice first. If it could help him break through, that would be the best. If it couldn't, then he would have to find another way. Lan Yinxiao was also a genius in cultivation. Back then, he had broken through to the purple realm with the help of the divine pond of ice and snow, which was why he was so familiar with the use of the divine pond of ice and snow. Normally, there were countless forces that coveted the Lan family's divine ice pool. However, the Lan family was powerful enough to dispel their covetous thoughts. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally knew how difficult it was to break through to the purple realm. Now that an opportunity like the divine pond of ice had presented itself before her, she had to work hard to improve her cultivation during this period of time. Fortunately, 1 month of cultivation in the stairway to heaven was equivalent to 10 months of cultivation in the outside world. During this period of time, her strength should be able to improve by another step. She was now at Blue Realm level 7. Once she broke through to Blue Realm level 8, she would gain more benefits. However, Bailey Hongzhuang left Limitless Palace with Bewitching after cultivating for 5 days. According to Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment, Xianxia and the others should have arrived at the place she had mentioned earlier. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't let Xianxia head directly to Limitless Palace. Instead, she brought her to a village not far from Limitless Palace. Although she was very confident in her judgment, she couldn't guarantee that something unexpected would happen. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching arrived, Xianxia and the others had already arrived. Xianxia, why did you bring us here? The group of doctors and poison masters couldn't help feeling puzzled when they saw that Bewitching didn't bring them to any forces and instead brought them to a remote mountain forest. Xianxia was also puzzled by the situation in front of her. She looked left and right and it didn't seem like a good place to go. However, Xianxia had no reason to lie to her, so she firmly believed it. Everyone, calm down. Let's wait for a while. Xianxia couldn't give an answer to everyone's question because even she didn't know where they were going. The only thing she could do now was to wait for Xianxia to come and pick them up. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to solve this problem. Everyone looked at Xianxia doubtfully, but since Xianxia wasn't willing to say, they had no other choice. Since they were already here and had rushed for such a long time, everyone was exhausted. If they left without waiting for any results, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Everyone sat down on the ground one after another. Complaints rose and fell one after another. They weren't complaining about Xianxia, but they were deeply moved by their encounters during this period of time. Doctors and poison masters weren't cultivators, so their physiques couldn't be compared to cultivators. After rushing for such a long time, everyone was exhausted. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to find a good place to go, they wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to rest halfway. They didn't expect to see such a deep forest after rushing with all their might. They couldn't help but feel depressed. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were observing Xianxia and the others from a distance. Bailey Hongzhuang was familiar with many of the doctors in front of them. Among them were many of the newly recruited doctors and poison masters that the Yu clan had left in the clan and hadn't sent out. These doctors and poison masters were talents that everyone would be happy to recruit. The Yu clan had no choice but to leave them behind. If it wasn't for the fact that their clan was destroyed and they had to seek help from the Lan clan, the Yu clan wouldn't be willing to leave them behind. Of course, the most depressed people were this group of people. The number of people that Xianxia had brought was more than what Bailey Hongzhuang had expected. If they could recruit these people back to Limitless Palace, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Although it would take some time to develop, with Bailey Hongzhuang, who was even more skilled than Xianxia in the art of medicine and poison, none of this would be a problem. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not go out immediately. They had to find out if there were any spies from the Yu clan. After all, these people had stayed in the Yu clan for a period of time. Even if the Yu clan's actions this time had hurt a lot of people's hearts, it didn't mean that there weren't people who were loyal to the Yu clan. If Limitless Palace were to recruit this kind of person, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching needed to pay more attention to him. And in this kind of waiting, when everyone was full of resentment, this kind of emotion was the easiest to erupt. Hence, Bailey Hongzhuang and Linichin sat quietly at the side and watched as everyone waited in boredom. Meanwhile, the voices of disdain grew louder and louder. Xianxia, why did you bring us here? There's obviously nothing here. In my opinion, we might as well wait near Yutian City. The Yu clan wouldn't just leave us behind like this. As long as the Yu clan recovers a bit, they might come and find us. After all, we have already stayed in the Yu clan for so long. Most of them had a lot of resentment towards the Yu clan's actions this time. It was because they believed in the Yu clan that they would travel thousands of miles to become a member of the Yu clan. They didn't expect that the Yu clan would abandon them without even saying a word. If their reaction wasn't fast enough, they might have already been infected by the plague. Thinking back, they were still a little scared. The Yu clan's actions were too despicable. They did not care about their lives at all. One must know that they had previously treated the poisoned Yu clan disciples under Yu Xiqing's orders. They never thought that they would end up like this. Many of them had already made up their minds. Even if the Yu clan made a comeback in the future and summoned them back, they would not care at all. There was no point in going to such a heartless clan. There are still people who are loyal to the Yu clan. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It seemed like it was necessary for them to stay here and watch the show. Otherwise, once they went to Limitless Palace, it would not be easy to find these people. Most of the newly recruited people have resentment in their hearts. However, those who have stayed in the Yu clan for a long time might still be loyal to the Yu clan. Bewitching's eyes were filled with confidence. He glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "These people will jump out one by one very soon. They would cultivate while watching the show. At the same time, they would remember the names of the doctors and poison masters who were loyal to the Yu clan. When the time came, they would directly get rid of them." Xianxia also felt powerless when she saw the crowd arguing. The situation was already very bad. She never thought that the two sides would still disagree with each other. However, her thoughts were the same as most people. Originally, Unscrupulous was her belief. However, it was because she had believed in her for so many years that one day, when she realized that it was not what she had imagined, her heart could not accept it. The depth of love, the depth of hatred. Now, not only was she unwilling to have anything to do with the Yu clan, she was even unwilling to mention the belief she had in the Yu clan. This was because it was too ironic. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. As time gradually passed, they did not see any changes. Everyone could not hold back anymore. "Xianxia, you didn't say anything after bringing us here. What exactly are we doing? We've been waiting here for a few days, but nothing happened. You're not lying to us, are you? It's such a desolate place. It's obvious that there won't be any forces here. What kind of place is this?" The anger that had accumulated over the past 3 days exploded at this moment, and everyone pointed their spears at Xianxia. Most importantly, if Xianxia told them the reason, it would be easier for them to judge. Now that Xianxia didn't say anything and just let them stay here, everyone was confused. It was really not a good feeling. Xianxia furrowed her brows. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. However, after thinking about it, she still felt that it was best not to tell them about Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had caused this disaster. Although it was revenge, it had indeed affected everyone. If he said it out loud, he was afraid that everyone would become even more agitated. When Xianxia had a conflict with them, with Bewitching's character, he would have just killed such indifferent people. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had chosen to let them go. Later on, Bailey Hongzhuang had told him that other than the conflict, Xianxia was a very good person. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang had become Unscrupulous' direct disciple, Bewitching had never seen Xianxia again. Judging from Xianxia's current performance, she was indeed a good person. Until now, she had not pushed all the blame onto Xianxia, but had taken on the pressure herself. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. "After so many years of experience, I still have the ability to discern. If everyone believes me, then continue to wait. If not, then leave." Xianxia muttered to herself for a long while before saying, "Don't worry." Now, she could not be sure of everything. No one knew what the outcome would be. Even if she explained, she could not find a reasonable answer. It was better to not say anything and let everyone make their own choice. After hearing Xianxia's words, the people who were originally angry felt as if their fists had punched cotton. With Xianxia's attitude, it was meaningless for them to make a fuss. "I'll leave first." Fu Adi's face was full of anger. With her medical skills, she would definitely be able to go to other large forces. Even if she did not have the opportunity now, it would not be a problem for her to go to an ordinary force. Why should she wait here foolishly? In her opinion, Xianxia was simply deliberately messing with them. As Fu Adi took the lead to stand up, a few people in Fu Adi's group also stood up and chose to leave together. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned but did not say anything. Fu Adi snorted and said, "Let's go." When the others saw Fu Adi leave, their hearts were also shaken. However, compared to following Fu Adi, it was better to follow Xianxia. At least, their thoughts were the same as Xianxia's. They could almost conclude that Fu Adi and the others still wanted to rely on the Yu clan. Not long after Fu Adi and the others left, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone saw two peerless figures walking out of the green mountains, as if they were people from a painting. They could not help but wonder if this was real. The woman wore a long white dress that could not hide her extraordinary temperament. Her features were like a painting, exquisite and perfect, like the most exquisite masterpiece of the heavens, floating like a fairy. Beside the woman was a handsome man with a calm and distant expression. His handsome eyebrows carried a handsome smile, but it could not hide the sharp light in his eyes. The two walked side by side, as if they were an immortal couple. Everyone looked at the two people who suddenly appeared, they could not help but be stunned. To be, they were the people who had come to pick them. Them. People. Be. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel excited. Xianxia also sized up the two people in front of her. She did not know why, but she felt that the woman in front of her was somewhat familiar. However, she still erased this thought. The other party was so outstanding. If she had seen them before, she would not have forgotten them. However, were they arranged by Xianxia to pick them up? Bailey Hongzhuang stood in front of Xianxia and the others. Originally, she was prepared to tell everyone her identity, but after hearing everyone's discussion these few days, she decided not to. Although the grudge between her and the Yu clan was deep and it was normal for the Yu clan to fall into such a situation, she had indeed harmed the interests of others. At this time, if she were to say that she was Xianxia, everyone would probably find it hard to accept. Rather than that, she might as well tell them in the future. Once everyone found a better place to go, they would naturally not care about these problems. Welcome, doctors and poison masters. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and said, now that the Yu clan has suffered a calamity, everyone must be looking for a place to go. What do you think of the Limitless Palace? Bailey Hongzhuang went straight to the point. At this time, there was no use in saying anything else. It would be better for both sides to make things clear. Originally, everyone was still doubting if Bailey Hongzhuang was here to pick them up, but after hearing her words, their eyes lit up. Limitless Palace, that was an extremely powerful sect. They had never thought that Xianxia would bring them to such a good place. The Limitless Palace, once they became a member of the sect, wouldn't it be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate? Even if the Limitless Palace's foundation was shallow, their strength could not be underestimated. This was a great opportunity. Everyone looked at Xianxia with joy. They never thought that Xianxia would bring them to such a good place. Previously, they had treated Xianxia in such a manner. It was truly inexcusable. Xianxia, we said those words because we didn't know. Don't take it to heart. Yeah, you should have told us about such a good opportunity. You actually let us misunderstand you. I never thought that you would be so powerful. You actually have a relationship with the Limitless Palace. At this moment, everyone looked at Xianxia in a different light. The Limitless Palace was the champion of the Battle of Shualu. In a short period of time, their name had spread far and wide. The current Limitless Palace was different from the past. Many people were racking their brains to enter the Limitless Palace. When the results of the Battle of Shualu came out, many people were shocked. They were all secretly envious. If there was a day when they could enter the Limitless Palace, it would be an incredible identity. At first, they thought that after the Yu clan had encountered such a situation, their situation was already very bad. They never thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Now, there was actually such a good opportunity in front of them. At this moment, Xianxia was also dumbfounded. She had chosen to believe in Xianxia, which was why she had come here. However, she had never thought that she would not see Xianxia here. Instead, she had seen people from Limitless Palace. Could it be that Xianxia had some sort of relationship with the people from Limitless Palace? Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. She had long guessed that Xianxia's background wasn't simple, but she didn't expect her to have such a relationship with Limitless Palace. No wonder Xianxia didn't seem to care about Ruilin. To think that she had maintained her status in front of Xianxia. In fact, Xianxia didn't even care about her background. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. She had really displayed her slight skill in front of an expert. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching stood quietly at the same spot. Looking at the changing emotions of the crowd, a faint and gentle smile appeared on their faces. Today, Limitless Palace's reputation had spread far and wide. 2 days ago, Bailey Hongzhuang heard from Nangong Wu that the number of disciples who wanted to enter Limitless Palace had greatly increased. As a competition between the major forces, the results of the battle for supremacy would have a huge impact every time. Compared to the previous times when Limitless Palace recruited disciples, this time was undoubtedly much livelier. And Bailey Hongzhuang was the biggest contributor to this. "This lady, may I know who you are?" Although Ji Lixue was happy to be able to enter Limitless Palace, they didn't even know who the other party was. To be able to bring such a large group of people into Limitless Palace, it wasn't something an ordinary person could do. The moment she said that, everyone's gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. So, Ji Lixue didn't know the two people in front of her. Then, could the other party be lying to them? Limitless Palace was a place where ordinary people could enter as they wished. "I'm the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, Bailey Hongzhuang." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Her beautiful eyes were as clear as water as she calmly revealed her true identity. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ji Lixue and everyone present were stunned. They looked at the beautiful woman in front of them in disbelief. Their hearts were filled with admiration. Heavens! She's Bailey Hongzhuang? The young palace mistress of Limitless Palace. We're actually so lucky to meet the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace. This time, the battle for supremacy was led by Bailey Hongzhuang. She obtained the first place. She's worthy of being called a genius. Everyone present had long heard of Bailey Hongzhuang's name, but they didn't expect to have the opportunity to see her in person. It was truly amazing, Limitless Palace's young palace master. There was a huge gap between their identities. They never thought that they would have the opportunity to speak with the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Furthermore, the young palace master of Limitless Palace had personally come to pick them up. Just thinking about it made them feel like they were dreaming. Ji Lixue couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. She was even more confused now. Who exactly was Xianxia? To be able to get Limitless Palace's young palace master to pick them up, this was simply too unbelievable. Right now, Ji Lixue only hoped that she could see the announcement as soon as possible so that she could understand the reason behind all this. Let me say something. If everyone is determined to become a part of my Limitless Palace, then in the future, treat Limitless Palace wholeheartedly. If they had second thoughts, or if they wanted to return to the Yu clan, they could leave now. Otherwise, if you have such thoughts after reaching Limitless Palace, things won't be so simple anymore. A sharp glint flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes. Her voice gradually sharpened. She directly made the situation clear. In the future, she would be too lazy to think about such things. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's cold words, everyone couldn't help but shiver. If they wanted to go to a better place, they naturally had to remember some things. In this world, everything had two sides. I wonder if we can learn better medical skills in Limitless Palace. Ji Lixue couldn't help but ask. Limitless Palace was a large sect, and its position in the Xianxia continent was self-evident. However, she had never heard of Limitless Palace's development in the field of medicine and poison. If she could only become a doctor in Limitless Palace without learning any exquisite medical skills, then there would be a gap between what she had imagined. After all, she had wanted to come to Xianxia's place to take a look because she felt that Xianxia must have a master who was better than Uxiqing in the field of medicine and poison. If she could follow such a master, even if she could not be accepted as a personal disciple, as long as she could learn some superficial knowledge, it would be enough for her to use for the rest of her life. Hearing Ji Lixue's words, the doctors and poison masters present could not help but frown. For the current them, most of them just wanted to find a better place to go, which was much better than wandering outside. As for whether or not they could learn more advanced medical and poison skills, it was not what they cared about the most. Everyone knew that Limitless Palace had only been established in the Xianxia continent for a short period of time, and they still lacked talents in many aspects. In terms of medical and poison skills, just thinking about it was enough to know. However, this situation had a certain advantage for them. Because there were fewer people, they would have an advantage if they went first. Wasn't Ji Lixue poking at his sore spot? If Limitless Palace did not have anyone, then wouldn't they not be able to go? Bailey Hongzhuang did not find Ji Lixue's question strange at all. She had been with Ji Lixue for such a long time, so she understood Ji Lixue's thoughts very well. This fellow had an obsession with medical skills that ordinary people could not understand. She only wanted to learn better medical skills. However, this kind of person was usually simpler. Let's not talk about other things. At the very least, we have someone in Limitless Palace who is better than Xianxia in medical and poison skills. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. When she mentioned Xianxia, her expression revealed traces of disdain. Xianxia claimed to be a master of medicine and poison, but in the end, didn't she leave with her tail between her legs? When she said that, Ji Lixue and the rest's expression changed. They had never heard that Limitless Palace had such a master of medicine and poison. Ji Lixue's eyes gradually lit up. She suddenly understood that Xianxia should be someone from Limitless Palace, and the master behind Xianxia was most likely the person that Bailey Hongzhuang mentioned. If that was the case, then Limitless Palace was a better place for them than the Yu clan. At least, since the establishment of Limitless Palace, its reputation had always been good. Everyone present did not doubt Bailey Hongzhuang's words. The dignified Limitless Palace's young palace lord's words could not possibly be false. Palace Master, we Palace's Masters' Palace. Limitless Palace, Palace, Limitless Palace. Of Limitless Palace, of Limitless Palace, Limitless and Limitless Palace, Limitless. Limitless as everyone expressed their stance one after another, feeling that the exhaustion from these days was nothing. The Yu clan had encountered such a calamity, leaving them behind. This might have been predestined. The previous calamity was not a calamity at all. Everything was for their current fortune. The current situation did not exceed Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's expectations. With Limitless Palace's current reputation, they believed that no one would reject Limitless Palace's recruitment. The current Yu clan was no longer as glorious as before. Between the two, anyone would choose Limitless Palace. And they did not need to worry that these people would think of the Yu clan. In fact, between the two, as long as one was not stupid, they would know what to choose. Since that's the case, let's set off. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She did not plan to spend too much time on this matter. She still had to return to Limitless Palace to cultivate. With that, Ji Lixue and the others immediately followed Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. They also wanted to see how strong Limitless Palace was. Not long after Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left, Fu Adi and the others who had left earlier came back. They hadn't gone very far before. After all, it wasn't easy to walk back in the deep mountains and forests. Just as they were discussing what to do, they suddenly heard a loud voice coming from this side. It was surprisingly consistent. But because there was a certain distance between them, they did not hear clearly what they were saying. With doubts in their minds, they walked back to take a look. After all, they were still very curious about why Ji Lixue had brought them here. However, when they returned to their original position, they found that everyone had already left. What happened just now? Why are they all gone? We didn't leave for long. We didn't see them leave. Could it be that they went deep into the forest? Could it be that someone came to pick them up? We waited for so long, but no one appeared. Could it be that the other party appeared right after we left? Fu Adi and the others' faces were extremely ugly. If that was really the case, they would have suffered a great loss. After waiting for so long, there was no news at all. They had just left and the other party appeared. Fu Adi and the others could not help but search around the vicinity. However, in this forest, they did not know where Ji Lixue and the others had left from. As they were not cultivators, they naturally could not chase after them. They could only secretly feel vexed. When Ji Lixue and the others arrived at the Limitless Palace, they were stunned when they saw the shocking scene. So this is the Limitless Palace. What a magnificent sight. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Compared to the Yu clan, this Limitless Palace was much more imposing. Young Palace Master. When the group of Limitless Palace's disciples saw Bailey Hongzhuang, they immediately greeted her. At the same time, they looked at the group of people behind Bailey Hongzhuang in puzzlement. They didn't know what these people were here for. When Ji Lixue and the others saw this scene, they naturally did not dare to doubt Bailey Hongshuang's identity. Speaking of which, being able to have Limitless Palace's young palace master lead them up the mountain was already a supreme honor. Bailey Hongshuang handed Ji Lixue and the others over to the elders. She didn't need to worry about the rest. A few days ago, after she had told her master and mistress about these matters, her master and mistress had already sent people to make arrangements. The Limitless Palace also had doctors and poison masters, but there weren't many of them. Now that Ji Lixue and the others were here, they could make up for it. After Ji Lixue and the others settled down in Limitless Palace, Yu Linfeng also recruited 2 powerful doctors and poison masters to teach Ji Lixue and the others the art of healing and poison. Originally, there were still some deficiencies in this area, but with the Yu clan's medical books, this problem quietly disappeared. Moreover, learning the art of healing and poison wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. When the disciples of Limitless Palace found out that Bailey Hongshuang had actually recruited a group of doctors and poison masters, they couldn't help but be surprised. Their young palace master was really resourceful, even this kind of thing could be done so easily. At first, everyone didn't feel much. However, as cultivators, it was inevitable for them to get injured. Healing pills were extremely precious, so everyone was quite frugal on normal days. Ever since they had doctors to treat them for free, it was a great help to them. Although poison masters weren't of much use on normal days, if they could obtain some poisons when they went out to train, it would be of great use at critical moments. Long Xianjing and the others had always admired Bailey Hongshuang. Now that they had Bailey Hongshuang, Limitless Palace was like a tiger that had grown wings. When they recruited some new disciples next year, they could imagine that Limitless Palace would develop better and better in the future. However, Bailey Hongshuang didn't appear in front of the other disciples after this. Bailey Hongshuang was busy cultivating on the heaven stairway. She had to work hard to reach the 8th level of the Blue Realm before she went to the Lan clan. Only by reaching a higher level could she obtain more benefits from the divine pond of ice and snow. Moreover, she didn't have much time to continue cultivating. Soon, she would have to go to the Lan clan again. When Yu Manlan and the people of the Yu clan appeared in front of the Lan clan members, the Lan clan members couldn't react for a moment. They didn't understand the situation in front of them. Lan Jinghuang and the Lan clan elders stared blankly at the Yu clan in front of them. What happened? Yu Manlan looked at Lan Jinghuang with a slightly awkward expression. She didn't know how to explain the situation to Lan Jinghuang. Father-in-law, let's go in first. Even though he was full of doubts, Lan Jinghuang could only temporarily suppress it in his heart. He couldn't let Yu Taotian and the others wait outside the door. Yu Taotian nodded and led the group of Yu clan elders into the Lan clan. Before Lan Jinghuang left, he gave Yu Manlan a look that contained a hint of warning. He was already terribly busy in the Lan clan, he didn't expect such a situation to happen. Although he didn't know what had happened, he could only hope that there wouldn't be any more trouble. He could only hope that there wouldn't be any trouble. Since the Yu clan master had suddenly arrived, the Lan clan master, Lan Hongtai, couldn't continue his closed-door training anymore, so he followed him to the assembly hall. But of was of. Yu Manlan panicked. She knew that Lan Jinghuang would be angry when he found out. However, she couldn't control what had happened. It was as if from the beginning until now, the initiative was either in Lan Jinghuang's hands or the Yu clan's hands. Her thoughts were completely meaningless. Right now, Lan Jinghuang didn't have the time. If he did, she could imagine being scolded by Lan Jinghuang again. This feeling was really unbearable. Yu Manlan couldn't help but think of Mu Lingbing. Back when Lan Yunxiao was so glorious, Mu Lingbing's words also carried a certain weight. Even when Lan Yunxiao and Yu Manlan were imprisoned for so long, Lan Yunxiao still protected Mu Lingbing. She just couldn't understand why the gap between her and Mu Lingbing was so big. Lan Clan, Conference Hall. When Lan Hongtai arrived at the conference hall, he found it full of Lan and Yu clan elders. With a quick glance, Lan Hongtai was sure that all the elders of the Yu clan were here. Along the way, Lan Hongtai listened to Lan Borong's report and had some doubts. The Yu clan had mobilized so many people. It looked like they were fleeing for their lives. However, the Yu clan was such a huge clan. It was strange to think about it. Yu Taotian hurriedly stood up when he saw Lan Hongtai. His face was full of smiles. Lan clan head, sorry to disturb you today. You're too polite. We welcome you with open arms. There was a faint smile on Lan Hongtai's face, but his eyes showed a bit of alienation. These years, he spent most of his time in seclusion and didn't pay much attention to ordinary matters. When Lan Jingquang married Yu Manlan, he had a good impression of the Yu clan. However, after the incident with Lan Yunxiao, the Yu clan and Lan Jingquang joined forces and left Lan Yishuan in the lurch. Just this alone filled him with dissatisfaction and resentment towards the Yu clan. If Lan Yunxiao hadn't colluded with the Yu clan, then the incident wouldn't have happened. When he came out of seclusion and found out about this, he had already fallen out with Yu Taotian. This was a conspiracy between the Yu clan and Lan Jingquang. It was inevitable that they would be very unhappy with each other. Both sides were also looking at each other coldly. According to his plan, he wanted to draw a line between himself and the Yu clan, and never have any contact with them again. However, Lan Yunxiao's departure had already dealt a blow to the Lan family's reputation. If they were to draw a line with the Yu family, the Lan family's situation would be even worse. At that time, Lan Jingquang had already expected Lan Hongtai's attitude, so he joined forces with the other elders to resist. Under such circumstances, Lan Hongtai, as the patriarch, could not go against the wishes of all the elders. He could only put this matter aside. However, all these years, they had always been at odds with each other on the surface. The smiles on their faces at this moment were just perfunctory. Clan Master Yu, I wonder if something has happened for all of you to come here together? As the great elder of the Lan clan, Lan Borong was the first to ask. The other party had brought a large group of people with him. That didn't seem right. It's a long story. As Yu Taotian spoke, he couldn't help but look at Lan Jingquang. He was very clear about his relationship with Lan Hongtai. Fortunately, Lan Jingquang's position in the Lan clan was not low. As long as Lan Jingquang was willing to help, the Yu clan would have no problem staying in the Lan clan. Our Yu clan has suffered a huge blow this time, Yu Taotian slowly told them about what had happened in the Yu clan. They couldn't hide this news even if they wanted to. However, it had only been a short time since the incident happened. Hence, many forces had not received the news yet. Moreover, they had traveled very quickly on their way here. They were afraid that others would know about this news. If they were to be surrounded and intercepted on the way, the situation would be terrible. In fact, they had been worried the entire time on their journey. However, they were relieved when they reached the Lan clan. Now that they were here, their enemies wouldn't be able to take this opportunity to attack them. After Yu Taotian told them about what had happened in the Yu clan, Lan Hongtai and the elders of the Lan clan couldn't help but change their expressions. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The other party had just infiltrated the Yu clan and the entire Yu clan had collapsed. Some of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The other party's methods were too shocking. The Lan clan had been in close contact with the Yu clan all these years. They were very clear about the Yu clan's background and power. They didn't expect the other party to break it so easily. If this news were to spread, the entire Xianxia continent would be shaken. Such an opponent was simply too terrifying. The scariest thing was that the Yu clan was already in such a state and they still didn't know who their opponent was. The so-called Xianyi was obviously not the other party's real name. In the vast Xianxia continent, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find such a person. Originally, the Lan clan members were speechless when they saw so many people coming to the Yu clan. Now that they knew that these were all the remaining people of the Yu clan, they felt that there were too few people left. In such a large cultivation aristocratic family, the number of direct descendants and branch descendants was extremely large. Now that there were only a few people left, the Yu clan had suffered a huge blow. When Lan Jingquang heard all of this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was like a bolt from the blue, making his situation even worse. Lan Qingyan's injuries had not healed for a long time. When he returned to the Lan clan, he had to deal with some elders who had other ideas. Luckily, he still had the Yu clan as a helper. Who would have thought that not only would the Yu clan not be able to help him, they would even become his burden? Wouldn't this make his situation even more difficult? The other party's poison technique is so powerful that even Grandmaster Xianxia is unable to neutralize it. Yu Clan's second elder, Lan Kaiching, still felt that this matter was a little unimaginable. Wasn't Xianxia known as the #1 person in the art of medicine and poison? If it was a violent attack, the Yu clan might not be able to block it. However, with Xianxia in charge, there should be no need to be afraid of poison. Hearing Lan Kaiching's words, Xianxia's expression was a little awkward. The other party's poison skills are a level higher than mine. Although she didn't want to admit it, it didn't matter if she didn't admit it at this point. Following Xianxia's words, the expressions of the Lan clan members changed again. They couldn't help but ponder. In this case, they had many things to consider. Even Xianxia couldn't compare to the other party's poison skills. If the other party wanted to kill the entire Yu clan, it would be impossible to guard against it. No matter what, no one should underestimate the strength of a poison master, especially a poison master who had reached the pinnacle of the art of poison. By the time one noticed the other party's poison, it would already be too late. They didn't know how the Yu clan provoked such a terrifying poison master, but at least the Lan clan didn't want to provoke him. Now that the Yu clan had come to the Lan clan, if the poison master wasn't willing to let them go, wouldn't the Lan clan be in trouble? For a moment, the expressions of the Lan clan elders kept changing. This was big trouble. After hearing all this, Lan Hongtai felt a little happy in his heart. All these years, the Yu clan relied on their powerful poison skills to be extremely arrogant. There were many cases of them harming others. Now, retribution had come. He didn't have any pity for the Yu clan. Ever since the Yu clan extended their evil claws to Lan Yunxiao, all the affection between them had disappeared. Lan Jingquang and his people were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the situation would be so serious? This was a malignant tumor that could explode at any time. Lan Jingquang's face was as gloomy as water. His pitch-black eyes were even more oppressive. Lan clan head, we have been allies for so many years. Now that we are in trouble, you have to help us. Yu Taotian had no choice but to put down his pride. If the Lan clan didn't help now, they really didn't know what to do. The Lan clan elders all looked at Lan Hongtai. At this time, it was obvious that Lan Hongtai had to make the decision. Yu clan head, the trouble you have caused this time is too big. With the strength of the Lan clan, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. Lan Hongtai's expression was calm and unhurried. It was just like how the Yu clan didn't save his granddaughter. It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge, but that it wasn't time yet. This karmic cycle was really interesting. Back then, the Yu clan had also rejected many people like this. As soon as Lan Hongtai said that, Yu Taotian's expression changed drastically. His eyes turned gloomy and it was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. In his heart, he was cursing Lan Hongtai, the bastard. However, with the current situation of the Yu clan, he had no other choice but to seek help from the Lan clan. He could only beg for their help. Yu Xiqing frowned as a fierce look appeared in her black eyes. Lan family head, all these years, our Yu clan has helped you a lot. Now that we're in trouble, you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. Isn't this a little unreasonable? Hearing this, Lan Hongtai couldn't help but sneer. Grandmaster Yu Xiqing, it seems that the number of treasures you've taken from our Lan family has only increased. As early as 19 years ago, Lan Hongtai no longer wanted to pay attention to this so-called in-law. However, due to the opinions of his family members, he could only endure it. Now that things had come to this, he naturally didn't want to bother with them. Following Lan Hongtai's words, Yu Xiqing's face turned cold. Anger was brewing in her eyes, as if she would explode at any moment. Lan Jingquang, what do you say about this? Seeing that Lan Hongtai was unwilling to respond, Yu Taotian could only turn his attention to Lan Jingquang. He was furious. As the Yu clan head, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? If Lan Jingquang was more capable and became the Lan clan head, he wouldn't have to give in to Lan Hongtai. They had already helped where they could. They thought that after getting rid of Lan Yunxiao, this new problem, Lan Jingquang would be able to become the clan head without any mishaps. They didn't expect Lan Hongtai to be so stubborn and unwilling to let Lan Jingquang become the clan head. All these years, although Lan Jingquang's position in the Lan clan wasn't much different from that of the clan head, there was still a gap. At least, Lan Jingquang couldn't be the clan head at this time. Seeing that Yu Tian had turned the question to him, Lan Jingquang was conflicted. Under such circumstances, if he agreed, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to the entire Lan clan. If he didn't agree, Yu Tian wouldn't let it go. Lan Hongtai's expression was indifferent. This matter was caused by Lan Jingquang himself. As for this son, he didn't have any feelings for him after that incident. Even Lan Hongtai himself found it hard to accept that he had such a cruel and merciless son. Father-in-law, this, Lan Jingquang muttered to himself. This matter had happened too suddenly. He didn't know how to deal with it at the moment. The Lan clan's situation was unpredictable. If he didn't handle it carefully, there would be trouble. Yu Taoyan's expression turned uglier when he saw that Lan Jingquang was also hesitating. Lan Jingquang, our Yu clan has helped you so much. If you burn the bridge after crossing the river, you're too despicable. Hearing Yu Taoyan's accusation, Lan Jingquang hurriedly said, Father-in-law, this matter happened too suddenly. We need time to think about it. His mind was in a mess and he didn't know how to make a decision. When Yu Tian saw that Lan Jingquang was still somewhat fearful of him, his gloomy face became slightly better. In the end, everyone from the Yu clan stayed in the Lan clan for the time being, while the elders of the Lan clan had to properly discuss how to deal with this matter. No one wanted to get involved in such a big trouble. However, the relationship between the Yu clan and them had always been good. If they just ignored it like this, it would be detrimental to their reputation. Patriarch, now that the Yu clan's people are here, if we just chase them away like this, wouldn't we be too heartless? Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Hongtai awkwardly. He had no other choice. Lan Hongtai's face was cold. I have already said that I will draw a clear line with the Yu clan. It was you who kept saying that we should keep in touch. Now do you know what it means to eat your own medicine? His words were clearly aimed at Lan Jingquang. The other elders who had supported Lan Jingquang back then were silent as well. At this moment, everyone on Lan Hongtai's side expressed that they could not let the Yu clan stay in the Lan clan. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Lan Jingquang's face turned ugly when he heard what Lan Borong and the others said. Now that all the problems were concentrated on him, if he couldn't come up with a compromise plan, it would really be a disaster for both sides if word got out. Lan Jingquang could not help but look at second elder Lan Kaicheng. At this time, it was obvious that he could not rely on himself. Lan Kaicheng saw Lan Jingquang's eyes and immediately said, Clan head, Master Quang is right. Now, the Yu clan has all come. If we let them see us like this, once word gets out, our Lan clan will be labeled as heartless and unrighteous. With second elder Lan Kaicheng taking the lead to express his stance, the elders of this faction also expressed their stance one after another. Although they were also worried about the Lan clan's situation, this was a time of internal and external troubles. Nan Qingyan's injuries had not recovered yet. If they drove the Lan clan away, the situation would be even worse. Other than Lan Jingquang's loyal followers, most of the elders expressed their opposition. Even if word gets out, it will be bad for our Lan clan's reputation. It is still better than offending an extremely powerful poison master. That's right. That poison master is so powerful. Once he targets us, our situation will not be any better than the Yu clan. At this time, the clan's interests are still the most important. Nan Hongtai's expression was very calm. From the beginning to the end, he did not want to have anything to do with the Yu clan. What happened in the past had become a knot in his heart. Now that the Yu clan had fallen to such a state, he almost clapped his hands and cheered. Lan Hongtai had long been unwilling to say anything to his son, Lan Jingquang. Now that Lan Jingquang was in trouble, he was also unwilling to say anything. The elders on both sides were arguing, each with their own opinions. However, without exception, everyone felt that the Yu clan's appearance was a big trouble. Lan Jingquang was also suffering. Who would have thought that the support he had painstakingly gained over the years would collapse overnight? Now, his enemies in the clan were laughing at him. Finally, after a discussion among the elders, Lan Hongtai made a decision. That was to settle the Yu clan in a place a certain distance away from the Lan clan. In this way, no one would say that the Lan clan was ungrateful. At the same time, they would be able to keep a certain distance from the Yu clan and not threaten the Lan clan. However, at the same time, Lan Hongtai also expressed that they would not continue to live with the Yu clan like this. The Yu clan had to find a place to settle down as soon as possible. The Yu clan's side, Lan clan and the Yu clans, and the Yu clan's people. So their help was only for a short period of time. Lan Jingquang felt helpless about Lan Hongtai's decision, but there was nothing he could do. Most of the Yu clan SSS clan's families is his clan. Lan Lanz's clans clan S's clans with the clans use leave. If it was said that the Yu clan came because of their previous power and influence, then the Lan clan would have no choice but to treat them with caution. However, the Yu clan today was no longer the same as before. They were no longer a threat to the Lan clan. Inside the room. Family head, will there be any problems if we just let the Yu clan stay here? Lan Borong furrowed his brows. He felt that something was wrong with the Yu clan's sudden request for their help. The Yu clan has met with such a disaster. It won't be long before the news spreads throughout the entire Xianxia continent. At that time, those who have a grudge against the Yu clan will have other thoughts. However, we can only help them temporarily. We can't keep them here forever. You mean to say that we're only doing this to stop people from talking? Lan Borong immediately understood the meaning behind Lan Hongtai's words. In fact, as Lan Hongtai's confidant, he was very clear about Lan Hongtai's thoughts. Lan Hongtai nodded. Our Lan clan has always been in close contact with the Yu clan. If we refuse them at this time, it will be very detrimental to our Lan clan's reputation. However, as long as the influence of the Yu clan's matter passes, no one will care about what happens afterwards. As the family head of the Lan clan, Lan Hongtai understood this matter very well. It was enough as long as they didn't have any evidence against them. As for what happened afterwards, they could find any reason and leave on bad terms. Lan Borong immediately understood the family head's thoughts and sighed in his heart. It seemed that after Lan Yunxiao left the Lan clan, the family head's heart had already died. He could see the sinister glint in Lan Hongtai's eyes when he mentioned the Yu clan. Lan Hongtai had never let go of this grudge. He was afraid that when everyone recovered from the shock of the Yu clan's matter, the first person to make a move against the Yu clan would not be his enemy, but Lan Hongtai. How's your investigation going? The coldness in Lan Hongtai's eyes dissipated and was replaced by deep concern. Currently, he was most curious about Bailey Hongzhuang. As for the Yu clan's matter, he didn't care about it at all. I've sent people to gather information, but everyone seems to be keeping the identity of this Bailey Hongzhuang a secret, so the information I've gathered is not complete. Lan Borong's tone was filled with helplessness. Originally, he thought that it would be easy to find out about Bailey Hongzhuang's background. However, the entire Limitless Palace didn't seem to know anything about Bailey Hongzhuang. Therefore, he didn't know where to start. There's no news from Shirtian Pavilion either? Lan Hongtai's brows wrinkled. Recently, this was the only thing he cared about. Lan Borong nodded. The young master of Shirtian Pavilion has a very good relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang, so Shirtian Pavilion directly rejected this mission. As soon as he said this, Lan Hongtai's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. She has a good relationship with the young master of the Heaven Slaughter Tower? As far as he knew, Shirtian Pavilion had always been neutral and didn't have a close relationship with any forces. He didn't expect that this young Bailey Hongzhuang could actually have a connection with the young master of Shirtian Pavilion. This is the special characteristic of Bailey Hongzhuang. According to the information I've gathered, this Bailey Hongzhuang seems to have appeared out of thin air, but she has a very good relationship with many forces. Which forces are on good terms with Bailey Hongzhuang? Tiangang Sect, Shirtian Pavilion, Cloud Sword Sect, and Sun Moon Palace, Lan Borong answered truthfully. When the Lan family disciples returned, they didn't know much about these matters. It was only after they carefully understood what had happened in the Battle of Zhuolu that they learned about it. Sun Moon Palace? Hearing this name, Lan Hongtai's expression changed abruptly, and his dark and deep eyes suddenly emitted an incredulous light. Lan Borong nodded. Sun Moon Palace has been in seclusion all these years and has never participated in these activities. But this year, they unexpectedly participated. Speaking of this, Lan Borong couldn't help but look at Lan Hongtai with suspicion. Family head, do you think there's a connection between them? Lan Hongtai's expression was very complicated. He didn't immediately answer Lan Borong's question and instead asked seriously, Are you sure that Bailey Hongzhuang looks very similar to Yun Xiao and Lingbing? Very similar. Lan Borong was very sure. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang for the first time, he couldn't help but be shocked. Because they were really too similar, so similar that it was inconceivable. He simply couldn't believe that people who weren't related by blood could be so similar. This was also the reason why he was so sure that Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yixuan without any evidence. The light in Lan Hongtai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. His calm and indifferent face couldn't help but show excitement. His face flushed red, as if he was extremely pleasantly surprised. He was very clear about the connection between Sun Moon Palace and Mulingbing. However, after that incident, Sun Moon Palace had once come to the Yu family to question them. Then, Sun Moon Palace gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang and Sun Moon Palace had reappeared, perhaps there was a connection between the two. Perhaps? Sun Moon Palace had done something that he didn't have time to do back then. If that was the case, it would be the best news. Although Lan Hongtai didn't know why Bailey Hongzhuang had become the young palace master of Wuji Palace, he only cared about whether Lan Yunxiao and the others were still alive. As long as he was still alive, it was enough to make him happy. Although Lan Hongtai didn't speak, Lan Borong could see some clues from Lan Hongtai's expression. His whole body relaxed a bit. If they were still alive, that would be great. Bailey Hongzhuang will be here soon, Lan Hongtai said slowly. Lan Borong nodded. In a few days, when the divine pond of ice and snow opens, Bailey Hongzhuang will come. Patriarch can go and take a look then. All right. Lan Hongtai's lips curled into a smile. No matter what, when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang with his own eyes, he would have a better understanding. Since we can't find anything, let them come back. Stop investigating. Ah? Lan Borong frowned. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to get any information. All these years, it's precisely because they've protected their information so well that we haven't heard anything about them. Now that even the heaven-devouring pavilion was on their side, it would be impossible to get any information. Since that was the case, it was better not to investigate. Lan Hongtai was very clear that Shirtian Pavilion was the #1 information source in Xianxia continent. If they wanted to spread false information, it would be impossible to guard against them. Rather than that, it was better to give up the investigation. He believed that when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, many things would be clear. He knew Lan Borong's character very well. If he wasn't very confident, Lan Borong wouldn't have made such a conclusion. Whether it was Lan Yunxiao or Mu Lingbing, they weren't ordinary people. This Bailey Hongzhuang was most likely related. Lan Hongtai faintly felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was his granddaughter, Lan Yixuan. Now that he thought about it again, the conflict between Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongzhuang was so big, perhaps it was related to this matter. Hearing Lan Hongtai's words, Lan Borong immediately understood. I will have them come back. Family head, Qingyan's poison still shows no signs of being cured. If this continues, the situation won't be optimistic. Lan Borong's eyes revealed helplessness. He originally thought that Yu Siqing would be able to cure Lan Qingyan, but after such a long time, Lan Qingyan still showed no signs of improvement. He took a quick glance at Lan Qingyan and saw that she was already weak beyond recognition. If this continued, Lan Qingyan wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Looking at the situation, the person who poisoned Qingyan doesn't seem to want to take her life. They are just torturing her. Lan Hongtai's eyes flashed with wisdom. If they wanted to poison someone to death, Lan Qingyan would have died long ago. Why would they wait for so long? That's right. Qingyan is in pain every day. Long ago, Lan Borong already understood the characteristics of this poison from Lan Jingquang's mouth. Speaking of which, the other party was really ruthless. It was obvious that they hated Lan Qingyan. When Bailey Hongzhuang comes, this matter should be resolved. Lan Hongtai slowly said. Now that things had reached this point, they had no other way. After all, if even Yu Siqing couldn't cure the poison, they couldn't find a better doctor. Yu Siqing seems to be wholeheartedly trying to cure the poison in her clan. She doesn't care much about Lan Qingyan's situation. That woman has always put her own interests first. Now that the Yu clan is within our Lan clan's territory and is seeking our protection, let her put all her attention on Qingyan. Lan Hongtai's voice was cold. Yu Xiqing was the person he hated the most in the Yu clan. This woman had the heart of a snake and scorpion. If it wasn't for Lan Qingyan's sake, he wouldn't be able to transfer the rainbow pearl from Lan Yishuan's body. Then, none of these things would have happened. Once this matter was settled, he would kill Yu Xiqing with his own hands. This vicious and powerful woman should have gone to hell long ago. I understand, Lan Borong replied. The Yu clan Lan Qingyan was to come to seek to obtain to help to seek was to seek to ask for help. They had originally come to seek help from the Lan family. Although they were now within the Lan family's sphere of influence, there was still a certain distance between them. Clearly, the Lan family was unwilling to bear the risk of a poison master appearing. Jingquang, no matter what, I am still your father-in-law. You don't even allow me to stay in the Lan family. Isn't that too much? Yu Taoyan's face was filled with displeasure. Even though the Yu family had encountered some difficulties, the Lan family's actions were like burning the bridge after crossing the river. Father-in-law, I want to help but I am powerless in this matter. Lan Jingquang sighed. He naturally knew that this matter would definitely incur Yu Taoyan's displeasure. Hence, he could only use this bitter act. Fortunately, he now had sufficient reason to do so. Qingyan's poison has not been cured yet. Many people in the family feel that Qingyan will not be able to survive this time. Once Qingyan is gone, with the master's personality, I will not be able to inherit the position of the master. My status will naturally plummet. Father-in-law, you should be aware of my current situation. Yu Taotian was originally filled with anger. However, after hearing Lan Jingquang's words, he could not help but sigh. Just like what Lan Jingquang said, he had already expected this situation. He had always been very satisfied with the son-in-law of his all these years. If something really happened to Lan Qingyan, not only would Lan Jingquang's days be difficult, the help that the Yu family received from the Lan family would also be greatly reduced. If Lan Qingyan was still fine, the Lan family would not allow them to stay in such a place. Thinking of this, Yu Taotian could not help but say to Yu Xiqing, you should think of a way to cure Qingyan's poison. This is the most important thing now. Yu Xiqing had always wanted to cure the poison in the disciples so that they would not be powerless when the other party poisoned them again. However, she felt that the other party would not come again for the time being. The most important thing now was to solve Lan Qingyan's problem. Hearing this, Yu Xiqing's expression was somewhat complicated. However, she still nodded, I understand. After hearing Yu Xiqing's reply, Lan Jingquang also heaved a sigh of relief. He only had one daughter, Lan Qingyan. If something happened to Lan Qingyan, all his years of hard work would be in vain. This was something that he could not tolerate. Yu Manlan was taking care of Lan Qingyan. Now, Lan Qingyan was so weak that she could not speak. The pain every day made her feel weak. Sometimes, she wished she could just die like this, but most of the time, she was afraid of death. When Yu Xiqing arrived, Yu Manlan quickly stood up. She didn't know why Yu Xiqing suddenly came here. During the journey, other than coming to help Lan Qingyan when she couldn't take it anymore, Yu Xiqing didn't care about her at all. I will think of a way to deal with Qingyan. You can go back first. Yu Xiqing was in a terrible mood, but she had no choice but to lower her head when she was within the Lan family's sphere of influence. Right now, their Yu clan strength was really too weak. Once someone wanted to make a move on their Yu clan, it would really be impossible to guard against it. However, she had already researched Lan Qingyan's poison for a long time. If she could detoxify it, she would have done so long ago. But now, she had a feeling that the more she researched, the more frustrated she felt. She couldn't find any way to solve it. Now, it wasn't just the Yu clan that had suffered a huge blow. Lan Jingquang and the others' positions in the Lan clan had also fallen greatly. This could be seen from the situation in the conference hall. Ever since she had sensed that strange aura outside her house and the explosion in her house, she had a bad premonition. At that time, she already felt that this was a conspiracy and that things weren't that simple. However, she had investigated and found no clues, so she gradually relaxed. Lan Jingquang had also investigated and found that Lan Hongtai and the others didn't make any movements. It couldn't be the Lan clan. As for the Sun Moon Palace, they could also ignore them. Mu Jint's was getting closer and closer to death. Moreover, with her ugly appearance, she couldn't appear in front of anyone. However, after the incident this time, Xianxia increasingly felt that this was a huge conspiracy. The other party's goal was to destroy the entire Yu clan. Although in their opinion, the Yu clan had already fallen to such a miserable state, they probably hadn't achieved the result that the other party wanted. This was what Xianxia was most worried about. If the other party wanted to destroy the Yu clan, no one would be able to neutralize that terrifying poison. Their seemingly powerful defense wouldn't be of any use. This feeling was really enough to make them collapse. Therefore, even if the Lan clan was treating them coldly, they could only choose to swallow their anger. Once they left, their situation would be even more difficult. Such a terrifying opponent was enough to make them unable to sleep at night. Hearing Xianxia's words, Yu Manlan's eyes were filled with joy. "And, then I'll have to trouble you." Yu Manlan was pleasantly surprised. These days, she had asked Xianxia for help many times, but Xianxia had always been unwilling to pay attention to her. She didn't know why her attitude had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn today. Just like that, the Yu clan settled down not far from the Lan clan. However, the Yu clan requested that the Yu clan send more people to increase their security. Lan Hongtai didn't refuse this request. Since everyone would be paying attention to this matter when the time came, it was better to put on a show now. As the news of the Yu clan's relocation spread, all the forces in the Xianxia continent were shocked. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Everyone was shocked that the Yu clan, which had existed for many years, had been completely destroyed in just 2 days. The Yu clan master, Yu Taotian, had no choice but to bring the remaining Yu clan members to seek help from the Lan clan. This news was too shocking. However, when everyone found out that the reason for the Yu clan's downfall was because of their opponent's poisoning, everyone's expression became even more interesting. If the other party had used force to hurt the Yu clan to this extent, everyone would still be able to understand. After all, the Yu clan was a medical family. Cultivation had never been their forte. But now, the other party had defeated them in their strongest aspect. Not only did Xianxia, who was known as the #1 expert in medicine and poison, not only did she not have a solution, she could only run away like a stray dog. This was too ironic. The Yu clan is usually so arrogant. I never thought that they would actually fail miserably this time. This is really interesting. The other party deliberately defeated them in their strongest aspect. This is also a kind of humiliation. For a moment, many powers rejoiced in their misfortune. They would occasionally seek help from the Yu clan, but every time the Yu clan demanded an exorbitant price, they would feel speechless. Although they were very dissatisfied, they had no other way except for Xianxia. Thus, they could only helplessly endure. Now that the Yu clan had fallen to such a state, compared to their usual arrogant faces, it was really delightful. However, some people couldn't help but sympathize with the Yu clan. Offending such a terrifying poison master was really a sleepless night. This time, the other party was able to poison the majority of the Yu clan members without anyone noticing. Next time, the Yu clan members would also die in their sleep. The most frightening thing was that the Yu clan didn't know who their opponent was from the beginning to the end. This kind of feeling was really too frightening. Naturally, Limitless Palace also received this news. Nangongwu already knew that the Yu clan's situation would be very miserable. However, after hearing the exact news, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Linfeng, your disciples' methods are really comparable to yours. As expected, people who aren't from the same family are bound to enter the same house. Nangongwu sighed and shook her head, but her face was full of smiles. At that time, Yu Linfeng had relied on his own strength to kill his way out of the encirclement. The record he had created was also extremely shocking. And now, Yu Linfeng's disciple had also relied on his own strength to directly destroy the entire Yu clan. Even if the Yu clan still had some people left, after Bailey Hongshuang's follow-up actions, they would all be wiped out. However, this kind of feeling was really domineering and satisfying. Yu Linfeng's gentle jade-like face rippled with a cool breeze-like smile. The Yu clan reaped what they sowed. Towards an enemy, one should kill them in one blow. There was no need for pity or sympathy. Bailey Hongshuang's actions this time could only be said to be beautiful. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing couldn't help but be shocked when they knew that the Yu clan had turned into stray dogs because of Bailey Hongshuang's actions. Previously, when Bailey Hongshuang came back, she only told them that she had poisoned them. However, she did not elaborate on the specifics. They knew that Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills were very good, but they didn't expect it to be so destructive. After the initial shock, the two of them only felt one thing, and that was satisfaction. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing would never forget the time when they knelt in front of the Yu family while holding Yishuan in swaddling clothes. The Yu family's high and mighty attitude. The feeling of having their dignity trampled on was deeply buried in their memories. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. And now, the infant who had been persecuted by the Yu clan had turned into an avenger and came to the Yu clan to take back everything. Yun Xiao, Yishuan has already pulled open the curtain of revenge. We should also work hard. Mu Lingbing's lips curled into a radiant smile. For the past 19 years, they had endured all the humiliation and humiliation. Now, it was time for them to take it all back. Their daughter was one step faster than them, and as parents, they couldn't be too slow. Hearing this, Lan Yunxiao nodded. The depths of his eyes flickered as a biting cold light quietly flitted past. Back then, he had cared about his brotherly affection and allowed his wife and daughter to reach this step. 19 years later, he would definitely not make the same mistake. When the news of the Yu clan had spread throughout the entire Xianxia continent, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had already embarked on their journey to the Lan clan. Bailey Hongshuang had never been to the Lan clan, even though it was her former home. As an infant, she did not have any memories of the past. She was once born in this clan. Her parents were once greatly supported here. They had also tasted a bloody lesson here and paid a huge price. Today, she was about to return to this land. My wife, the 3 months are almost up. The poison in Lan Qingyan's body should have stopped acting up soon, right? Debachen's long eyebrows slanted. When he was in the Yu clan, he had always heard the news of Lan Qingyan being tortured beyond recognition by this poison. Now that such a long time had passed, it was really hard for him to imagine that Lan Qingyan would become like this. Bailey Hongshuang nodded, then the effect of the poison is about to dissipate. It seems that Yu Xiqing's poison skills are really incomparable to yours. After such a long time, she still hasn't figured out a way to neutralize it. Debachen's eyes were clear and bright. His deep, dark eyes revealed an unconcealable appreciation and admiration. His wife's methods in other aspects were really amazing. Bailey Hongshuang's red lips slightly curved, her beautiful eyes as clear as water. I had overestimated Yu Xiqing previously. I thought that she would only need to spend some time to neutralize this poison. However, it seems that her level is still not enough. Debachen looked at Bailey Hongshuang's bright and beautiful eyes, full of youthfulness and vitality. His heart was slightly moved. This time, when we arrive at the Lan clan, I'm afraid that Lan Qingyan's people will make things difficult for you. Debachen frowned. With Lan Qingyan's vengeful personality, she will definitely not let us enter the ice snow pool so easily. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Grandfather and grandmother are already waiting for us at the Lan clan. If the Lan clan dares to make a move against us, grandfather and grandmother will appear. I believe that the Lan family will not dare to do anything to us due to the circumstances. Oh? Debachen was surprised. Why didn't I know about this? Bailey Hongshuang stuck out her tongue, her charming face filled with slyness. My mother told me before we left. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were working hard to raise their strength, so they couldn't come with them. However, because they were worried about their safety, they had already discussed this matter with Situ Yin and Mu Jintz. They would protect Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Jintz well. Once the two sect masters arrived, even if the Lan family wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have to think twice. Right now, the Yu clan was no longer a force to be reckoned with. If the Lan clan wanted to resist the Tiangang sect and the Sun Moon Palace, it would obviously be difficult. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied Lan Qingyan was, she could only endure it. They had to go to the divine pond of ice and snow. No one would let go of such a good opportunity to increase their strength. When they came out of the divine pond of ice and snow, it would be time for them to face the Lan clan. Lan Jingquang, Yu Manlan, Lan Qingyan, this hypocritical and filthy family, their good days were about to come to an end. Wife, have you thought about what the Lan clan's attitude would be when they find out about your identity? Bewitching pondered for a moment before asking the question in his heart. As Bewitching's voice fell, Bailey Hongshuang's eyelids drooped slightly. The sun shone on her fan-like eyelashes, casting a shadow, making people unable to see what she was thinking. Bewitching also felt complicated about this point. Back then, the Lan family had gone overboard by doing such things to Bailey Hongshuang and the others. But no matter what, the Lan family was still the family that Bailey Hongshuang truly belonged to. Lan Yunxiao's brothers and sisters were all here. They could face the Yu family without any misgivings, but what kind of attitude should they face the Lan family? Bewitching knew that Bailey Hongshuang was also conflicted about this point, which was why Bailey Hongshuang had never brought it up. But now that they were about to head to the Lan family, they naturally had to consider the situation clearly. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what to do next. Bailey Hongshuang was silent for a moment, then said, "There are only two possibilities. The first is that everyone stands on Lan Jingquang's side and feels alarmed and hostile towards our appearance. The second is that a portion of people care about old friendships and stand on our side." She had thought about this matter before. Although the Lan family was her family, she was unfamiliar with this family. Aside from the news she heard, she knew nothing about the Lan family's situation. In reality, she was also very clear that what had happened back then had been a conspiracy by Lan Jingquang and his faction. Not everyone in the Lan family had wallowed in the mire. It was just that the others had chosen to ignore and compromise in the end, leaving them bitterly disappointed. Betrayal, that was a feeling of betrayal. Even though Bailey Hongshuang hadn't experienced that scene, she could imagine Lan Yunxia's feelings just by thinking about it. This feeling was undoubtedly extremely painful. No matter how the others apologized, the damage had already been done. However, it was also impossible for Bailey Hongshuang to destroy the entire Lan family. Although the majority had chosen to compromise, there were still clansmen who had fought alongside Lan Yunxiao to the end. They couldn't hurt these people. Bewitching nodded. It's been so many years. Lan Jingquang's influence in the Lan family has grown. I'm sure many people have become his people. However, Lan Qingyan's incident this time will most likely cause quite a bit of trouble for Lan Jingquang. His influence will also weaken a bit. I believe that even after so many years, the hearts of those who fought alongside father will not waver. Bailey Hongshuang's pitch-black eyes flickered with a cold and proud light. She had enough confidence in Lan Yunxia's abilities. Although the majority of the people had compromised, with Lan Yunxia's position in the Lan family, there were still many people who supported him, just like Yu Linfeng. Even though Lan Yunxiao had disappeared for so many years and everyone thought he was dead, Yu Linfeng still remembered him and the kindness he had shown him back then. Lan Yunxiao and Lan Jingquang were fundamentally different. Lan Jingquang relied on benefits to subdue people, but Lan Yunxiao was enough to convince people wholeheartedly. This was the reason why Lan Jingquang couldn't compare to Lan Yunxiao back then. After that incident, Lan Yunxiao viewed Lan Jingquang as an enemy. Presumably, Lan Yunxiao's faction also viewed Lan Jingquang as an enemy. You're right. There must be a lot of people in this huge Lan clan who support Uncle. Bewitching's brows were filled with certainty. It was because of this that he felt that they needed to think more before confronting the Lan clan. From what I know, the Lan clan's clan head was furious after the incident. He even wanted to fall out with the Yu clan. However, in the end, he was forced to compromise because of the clan's interests. However, all these years, the Lan clan's clan head has never been kind to Lan Jingquang. He has always been thinking about your father. Although the Lan clan's situation was rather secretive, Bewitching still managed to find out a lot of information. He felt that as long as Lan Jingquang's faction was expelled, the Lan clan would be different from before. Beichen, I feel that this matter should be decided by my father. My target is only Lan Qingyan. Bailey Hongshuang's deep eyes blossomed with a dazzling brilliance. Her voice was cold and resolute. The conflict between the elders should be resolved by the elders. That year, Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan were not her parents' opponents. Therefore, they could only use such underhanded methods to obtain victory. Now, her parents were on the road to revenge. All these grudges should be resolved by their own hands. As for her, as a junior, the thing she wanted to take back was on Lan Qingyan's body, this woman stole her rainbow pearl and lived arrogantly for so many years. Today, she wanted to take back everything from Lan Qingyan's hands with her own hands. She could imagine Lan Qingyan's arrogant appearance in front of her parents all these years. Not only did she not feel the slightest bit of guilt for taking away her sister's things, on the contrary, she felt that all of this was how it should be. For this kind of inhumane sister, Bailey Hongzhuang could only use her strength to teach her what was called human nature. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. His gaze gradually became gentle. You're right. Along the way, Bailey Hongzhuang had done enough. Now that Lan Yunxiao, Mu Lingbing, and Mu Jins had all recovered, they could personally resolve the grudges between the elders. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, she could finally put down some of the burden on her shoulders. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and smiled. The morning sun shone on the two of them, plating them with a layer of illusory brilliance. The two of them held each other's hands tightly. Time passed peacefully. When the Bailey Hongzhuang duo arrived at Blue Sun City, they saw Mo Yunjue as expected. Mo Yunjue, as the young lord of the Heaven Slaughter Pavilion, always had the feeling that he was in control, as if everything was within his expectations. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching entered Blue Sun City, Mo Yunjue's people came to pick them up. Because there were still a few days before the Divine Ice Pond opened, they temporarily stayed in Blue Sun City and did not directly go to the Lan family. Although that was the case, no matter if it was Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, or Mo Yunjue, their temperaments were not ordinary people. Thus, when they entered Blue Sun City, they attracted the attention of many people. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were very free and easy. This time, they came to Blue Sun City openly. Unlike when they went to Yutian City, they did not need to hide anything. Hongzhuang, Bewitching, you're here. Yunjue, you're early. Bailey Hongzhuang's face bloomed with an elegant smile. In order to avoid missing the date, they had specially come a few days earlier. Who would have thought that Mo Yunjue would be even earlier than them? I'm only early by 2 days. Mo Yunjue chuckled, then gave a thumbs up. I've already heard. The commotion you've caused this time is really big. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. Naturally, they knew what Mo Yunjue was talking about. I'm only here to accompany the guest. This is all Hongzhuang's doing. Bewitching raised his handsome eyebrows. As her husband, he had achieved very little in this matter. Everything had been planned by Bailey Hongzhuang. Mo Yunjue's sharp and cold face curved into a smile. Bewitching, if you continue like this, I'm afraid you'll fall behind Hongzhuang. They had all seen Bailey Hongzhuang's improvement over the years. In fact, even at their level, they couldn't help but gasp in admiration after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's improvement. If Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't been unable to cultivate because her dantian had been destroyed, Bailey Hongzhuang would probably be the #1 person among the younger generation in the Xianxia continent. Hearing Mo Yunjue's teasing, Bewitching shrugged indifferently, looking as if he didn't care. In the future, I'll rely on my wife to protect me. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. It was really rare to see this side of Bewitching. Mo Yunjue didn't seem to expect Bewitching to have such a reaction. At first, he was stunned, then he smiled helplessly. Who asked him to not have a wife? Right now, the Yu clan is in Blue Sun City and is very close to the Lan clan. In order to cure Lan Qingyan's poison, Yu Xiqing had always stayed in the Lan clan. Once your real identity is exposed, I'm afraid that the Yu clan will not let you off easily. Are you guys ready? Mo Yunjue's expression was unfathomable. During this period of time, he had already understood the situation clearly. If only Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching came here alone, it would be very risky. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we still have to go. Moreover, this Yu clan was slaughtered by Hongzhuang like stray dogs. Bewitching's expression was relaxed, without the slightest bit of nervousness in the face of a great enemy. On the contrary, it was filled with a poetic feeling as if he was on a scenic tour. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly without saying anything. At that time, it was too difficult for her to fight against the entire Lan clan and Yu clan by herself. But now, she was no longer the isolated and helpless young girl who could only rely on herself. Her background was enough to contend against them. It seems that you are full of confidence. Mo Yunjue nodded and muttered to himself. Although he did not know what Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were planning, it was fine as long as they came prepared. After preparing for so long, we have finally come to the Lan clan. Naturally, we are mentally prepared. Yunjue, thank you for always helping me. Bailey Hongzhuang's bright eyes were filled with heartfelt gratitude. Even during this period of time, Mo Yunjue was still helping her to face the Yu clan's investigation. I'm not helping for free, I want to be rewarded. Mo Yunjue's brows revealed a trace of freedom. His ink-black eyes faintly revealed some reluctance and complexity. Now that things had come to this, he had to admit that he had lost to Bewitching in terms of feelings. Reward? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, a bit puzzled. Didn't you say you were going to teach me the art of disguise? Mo Yunjue laughed. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood, don't worry, we were in too much of a hurry when we met before. Since we have time now, I'll teach you the art of disguise. She only mastered this disguise technique occasionally. However, for an organization like Shirtian Pavilion, a good disguise technique was too important for them. Next, Bailey Hongzhuang taught Mo Yunjue the art of disguise. Mo Yunjue originally knew the art of disguise from Xianxia continent, but after experiencing Bailey Hongzhuang's art of disguise, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was much better than theirs. As long as one wasn't an expert in disguise, they wouldn't be able to see through this disguise. With Mo Yunjue's talent, he learned very quickly. With Bailey Hongzhuang's teaching, he naturally got the hang of it. During this process, Bewitching, the wife-protecting demon, naturally stayed at the side and learned a thing or two. With his wife's playful personality, she would often make him look so ugly that even she couldn't bear to look at him. During this process, Mo Yunjue also told Bailey Hongzhuang all the news that he recently learned. Because the poison in Lan Qingyan's body hasn't been cured for a long time, Lan Jingquang's power in the Lan clan has declined. However, Lan Qingyan is still alive, and Lan Jingquang has the support of the elders, so he can still hold on for the time being. Once Lan Qingyan dies, it would be useless for Lan Jingquang to hold on. Therefore, they have placed all their hopes on Yu Xiqing. Only if Yu Xiqing succeeds in curing the poison will their situation improve. This is not only what Lan Jingquang is looking forward to, but also what the Yu clan is looking forward to. Mo Yunjue shifted his gaze, only to see Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth was like a pill, her skin as delicate as porcelain, revealing a kind of shocking beauty. He could not help but admire her. It was no wonder that Bailey Hongzhuang was able to cure his poison. Even Yu Xiqing, who was known as the #1 doctor in the Xianxia continent, was no match for Bailey Hongzhuang. She was truly amazing. Now that you have arrived in Blue Sun City, I'm afraid the Lan family has already heard of your arrival. I'm afraid they will come looking for you very soon. Mo Yunjue looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching mockingly. Once they entered the Lan family's sphere of influence, trouble came one after another. Lan Qingyan was the most outstanding disciple of the Lan clan in this generation. The divine pond of ice snow was about to open. If Lan Qingyan missed this opportunity, she would have to wait for another one. This was definitely not something the Lan family wanted to see. Once she waited for another 3 years, it would be very difficult for Lan Qingyan to catch up to her original progress. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly, her ink-black phoenix eyes revealed understanding and wisdom. They probably won't come looking for me because the poison should be cured today. Yu Xiqing can cure the poison today? Mo Yunjue was a little puzzled. If Bailey Hongzhuang could even predict when Yu Xiqing would be cured, this was a little scary. No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. The poison I gave Lan Qingyan has a time limit. Now that the time is up, her poison will naturally be cured. As soon as this was said, Mo Yunjue also understood. Lan Jingquang was in a terrible fix recently. No matter how hard Yu Xiqing tried to detoxify Lan Qingyan's condition did not improve. As Yu Xiqing spent more time, the suspicions of the Lan clan towards Yu Xiqing deepened. No matter what, Yu Xiqing was known as the #1 in the art of medicine and poison. Who would have thought that she would not be able to detoxify Lan Qingyan after spending 3 months? The Yu clan was already in decline. After this situation, the people of Blue Sun City looked down on the Yu clan even more. 3 months were almost up. The divine pond of ice and snow was about to open. However, Lan Qingyan's condition did not improve. They would have to give up this golden opportunity. Thinking of this, Lan Jingquang felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. He had carefully planned for so many years. He did not expect that it would be ruined because of a battle for supremacy. Once Lan Qingyan missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for the other disciples of the Lan clan to catch up even if Lan Qingyan survived the divine pond of ice and snow. In other words, their original power could be said to be gone forever. One careless move and the whole game was lost. After knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had come to Blue Sun City, Lan Jingquang's eyes lit up. He quickly sent people to find Bailey Hongzhuang. Yu Xiqing spent so much time and still could not detoxify it. Obviously, there was no way to successfully detoxify it. Since this poison was administered by Bailey Hongzhuang must have a way to detoxify it. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang was in Limitless Palace. Even if they wanted to ask for it, they would not be able to get a good result. However, now that Bailey Hongzhuang was in their Lan clan's sphere of influence, this situation would be much easier to solve. If Bailey Hongzhuang was not willing to give up the antidote, then their Lan clan could only use violence. No matter what, he could not let his years of planning go to waste. Immediately go to the clan and invite Bailey Hongzhuang to the clan. Lan Jingquang's eyes flashed with malice. He was filled with disgust and hatred towards this Bailey Hongzhuang whom he had never met before. If it weren't for Bailey Hongzhuang, he wouldn't have been in such a terrible state for the past 3 months. Other than when Lan Yunxiao was with him, he hadn't felt this feeling for many years. Yes. When the Lan family's second elder and the others found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had arrived in Blue Sun City, smiles appeared on their faces. No matter what, at least Lan Qingyan had persevered until now. As long as the antidote arrived, Lan Qingyan would be able to recover quickly. After all, the Lan family also had a lot of natural treasures. As long as Lan Qingyan could participate in the divine pond of ice and snow this time, then all of these effects would not matter. Even though the Lan family had many outstanding disciples, as long as Lan Qingyan did not die, she would still be the most outstanding person. No one could compare to her. However, just as Lan Jingquang was sending people to invite Bailey Hongzhuang, news suddenly came from Yu Xiqing's residence. Master Quang, Great Master Yu Xiqing just sent news. She has successfully detoxified the poison in Lan Qingyan's body. Now, Lan Qingyan's injuries have already begun to recover. Hearing this news, Lan Jingquang was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Is this true? Previously, when they knew that Lan Qingyan had lost an arm, the Lan family had already prepared the medicinal herbs for her. However, later on, the situation was not suitable for treatment and this matter had been delayed. However, the medicinal herbs had always been placed in Yu Xiqing's residence. Once Yu Xiqing successfully detoxified the poison, she would immediately treat Lan Qingyan. Lan Jingquang instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he was worried that using forceful means on Bailey Hongzhuang might cause some trouble. However, compared to the greater loss, this was already the best method. He did not expect that Yu Xiqing would be able to detoxify Lan Qingyan at this crucial moment. This really solved a huge problem for him. It seemed that the heavens did not want him to die. Although the process of these 3 months was very torturous, as long as Lan Qingyan could recover, then all the problems could be easily solved. Thinking of the vexation he had suffered in these 3 months, Lan Jingquang's gaze became increasingly gloomy and cold. After Lan Qingyan had truly recovered, he would let those disloyal people taste the consequences of betrayal. Come, let's go, and take a look. Lan Jingquang immediately stood up and walked towards Yu Xiqing's residence. The second elder and the others were also overjoyed. Their original nervousness and worry had already disappeared, and it was replaced by a kind of pleasure of taking revenge. After nearly 3 months of torture, Lan Qingyan's entire body was on the verge of death. She felt that she was not far from death. However, when she woke up from her coma today, she suddenly felt that the pain that accompanied her for nearly 3 months had suddenly disappeared. This feeling was too nostalgic and she even suspected that she was hallucinating. However, after she told Yu Xiqing about her feelings, Yu Xiqing took her pulse and told her that the poison in her body had been completely removed. Hearing Yu Xiqing's words, Lan Qingyan only felt that it was inconceivable. She was almost certain that she was going to die. She did not expect that there would be a sudden turn of events, however, the feeling in her body was indeed there. She asked Uxiqing many times and Uxiqing gave her such a definite answer. She suddenly felt as if she had risen from hell to heaven. In reality, it was not only Lan Qingyan who had this feeling. Uxiqing also had the same feeling. During this period of time, as she was at her wit's end, she could feel that the Lan family's attitude towards her was getting colder and colder. It was obvious that they no longer took her seriously. She, who had always been looked up to by others, could not stand being looked down upon by others. However, the poison was too strong, and she could not break it no matter how hard she tried. However, what she didn't expect was that Lan Qingyan's poison would suddenly disappear today. It had completely disappeared. After discovering this, Uxiqing immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Under such torment, Lan Qingyan was already muddle-headed. She had no idea what was going on. She would take all the credit for this, and no one would know. Once she spread the news of the antidote, she would become a hero of the Lan family. As a result, the Lan clan no longer dared to look down on him. On the contrary, she would become an honored guest of the Lan family and Lan Qingyan's savior. Lan Qingyan was the young mistress of the Lan family. With such an identity, she did not need to worry about the following situation. When Lan Jingquang arrived, he saw that Lan Qingyan's pale face had recovered a bit and her spirit was much better. Seeing this, Lan Jingquang's eyes couldn't help but be filled with joy. "Qingyan, how do you feel?" Lan Qingyan's mood was naturally very good. This feeling of living from the brink of death was difficult to move. Her face revealed a joyful smile. "Father, I'm very good. Thanks to Grandaunt for saving me." Although she didn't know much about medicine, the pain in her body had indeed disappeared. After recovering from the pain that was enough to torture a person to death, Lan Qingyan only felt that every minute and every second was exceptionally comfortable. Lan Jingquang's face was full of smiles. He then turned to look at Uxiqing. "Aunt, it's been hard on you. Thank you for saving Qingyan's life." These days, because Uxiqing hadn't made any progress in curing Lan Qingyan's poison, Lan Jingquang couldn't help but have some opinions in his heart. Originally, Lan Jingquang had always been very respectful towards Uxiqing. However, after the incident in the Yu clan, Lan Jingquang's thoughts had changed. After all, Uxiqing had always been known as the #1 in medicine and poison for so many years. He didn't expect that when the Yu clan was in trouble, Uxiqing would be helpless. It was as if she was useless in an instant. Lan Qingyan had been poisoned for so long. Uxiqing had always been thinking of ways to cure the poison, but there was no progress. This made him wonder if Uxiqing's previous reputation was just flattery. Otherwise, the other party just casually poisoned her and it was already difficult for Uxiqing to be in such a difficult situation. When he thought of all the requests that Uxiqing made of him, the dissatisfaction in his heart became even stronger. Fortunately, after so long, he finally succeeded in curing the poison. Looking at Lan Jingquang's face full of smiles, Uxiqing couldn't help but feel a trace of disdain and disgust. These days, she saw the change in Lan Jingquang's attitude towards her. If she didn't say that she cured Lan Qingyan's poison, she was afraid that in the following days, she really wouldn't have any status in the Lan clan. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Although she didn't know why Lan Qingyan's poison dissipated, as long as it dissipated, it was enough. "You're too polite. Curing Qingyan's poison is my duty," Uxiqing said with a smile. Her sincere appearance did not reveal the disgust in her heart. "Aunt, I'll have to trouble you to help Qingyan recover as soon as possible. The Ice Snow Divine Altar is about to open." Uxiqing nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. With so many heavenly treasures, it's very easy to let Qingyan recover as soon as possible." After receiving Uxiqing's confirmation, Lan Jingquang let out a sigh of relief. He felt like he could finally put down the stone that had been weighing on his heart for so many days. Next, he would be able to answer to the elders. As for those who had become disloyal during these days, he could start dealing with them. Lan Qingyan's face was full of smiles, but the ruthlessness in her eyes became more intense. The reason why he had suffered so much was all because of that bitch, Bailey Hongzhuang. After the Battle of Zhuelu, she already hated Bailey Hongzhuang to the extreme. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would almost take her life. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang was here. She must make sure that Bailey Hongzhuang would never return. The news of Lan Qingyan's detoxification quickly spread throughout the Lan family. This news was no different from a heavy bomb, shocking everyone in the Lan family. In fact, the poison in Lan Qingyan's body had not been detoxified for so long. Almost everyone was certain that Lan Qingyan would die without a doubt. Many of the younger disciples of the Lan family even wondered if the opportunity to enter the divine ice pond would fall on them. Unexpectedly, just a few days before the divine ice pond opened, Lan Qingyan was detoxified. For a moment, Lan Jingquang's people were extremely happy, while the other group was deeply worried. Once Lan Qingyan's injuries were healed, the situation would return to how it was before. Winner takes all. They could almost imagine the outcome. The Lan family's patriarch, Lan Hongtai, also knew of this news. He didn't feel much about it because his heart was now on Bailey Hongzhuang, who had already arrived in Blue Sun City. He wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang with his own eyes. However, the current situation between the Lan family and Bailey Hongzhuang was very sensitive. One must know that the reason why Lan Qingyan was in such a situation was all because of Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't intend to alert the enemy. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang entered the Lan family, then he would definitely have the opportunity to see her. Mo Yunjue was indeed a genius. When learning the art of disguise, he could be said to be able to grasp it with just a little bit. After Bailey Hongzhuang taught Mo Yunjue some of the key techniques, Mo Yunjue was able to master it very quickly. At this moment, a series of knocks sounded outside the house. Following that, a man in a black robe walked into the house. He looked as if he had something to report to Mo Yunjue. Mo Yunjue nodded slightly and gave a look, indicating that he didn't need to care about Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Only then did the man slowly speak. Young master, the Lan family just released news that Xianxia has successfully detoxified Lan Qingyan. When this news came out, Mo Yunjue couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. The situation was really as Bailey Hongzhuang said, Lan Qingyan's poisons was detoxified today. But this should be the detoxification was done by Xianxia. Got it. You can leave now. Report back if you have any news. Mo Yunjue waved his hand, and the man in black walked out of the house. Bewitching's lips curled into a slight smile, and his expression was somewhat mocking. Looks like this Xianxia is also at her wit's end. In order to improve her situation, she actually took all the credit for herself. I'm afraid that Lan Jingquang and the rest are now endlessly grateful to Xianxia. If they know that all this wasn't Xianxia's doing, their expressions. I'm really looking forward to it. Mo Yunjue chuckled. Xianxia thought that no one else would know about this, but as the instigators, they couldn't be clearer about this matter. Xianxia hasn't been able to detoxify my poison for so long. I'm afraid that her situation in the Lan family isn't very good. For her to do this now, although it's somewhat shameless, it's understandable. Xianxia would never have imagined that she would fall into such a situation one day. However, this was nothing now. Once Xianxia finds out who she really was, she would feel even worse. There's no hurry, the truth will not be buried just like that. Let Xianxia be smug for now. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled upwards and there was a hint of ridicule in his smile. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. The situation would only get more and more interesting. At night, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were cultivating in their room when two figures suddenly appeared soundlessly in front of them. Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Qinghan immediately withdrew from their cultivation and looked at the two exceptionally familiar figures in front of them. Joyful smiles appeared on their faces. Grandfather, grandmother. Bailey Hongzhuang rose to her feet. Ever since she had left Sun Moon Palace, she had not seen Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's. Now that she had seen the two of them again, she could not help but feel excited. She had heard from her parents that the relationship between Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's had been mended a lot. Although there were still some affectionate feelings, it was only a matter of time. Master, mistress. Bewitching bowed respectfully and a joyful smile appeared on his incomparably handsome face. Ever since his master had found his mistress, he had completely become a hands-off shopkeeper and no longer paid any attention to the matters of Tiangang sect. However, now that he had seen his master and mistress together, he was genuinely happy. He had lived with his master since he was a child and understood his master's situation very well. After so many years, he had never seen his master in such high spirits. This feeling was as if he had found his life's goal. In the past, he had never seen his master so happy. Perhaps from the day his master had found his mistress, he had finally begun to live the life he truly wanted. Situyen and Mu Jin sized up the talented and beautiful couple Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang before them. Their eyes flickered with relief and kindness. Looks like you've improved a lot during this period of time. With Situyen's cultivation, he could naturally see the current strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching at a glance. Compared to before they had participated in the Battle of Shuolu, their strength had increased tremendously. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching smiled. The Battle of Shuolu was truly a good place, especially the Primal Chaos Tablet. It helped them raise their cultivation by quite a bit. If they hadn't participated in the Battle of Shuolu, there would still be a large gap between them. I've already heard about the Battle of Shuolu. To be able to achieve such good results, Yixuan, we're really overjoyed. Mu Jinsei's face was filled with joy and excitement. When she had found out about Bailey Hongzhuang's achievements, she had felt an indescribable sense of pride. This feeling made her happier than when she had achieved good results. Grandma, I was just lucky. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Speaking of her experience in the Battle of Shuolu, no one knew whether it was good luck or bad luck. If they hadn't been unlucky enough to walk on the most difficult path, then she wouldn't have been so lucky to obtain such a huge increase in strength. It could only be said that everything was predestined. Bailey Hongzhuang was still young, but she was able to reach this step with her own ability. Just this point alone made her stronger than everyone present. At least, Mu Jin was ashamed of her inferiority. Beichin, you have to work harder. Hongzhuang is getting more and more powerful now. Situyen patted Beichin's shoulder with an extremely kind expression. He had watched Beichin grow up since he was a child, so he knew his character very well. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichin were together, there was still a big gap between them. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had obtained the Rainbow Pearl, her talent had been completely revealed, and the gap between the two was gradually shrinking. If Beichin didn't work harder, and Bailey Hongzhuang caught up to him in the future, then the situation would be different. Of course, in Situyen's opinion, there was nothing wrong with living off a woman. Beichin nodded and said with a smile, Master, I will work hard. Looking at Beichin's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. Today was the second time someone had said such words to Beichin. It seemed that the increase in her strength was really a bit dangerous for Beichin. However, she also knew in her heart that this was because Beichin's physique hadn't changed yet. Once Beichin's physique changed, then his cultivation speed would greatly increase. After they settled the Lan family's matter, they would put all their focus on changing Beichin's physique. Otherwise, if they continued to delay like this, it wouldn't be good for Beichin's body. During this period of time, the situation had gradually begun to appear, but Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were able to successfully suppress it, so there weren't any problems now. Yixuan, I heard that Lan Qingyan's poison has been cured. Once you don't have this weakness, I'm afraid that when you go to the Lan family, they will start to question you. What do you plan to do next? Mu Jinsei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with concern. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang had recognized her, Bailey Hongzhuang's actions had never made them worry. However, this time, Bailey Hongzhuang had poisoned Lan Qingyan so viciously. Once Lan Qingyan recovered, she would definitely not let this matter rest. If they directly fell out with the Lan family, it would be fine. But according to their understanding, Bailey Hongzhuang planned to enter the Divine Ice Lake first. If that was the case, the situation would be a little troublesome. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, with confidence and indifference between her eyebrows. Now that I'm the Sun Moon Palace's young palace master, I believe that the Lan family won't dare to do anything to me. The Battle of Shuolu has never prohibited the use of poison. What's more, I only poisoned Lan Qingyan and took her life. If the Lan family were to kill me because of this, it would be too much. Bailey Hongzhuang was the head of an aristocratic family in her previous life, so she was very clear about some of the things that aristocratic families paid attention to. No matter what, this participation in the Divine Ice Lake was a promise that the Lan family had previously made. If the Lan family didn't fulfill this promise, it would be a huge blow to the Lan family's reputation. Originally, the Battle of Zhuolu this time had already weakened the Lan family's reputation. If this unfavorable news were to spread, then the Lan family's influence would be even worse. They were the ones who suggested the divine pond of ice and snow as a reward. They won't slap their own face on this point. Even if they want to settle the score, they'll have to wait until we leave the divine pond of ice and snow. However, once we leave the divine pond of ice and snow, there's no need to continue hiding. Bewitching quickly said. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's words, Si Tuyen and Mu Jinsei looked at each other. It seemed that these two brats had already calculated everything. It's better to be safe than sorry. Si Tuyan's voice deepened. Lan Jingquang isn't a soft-hearted person. This time, he's in a terrible fix. I'm afraid he won't let you off so easily. Now, whether it was Si Tuyan or Mu Jinsei, they were both on guard against the Lan and Yu clans. This was because, from the things that had happened these past few years, they clearly knew that both the Lan and Yu clans were not good people. Grandfather and grandmother are already here, aren't they? With you here, we don't have to be afraid of anything. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of smiles. The Yu clan was no longer the same as before. To let the Lan clan offend Tiangang sect and Sun Moon Palace, they probably didn't have the guts to do so. However, once Mu Jinsei appeared, Yu Xiqing would probably be completely dumbfounded. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's cute and playful appearance, Mu Jinsei couldn't help but reach out and pat Bailey Hongzhuang's head. You little brat, you've really calculated everything. That's natural. If I didn't have a foolproof plan, I wouldn't have dared to set foot here. If she hadn't prepared everything, how would she have dared to set foot in this place that meant so much to her? This was the place she had secretly decided to come to when she found out about her past. Back then, she had suffered great humiliation here. Now that she was here again, she definitely wouldn't allow anything unexpected to happen here. What she wanted was to stand in front of the Lan clan in a completely domineering manner. She wanted to let everyone in the Lan clan know how foolish their decision was back then. Even if she lost the Rainbow God Pearl, she still couldn't be compared to trash like Lan Qingyan. Similarly, her father was not someone a despicable person like Lan Jingquang could compare to. As for her mother, she wasn't someone that a vicious and merciless woman like Yu Manlan could compare to. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others came to an agreement. First, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching would head to the Lan family. Mu Jins and Si Tuyen would keep an eye on the Lan family's situation. If anything went wrong, they would immediately appear. In this way, this was already a foolproof plan, and there was no need to worry about any other risks. Even if it was only Si Tuyen and Mu Jinsei who came alone and did not bring anyone from their forces, there was still no need to worry. Grandmother, this time when I went to the Yu clan, I specially prepared a gift for you. Her beautiful eyes, which were as black as ink, flickered with a dazzling light. She believed that her grandfather and grandmother were still unaware of this. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Jin stared blankly for a moment before asking, "What gift?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Yu Xiqing had used such a vicious poison on you, causing you to suffer for so many years. This time, I've improved the poison and used it on Yu Xiqing's body. As Yu Xiqing's old friends, they understood her cautiousness very well. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to even get close to Yu Xiqing, not to mention poisoning her without anyone noticing. They had been in Blue Sun City for a while and had a certain understanding of the Lan and Yu family. After knowing that the Yu family had suffered such a huge blow because of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's actions, the two of them couldn't help but gasp in surprise. However, they had never heard of the news of Yu Xiqing being poisoned. On the contrary, there had been rumors of Yu Xiqing helping Lan Qingyan to cure her poison. If Yu Xiqing had really been poisoned, she shouldn't be so relaxed right now and still have the leisure to help others cure their poison. However, they naturally wouldn't doubt Bailey Hongzhuang's words. It seemed that there were still many things that they weren't clear about. Hongzhuang, how did you poison Yu Xiqing? Didn't she notice? Si Tuyen felt that it was a little inconceivable. Yu Xiqing was a vicious and merciless woman, so she was extremely guarded against others. All these years, in order to find out about Mu Jin's whereabouts, he had tried to threaten Yu Xiqing. However, this woman had always taken all the unfavorable factors into account, leaving him helpless. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was actually able to poison Yu Xiqing successfully. From the looks of it, Yu Xiqing hadn't noticed until now. This wasn't an ordinary feat. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed. Poisoning Yu Xiqing was indeed an extremely difficult task. As her direct disciple, I had stayed by her side for a whole month before I found a chance to poison her. However, this goo poison isn't like ordinary poisons and needs a certain amount of time to take effect. This is the only way to bury the goo poison deeper. Judging from the current situation, it won't be long before the poison flares up. After knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang had become Yu Xiqing's direct disciple, Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's couldn't help but be stunned. Previously, they had only roughly understood that the Yu family had fallen into such a situation. However, they didn't understand the process at all. They didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually become Yu Xiqing's direct disciple. This was really out of their expectations. It seemed that when Bailey Hongzhuang had gone to the Yu family, the things that had happened weren't ordinary. If Yu Xiqing knew that her direct disciple had poisoned her, who knew what kind of expression she would have? Yixuan, is the goo poison you gave Yu Xiqing the same as the goo poison I was inflicted with before? Mu Jin's couldn't help but ask. When she thought about how this parasite had tortured her for so many years, she felt her hair stand on end. The effects of the goo poison were too terrifying. She had been tortured for years to the point that she almost wanted to end her own life. Fortunately, she had persevered. Yixuan Yixuan Jia Yixuan, Yixuan Yixuan, 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 and then Yixuan, Yixuan. The goo worm is still the same one as before, but I added a little something. The effect of this goo poison is very similar to the one from back then, but it's much more powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black eyes flashed with a bright luster. Since she wanted to return everything to Yu Xiqing, it was naturally impossible for it to be the same as back then. She had to make Yu Xiqing suffer more. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Mu Jin's and Si Tuyen glanced at each other. Their granddaughter was really not an ordinary kind of person. If Yu Xiqing knew about this, she would definitely regret everything she had done. I'll wait and see. Mu Jin smiled. Mu Jin's did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for someone like Mu Jin's who had done many evil deeds. Once Yu Xiqing fell into her hands, she would definitely let her have a good taste of what was called pain. However, her granddaughter's methods were obviously more than hers. Giving her a taste of her own medicine was the best. In the next 2 days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest lived peacefully in Blue Sun City. However, they were still keenly aware that many people from the Lan family were watching their every move. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two generously let the other party see. At least before entering the Divine Ice Snow Pond, they did not have any plans. As for Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's, they had already completely disappeared from everyone's sight. With their strength, as long as they wanted to hide, the Lan family would not be able to discover them. Ever since Lan Qingyan had been cured of the poison, her original arrogance had returned. During this period, although she had been lying in bed, she still understood what had happened from the mouths of Yu Manlan and the rest. In the past, she did not know that so many people wanted her to fall so that they could obtain her resources. This point caused Lan Qingyan's heart to be filled with intense anger. These bastards. She must quickly recover and not let them have the chance to take advantage of her. After this period of experience, Lan Qingyan felt that she had grown again. In the past, her life had been smooth sailing and she had not experienced any great storms. She thought that everything was so easy. However, after Lan Jingquang taught her a lesson, she realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. The reason why her life had been so smooth all these years was because Lan Jingquang had been helping her with everything. Lan Qingyan felt that she was not ruthless enough in the past. If she was ruthless enough, like her father, once she made a move, she would not have fallen into such a situation. This time, after entering the divine pond of ice and snow, she would first take Bailey Hongzhuang's life. Then, she would make those fellows in the family unable to have any other thoughts. The future head of the Lan family could only be her. When Lan Jingquang saw the change in Lan Qingyan's attitude, his face revealed a joyful smile. Fortunately, this daughter of his, Lan Qingyan, was not as useless as Yu Manlan. In fact, she was more like him. As long as Lan Qingyan pulled herself together, the Lan family would definitely be theirs. Father, that Bailey Hongzhuang is very strange. She is extremely strong when it comes to fighting above her level. It had been 3 months since the Battle of Shuolu had ended. He wondered if she had improved in the past 3 months. Lan Qingyan looked at Lan Jingquang in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry and viciousness. She wanted to personally deal with Bailey Hongzhuang, but she had to admit that Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in cultivation wasn't bad. Thinking back to when her cultivation was 3 levels higher than Bailey Hongzhuang was only at a disadvantage, but she wasn't completely powerless. With the help of the Primal Chaos Tablet, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength increased by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, she was tricked by Bailey Hongzhuang, causing her to not make any progress in the past 3 months. With her current situation, once she met Bailey Hongzhuang, she would still lack confidence. Thus, she could only place her hopes on Lan Jingquang. The Lan family had stood tall in the Xianxia continent for so many years, so they must have some methods to increase their strength. She had heard of it before, but it was extremely precious and only the most important people in the family could have it. Although she didn't know what it was, she knew that it must be a treasure. If she could obtain this inheritance, she would be full of confidence when she faced Bailey Hongzhuang. Hearing Lan Qingyan's words, Lan Jingquang's thin lips slightly pursed. His gloomy and handsome face revealed a complex and obscure expression. Seeing Lan Jingquang like this, Lan Qingyan's heart also felt a little apprehensive. Regarding her father's personality, she hadn't been able to figure it out for so many years. Almost every time she saw Lan Jingquang reveal such an expression, her heart couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Lan Jingquang kept staring at Lan Qingyan. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. The family does have a secret technique that can help you increase your cultivation, but the pain you have to endure is not small. Usually, only the head of the family has the opportunity to accept it. Although you are now the future head of the family, you are still not. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but frown. Her hands under her sleeves gradually clenched into fists. Although her right hand had recovered, she still remembered the pain of losing her arm clearly. The last time she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she was a complete loser. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had arrived at Blue Sun City, she must have been constantly mocking her. She absolutely couldn't bear to see Bailey Hongzhuang again as a loser. Moreover, Bewitching would also come this time. The Lan family was her home ground. How could she lose to an outsider? Father, I will be the head of the Lan family sooner or later. This matter, you should have a way, right? Lan Qingyan abruptly raised her head. Her eyes flickered with a resolute bloodthirsty light. This time, she absolutely cannot fail, no matter what, she must obtain this inheritance. Looking at Lan Qingyan's determined look, Lan Jingquang's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of astonishment. In all these years, he had never seen Lan Qingyan with such a resolute appearance. After this incident, Qingyan's lands with her. He admired this ambition very much. Just like him, as long as he had his eyes on something, he must obtain it no matter what method he had to use. Now, he was somewhat grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for her, he didn't know when Lan Qingyan would be able to understand everything. Since this is something you must obtain, as your father, I will naturally do my best to help you obtain it. That old man Lan Hongtai had been trying to control him all these years, thinking that it would be fine as long as he didn't hand over the family head position. However, Lan Jingquang's life wasn't something that old man Lan Hongtai could control, as long as the family head position fell on Lan Qingyan. So what if he wasn't the family head in name, in the entire Lan family, who would dare to disobey him? Now, he wanted to put all his heart on Lan Qingyan and help her become the family head in one fell swoop. After receiving Lan Jingquang's answer, Lan Qingyan's face also revealed an excited and proud smile. Thank you, father. Lan Jingquang patted Lan Qingyan's shoulder. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. However, the pain of accepting the secret method is equally unbearable. If you can't bear it, then not only will you fail at the last step, your cultivation will also be weakened. You have to think about this carefully. Father, I have confidence. In these 3 months, I have been suffering a pain worse than death. I think the pain of the secret method won't be worse than what I had to endure before. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Bailey Hongzhuang for all of this. Lan Qingyan's eyes rippled with a trace of mockery and ridicule, but she still gritted her teeth and said these words. Although the pain had been relieved, the impression was still too deep. It was to the extent that she would often think of it in her dreams at night, waking her up with a start. Lan Jingquang saw a deep hatred in Lan Qingyan's eyes. It was just like him more than 20 years ago, so familiar and so ambitious. Since you are so confident, then I can rest assured. Wait here for my news, I will be there as soon as possible. Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Qingyan with a face full of smiles. After saying this, he strode out of Lan Qingyan's room. The divine ice snow pond would open in 2 days. They must hurry up. If they were a step slower, it would all be too late. However, after Lan Jingquang left, Lan Qingyan stared blankly at Lan Jingquang's departing figure. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, wondering if she had seen wrongly. After so many years, this was the first time she saw a ray of affection in Lan Jingquang's eyes. However, she clearly remembered that gaze just now. She couldn't have been wrong. After a momentary daze, Lan Qingyan's lips suddenly bloomed into a smile. She suddenly understood why her father didn't like her mother enough all these years, just like how he didn't like her always complaining to her mother. This was the real reason. Night fell and a cool breeze blew. Bailey Hongshuang, Bewitching, and Mo Yunjue gathered together once again. Now that the Lan family had completely treated them as a group, there was no need for them to hide. I just received a piece of news. Mo Yunjue took a sip of tea and said slowly. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's gazes fell on Mo Yunjue. The Shirtian Pavilion's ability was indeed well-deserved. Their informants were spread all over the Xianxia continent. Even though they were being watched closely by the Lan family, Mo Yunjue's news had never been cut off. If he offended such an enemy, it would be impossible to guard against. Lan Qingyan seems to have some sort of operation tonight. Lan Jingquang, Lan Kaiqing, and the others all went to her residence. You don't know what's going on? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Lan Qingyan's sudden movement when the divine pond of ice and snow was about to open was obviously not a good thing. Mo Yunjue shook his head. This matter was originally carried out behind the Lan clan's back. It's already good that I know about this. As for what's going on, other than Lan Jingquang's core members, I'm afraid no one else knows about it. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching both fell into silence. They were going to the Lan clan tomorrow, but Lan Qingyan suddenly made a move tonight. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like she came with good intentions. However, they didn't know what kind of tricks Lan Qingyan would play. We and Lan Qingyan are rivals. It's expected that she would try all sorts of methods to deal with us. According to my guess, Lan Qingyan might want to take advantage of tonight to increase her cultivation. Bailey Hongshuang's lips slightly curved. That elegant and refined face didn't reveal any worry. On the contrary, it was still indifferent and relaxed. With the experience of her previous life, she had some understanding of the methods that aristocratic families had. These methods were even inferior to those of 1,000 years ago. Forcefully increasing one's cultivation was also a method that aristocratic families would use at certain times. However, each family's method was different. The effects and side effects were also different. Although she wasn't sure if her guess was correct, but at this time, this was the most likely possibility. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions were somewhat complicated. If that's really the case, then the Lan clan has really put in a lot of effort this time. Mo Yunjue's eyes suddenly darkened. He had heard of this kind of method to suddenly increase one's cultivation. However, the side effects were usually very big, so it wasn't used lightly. However, Lan Qingyan was the future head of the Lan clan. Naturally, the Lan clan wouldn't ruin Lan Qingyan's future because of her personal feelings. Therefore, there was only one possibility: the side effects were very small. This kind of secret technique was usually extremely precious and could not be used easily. The Lan family must have paid a huge price for it. Lan Qingyan is the young lord of the Lan family. It is not strange that the Lan family is willing to pay the price for her. Bewitching's deep, dark eyes were clouded with haze. Originally, all this situation was within their expectations. They didn't expect such a thing to happen now. That could be a little complicated. Of course, how much Lan Qingyan's strength had increased was not what he cared about the most. What he cared more about was that everything Lan Qingyan was using now should belong to Bailey Hongzhuang. Compared to the gloomy expressions of Mo Yunjue and Di Beichen, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Lan Qingyan is now desperate. It seems that she also sees me as a very strong opponent. In order to defeat me, she has already used everything she has. Compared to the situation where Lan Qingyan had always looked down on her, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that she was more willing to see Lan Qingyan's current expression as if she was facing a great enemy. Even if Lan Qingyan used everything she had and used all the resources she could, in the end, she was still defeated by her. That kind of blow was the biggest and most difficult to bear. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked to the front of the Lan family's gate, the Lan family obviously knew that they were coming. Therefore, Great Elder Lan Borong was already waiting for them. When Lan Borong saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, a joyful smile appeared on his face. Young Palace Master Bailey, young Sect Master D, young Tower Master Mo, welcome. When they saw Lan Borong again, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were not unfamiliar with him. As the great elder of the Lan family, Lan Borong usually handled many of the Lan family's matters. Moreover, they had seen Lan Borong with their own eyes during the Battle of Shualu last time. Elder Lan. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two smiled. When Lan Borong saw Bailey Hongzhuang's familiar face, his eyes could not help but fluctuate a little. It had to be said that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two looked too similar. At this moment, when he looked carefully, it was as if the two of them had merged together. Although there were some fluctuations in his heart, Lan Borong did not show it. He smiled and said, "The three of you, please follow me. We have already arranged accommodations for the three of you and prepared a banquet to welcome the three of you." Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were young, their identities could not be ignored. Tiangang Sect, Shirtian Tower, and Wuji Palace. Once these three major forces joined forces, the entire Xianxia continent would tremble a little. Therefore, Lan Borong was very polite and did not dare to treat Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two as his juniors. Thank you, thank you. Lan Borong led Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two slowly to their accommodation. Along the way, he also introduced the environment and situation of the Lan family. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at every corner of the Lan family. It was so unfamiliar. In the past, her parents lived here. Originally, this should be an environment that she was very familiar with. However, in fact, she only felt an indescribable strangeness to this place. While they were walking, the disciples of the Lan family were also curiously sizing up Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. So this girl is Bailey Hongzhuang. She looks even younger than Lan Qingyan. I didn't expect her to be able to defeat Lan Qingyan. This is too unbelievable. Don't belittle yourself. If it weren't for Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue's help, Bailey Hongzhuang definitely wouldn't be a match for our young master. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang poisoned and asked for help. She's just a vixen. In terms of strength, our young master is miles ahead of her. In front of the clan, even if there were some who were dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang, at this moment, all of that had dissipated. All that was left was the thick enmity towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Fortunately, Great Master Yu Xiqing successfully cured the young master of the poison. Otherwise, Bailey Hongzhuang would really be showing off her strength. I didn't expect her to have a heart as venomous as a scorpion with such a pretty face. The disciples of the Lan family obviously hated Bailey Hongzhuang to the extreme. At this moment, they didn't cover up their discussion at all and Bailey Hongzhuang heard it clearly. In fact, no one in the entire Lan family welcomed Bailey Hongzhuang's arrival. The news of Lan Qingyan being poisoned couldn't be concealed at all. Therefore, during this period of time, the power of the Lan family was also affected. After all, losing a young master was a huge loss. Wife. Bailey Hongzhuang met Di Beichen's deep eyes that were filled with concern. The corner of her lips curled up slightly, and her faint smile revealed indifference and peace. She shook her head without a trace, indicating that she was fine. This scene was within her expectations. Just like the resentment and indifference of the Lan family towards her, she similarly had no other feelings towards the Lan family. This was the place where her father grew up, but it was also the place where she almost lost her life. In her heart, perhaps even a foreign place could not be compared to it. Di Beichen's eyes revealed a hint of darkness. His displeased and cold gaze swept across the surroundings, and a ruthless and bone-chilling intent was instantly emitted. Looking at Bewitching's gaze, the surrounding Lan family disciples, who were originally aggressive, only felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and even the words that were about to leave their mouth were forcefully suppressed. They no longer had the courage to speak. When they looked at Bewitching again, there was a hint of fear in their hearts. Previously, they did not take it seriously. Now that they saw Bewitching's aura, they understood that the young lord of Tiangang's sect was not someone to be trifled with. One look was enough to make people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This was the difference between them. Naturally, Lan Borong also noticed this scene, and he could not help but feel a little emotional. As the young lord of Tiangang's sect, Bewitching had already made a name for himself a few years ago. Among the younger generation, Bewitching was definitely one of the most dazzling people. Lan Qingyan's reputation among the aristocratic families was just like Bewitching's reputation among the sections. Not to mention her strength, Bewitching's temperament was still better. Most importantly, Bewitching was really protective of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang had yet to make a move, but Bewitching had already made his move. It seemed that the rumors were true. Bewitching's heart was on Bailey Hongzhuang. Under Lan Borong's lead, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two arrived at their residence. The three of them were the distinguished guests of the Lan family. Naturally, their residence was arranged to be extremely comfortable and luxurious. On one hand, it showed the importance of the Lan family to them. On the other hand, it also showed the Lan family's background. You all can rest here for now. I will send someone to invite you over for lunch. By then, the young lord and the elders of the Lan family will be present. Lan Borong's face had a faint smile, as he introduced to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. After hearing this, Lan Borong's departure, with Lan Qingyan's head, SSSSSSSSS. After Lanzas of SSS, Lan with two of them with him of us. SS's right S's the SSS's rights. Of this of. Mo Yunjuan narrowed his long, narrow eyes. His lips curled into a faint smile, and a cold glint blossomed from the depths of his eyes. Logically speaking, with the status of the three of them, everyone should have come out to welcome them when they came to the Lan clan today. However, only Lan Borong came. This was undoubtedly a loss of face for them, as if they were insignificant people. On the other hand, the Lan family's disciples' attitude was probably incited by someone. Otherwise, a few disciples of the Lan family wouldn't have dared to say such things so brazenly. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. Lan Qingyan had suffered so much previously. This time, she must be thinking of how to teach me a lesson. The cold reception in the morning was nothing, but I'm afraid this lunches will not be easy. Hongzhuang, if you speak like this, you're treating me like an outsider. Perhaps Lan Qingyan will take this cold reception seriously, but it doesn't affect me at all. Mo Yunjua's long eyebrows slanted, his handsome face was full of indifference. If he really cared about this extravagance and false reputation, then as the young lord of Shirtian Pavilion, he would have appeared in front of everyone long ago. On the contrary, he always felt that this kind of extravagance was very troublesome. Just like this morning, it was more comfortable. Isn't this kind of trick a little petty? If Lan Qingyan is really the next head of the Lan family, then it won't be far from decline. Bewitching's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, flashing with light. His deep and magnetic voice was full of ridicule and ridicule. Did she think that this kind of cold reception would be enough to make them nervous? If Lan Qingyan wasn't childish enough, how could she have such a performance in the Battle of Shualu? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were as cold as ice. Before she met Lan Qingyan, she had only heard of Lan Qingyan's reputation and always regarded Lan Qingyan as a difficult enemy to deal with. However, after she crossed swords with Lan Qingyan, she understood that Lan Qingyan was only a proud daughter of heaven who was well protected by the family. She was fundamentally different from her, who climbed up from the bottom. The proud daughter of heaven of an aristocratic family was revered since young. No matter what she wanted, she didn't need to pay any price. On the contrary, they often had to pay a huge price or even their lives to get what they wanted. Therefore, from the beginning, they were different. Forget it, let's wait for this feast of treachery to begin. Thinking about it, it's really interesting. Bewitching's lips curled into an evil smile, revealing arrogance and haughtiness. This good show was waiting for them to take the stage. Mo Yunjue glanced at Bewitching indifferently. If it's really a feast of treachery, once a big fight breaks out, you better be prepared. This time, he was prepared to fight at the slightest disagreement. Although it wasn't easy for the three of them to break out of the encirclement in this huge Lan family, at least their destructive power wasn't small. Hearing this, Bewitching chuckled. Don't worry, I'm more prepared than you. Same here. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two people in front of her who suddenly became very tacit. Her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of surprise, but more than that, there was joy. There was clearly a battle waiting for them to fight, but they didn't feel nervous at all. At lunchtime, just as Lan Borong had said, someone came to lead them there. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two arrived, they saw that the entire hall was already filled with people, but the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately saw Lan Qingyan sitting at the top. Compared to 3 months ago, Lan Qingyan had lost a lot of weight. It was obvious that she had been tortured. However, his complexion was quite good. Although it was only a short 2 days, with Yu Xiqing's help, her recovery was excellent. Even so, Bailey Hongzhuang could still see that Lan Qingyan inadvertently revealed a bit of weakness and exhaustion. It seemed that everything was as they had expected. Lan Qingyan had used up a lot of energy last night, so today's appearance was like this. Lan Qingyan naturally saw Bailey Hongzhuang as well. She saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was similarly dressed in white, floating like dust. Her unparalleled features were cold and distant, just like an immortal from beyond the heavens. Her pitch-black eyes instantly filled with gloominess. That hatred and disgust could not be concealed. Similarly, there was also a thick sense of jealousy that could not be concealed. She had always liked white dresses because white dresses could set off her extraordinary temperament. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang, who was wearing a white dress, actually had a feeling that she was inferior to her. This was the difference between a mortal and an immortal. It was only a simple white dress, yet Bailey Hongzhuang could actually give off such a feeling. Lan Qingyan herself also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. The Lan family elders had long imprinted Bailey Hongzhuang's name deeply in their hearts, but they had never seen her with their own eyes. However, when Lan Jingquang, Yu Xiqing, and the Lan family elders saw Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, almost everyone's movements paused for a moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Even the outstanding Bewitching and Mo Yunjue at the side did not have the heart to pay attention to her. That was because that peerlessly beautiful face was so familiar to him. It was so familiar that it made their hair stand on end. Second elder Lan Kaiching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze. The wine cup in his hand could not help but fall to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. However, Lan Kaiching was completely unaware. His gaze seemed to have grown roots and he could not recover from his shock for a long time. 19 years ago, that graceful and outstanding figure was the hope of everyone in the Lan family. He was extraordinarily handsome. Every movement of his carried the power to convince people. He was always like the wind, carrying a kind of otherworldly temperament that made people feel comforted. Even though 19 years had passed, that shimmering elegance was still engraved in everyone's hearts and could not be erased. However, he had already disappeared for 19 years. Back then, he had fought a bloody battle, and in the end, he had left with hatred. Even now, they still couldn't forget his resolute appearance. For 19 years, they never heard from that man again. They understood that that person would probably never forgive them. However, as the elders of the family, it was not that they did not feel pained, but they could only think from the perspective of the family. In terms of debt, all the elders of the Lan family felt indebted to Lan Yunxiao. This debt could only be repaid after they went to the underworld. However, this peerless beauty in front of her was extremely similar to Lan Yunxiao and his wife. Lan Jingquang's originally cold expression couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. He could no longer maintain his previous indifference and calmness. How could this be? These words kept appearing in Lan Jingquang's mind. This was impossible. It was impossible for that child to have survived, but why did this Bailey Hongzhuang look so much like Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing? Was there really such a coincidence in this world? Lan Qingyan suddenly realized that everyone around her had a shocked expression. She couldn't help but frown. What was wrong with everyone? Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was outstanding, everyone shouldn't have such an expression, right? Bailey Hongzhuang enjoyed the shocked gazes of the Lan family. Facing her familiar face, the Lan family would probably recall everything that happened back then. That's right, she's back. The baby girl who was abandoned by all of them and almost lost her life had returned with a heart full of anger and the determination to take revenge. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue quietly looked at each other. It seemed that they didn't need to say anything. The Lan family's shock was enough to explain everything. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to hide her identity, it would be very difficult. Because of her appearance, there were many things that didn't need to be proven. When Lan Borong saw the Lan family's expressions, he sighed in his heart. 3 months ago, when he first saw Bailey Hongzhuang, his expression wasn't much better than everyone's now. And this further proved that he wasn't the only one who felt the resemblance. As Lan Qingyan's savior, Yu Xiqing also came to today's banquet. The moment she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, Yu Xiqing had a bad premonition. Out of everyone present, she was the most familiar with Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's appearance. Because these past few years, the two of them had always been in her dungeon, so she often saw them. The face in front of her not only resembled Mu Lingbing, but also Mu Jin's. Almost at the first sight, Yu Xiqing was certain that this so-called Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's daughter. It was impossible for such a coincidence to exist in this world. All coincidences could be deliberate. Cough. When Lan Borong saw everyone staring blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but cough lightly, forcing everyone to return to their senses. Hearing this voice, Lan Jingquang and the others recovered from their thoughts and smiled again. However, this smile was still somewhat stiff and unnatural. Welcome to the Lan family. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Lan Jingquang was the first to stand up. His handsome face revealed a trace of gentleness, like a poisonous snake. Although his attack didn't seem strong, it could kill in one strike. Master Quang, you're being too courteous. It's also our fortune to be able to come to the Lan clan to broaden our horizons. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two smiled, but this smile did not reach their eyes. Both sides were just flattering each other on the surface and feigning civility. Naturally, they were not stingy with their superficial pleasantries. The three of you, please take a seat. Today's dishes are all the specialties of our Blue Sun City. I hope the three of you won't mind. Master Quang is too humble. I've long heard that Blue Sun City's dishes are top-notch. Today, I'm fortunate enough to taste them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two slowly sat down. However, Lan Kaiqing and the others were still immersed in their own thoughts. Their previous thoughts had already been thrown to the back of their minds. All they wanted to know was whether or not Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yunxiao had a relationship. If they weren't related, it would be too similar. However, if they were related, could it be that the young Empress of Limitless Palace was Lan Yixuan? Young Empress Bailey, you must properly taste our Lan family's specialties. I specially ordered people to prepare these to welcome you. Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a face full of smiles. However, her words had a hidden meaning. This luncheon was not for Bailey Hongzhuang to enjoy. Seeing Lan Qingyan's smile that hid a knife, Bailey Hongzhuang sneered in her heart. Compared to the big gift she had prepared, Lan Qingyan's Hongmen banquet was just a small scene. Come, let us all toast to the three heroes and welcome you. Lan Borong raised his wine cup and suggested. Hearing this, everyone in the Lan family raised their wine cups and welcomed the arrival of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two with smiles on their faces. If it wasn't for the fact that both sides were well aware of the situation, others would have thought that this was a harmonious scene. Between the cups, Lan Jingquang probed, young Palace Master Bailey's age seems to be much younger than I expected. You should be younger than my Qingyan, right? Hearing Lan Jingquang's words, Di Beichen and the other two were well aware of the situation. It seemed that Lan Jingquang couldn't hold back his thoughts and wanted to quickly verify everything. And when Lan Jingquang asked this question, Lan Borong and the other Lan family elders couldn't help but reveal a concerned expression. They also wanted to know Bailey Hongzhuang's age. Even if they were certain that Lan Yixuan couldn't have survived, the appearance in front of them was too similar. They couldn't help but have a misconception. Perhaps everything wasn't as bad as they thought. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Her charming face was full of confidence, but she pretended not to understand. Oh? How old is Miss Lan? I'm 22 this year. Lan Qingyan's voice was cold, her stomach full of emotions. Until now, she still didn't know what was going on. Why did everyone act so strangely when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang today? She couldn't be more familiar with her father's temper. With the other party's age, Lan Jingquang wouldn't care about this kind of thing. But now, Lan Jingquang was acting out of character and suddenly asked about this. It was unavoidably strange. Then she is indeed older than me. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Hearing her words, Lan Jingquang's eyes couldn't help but change a bit. He even wanted to ask if Bailey Hongzhuang was 19 years old, but asking that would be too obvious. When Lan Qingyan found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was younger than her, she revealed an unhappy expression. Wasn't this another way to prove that her talent in cultivation was not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang's? After Lan Jingquang asked this question, he didn't ask anything else. He needed to think about this matter at length. Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was too sudden. He had no idea at all. It was a little too hasty for him to make such a judgment in such a short time. The most important thing was, besides the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was shockingly similar to Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's, she couldn't connect them at all. However, regardless of whether Bailey Hongzhuang was related to Lan Yunxiao or not, they were enemies. Lan Jingquang loathed Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, he loathed her even more, because this face would remind him of everything he didn't want to remember. In reality, this face had already evoked the memories of all the elders, including his disgraceful actions. Young Sect Master D, I heard that you and young Palace Master Bailey are close? Lan Borong asked with a smile. Following Lan Borong's words, Lan Qingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. She, Lan Qingyan, had never liked anyone in all these years except for Bewitching. Unfortunately, the person Bewitching liked was her nemesis. Bewitching's handsome face broke into a warm smile. He nodded, it's not far. After dealing with the Lan clan's matters, it would be time for their wedding. As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Jingquang and the other elders of the Lan family felt their hearts skip a beat. Once Tiangang sect and Limitless Palace joined forces, their influence would be unimaginable. As the Lan clan's young lord, Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongzhuang had already formed a grudge. The better Bailey Hongzhuang's development, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Lan Qingyan and Lan Jingquang looked at each other quietly. Lan Qingyan had told Lan Jingquang all her thoughts yesterday. She wanted Bailey Hongzhuang to die and to destroy the marriage between Limitless Palace and Tiangang sect. She must become Bewitching's wife, even if she didn't use the means, she only cared about the results. Lan Jingquang didn't think there was anything wrong with this. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang died, Lan Qingyan's qualifications and Bewitching's were not bad. Young Palace Master Bailey, we can understand the small fights between young people. However, you actually poisoned Qingyan. Isn't this a bit too much? Lan Jingquang said lightly, but his eyes quietly became sharp. This luncheon wasn't meant to welcome Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, but to denounce them for their crimes. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall froze. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered in her heart. It seemed that the main event was about to begin. This poison not only almost took our young lord's life, but it also tortured our young lord for so long. Lan Kaiching followed up with a smile on his face, but there was a hint of viciousness in it. Even if there was a grudge between us during the Battle of Shualu, young Palace Master Bailey's actions are a little too ruthless. If he wanted to kill someone, he could just use poison. Bailey Hongzhuang's poison was not only to take Lan Qingyan's life, but also to torture her before she died. This kind of method was really ruthless to the extreme. The elders of the Lan family put down their wine glasses and stared at Bailey Hongzhuang with burning eyes. From their aggressive looks, it was clear that they would not rest until Bailey Hongzhuang gave a reasonable explanation. Master Quang, are you bringing up old scores with me? Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile as her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with coldness. I only want to seek justice for my daughter. Young Palace Master Bailey, please give me an explanation. Lan Jingquang put on a fake smile. From the moment Bailey Hongzhuang stepped into the Lan family, Bailey Hongzhuang's life was already in their hands. For Lan Qingyan, Bailey Hongzhuang must die. Bailey Hongzhuang, although we had a conflict during the Battle of Shualu, your methods are too despicable. You tortured me for 3 whole months. Do you want to torture me to death? Slap. Lan Qingyan threw down her chopsticks and stood up, looking aggressively at Bailey Hongzhuang. This was not the Battle of Zhuolu. Bailey Hongzhuang did not have that many helpers. On the contrary, everyone here was Lan Qingyan's helpers. After Lan Qingyan stood up, the elders of Lan Jingquang's faction also stood up one by one, their eyes unkind as they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's unusually familiar face, they had a bad premonition. It would be best if they could take advantage of this opportunity to solve it. Seeing this, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue also stood guard beside Bailey Hongzhuang. The Lan family is really arrogant. We were invited here, but you put on such an attitude. This is really too much. Bewitching's deep and handsome eyes were filled with haze. The Yuan power in his body surged at that moment, telling everyone in the Lan family that if they dared to make a move, he would not be an idiot. Young Sect Master D, we are now questioning young Palace Master Bailey. We hope you will not interfere. Lan Jingquang looked straight at Bewitching. He admired Bewitching very much. If he could become a couple with Qing Yan, it would be a beautiful story. Master Kuang is threatening my wife, and now you want me to not interfere? Isn't this too ridiculous? Bewitching sneered, his eyes becoming colder and colder. I'll say it right here. Whoever dares to touch my wife, I will not let them off. As soon as he said this, Bewitching's cold gaze swept across everyone present. His aura was threatening, Lan Qingyan's pupils shrank. These words were like a needle that fiercely pierced her heart. Bewitching was protecting Bailey Hongzhuang. Master Kuang, although we are in your Lan family's territory, we are not at your mercy. Don't tell me you think we're just a few ordinary juniors? Mo Yunjue sneered. The threat in his words could not be more obvious. Mo Yunjue, the person that Bailey Hongzhuang likes isn't you, yet you're still doing so much for her. Don't you think it's stupid? Lan Qingyan frowned and looked at Mo Yunjue with a puzzled expression. It was one thing for Bewitching to protect Bailey Hongzhuang, but what about Mo Yunjue? Hearing this, Mo Yunjue laughed mockingly, his voice filled with ridicule and disdain. What I, Mo Yunjue, want to do is not up to others to tell me what to do. If I don't protect Hongzhuang, am I supposed to protect trash like you? Mo Yunjue did not try to hide the disgust and disdain in his eyes. Although there were many women in this world, most of them were ordinary women. For a woman like Lan Qingyan, he would rather live in the dark. Lan Qingyan's expression froze and her face turned ugly. Mo Yunjue, don't go too far. I advise you to think carefully. If you really take action, your Lan clan may be fine now, but you won't be able to bear the revenge you will face later. Bewitching stared coldly at Lan Jingquang. This man was as ruthless as they knew. If a conspiracy didn't work, then they would use an overt scheme. They came this time because they had nothing to fear. Seeing Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's resolute attitude, Lan Jingquang's eyes flashed with a touch of complexity. If it was only Limitless Palace, then it was nothing. However, if Tiangang Sect and Shirtian Pavilion were added, then it would be a big problem. Speaking of which, they underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang's charm. Seeing that the atmosphere had changed again, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed, and her lips curved into a mocking smile. But the words that came out of her mouth made everyone present stunned again. Her cold words were filled with indifference and disgust, but they were powerful and resonating. Lan Jingquang and the rest of the Lan family were stunned. Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. She didn't understand why Bailey Hongzhuang would say such a thing. Yu Xiqing also raised her head, unable to conceal the shock on her face. Could it be that her judgment was correct? Was this girl really Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's daughter? But judging from Lan Yixuan's situation, she had no chance of surviving. She could have ended Lan Yixuan's life, but she preferred to see Mu Lingbing and the rest unable to seek help and watch her daughter slowly die. Only then would the pain be maximized. Lan Borong's eyes flashed with disbelief. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly mentioning Lan Yunxiao at a time like this couldn't be a coincidence. Lan Jingquang's face darkened. His malicious eyes flashed with hesitation as he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by that?" The Lan family's ability to bully others is indeed well-deserved. Back then, after Master Quan did those inhumane things, was this how he treated Lan Yunxiao with the elders of the Lan family with a hypocritical face? no wonder you couldn't sit on the househead seat. If someone like you really became the househead, the entire Lan family would become a dark power, wouldn't it? Bailey Hongshuang's lips hooked up in an enchanting and mocking smile. Her originally elegant and refined appearance suddenly revealed a strange flirtatious charm. However, her words were like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Lan Jingquang's heart. His expression instantly darkened and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. Lan Jingquang only felt that these words were incomparably familiar. It was just like how Lan Hongtai had refused to let him become the next house head. This was almost the same content, but it was also the truth he was most unwilling to accept. The expressions of all the Lan clan elders froze, revealing a bit of awkwardness and anger from embarrassment. What happened back then was beyond all of their expectations, but in order to protect the Rainbow Divine Pearl from losing its effect, they had no other choice. Unfortunately, no matter how much they emphasized this reason, the scene of all of them joining hands to stop Lan Yunxiao back then was a real one. They still remembered Lan Yunxiao's grief and indignation at that time. He was such a person who loved the Lan family, but in the end, he had no choice but to pick up a weapon and attack them. Masses of Lan family members collapsed. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were covered in blood as they glared at Lan Jingquang and the others, who were being protected by the elders. It was an indescribable pain and unwillingness, betrayal and hatred that came from the depths of his heart. You crazy girl who doesn't know any etiquette, what nonsense are you talking about? Lan Jingquang raised his right hand and a gust of wind blasted towards Bailey Hongshuang. The airwave blew up Bailey Hongshuang's hair. Just as it was about to fall on Bailey Hongshuang's body, Bewitching suddenly made his move. With a light wave, the airwave disappeared without a trace. However, Bewitching's expression turned even colder. Angry out of humiliation? Bailey Hongshuang looked mockingly at Lan Jingquang and sneered, "Now that Lan Qingyan wants to use the same method to deal with me, I'm afraid it won't work." Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Her cold and indifferent words had an invisible killing power that tore apart the disguise of Lan Borong and the others, revealing their bloody wounds. To the elders in Lan Jingquang's faction, this was a past they didn't want to recall. But to Lan Borong and the others, this was the greatest pain in their hearts. "What does my Lan family's matters have to do with you? If you continue to shoot your mouth off like this, don't blame us for being impolite." Lan Kaiching could no longer maintain his face. That matter back then was a huge conspiracy, and he had also participated in it. But since he had already done it, he wouldn't regret it. However, if this matter was brought to the table, it would be too shameful. Impolite? Bailey Hongshuang sneered, "Didn't Master Kuang already become impolite to me?" In the next instant, Bailey Hongshuang fiercely slammed her palm on the table in front of her. "Pa!" A muffled sound rang out. Following that, the entire table was split into pieces and the fragments flew everywhere. The wine and dishes on the table fell to the ground with a loud bang, producing a crisp sound. "I'm not Lan Yunxiao, who was forced by you all in the past. I won't accept such a huge accusation of putting Lan Qingyan to death on my head." Bailey Hongshuang's deep phoenix eyes blossomed with a dazzling brilliance. A tyrannical and unparalleled aura erupted from her body, as if she was born in a superior position. That powerful aura caused the entire hall to stagnate, silence. The entire hall fell into silence in an instant. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the woman in front of them with a threatening aura. Even when she was bristling with anger, her peerless elegance still emitted an astonishing beauty that caused people's hearts to tremble. Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongshuang in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that Bailey Hongshuang, who was younger than her, could release such power. After hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Yu Xiqing, who was originally watching the show from the side, suddenly had a bad premonition. Only she knew about the detoxification and she was confident that she could deceive everyone. However, in front of Bailey Hongshuang, the poisoner, it would not be easy to hide all of this. "Didn't you want to torture me in every possible way? That's why you poisoned me?" Lan Qingyan's face was malevolent as she relentlessly accused Bailey Hongshuang. She would not believe the latter's nonsense. Bailey Hongshuang wanted to torture her to death. When she thought of that terrifying pain, she still felt her hair stand on end. "I did torture you, but I didn't want your life, did I?" Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows and retorted, "If I really wanted your life, could it be that the you standing in front of me right now is a ghost?" Lan Qingyan's face was covered with haze and her body couldn't help but tremble because of anger. She didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so shameless. Things had already reached this point and she still wanted to deny it. It really made her speechless. If it wasn't for my great-aunt saving me, I would already be dead, you vicious and merciless snake woman. Even if we had conflicts during the Battle of Zhuelu, your methods are too sinister. Faced with Lan Qingyan's continuous questioning, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips were still rippling with a faint smile, as if she wasn't the one being blamed. Lan Qingyan, you and I had conflicts before. I also know that you like to randomly accuse others. However, isn't it a bit ridiculous for you to frame me like this? Bailey Hongzhuang coldly looked at everyone from the Lan family present and her cold voice suddenly increased in volume. I, Bailey Hongzhuang, have always been a person who dares to take responsibility for my actions. Since I've done it, I'm not afraid to admit it. However, if you want to frame me, that's absolutely impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze turned and her shocking gaze directly shot towards Lan Qingyan. The poison I gave you was only to make you suffer for 3 months. After 3 months, this effect will automatically dissipate. If it wasn't for this, do you really think you can live until now? Once these words were spoken, everyone from the Lan family present was stunned. They looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment and wondered if they had heard wrongly. However, everyone's expression was the same, so they naturally couldn't have heard wrongly. What do you mean by this? Lan Rong frowned, Lan Qingyan and Lan Qingyan. Previously, he didn't speak because he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were indeed a bit too much. However, if all of this was slander, then the ones who had gone overboard would be Lan Qingyan and the others. They're Lan Qingyans for Zhuelu SSSSSSS. My wife has long understood the effects of this poison. With everything that young Lord Lan had done, so what if my wife vented her anger? As long as she didn't take your life on the spot, this is already very merciful. Bewitching coldly opened his mouth, his incomparably handsome face full of biting coldness. My poison was clearly cured by my grandaunt. Lan Qingyan emphasized. She didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would go against her conscience and say such words. It was clearly Yu Siqing who cured her poison. Otherwise, her soul would have already returned to the 9th heaven. Young Lord Lan, hearing you say this is a bit funny. Could it be? Young Palace Master Bailey knows the art of foresight and can predict when young Palace Master Lan's great-aunt will cure you? Mo Yunjia's lips curled into a sneer. His light words were full of sarcasm. You're all in cahoots. Naturally, you're speaking up for Bailey Hongzhuang. Don't treat us like fools. Lan Qingyan didn't believe it at all. She only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were in cahoots. If she really believed it, then she would be a fool. What's the truth? Why don't you just confront them face to face? Bewitching said coldly. Hearing this, Lan Jingquang and the others couldn't help but look at Yu Siqing. With one glance, Lan Jingquang saw the worry and awkwardness in Yu Siqing's eyes. Thump. Lan Jingquang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth? Great Master Yu Siqing, since they refuse to admit it, then I'll have to trouble you to confront them. Lan Kaiqing immediately said. Today's feast at Hongmen, they had properly prepared. How could they let Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two refuse to admit it and get away with it? Hearing that, although Yu Siqing felt a little guilty, she could only stand up and force herself to confront him. Qingyan's poison was cured by me. What's the problem? Yu Siqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a cold gaze. The aura of a great master also lingered. With Yu Siqing's experience, how could she not be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, a girl who had just stepped out of the house? Hee hee. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. I've heard of great master Yu Siqing's name before, but I never thought that after seeing it today, your shamelessness is really amazing. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Yu Siqing was furious. Her origin energy turned into flying blades and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. She, Yu Siqing, had been respected in the Xianxia continent for so many years, but never had a junior dared to insult her to her face. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her hand and blocked Yu Siqing's flying blade. At the same time, she also threw a flying blade back. A strand of black hair fell to the ground as Yu Siqing's face darkened even further. Her malicious and venomous eyes were terrifying to the extreme. Do you think that only you can attack me and I can't retaliate? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were fierce, facing Yu Xiqing's cold eyes without the slightest fear. According to what I know, the Yu clan has suffered a huge calamity, so the entire Yu clan has already moved to the Blue Sun City's sphere of influence. You must have been forced by the situation, so you took all the credit for yourself, right? His deep phoenix eyes flickered with a sharp cold light, penetrating the bottom of Yu Xiqing's heart. In front of Bailey Hongzhuang's sharp eyes, Yu Xiqing was surprised to find that she had a feeling of being seen through. How could such a young girl do this? If it were any other day, I wouldn't care about what you've done. But since you've hurt my reputation, I can't just sit by and watch. I don't believe that you can't cure the poison in 3 months. How can you cure it at this critical moment, then? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Faced with Bailey Hongzhuang's aggressive questioning, even Yu Xiqing was at a loss for words. After seeing Yu Xiqing's performance, Lan Qingyan and the rest, who were originally full of confidence, couldn't help but change their expressions. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was too confident. On the contrary, Yu Xiqing appeared to be a little guilty. If this poison was really cured by Yu Xiqing, logically speaking, Yu Xiqing shouldn't be so guilty. In reality, regarding the sudden cure of the poison, Lan Qingyan and Lan Jingquang had some doubts in their hearts. Previously, Yu Xiqing had always acted as if she couldn't do anything about this poison. They had even lost all hope. However, at this time, Yu Xiqing had suddenly cured Lan Qingyan of the poison. Without any warning, it was just that sudden. Although they felt it was very strange at the time, they couldn't think of any other reason other than Yu Xiqing's explanation and didn't think much about it. However, after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, they couldn't help but start to question it. If Yu Xiqing could really cure Lan Qingyan of the poison, she should have been immensely proud of herself. How could she have done it so quietly? However, in this situation, they would rather believe that Yu Xiqing was telling the truth than Bailey Hongzhuang. So what if it's a coincidence? There are so many coincidences in this world. Everything is just a coincidence. Yu Xiqing stared coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. She had already made up her mind. No matter what, she was the one who cured this poison. As long as she didn't admit it, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be able to prove her innocence. With Yu Xiqing's reputation in the Xinjiang continent, it was needless to say that everyone would believe her. Seeing Yu Xiqing's confidence, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled. Since that's the case, I have a very simple way to prove who's right. I wonder if you dare to give it a try. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's confident look, Yu Xiqing had a bad feeling in her heart. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. If she hesitated, she would also lose. Speak. Unfortunately, I have an identical poison here. I can find anyone to consume it now. Since you can detoxify the poison, why don't you detoxify it again? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yu Xiqing mockingly. From the fact that Yu Xiqing was unable to detoxify the poison within 3 months, she had already concluded that Yu Xiqing was unable to detoxify the poison. She came here today to confront the Lan family, and on the other hand, she didn't mind giving Yu Xiqing a tight slap. Looking at Yu Xiqing's face that had turned the color of pig liver, Bailey Hongzhuang found it funny. Yu Xiqing had thought highly of herself for so many years. This slap was probably enough to make Yu Xiqing suffer. Yu Xiqing didn't know how to react to Bailey Hongzhuang's suggestion. She thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had gotten the poison by chance. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang not only knew the effects of this poison, but also had the same poison. As a result, she was now riding a tiger and unable to get off. Because of Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the originally aggressive Yu Xiqing had turned into a mute. Even the stupidest people present understood the situation. The result is already very clear. I believe that I don't need to say anything more, right? As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, the faces of Lan Jingquang and the others became a bit awkward. Originally, they were full of confidence, but now, they were being checkmated. However, this was something that they had never thought of. In a moment, everyone looked at Yu Xiqing with disgust. Who would have thought that Yu Xiqing would do such a thing to take all the credit for herself? In these 2 days, Yu Xiqing had been acting extremely arrogant, as if she was the benefactor of the Lan family. However, all of this was fake, and Yu Xiqing was enjoying it with a clear conscience. She was too shameless. Lan Jingquang's face was as gloomy as water. He looked at Yu Xiqing with eyes filled with anger. If it was only the Lan family who found out, then so be it. However, she was exposed in front of everyone, even if they didn't know. In the eyes of Bailey Hongshuang and the others, they would think that they were in cahoots. This was no different from bringing shame to the entire Lan family. Uxiqing naturally knew that being exposed like this was extremely shameful. She also didn't think that there would be a day when she would be exposed. This Bailey Hongshuang was young, but her words and actions were watertight. It seemed that the other party came prepared. Perhaps, when she said that she was the one who cured Lan Qingyan, this Bailey Hongshuang already had a plan. However, looking at the magnificent Bailey Hongshuang in front of her, Uxiqing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had seen her somewhere before. This figure was vaguely familiar, but she couldn't remember when she had seen it before. But she couldn't deny that she, Uxiqing, had fallen into a trap today. The three of us came from afar as guests of the Lan family. We didn't think that the Lan family would frame us. If you don't welcome us, just say so. Why do you have to do such a thing? Bewitching curved his sexy lips. His handsome face was bloodthirsty and stern. It was clearly a rhetorical question, but one could hear the threat and anger in it. If it were just three ordinary young people, Lan Jingquang and the others could ignore them. However, these three people's identities couldn't be underestimated. If they didn't do something right, the Lan family would suffer unbearable revenge. Even if your poison didn't kill me, the pain I've suffered for the past 3 months was caused by you. Isn't that too much? Lan Qingyan glared at Bailey Hongshuang. In such a short period of time, she had cast all of this aside. To her, these 3 months of pain was the most unbearable. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled, her phoenix eyes slightly raised, a bright light blooming in her eyes. Her voice instantly became cold and low. Lan Qingyan, you haven't been living in your dreams since you were young. Everyone knew that it was normal to lose one's life in the Battle of Shuolu. If I had fallen into your hands, I would have been dead by now. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not having the ability. The fact that I didn't kill you with my poison is already giving face to the Lan family. Even if I had poisoned you, what can you do now? If the entire Lan family only uses this reason to question me, once this news gets out, it will be a laughingstock. Bailey Hongshuang's words were like cannonballs exploding, and Lan Qingyan's originally aggressive attitude gradually turned into a guilty conscience. Because what Bailey Hongshuang said was the basic rule of the Xianxia continent. Many cultivators had died in the Battle of Shuolu. If Bailey Hongshuang had killed her in the Battle of Shuolu, the Lan family could only find another reason to pursue the matter. The problem was, would Limitless Palace, who was also a first-rate power, be afraid Bailey Hongshuang didn't poison her and only tortured her? As long as this news spread out, reason would be on Bailey Hongshuang's side. Their Lan family was in the wrong. Lan Qingyan's red lips parted slightly, as if someone had grabbed her throat, but she couldn't say a single word. I don't care if you really didn't know, but you slandered me. This is the truth. The illustrious Lan family, don't tell me you don't want to admit it just because you have more people? Bailey Hongshuang crossed her arms in front of her chest and calmly looked at the Lan family's upper echelons. She had the aura of someone who wouldn't panic even if MT Tai collapsed in front of her. Di Baichen and Mo Yunjue stood beside Bailey Hongshuang without saying a word. Just their actions showed their attitude. This time, the Lan family was in the wrong. If they didn't apologize, they wouldn't let this matter go. Seeing this, Lan Kaiqing and the other elders couldn't help but look at Lan Jingquang. This matter was completely led by Lan Jingquang. Now that things had developed to this point, it was completely out of their expectations. As for what to do, it was up to Lan Jingquang to decide. Lan Jingquang's head drooped slightly, his face as gloomy as water. That shadow covered his eyes, making it impossible for others to see through his thoughts. He originally wanted to use this feast of hangmen to dampen Bailey Hongshuang's momentum. He didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Now, Bailey Hongshuang had a handle on him. If they apologized, the Lan family would undoubtedly lose face. However, this wasn't what he cared about the most. What he was most concerned about was how terrifying Bailey Hongshuang's mind was. Logically speaking, under the circumstances of the Battle of Shuolu, Bailey Hongshuang should have poisoned him. However, Bailey Hongshuang did not do so. She seemed to have expected this day. It was precisely because of this that she was so fearless when she came to the Lan clan alone. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang had already thought of a way to deal with all the moves they had prepared. According to his understanding, this Bailey Hongzhuang had just become the young palace master of Limitless Palace. However, in the face of their Lan family's battle array, Bailey Hongzhuang remained calm and composed. This temperament alone was enough to prove her extraordinariness. Comparing the two, it was not strange that Lan Qingyan was defeated by her. Faced with that face that was so similar to Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, Lan Jingquang couldn't help but feel a strong sense of dissatisfaction. This feeling was just like when he was pressed down by Lan Yunxiao. He lost again. We didn't investigate this matter clearly. I apologize to young Palace Master Bailey. Please forgive us. Lan Jingquang abruptly raised his head. That feminine and handsome face was filled with a faint smile, as if the previous hostility had never occurred. Seeing the speed at which Lan Jingquang's expression changed, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sneer. However, this kind of apology wasn't what Bailey Hongzhuang wanted. Since Master Quang is apologizing to me, I naturally have to accept it. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, but suddenly changed the topic. However, just now, almost everyone present was making things difficult for me. Now that I'm apologizing, it's Master Quang's fault. Isn't this a bit wrong? Once these words were spoken, Lan Kaicheng and the other elders couldn't help but glare at Bailey Hongzhuang angrily. Bailey Hongzhuang's meaning was very clear. She didn't want Lan Jingquang's apology alone, but the entire Lan family's apology. Little girl, leave a way out for everything. Don't go overboard. I'm afraid it won't end well in the future. Lan Kaicheng's eyes were cold and full of threat. Lan Jingquang's apology had already disgraced the entire Lan family. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was still being overbearing. If all the elders were to apologize to Bailey Hongzhuang together, it would be a joke. Second elder's words are really interesting. Why don't I return the same words to you? At that time, I left a way out for Lan Qingyan, but it caused all of you to gang up on her. Speaking of which, leaving a way out doesn't seem to be a good thing? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression didn't change. Her words were extremely resolute, but her face still had a trace of a gentle and moving smile. And it was this kind of expression that made Lan Kaicheng and the others even more unhappy. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Kaicheng's old face stiffened. He only felt that the other party had ruthlessly slapped his face, making him extremely embarrassed. To think that I've always respected the Lan family and thought that the Lan family's actions were open-minded. Now it seems that the Lan family is only SOSO. They're not even willing to apologize when they're in the wrong. Forget it. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. Her face revealed deep disappointment, as if she didn't have any expectations for the Lan family. However, Lan Jingquang and the others couldn't help but secretly curse in their hearts. Respect the Lan family. If these words were said by the successors of other forces, they would still believe it. However, these words were said by Limitless Palace's people. It was as fake as it could be. When the Lan family expressed goodwill to Limitless Palace ignored them. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang kept saying that she respected the Lan family, she didn't need to say the opposite words, right? But now that Bailey Hongzhuang had said it, they could only endure their disgust, unable to refute. Otherwise, they couldn't say that Limitless Palace didn't respect of the Lan family. Wasn't this also slap their own face, of a palace limitless of limitless, limitless to say, limitless? Looking at the indifferent and wanton Bailey Hongzhuang, Lan Qingyan only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang had suddenly become incomparably dazzling. This kind of situation, Bailey Hongzhuang actually reversed it just like that. And now, her father, who had always been a strategist in her eyes, actually apologized to Bailey Hongzhuang. This kind of contrast caused an indescribable jealousy to rise in her heart. Based on what, all these unsolvable problems were easily solved in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Beichen, Yunjue, let's go. Bailey Hongzhuang took a step forward. Her face was still filled with disappointment and helplessness towards the Lan family. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's retreating appearance, Lan Kaicheng and the others gnashed their teeth in anger. If they let Bailey Hongzhuang leave like this, wouldn't Bailey Hongzhuang do whatever she wanted? Young Palace Master Bailey, it's true that our Lan family didn't investigate thoroughly and caused a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of the entire Lan family. I hope you won't take it to heart. At this moment, Lan Borong spoke up. He wasn't as angry as Lan Kaiching and the others. On the contrary, he only had admiration and respect for Bailey Hongzhuang. Her boldness was truly similar to Lan Yunxia's style in the past. Regardless of whether Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yishuan or not, in the face of such an excellent junior, he really appreciated her. Oh? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped and looked at Lan Kaiching and the others. The outcome was set. Although Lan Kaiching and the others gritted their teeth, they could only lower their heads and admit their mistakes. They had made the wrong move. We're truly sorry. Everyone spoke up. The smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's lips gradually widened. Looking at the unwilling but forced faces in front of her, she only felt a burst of happiness. This was the interest she took back first. It wasn't time for them to apologize yet. Since that's the case, I won't take it to heart. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and sat down again. I spilled my food and wine just now. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble someone to prepare it for me again. Lan Kaiching and the others couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Now that things had developed to this point, could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was still planning to continue eating? However, judging from Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude, she clearly planned to do so. Lan Jingquan's expression was extremely gloomy. However, the initiative was now in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Even though he was extremely angry, he could only forcefully restrain himself. Next, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of smiles as she looked at the beautiful women in front of her. Lan Jingquan, Lan Qingyan, and the elders all had ashen faces. They wanted to leave but couldn't, so they could only awkwardly accompany her. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue both gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. What a slap to the face, Lan Qingyan stared at the smiling face opposite her. Her fingernails were already deeply embedded in her palms, dripping with blood, but she did not feel it in the slightest. An indescribable hatred filled her heart. She never thought that she would fall into the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang again today. Yu Xiqing was undoubtedly the most awkward person present. The change in this situation was entirely caused by her. At this moment, she couldn't sit still. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come today. She could feel the malicious and resentful gazes of Lan Jingquan and the other elders of the Lan family. It was obvious that everyone had already pinned this debt on her head. As a result, her status in the Lan family would definitely plummet. This situation, she couldn't imagine. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, and Mo Yunjue returned to their residence. Faced with the ashen faces of the Lan family, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that it was an unusual appetizer. She ate very comfortably. I'm afraid that many people in the Lan family won't be able to sleep tonight. Mo Yunjue's resolute and cold face suddenly revealed a smile. It was as if an iceberg had melted. It was very charming. Lan Jingquang's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. It's so satisfying to look at. Xiao He couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Master's performance today was so mighty and domineering. What a coincidence. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lan clan didn't know about Yu Xiqing's secret, they wouldn't have been caught unprepared by us today. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Even the heavens were helping her this time. Thinking about it, Yu Xiqing had never been so humiliated in all these years. Di Beichen's lips curled into an evil smile. In my opinion, Yu Xiqing's current situation is the worst. I'm afraid that the Lan clan will soon find her and denounce her for her crimes. I hope that Yu Xiqing won't leave just like that. Otherwise, the good show in a month's time won't be good without her. Bailey Hongzhuang's brows furrowed slightly. Yu Xiqing, Lan Jingquan, and the others had to participate in the good show after this. If any of them were missing, it would be less exciting. Yu Xiqing doesn't dare to leave. Mo Yunjue suddenly said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at Mo Yunjue at the same time. They didn't know why Mo Yunjue was so sure. Yu Xiqing always thought that the Yu clan's revenge was directed at her, so she had no choice but to stay in the clan. Only this way can the risk be minimized. Otherwise, with Yu Xiqing's personality, she would have left long ago. She wouldn't stay here and be bullied. Mo Yunjue, as the young master of the heaven-devouring pavilion, was very familiar with such news. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't write on any of their rooms, but she wrote on Yu Xiqing's room. Furthermore, Bailey Hongzhuang's poison was something that Yu Xiqing couldn't detoxify. Therefore, Yu Xiqing was afraid. Indeed, with Yu Xiqing's reputation, she could choose to go to any power and wouldn't be treated badly. It's just that many people think that the Yu clan's heavy losses have a lot to do with Yu Xiqing. This is why no one has extended an olive branch to Yu Xiqing. This time, Yu Xiqing is really at her wit's end. Bewitching immediately understood everything. Before Yu Xiqing could figure out who her opponent was, she could only swallow her anger. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two looked at each other, and then their faces all smiled. Lan Jingquang went to Yu Xiqing's residence as soon as the banquet ended. Recently, Yu Xiqing had been treating Lan Qingyan's poison. Therefore, Yu Xiqing had been living in the Lan clan and didn't stay with the Yu clan members. This was what Yu Xiqing's own. And Yu's. When Lan Jingquang went to find Yu Xiqing, Lan Qingyan followed closely behind. Ever since her attitude changed, Lan Jingquang no longer hid anything from her. Although this incident was related to Lan Qingyan, it was ultimately Yu Xiqing's fault. After all, back then, Lan Qingyan had already been tormented by the pain until she was in a daze. She had no idea what had happened. Yu Xiqing knew that Lan Jingquang would definitely come to denounce her. Therefore, she waited in the room. She didn't think that there would be a day when the matter would be exposed. However, since things had come to this, she could only take one step at a time. Yu Manlan also rushed over when she heard the news. Although this matter had caused the Lan family to lose face, it was still very easy for her to know the details of the process with her status. Yu Manlan's feelings were the most complicated. Although she had been married to the Lan family for so many years, her surname was Yu. As her aunt, Yu Xiqing had done something wrong. She would inevitably be implicated and labeled as well. Moreover, this time, Yu Xiqing and the others had followed her to the Lan residence. This point had already made the Lan family very dissatisfied. However, because Yu Xiqing had cured Lan Qingyan, the situation had eased a little. She didn't expect that such news would come out today, causing the Lan family's elders to lose face in front of Limitless Palace. This was even more serious. The Lan family and Limitless Palace had always been at odds. Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongzhuang had a deep grudge against each other. Originally, they wanted to use this opportunity to display their Lan family's strength in front of Limitless Palace. Who would have thought that they would completely lose face now? Therefore, Yu Manlan was extremely depressed at this moment. If possible, she really didn't want to have any connection with Yu Xiqing. Unfortunately, this was destined to be impossible. Faced with Yu Manlan's accusation, Yu Xiqing coldly glanced at her. Her voice was full of displeasure and anger. If it weren't for the fact that your niece was useless and that the people from the family couldn't help her, why would I do such a thing? Yu Xiqing didn't hide her disgust. Yu Manlan didn't have any outstanding talent since she was young. After marrying into the Lan family, she was suppressed by Mu Lingbing everywhere. Coincidentally, she and Mu Lingbing had a grudge against each other, so she helped Yu Manlan deal with Lan Yunxiao and the others. If it wasn't for this, what position would Yu Manlan have in the Lan family now? However, this niece of his was completely biased towards an outsider. Once something happened, Yu Manlan only thought of protecting herself and completely forgot about her previous kindness. How could she not be disgusted? Yu Manlan couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't expect Yu Xiqing to push all the blame onto her after doing something wrong. "Aunt, how can you say that? If I didn't help, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have a place to stay now." Yu Manlan was also angered by Yu Xiqing's words. From the beginning to the end, everything was out of her control. Now that things had developed to this point, Yu Xiqing actually pushed all the problems onto her. She was simply too hateful. Hearing this, Yu Xiqing sneered, "Even without you, the Lan family would still allow us to stay. You, on the other hand, have been in the Lan family for so many years. The family has helped you for so long, but when you encounter a problem, you act as if you're not involved. The clan has really raised an ingrate." Ingrate, hearing these words, Yu Manlan's face couldn't help but turn ashen. Because of the Yu clan's matter, her current situation in the Lan clan was already very awkward. She didn't expect that she would even be labeled as an ingrate. She was simply angered to death. Yu Manlan was so angry that her entire body trembled, but she didn't know what to say. Her personality had always been like this, and it was hard for her to hide this side of her. Useless thing. Yu Xiqing cursed. Fortunately, Yu Manlan wasn't her daughter, or she would have killed her with her own hands. After so many years, even without Mu Lingbing's existence, Yu Manlan was still a dispensable existence in the Lan clan. At this moment, Lan Jingquang and Lan Qingyan arrived at Yu Xiqing's residence. The two of them immediately saw Yu Manlan's slightly red eyes. However, at this moment, the two of them clearly weren't in the mood to care about Yu Manlan's emotions. Yu Manlan was also inextricably linked to these troubles. "Aunt, I'm sure you're well aware of what happened today. You've humiliated the entire clan by hiding it from us like this." Lan Jingquang's face was gloomy. Ever since the incident at the banquet, his face had never looked good. As the initiator of this banquet, he had to be responsible for the entire family. Now, it was his suggestion that had caused his family to suffer such humiliation. He had to give an explanation. Facing Lan Jingquang, Yu Xiqing did not have her arrogant attitude. "Now that things have come to this, I don't need to explain the process. What do you plan to do?" Yu Xiqing was very calm. Today, she had been exposed in front of so many people. There was no point in denying it. What she needed to do next was to deal with this matter. Lan Jingquang, who was originally extremely angry, sighed in his heart when he saw Yu Xiqing's calm attitude. Indeed, there was no point in complaining now. He had already guessed the reason why Yu Xiqing did this the moment he found out the truth. If not for Bailey Hongshuang's appearance, Yu Xiqing's actions would not have been discovered. "I have to give the family an explanation for this matter. Aunt, I'm afraid you will have to return to the Yu family's residence during this period. It's best not to appear in front of the Lan family members. This is good for both you and us." Hearing this, Yu Xiqing could not help but sigh in relief. This situation was much better than she had imagined. She had already thought it through. If Lan Jingquang dared to punish her too much, then she would break the pot and cause a life and death struggle. Lan Jingquang and the others' current status was inseparable from her help. If they dared to burn the bridge after crossing the river, then she did not mind destroying them as well. All right. Lan Jingquang's thoughts were very deep. Just by looking at Yu Xiqing's attitude towards Yu Manlan, he had already guessed Yu Xiqing's thoughts. The moment he dared to speak up to expel Yu Xiqing, with Yu Xiqing's ruthless personality, she would definitely not let them off. Compared to Lan Yunxia's matter being exposed, this situation was still within the scope of what he could handle. At this moment, Lan Jingquang was at a loss for words. This matter could only be resolved by himself. Recently, the troubles came one after another. After hearing Lan Jingquang's words, Lan Qingyan's eyes flashed with disbelief. This matter was completely caused by his aunt. Not only did she make them thank her for a few days in vain, but she also made all of them lose face. However, his father actually gave him such a simple punishment. Wasn't this a little too light? Yu Manlan was also surprised. She didn't know why Lan Jingquang would do this. "You two can leave first. I have something to discuss with my aunt." Lan Jingquang glanced at Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan indifferently. His ashen face did not ease up at all. After Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan left, only Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing were left in the room. "Aunt, Bailey Hongshuang is really strange today. Didn't you say that the child had no chance of surviving?" To Lan Jingquang, nothing else was more important than this. If Bailey Hongshuang was really Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's daughter, then the situation was different. With such similar faces, even he couldn't believe that they weren't related by blood. What's more, Bailey Hongshuang had mentioned Lan Yunxiao's matter before, making him feel even more uneasy. 19 years had passed since that incident, and everyone thought that it had ended forever. But now, a person had suddenly appeared and brought up everything again. This was not right. Hearing Lan Jingquang's words, Yu Xiqing's gaze deepened. She couldn't help recalling the details of the past. The child was so young and her dantian was destroyed. Indeed, she couldn't have survived. Yu Xiqing frowned. She knew that the child couldn't have survived, so she didn't end her life. Because Lan Yixuan had gradually died in Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's arms. That was the most painful thing for them. But this Bailey Hongshuang is too similar. Could something have happened during the process? Lan Jingquang stared at Yu Xiqing. He didn't know anything about medicine, but Yu Xiqing was an authority in this field. Yu Xiqing muttered to herself for a moment before saying, unless they found a heavenly treasure, Lan Yixuan could have survived. But Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had already been captured by us, and there's no news of the child. With such a small chance, it shouldn't have been possible for her to survive. Moreover, we've asked Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing all these years. The sorrow in their eyes is definitely not an act. Lan Jingquan didn't care about this and said in a low voice, that means there's still a chance for her to survive. Yu Xiqing paused for a moment, then nodded. As long as they didn't see Lan Yixuan die with their own eyes, anything could have happened during the process. If that's really the case, then Lan Yixuan's life is too long. Yu Xiqing still found it unbelievable. Even an adult wouldn't have been able to survive such serious injuries, let alone a child. Back then, I found it strange that Wuji Palace was so cold to our Lan family's goodwill. If Bailey Hongzhuang is really Lan Yixuan, then everything makes sense. Could it be that she knew the truth? That's why she hated Qing Yan, so that's why she poisoned her. Lan Jingquang seemed to have connected all the dots in an instant. Many of the answers that he couldn't answer before could now be explained. Yu Xiqing didn't know how to answer to his conjecture. It wasn't a possibility, was a possibility, was a possibility, was a possibility, or was had s? Back then, Lan Yixuan's dantian had already been shattered. It was almost impossible for her to repair it. Even if she could repair it, her cultivation speed would definitely be incomparable to before. Even if they could connect the dots, they still had to consider objective factors. With all these factors, the probability of Bailey Hongzhuang being Lan Yixuan was less than 1 in 10,000. When we captured Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yixuan wasn't with them. Furthermore, they weren't escaping from a large faction but an ordinary dynasty. There, they wouldn't have been able to find any friends to take Lan Yixuan in. Even if Lan Yixuan hadn't died, they would have only placed her in a certain family. Could it be that in such an emergency situation, they would write down Lan Yixuan's background? That's impossible. Yu Xiqing shook her head. The probability of such a thing happening was too small. If she were in Mu Lingbing's shoes, she wouldn't have directed her hatred towards the child either. After all, even if a heavily injured child had survived, she wouldn't have been able to take revenge with her insignificant strength. Lan Jingquan's expression turned hesitant when he heard Yu Xiqing's words. Everything Yu Xiqing had said was the truth. As one of the pursuers, he was well aware of the situation Lan Yunxiao and the others had been in. They had been on the run the entire time and hadn't had the time to care about anything else. If Bailey Hongzhuang really was Lan Yixuan, she would have come to cause a ruckus a long time ago. Why hadn't she done anything for so many years? There were too many questions and Lan Jingquang couldn't come up with a definite answer. If Bailey Hongzhuang isn't Lan Yixuan, then how do we explain her appearance? Lan Jingquang frowned. Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance today had given him a huge shock. Things that he had chosen to gradually forget had now appeared in front of him in an instant. He was a little flustered. Yu Xiqing shook her head. This? I don't know either. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? However, when she said the word coincidence, she felt a little guilty. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? I will immediately send people to investigate this matter. Fortunately, there's still time and a chance to clarify everything. Tomorrow, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would enter the Divine Ice Pond. In the following month, he would do his best to investigate Bailey Hongzhuang's true identity. If Bailey Hongzhuang really was Lan Yixuan, then he would take Bailey Hongzhuang's life as soon as possible. This woman couldn't be left alive. In fact, when he first learned that Bailey Hongzhuang had the inheritance of the 7-colored god pearl in her body, he was also very nervous. In the history of the Lan family's history, Lan Yixuan's inheritors, and Lan Yixuan's inheritors. That was why he was so eager to destroy Bailey Hongzhuang. Once Bailey Hongzhuang grew up, he would forever be suppressed by Lan Yunxiao, never to be able to rise again. Lan lands of Lan Union's Lanus. Even if Lan Qingyan wasn't the true inheritor of the Rainbow Pearl, her cultivation speed was still very shocking. Sometimes, he would think that if Lan Qingyan had such talent, then as the inheritor, Lan Yixuan, was still alive, how shocking would her achievements be? At this moment, Lan Jingquang had already made his decision. Once this news was confirmed, no matter how Bewitching or Mo Yunjue tried to stop him, he would take Bailey Hongzhuang's life within the Lan family's sphere of influence. Otherwise, if Bailey Hongzhuang continued to develop, the consequences would be unimaginable. "And, there's something I need to trouble you with." Lan Jingquang gathered his thoughts and looked at Yu Xiqing. "Speak." "Prepare a lethal poison. It must kill her in one strike." Lan Jingquang's voice was cold and gloomy. Coupled with his feminine expression, he was clearly a venomous snake. He definitely wouldn't allow any accidents to ruin his plans. He would eliminate all obstacles one by one. Yu Xiqing looked deeply at Lan Jingquang. She already knew of Lan Jingquang's plan. However, this was also why she admired Lan Jingquang. Once he made a move, he would show no mercy. Just like when he dealt with her own brother's family, she never saw any struggle or fluctuation of humanity in his eyes. "All right." Lan Jingquang's expression softened. He smiled and said, "And, I'll have to trouble you to stay there for the next few days. If there's anything you need, just tell Manlan. I'll definitely prepare it for you." I was indeed in the wrong this time. This is what I should do. At this moment, smiles appeared on the faces of the two equally ruthless people. After leaving Yu Xiqing's room, Lan Jingquang's expression darkened. Today, Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance had shocked all the elders of the Lan family. If he had such thoughts, the others would naturally have the same thoughts. He could even sense that some of the elders' gazes towards Bailey Hongzhuang had changed. If Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yixuan, then she was a member of the Lan family. Although many people in the family were on his side, there were still many old fellows who still remembered their past relationship. Once they acknowledged Bailey Hongzhuang, he was almost certain that these old fellows would take good care of Bailey Hongzhuang, considering their past debt to Lan Yunxiao. As for Lan Hongtai, he had been looking forward to seeing Lan Yunxiao and the others again. Once he knew about this, he would definitely protect Bailey Hongzhuang. This was all trouble. He had to complete all of this as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Yu Xiqing needed some time to concoct the poison. Otherwise, he would have poisoned Bailey Hongzhuang to death. "Patriarch, did you see Bailey Hongzhuang today?" Lan Borong arrived at the residence of the Patriarch. He knew how much the Patriarch wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang with his own eyes. However, Lan Hongtai usually wouldn't attend such a banquet. If he attended today, it would arouse everyone's suspicion. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was extremely similar to Bailey Hongzhuang's, so it was very likely that it would have an adverse effect on her. Lan Hongtai nodded. His weathered but dignified face was filled with deep emotion. His deep eyes faintly revealed a trace of trembling and excitement. She must be Yunjiao's child. From the moment he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, Lan Hongtai had already determined everything. That posture, that expression, and that imposing manner of looking down on the world were too similar. He couldn't be more familiar with the son he doted on the most in his life. Lan Borong's expression changed when he saw Lan Hongtai's excitement and certainty. A trace of excitement welled up in his heart. Kinship was one of the most mysterious emotions in the world. Even if they hadn't seen each other for many years, the blood ties in their bones would never dissipate. In reality, none of them could be certain that Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yixuan. However, they were certain that she was Lan Yixuan without a doubt. It was an intuition that came from the bottom of their hearts. "House head, should we find a chance to have a chat with Bailey Hongzhuang?" Lan Borong suggested. They had no idea what had happened in the past few years. Only by asking Bailey Hongzhuang would they be able to understand the truth. Ever since Lan Yunxia's family of 3 left, they hadn't received any news from them. They had thought that Lan Yixuan was dead without a doubt, but now they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had grown into such an outstanding person. Didn't that mean that Lan Yunxiao and the others had been living well all these years after they left? If that was the case, then they could be at ease. Lan Hongtai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Forget it. Tomorrow is the day that the Divine Ice Pond will open. Let her enter the Divine Ice Pond in a good mood. As for the rest, we'll wait for them to come out of the Divine Ice Pond before making any plans." Confusion surfaced in Lan Borong's eyes. Logically speaking, the person that Lan Hongtai had been worried about for so many years was now in their Lan family. He should be the first to understand everything. However, Lan Hongtai hadn't shown any signs of anxiety since he'd heard the news. This was really strange. Lan Hongtai saw through Lan Borong's thoughts and slowly said, "If Yixuan knew about everything, what kind of attitude do you think she would have towards our Lan family?" As soon as he said this, Lan Borong couldn't help but be taken aback. His heart, which originally didn't understand, instantly understood everything. The house head was afraid. He was afraid of Lan Yixuan's hateful gaze. No matter how regretful the house head had been all these years, no matter how much he didn't want to see, the damage from back then had been done. If he was Lan Yixuan, he would probably hate the Lan family to the extreme. It was indeed not easy to bear the hatred of one's loved ones. What happened back then wasn't what you wanted to see, patriarch. If you weren't in seclusion, how could such a thing happen? I believe that if Yixian knew all of this, she would definitely understand. But, as her grandfather, I really didn't protect her well. Lan Hongtai sighed. He didn't want to find any excuses for himself. It was indeed his fault for not being able to protect them. Long ago, he had vaguely sensed Lan Jingquang's unwillingness, and he had reminded him several times. He thought Lan Jingquang would be able to understand all of this, but not only did Lan Jingquang not understand, he even did something so extreme. It was completely out of his expectations. Hearing this, Lan Borong was at a loss for words. What the patriarch said was indeed the truth. If I go to Bailey Hongzhuang now, Jingquang will definitely notice. I'm afraid there will be another storm. Lan Borong nodded. Every time Lan Hongtai did something, he had enough reasons. The current situation wasn't suitable, so he was a bit anxious. After all, the commotion had just happened this afternoon. Too many people were paying attention to the househead's actions. All these years, the househead's attitude had been very obvious. Once he went there, he was afraid it would provoke Lan Jingquang's actions. Borong, send people to pay attention to Jingquang's movements. Absolutely don't allow anyone to harm Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Hongtai's expression was cold and stern. His negligence had caused a lifetime of regret. He would never let such a thing happen again. Don't worry, househead. I've already sent people to watch. If there's any movement, we'll be the first to notice. Lan Hongtai nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. I heard Bailey Hongzhuang's performance this afternoon was very spectacular. Lan Hongtai smiled and asked about what happened at the banquet. He already knew that Lan Jingquang and the others were going to use this opportunity to make trouble for Bailey Hongzhuang, so he sent Lan Borong to pay attention. Once the situation developed into a state of mutual hostility, he could mediate and prevent Bailey Hongzhuang from getting hurt. However, according to the information he gathered, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance today was truly one man holding back 10,000 men. She directly destroyed all of Lan Jingquang's plans. Lan Borong also revealed a smile. Indeed, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance today really made people have a whole new level of respect for her. Even in the face of Master Kuang and the others' aggression, Bailey Hongzhuang was still as calm as ever, as confident as ever. Thinking about it, no matter who saw Bailey Hongzhuang's performance today, they would all sigh in admiration. It was truly too outstanding. At the same time, today's situation allowed them to understand Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's attitude. They were completely on Bailey Hongzhuang's side. It wasn't something that could be broken by benefits. Lan Hongtai listened to Lan Borong's detailed explanation, and his face gradually flushed. He couldn't help but recall the days when Lan Yunxiao was in the family. When Lan Qingyan returned to the room, she had a puzzled expression. Mother, do you know what's so special about that Bailey Hongzhuang? Today, almost all the elders revealed a very shocked expression after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang. I don't understand why. This point, Lan Qingyan had never understood. However, she couldn't ask Lan Jingquang about the situation before, so she could only discuss it with Yu Manlan. However, this discussion was obviously meaningless. Because Yu Manlan didn't see Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance at all. Instead, she showed a strange look. Is everyone's expression strange when they see Bailey Hongzhuang? Why is that? Looking at Yu Manlan's completely clueless appearance, Lan Qingyan sighed. Suddenly, there was no need to continue speaking. Her mother had been drifting away from the core for so many years. Forget it, I'll wait for my father to come back. Lan Qingyan returned to the room with a lack of interest. Seeing Lan Qingyan's appearance, Yu Manlan's expression became even more awkward. It seemed that whether it was the Yu family, Lan Jingquang, or even Lan Qingyan, they all looked down on her. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two got up early and headed towards the entrance of the Divine Ice Pond. Ever since the incident at yesterday's banquet, they had been staying in their residence. No one from the Lan family came to find trouble with them. In fact, under such a humiliating situation, even if the Lan family wanted to investigate, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. Under the guidance of the Lan family's servant, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked all the way to the depths of the Lan family. Along the way, there were pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, and winding corridors. It was a beautiful sight to behold. The style of a sect was often grand and bold. On the contrary, the style of an aristocratic family was more quiet and elegant. It was more suitable for living. Along the way, the three inevitably met many disciples of the Lan family. As an aristocratic family, the Lan family's power was intertwined. The number of disciples was also very shocking. It was no wonder that there were extremely outstanding seeds in every generation. However, compared to the attitude of the Lan family disciples yesterday, their gazes were clearly different today. Although the incident at yesterday's banquet wasn't deliberately spread, paper can't hide fire. From the attitude of the Lan family's elder and the subsequent outburst of anger, it was possible to determine that they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Towards these three young but extraordinary successors, everyone couldn't help but feel envious and look up to them. One day, they would become an illustrious figure in the Xianxia continent. This was the dream of every cultivator. However, with Lan Qingyan pressuring them, there was probably no hope. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two arrived, they saw a cave in front of them. A huge stone door had already blocked the entrance. On both sides of the stone door, there were extremely high cultivation Lan family disciples guarding it. Lan Jingquang, Lan Qingyan, and the others had arrived earlier and were already waiting for them. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, Lan Qingyan's eyes stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. The hatred and unwillingness in her eyes were unconcealed. Now that she and Bailey Hongzhuang were mortal enemies, there was no need to hide these emotions. Facing Lan Qingyan's hateful gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang turned a deaf ear. She simply couldn't be bothered with this kind of gaze. It only made Lan Qingyan seem petty. Every time the divine pond of ice opened, there would be a total of 8 spots. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had already taken up 3 spots. Other than Lan Qingyan, there were also 4 other disciples of the Lan clan who entered together with them. At this moment, they were standing beside Lan Qingyan. From time to time, their gazes would fall on the stone door. Their faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. Once they entered the divine pond of ice and snow, they would have a chance to improve their strength. For cultivators, there were many benefits. When Lan Jingquang saw Bailey Hongzhuang's familiar face, his eyes couldn't help but darken. Right now, he had already listed Bailey Hongzhuang as an enemy. In his heart, he made up his mind. Whether or not Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yunxiao's daughter, he had to kill her to prevent future troubles. Since everyone is here, we can enter the divine pond of ice now, Lan Jingquang said slowly. However, just as Lan Jingquang finished speaking, an unexpected figure appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the person who had come, everyone from the Lan clan bowed and said, "Greetings, clan head." He was the head of the Lan family, Lan Hongtai. This was Bailey Hongzhuang's first time meeting her grandfather. From Lan Hongtai's weathered face, she could vaguely see some similarities with Lan Yunxiao. She could tell that Lan Hongtai must have been a handsome man when he was young. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have any hatred towards Lan Hongtai, because she knew that Lan Hongtai had suffered no less than them in this matter. From the fact that Lan Hongtai had never handed over the position of head of the family to Lan Jingquang, she could tell that he had been deeply distressed over the matter. Moreover, she had heard from her father that Lan Hongtai had doted on him since they were young. Although Bailey Hongzhuang didn't remember much, Lan Hongtai had been very loving to her. However, after that incident, they had never seen each other again. Lan Yunxiao was able to let go of many things in the Lan family, but Lan Hongtai was his greatest concern. Over the past few days, Bailey Hongzhuang had learned from Bewitching and Mo Yunjua that the lofty head of the Lan family had always been concerned about them. After everyone saw Lan Hongtai arrive, a look of surprise appeared on their faces at the same time. Usually, the head of the family rarely paid attention to family matters. Who would have thought that he would personally come today? Lan Jingquang's face darkened the moment he saw Lan Hongtai. As Lan Hongtai's son, how could he not know the reason for Lan Hongtai's appearance? He must have come for Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Yunxiao had disappeared for so many years, but Lan Hongtai, this old man, had never given up looking for him. In Lan Hongtai's heart, he, Lan Jingquang, couldn't even compare to a dead man. Lan Qingyan's eyes were also filled with surprise, but she soon revealed a smile. Her grandfather must have come to support her. Yesterday, Bailey Hongzhuang had been too arrogant, so as the head of the family, her grandfather had personally come to preside over the meeting. Lan Hongtai glanced at the crowd, but his gaze lingered on Bailey Hongzhuang for a few seconds. Lan Hongtai's heart couldn't help but beat faster as he looked at that face up close. If he could see Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing again in this life, how wonderful would that be? However, he also knew that if Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were still alive, they wouldn't have disappeared for so many years. Lan Yunxiao might hate him, but he wouldn't refuse to acknowledge him as his father. But as long as Lan Yixuan was still alive, he, Lan Hongtai, would do everything in his power to take good care of her. Bailey Hongzhuang could feel the love and complex emotions in Lan Hongtai's eyes, and her heart was slightly moved. What everyone said was true. Presumably, Lan Hongtai came for her today. Young Palace Master Bailey, young Sect Master D, and young Tower Master Mo, the three of you are indeed young elites. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Lan Hongtai said with a faint smile. Family head Lan is too kind. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others cupped their fists. This divine ice pond is my Lan family's inheritance. The energy within the pond can help cultivators break through to the purple realm. However, the power of ice and snow isn't something ordinary people can endure. The three of you must be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two looked at each other. They really didn't know much about the ice-snow divine pond. In an instant, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two understood that Lan Hongtai was purposely reminding Bailey Hongzhuang. From Lan Jingquang's previous attitude, it was clear that he didn't intend to tell Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two about the divine pond of ice. As members of the Lan family, Lan Qingyan and the others were well aware of this. Once they entered the divine pond of ice, it would take a lot of effort for them to adapt. Lan Qingyan's expression changed when she saw Lan Hongtai openly reminding Bailey Hongzhuang. She kept muttering in her heart, what's wrong with grandfather today? He clearly knows that he has a grudge against Bailey Hongzhuang, yet he's still reminding them. This is too strange. Lan Kaiqing and Lan Jingquang looked at each other with gloomy expressions. It seemed that this old man couldn't hold back after knowing Bailey Hongzhuang's familiar face. He didn't even investigate whether it was her or not. At the same time, it could be seen how much importance this old man placed on Lan Yunxiao's family. Oh? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. I've only heard of the miraculous effects of the divine pond of ice, but I didn't know the power of ice and snow inside was so strong. The divine pond of ice and snow is covered in ice and snow all year round. Moreover, the power of ice and snow inside has a very strong penetrative power. You must use your origin power to resist it. However, the higher the degree of acceptance, the greater the benefits for cultivators. You can decide based on your own situation. Lan Hongtai's face rippled with a faint benevolent smile. He didn't hide anything from his words. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two understood. Many thanks for Lan family head's guidance. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two said in unison. Lan Hongtai looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's refined and courteous appearance, especially when he didn't see Bailey Hongzhuang's hateful gaze. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If Bailey Hongzhuang hated him, then he was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yixuan. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't do anything. Perhaps? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know her true identity. For a moment, thousands of thoughts ran through Lan Hongtai's mind, but he didn't reveal any of them on his face. No matter what the truth was, he would understand everything once Bailey Hongzhuang came out of the divine pond of ice. Lan Yixuan's SS was the divine pond of ice, Lan Hongzhuang's, Lanzazazazaz, he's right. Ants. Lan Ishuan lands Zhaozas. Lanza s also to hims, Ishuan's, lands, he's, he. Was, he, s, lands this. Lands right of Hongzhou of course, it, s, tss not only Lan Hongtai, but they also wanted to know the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yunxiao. Compared to Lan Hongtai's faction's elders, Lan Jingquang's faction's elders couldn't help but feel threatened. This wasn't a good sign. Lan Jingquang's heart was filled with helplessness. When it rains, it pours. According to his original plan, Lan Qingyan would have become the Lan family's new family head. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about many problems. However, all of this was destroyed in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Kaiqing and the others looked at each other. The current situation was much more serious than they had imagined. If they did not get rid of this problem, their efforts over the years would all be for naught. None of them could bear the consequences of such a thing. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang would not leave the Lan family immediately. They still had time to prepare. However, the changes in Lan Kaiqing and the others' expressions fell into Bailey Hongzhuang's sharp eyes. She could not help but sneer in her heart. It seemed that her mere appearance was enough to make Lan Jingquang and the others feel threatened. When she came out of the divine pond of ice and snow, the scene would be much more exciting. At that time, she would not only make Lan Jingquang and the others feel threatened, but she would also make them understand the meaning of despair. Since everyone is ready, let's go in. I hope you'll all have a good harvest. Lan Hongtai was full of smiles, but his gaze could not help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. However, he quickly concealed it. Lan Borong looked at Lan Hongtai's appearance, and his heart was full of emotions. When the family head saw Bailey Hongzhuang, his heart was full of love and guilt. He was afraid that he couldn't stop it. However, as long as they could confirm Bailey Hongzhuang's true identity, they would not allow the tragedy of that year to happen again even if they had to risk their lives. He only hoped that Lan Jingquang and the others would behave themselves. If they dared to do such a disgraceful thing again, they would not be able to tolerate it any longer. Kacha. The stone door slowly opened, and a shocking cold air rushed out, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. This chill was not any weaker than being in an ice mountain. Let's go in. In the next moment, Lan Qingyan led the Lan family disciples into the divine pond of ice and snow. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two followed closely behind. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others entered, the stone door behind them quickly closed and a layer of barrier was set up. Without this layer of barrier, the stone door would not be able to stop the chill from leaking out of the divine pond of ice and the entire Lan family would be in the cold. The cold chi here is much stronger than in the snow origin country. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around at the pure white land. She remembered that she had also passed through the country of ice when she was heading to the Bloodland Abyss. However, the coldness of that place paled in comparison to this place. This divine pond of ice and snow should be an extremely cold place. I didn't expect it to be located in the Lan clan. Bewitching sighed in admiration. This kind of magical place was often created by the uncanny workmanship of nature. It was one of the many secret realms. But now, it was located in the Lan family and became the exclusive resource of the Lan family. Presumably, the Lan family had paid a heavy price for this. It is said that the head of the Lan family established the Lan family after discovering the divine pond of ice and snow. There were many forces that coveted the divine pond of ice and snow, but the founder of the Lan family was also an extremely powerful figure. Using all kinds of connections and political compromises, the divine pond of ice and snow was finally preserved. Then, as the Lan family's forces grew stronger, the divine pond of ice and snow became the exclusive property of the Lan family. Mo Yunjue slowly explained. The Heavenly Slaughter Tower had the most abundant information. He already knew about this history before coming to the Lan family. Bailey Hongzhuang's group wasn't slow either. As they gradually went deeper, they discovered that they were in a valley. White snow had already covered the entire valley, leaving only a slender passage leading into the valley. As Bailey Hongzhuang's group walked out of the passage, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A deep pool appeared before them. White cold air floated above it. At first glance, it looked like an immortal soup. It was misty and very enchanting. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's group wasn't in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scene because the cold air that invaded their bodies had already made them cold. This cold air is really terrifying. Just standing outside the divine pond of ice and snow is already hard to resist. Once you enter the divine pond of ice and snow, the coldness is really unimaginable. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with shock. Successfully breaking through to the purple realm wasn't an easy task. Thinking about it, just withstanding the cold of the divine ice pool would require a lot of strength. If they couldn't withstand this pain, then naturally, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. Fortunately, with our strength, our physical fitness is far superior to ordinary people. Later, when we enter the divine ice pool, we have to be careful. If we're not careful, it'll be bad if we injure our origin. Bewitching reminded. This cold air was filled with strong destructive power. Once the damage to the body was too great, it could have a great impact on the cultivator's future cultivation, leaving behind hidden injuries. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Let's act according to the situation. This divine ice pool's reputation is so great. I'm sure there's a way to absorb it. Lan Qingyan naturally saw the frown on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. Suddenly, her face couldn't help but reveal a touch of ridicule. Bailey Hongzhuang, this divine ice pool isn't as simple as you think it is. Even if we, the Lan family, don't absorb the energy of the divine ice pool, we'll often adapt to the cold air of the divine ice pool. Our resistance to cold air is much stronger than yours. Lan Qingyan's voice was filled with pride. If it wasn't for this, the Lan family wouldn't have easily taken up the quota to enter the divine ice pool as a reward. Outsiders didn't understand the divine ice pool, and they didn't have any resistance to it. It was very difficult to absorb the energy of the divine ice pool. Even if they did, the amount they absorbed was far from comparable to the amount of energy absorbed by the Lan family. In 3 years, the divine pond of ice and snow could only produce so much energy. If outsiders could absorb less, the Lan family would naturally be able to absorb more. Behind Lan Qingyan, the other 4 members of the Lan family also had smiles on their faces. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 were so arrogant yesterday. Today, they could take advantage of this opportunity to dampen their prestige. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 exchanged glances. As expected, the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Let's go in. Lan Qingyan gave Bailey Hongzhuang a provocative look, then said to the 4 disciples of the Lan family. In fact, the divine pond of ice and snow could not accommodate so many people at the same time. However, the Lan family thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 could not absorb much at all. Therefore, they added 2 more spots. The 2 disciples of the Lan family who benefited were also very happy. This was a bargain. If it wasn't for the arrival of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2, they wouldn't have such a good opportunity. As Lan Qingyan's group of 5 entered the divine pond of ice, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that their faces were quickly covered with a layer of purple. Clearly, they were affected by the cold air. Even though Lan Qingyan's group already had some resistance to the cold of the divine pond of ice, they were still unable to withstand it when they entered. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 3, who had never come in contact with it, were at an even greater disadvantage. Let's go down as well. Bewitching slowly said. Since they were already here, they naturally couldn't miss this good opportunity. The cold air of this divine pond of ice is astonishing. We must use our elemental energy to protect our bodies. Once our bodies have adapted, we can withdraw some of our elemental energy depending on the situation. Mo Yunjua nodded. The power of this divine pond of ice is to borrow this cold air to transform the cultivator's body, removing the impurities in the dantian and body. Only then can one smoothly break through to the purple realm. We will act according to our own body's condition. Although Lan Qingyan's group is a bit better than us, it probably won't be much better. It is said that the cultivators who came to the divine pond of ice to cultivate in the past also obtained great benefits. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. I understand. This cold air had a certain relationship with one's physical fitness. In comparison, although Lan Qingyan's body had some resistance, Bailey Hongzhuang was confident that her physical fitness was definitely not worse than Lan Qingyan's. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 3 entered the divine pond of ice and appeared in front of Lan Qingyan. This divine pond of ice was originally circular. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 3 were adjacent to each other, but there was still a considerable distance between them. Just as they entered the divine pond of ice, Bailey Hongzhuang felt an extremely terrifying cold air enter her body through her pores, causing her body to stiffen for a moment. Fortunately, with the protection of her elemental energy, she wasn't affected too much. Lan Qingyan's gaze had been focused on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. After seeing the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, the ridicule in her eyes became even more intense. In fact, she had never understood why the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang would bring such a huge shock to the family. Last night, his father did not return. It seemed that he had gone to discuss with the elders. Since she had come over early in the morning, she couldn't ask him about it under the watchful eyes of so many people. She could only keep this question in mind. No matter how outstanding Bailey Hongzhuang was, logically speaking, she shouldn't be able to cause such a stir in the Lan family. After all, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue were also extremely outstanding people. Although she could not understand the reason, Lan Qingyan knew that this was definitely not a good thing. It had been a long time since she had seen such a serious expression on her father's face. Her delicate face was covered with a bluish-purple color. Her captivating red lips had also turned bluish-green. Bailey Hongzhuang tried to gradually withdraw her elemental energy, but the cold air that followed after made people unable to help but shiver. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's situation was not much better than Bailey Hongzhuang's. However, their cultivation was one level higher than Bailey Hongzhuang's, so their resistance was also better. In comparison, the situation of Lan Qingyan's group of 5 was indeed much better than theirs. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't blame me for not reminding you. Lan Qingyan's eyes flashed with a malicious light. Bailey Hongzhuang had become her biggest enemy. She couldn't miss the opportunity to enter the divine pond of ice. Plus, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue were strong. Even if she had 4 helpers, once they fought, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Moreover, she didn't neglect Bailey Hongzhuang's contract beast. Therefore, she could only put aside the idea of fighting in the divine pond of ice and wait until she left the divine pond of ice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she must improve her strength as soon as possible so that she could crush Bailey Hongzhuang when she left. At this moment, she deliberately reminded Bailey Hongzhuang. Naturally, she didn't have any good intentions. She only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would be eager to absorb the power of the divine pond of ice and remove the protection of her elemental energy. She understood the power of the divine pond of ice very well. Once the foundation was damaged, it would be a lifelong injury. Since it's like this, wouldn't it be more convenient for you to absorb more energy? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and turned a deaf ear to Lan Qingyan's reminder. With Lan Qingyan's personality, it would be strange if she sincerely reminded her. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't buy it, Lan Qingyan didn't care. She used her family's secret method to forcibly raise her cultivation to the 9th level of the Blue Realm. Her foundation was slightly unstable. Taking advantage of the divine pond of ice, she could wash away some of the impurities in her elemental energy. With a stable foundation, she could break through to the Purple Realm. Once she succeeded in breaking through to the Purple Realm, Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely not be her opponent. Previously, it seemed like Sister Xiaojing, but now it was an insurmountable gap. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly closed her eyes and relaxed her body to accept the power of the divine pond of ice. She could feel that the power of the divine pond of ice was full of invasiveness. This power didn't need to be guided by the cultivator. This power would naturally enter the cultivator's body. However, this power quietly brought out some impurities after entering the cultivator's body. At the same time, it would improve the cultivator's body. Only the cold air would have a certain effect. Upon discovering this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but inwardly sigh. This divine pond of ice and snow is truly a treasure. This kind of power could cleanse a cultivator's marrow and meridians. As a cultivator's strength increased, it would be more difficult to cleanse the marrow and meridians in the later stages. However, after cultivating for a long time, it was inevitable that there would be some impurities. The more impurities there were, the greater the limitation on the cultivator's improvement. Many people were stuck at a bottleneck because of the existence of these impurities. This was probably the reason why the divine pond of ice and snow could help cultivators increase their chances of breaking through to the Purple Realm. Bewitching and Xianxia also closed their eyes to adapt to the cold air of the divine pond of ice and snow. They each had their own methods. Such a good opportunity to increase his strength was not something that could be found at any time. He had to grasp it. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, her gaze fell on Lan Qingyan. In the past, it was Lan Qingyan who robbed her of her resources. Now, it was time for her to take back her own resources. Master, let us go in as well. The three beasties were also very curious about the power of the divine pond of ice and snow. There were a total of 5 people from the Lan family inside. They couldn't let the Lan family disciples take advantage of them. You guys have to be careful. This cold air is very powerful. With your current cultivation, it won't be easy to endure it. Don't worry, Master. We know what we're doing. The 3 beasts replied. As beasts, their physical strength was much stronger than that of human cultivators. Although their cultivation levels were not high enough, they still believed that there would be no problem with their own strength. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded when she saw that the 3 beasts were so confident. Try it out first. If you can't bear it, don't force yourself and retreat immediately. Do you understand? Understood. The 3 beasts nodded in unison. They knew that their foundation was the most important. Although the benefits were great, it would be over if their foundation was destroyed. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang released the 3 beasts. Xiao He and Xiao Bai slid down from her hair while Baishir entered the divine pond of ice. The 3 beasts could not help but tremble when they entered the divine pond of ice. The cold air was too shocking. Be careful. Call me immediately if there are any problems, Bailey Hongzhuang said. Although the 3 beasts' cultivation levels were still a distance away from Blue Realm level 9, their strength was not bad. With their strong beasts' bodies, they might be able to withstand the cold air. Although the 3 beasts entered the divine pond of ice quietly, they could not hide from the crowd. Lan Qingyan and the other members of the Lan family could not help but open their eyes. The disciples of the Lan family could not help but frown when they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had released her contracted beasts into the divine pond of ice. Young Palace Master Bailey, there are limited places in the divine pond of ice. How can you release your contracted beasts into it? The energy of the divine pond of ice was limited. It could only help so many cultivators at a time. If more people or beasts were to share the energy, it would cause them to lose their benefits. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes and asked in return, I've never heard of that. The disciples of the Lan family could not help but pause when they heard that. Indeed, there was no explicit rule against it, but it was an unspoken fact. How precious was the energy of the divine pond of ice. It was already a great fortune for the cultivator to be able to obtain this energy, so how could he let his contracted beast absorb it as well? However, at this moment, Lan Qingyan waved her hand and said, forget it. There is indeed no rule that prohibits contract beasts from entering. Seeing that Lan Qingyan actually spoke out to stop them, the Lan family disciples couldn't help but be stunned. This situation wasn't right. Aren't young Master and Bailey Hongzhuang enemies? Why are you helping Bailey Hongzhuang now? Lan Qingyan looked at the 3 contract beasts floating above the ice-snow godly pond and had her own plans. Bailey Hongzhuang had so many contracted beasts, and they were so powerful. She was envious. It was not a wise decision for Bailey Hongzhuang to put her contracted beast into the divine pond of ice and snow. Even Bailey Hongzhuang would need a long time to adapt to such cold air, and these 3 contracted beasts would not be able to withstand such cold air. Once their foundation was damaged, it would be equivalent to crippling Bailey Hongzhuang's wings. Since Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to court death, why should she stop her? She believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would soon taste the consequences of her own actions. This Lan Qingyan is really strange today. Why did she suddenly become so easy to talk to? Xiao He was a little puzzled. This was not in line with Lan Qingyan's character. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Lan Qingyan is certain that you guys are unable to absorb the cold energy from the divine pond of ice. That's why she's so calm. If the 3 beasts could really absorb the cold energy, Lan Qingyan's expression would definitely turn extremely ugly. Hearing this, the 3 beasts felt a wave of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Throughout their journey, what they hated the most was being looked down upon by others. Isn't it just the divine pond of ice? I'm a dignified beast king. How could I not be able to absorb this energy? Baisher snorted coldly and closed its eyes. It tried its best to adapt to the cold energy and tried to absorb the energy. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were not to be outdone. They were not ordinary beasts. Although ordinary beasts would not be able to withstand this energy, it did not mean that they could not. Seeing the confidence of the three beasts, Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a smile. She then calmed her heart and began to circulate the demon summoning scripture. As a heaven-defying technique, the demon summoning scripture had always been of great help to Bailey Hongshuang. If it were not for the high level of this technique, she would not have been able to catch up to Lan Qingyan's cultivation in such a short period of time. Following the circulation of the demon summoning scripture, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly felt that the cold energy in her body had weakened a little. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the demon summoning scripture had a resistance against the cold energy? Thinking of this, Bailey Hongshuang quickly circulated the demon summoning scripture. The energy from the divine pond of ice and snow also continuously flowed into her body following the circulation of the technique. With so much water entering Bailey Hongshuang's body, logically speaking, this cold energy was not something that a cultivator could withstand. However, Bailey Hongshuang did not feel the slightest bit. She only felt an endless amount of pure energy flowing into her body, removing the impurities in her body and filling her dantian at the same time. The rainbow divine pearl seemed to like the energy from the divine pond of ice and snow very much. Its flickering rainbow light became brighter and brighter as it spun in her dantian, absorbing the energy. After Bailey Hongshuang confirmed that the cold air could no longer affect her body, she stopped worrying and began to absorb the energy. As soon as Lan Qingyan entered the divine ice pond, she had already released the aura of a rank 9 blue realm. However, Bailey Hongshuang was only at rank 8 blue realm. If she wanted to catch up to Lan Qingyan's cultivation, she could only rely on the power of this divine ice snow pond. Bailey Hongshuang's huge movements naturally attracted the attention of others. In an instant, other than Bailey Hongshuang, everyone opened their eyes. When they saw Bailey Hongshuang absorbing the energy without restraint, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This? Could it be that she's not afraid of the cold? The four disciples of the Lan family stared blankly at Bailey Hongshuang as their eyes sparkled with disbelief. They had personally experienced how terrifying this cold air was. Logically speaking, it was Bailey Hongshuang's first day at the divine ice snow pond. It should be impossible for her to adapt to this energy. Even if she could adapt, she would have to carefully absorb some of the energy. It was impossible for her to absorb freely. However, Bailey Hongshuang in front of them did not seem to feel this at all. She was absorbing freely. Lan Qingyan's eyes widened. She did not understand how Bailey Hongshuang did it. Most importantly, she noticed that the purplish color on Bailey Hongshuang's face had disappeared. On the contrary, there was a faint blush lingering on her face. Lan Qingyan couldn't understand. Logically speaking, this should be impossible. How invasive was this cold air? Even the elders had to be extra careful and didn't dare to rashly absorb it. However, Bailey Hongshuang's body didn't have any resistance, yet she was able to withstand it on the first day she entered the divine ice snow pond. How did she do it? Lan Qingyan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she racked her brains. However, Bailey Hongshuang in front of her had clearly adapted to the cold air. While Lan Qingyan was angrily waiting for Bailey Hongshuang was wholeheartedly channeling the demon summoning scripture. The demon summoning scripture was a heaven-defying technique. Its ability was extremely impressive. Although Bailey Hongshuang was shocked that it could withstand the cold air, it wasn't hard to accept. Lan Qingyan bit her lip with her pearly white teeth, looking at Bailey Hongshuang's beautiful face. An indescribable hatred filled her heart. She couldn't understand why Bailey Hongshuang's luck was so good. Thinking back, during the Battle of Zhuelu, Bailey Hongshuang also inexplicably received the Primal Chaos Tablet's affirmation. From Lan Jingquang's mouth, she already understood that her Rainbow God Pearl caused her to be closer to the Primal Chaos Tablet. However, Bailey Hongshuang's intimacy with the Primal Chaos Tablet was stronger than hers. And now, the Lan family's divine ice snow pond was actually being absorbed by Bailey Hongshuang. This was simply infuriating. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Bailey Hongshuang actually wantonly absorbing the energy from the divine ice snow pond. Then, both of their faces revealed smiles. Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed a miraculous woman. No matter where she was, her performance was astonishing. Looks like we have to work harder. Mo Yunjia's lips curled. Hongzhuang's performance was already so impressive. They couldn't drag her down. Let's see who can absorb more. Bewitching chuckled. Then, he calmed down and began to cultivate. There was only so much energy in the divine ice snow pond. The more they absorbed, the less Lan Qingyan and the others could absorb. Previously, Lan Qingyan had looked down on them. Now, they couldn't be weak. The influence of the cold chi from the divine pond of ice and snow was not small, but both Bewitching and Mo Yunjie were not ordinary people. They had many tricks up their sleeves. It was not impossible to absorb the cold energy from the divine pond of ice and snow. However, they were not able to completely ignore the cold energy like Bailey Hongzhuang. When the three beasts saw that their master was so powerful, they felt proud of themselves. Lan Qingyan still dared to look down on master. This was definitely a blind dog. An imposter wants to be mentioned in the same breath as master. What a joke. Xiaohe said coldly. The more it saw Lan Qingyan, the deeper its disgust for her. In my opinion, Lan Qingyan probably still doesn't know master's identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hold herself back. Xiaobai's eyes flashed with wisdom. This Lan Qingyan was definitely not a person who didn't show her emotions on her face. If Lan Qingyan knew that master was most likely Lan Yixuan, she would have exploded long ago. Isn't this good? Wait until we get out of the divine ice snow pond. Lan Qingyan's expression will be even more interesting. Baisher sneered. Because Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were too shocking, Lan Qingyan and the Lan family's disciples were unable to regain their senses for a while. They completely did not know how Bailey Hongzhuang did this. Based on their family's many years of experience, they could only steadily absorb the energy. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang's absorption speed was much faster than theirs. After Lan Qingyan saw that Bailey Hongzhuang's absorption speed did not have any intention of slowing down, she could not help but turn her gaze to the latter's three contracted beasts. Bailey Hongzhuang actually only cared about her own cultivation and completely ignored her three contracted beasts. However, following Lan Qingyan's gaze, she discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang's three contracted beasts were floating on the divine ice snow pond very well and did not show any signs of being unable to withstand the cold. Most importantly, she even vaguely heard from the mouths of these three contracted beasts that they were mocking her. This discovery could not help but make Lan Qingyan burn with anger. The jealousy in her heart also became more intense. It was fine that Bailey Hongzhuang could do this, but Bailey Hongzhuang's three contracted beasts could actually withstand the cold. Wasn't this too strange? Logically speaking, the demonic beast should not be able to withstand it. At this moment, Lan Qingyan also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang's three contracted beasts were not ordinary demonic beasts. It was extremely difficult for ordinary contracted beasts to raise their cultivation to this level. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's three contracted beasts had reached this level. Moreover, their spiritual intelligence was far from ordinary demonic beasts. This was enough to prove that they were not ordinary. As the young master of the Lan family, her foundation was actually not comparable to Bailey Hongzhuang's. Young master, what should we do? The four Lan family's disciples looked at Lan Qingyan. The situation before their eyes had completely exceeded their expectations. Lan Qingyan coldly glanced at the four of them and angrily rebuked, "It's already like this, what else can we do? Think of a way to absorb more energy. Otherwise, it will affect your own future." After her voice fell, Lan Qingyan no longer paid attention to the four of them. This time, she had already thought of a way to deal with the divine pond of ice and snow. Just a few days ago, her father had taught her how to absorb the divine pond of ice and snow as quickly as possible. This method allowed him to ignore the cold and absorb the purest energy into his body. Originally, she wanted to use this method to surprise Bailey Hongzhuang, but she didn't expect that before she even started to use it, Bailey Hongzhuang had already surprised her. She had lost to Bailey Hongzhuang the last time. This time, she would not allow Bailey Hongzhuang to improve so much. The power of the divine pond of ice and snow belonged to the Lan family. They would never allow Bailey Hongzhuang to absorb as much as she wanted. Lan Qingyan's hands quietly flipped, forming a seal between her hands. Immediately after, the purplish color on Lan Qingyan's face quickly dissipated. The water in the divine ice pool was also continuously being drawn away by her. From beginning to end, she maintained the same hand seals. Feeling the abundant energy rushing into her body, Lan Qingyan felt a burst of joy in her heart. This was the feeling, an endless stream of energy was transforming her body, becoming a part of her body. After seeing Lan Qingyan also erupting with such a great attraction force, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. It seems that Lan Qingyan was also prepared. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was absorbing the energy, naturally felt the movements from Lan Qingyan's side. However, she did not open her eyes. She did not care what method Lan Qingyan used to achieve this. The most important thing was to seize the opportunity to absorb the energy. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan started their battle, the originally calm divine pond of ice and snow became uneven. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan were clearly in a state of confrontation. Both of them were equally matched. Astonishing energy washed over their bodies. Even though the divine pond of ice and snow was extremely rich in energy, everyone could still feel the speed of their absorption. Bewitching and Xianxia were not affected by the two at all. They continued to absorb the energy by themselves. Although they had certain methods, they still needed some time to adapt to the divine pond of ice and snow. Obviously, they would not be able to absorb as much energy as they wanted in such a short time. In comparison, the disciples of the Lan family did not have such a good mentality. Their strength could not be compared to Lan Qingyan and the others. To be able to obtain this opportunity was already a great opportunity for them. However, the current state of Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongzhuang was too frightening. If the two of them continued to be in such a state, then they would not have much energy to absorb. At this moment, they could only hope that Bailey Hongzhuang's state was only temporary. For a moment, they did not dare to delay any longer. After all, it was good to absorb more energy. However, under such a state of mind, the four of them were somewhat nervous. Therefore, the effect of the absorption was not very good. Originally, the divine pond of ice and snow was only suitable for 6 cultivators to absorb energy at a time. However, Lan Qingyan and the others deliberately used some methods, so it became 8 people. Now, with the addition of Bailey Hongzhuang's 3 contracted beasts, it was almost conceivable that the energy in the divine pond of ice and snow would be completely absorbed in less than a month's time. On the other hand, Bewitching and Xianxia did not have any distracting thoughts. It was their first time coming into contact with the energy of the divine pond of ice and snow. Although the speed was slow in the beginning, as time passed, the speed would gradually increase. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others entered the divine pond of ice and snow, Lan Hongtai returned to his residence as if nothing had happened. However, Lan Hongtai's appearance today gave Lan Jingquang and the others a different feeling. That damned old man, for him to come out at this time, it's obviously because of Bailey Hongzhuang. Judging from his attitude, he is warning us not to do anything to Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Jingquang couldn't hide his anger. He was strong enough to become the head of the Lan family, but Lan Hongtai wouldn't let him. He didn't understand. As the patriarch, the most important thing was strength. Why would Lan Hongtai never acknowledge him? From the looks of it, the situation is troublesome. The great elder must have told the patriarch everything. I'm sure the patriarch's thoughts are the same as ours. He believes that Bailey Hongzhuang is Lan Yixuan. Lan Kaicheng's expression was extremely ugly. He and Lan Jingquang were already in the same boat. If there was a problem, he wouldn't be able to get out of it either. We have to quickly find evidence. Even if we don't have it, we can fake it. We have to prove that Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yixuan are not the same person. Blue Sun City. Si Tu Yan and Mu Jinsei had been paying attention to the Lan family's movements and were prepared to support Bailey Hongzhuang at the slightest sign of movement. Hongzhuang and the rest have entered the divine pond of ice and snow. It looks like the situation is going more smoothly than we thought. Mu Jinsei's face was filled with a faint smile. Hongzhuang's methods were truly extraordinary. Although she had not attended the luncheon, she had heard the news from the Lan family and knew how stunning Bailey Hongzhuang's performance had been. There shouldn't be any problems in the divine pond of ice and snow. We'll just wait here for Ling Bing and the rest to arrive. Si Tu Yan slowly said. Mu Jinsei nodded and a faint smile appeared on her face. However, a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. She had also met Xianxia in Blue Sun City. However, compared to Xianxia from 20 years ago, she had aged a lot. The moment she had seen Xianxia, she could no longer contain the hatred and murderous intent in her heart. However, now was not the time to show it, so she could only endure it. After so many years of torment, 3 generations of her family had all been destroyed by Xianxia's hands. Mu Jinsei's hatred towards Xianxia could not be described in a few words. It was a good thing that Hong Zhuang had given her the rejuvenation pill after healing her. Now, she had regained her youthful appearance. When Xianxia saw that she was not disfigured, she would be very disappointed. At the same time, Xianxia was thinking of ways to concoct the strongest poison in her residence. She and Lan Jingquang were in the same boat. This Bailey Hongzhuang had humiliated her in front of everyone. If she did not take revenge, then she would not be her. This damned Bailey Hongzhuang. I don't know why, but I feel that she's a little familiar. Xianxia's mind raced as she concocted the poison. This feeling was very strange. She had clearly never seen this face before, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She had always believed in her intuition. If she felt that the face was familiar, then she should have seen it before. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lan Qingyan let go of her hand that had been maintaining the hand seal. This hand seal also consumed a certain amount of her mental strength. Therefore, she needed to stop every few days to recover. However, when she stopped absorbing, she realized that Bailey Hongzhuang showed no signs of stopping. Originally, Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongzhuang were evenly matched in the pool. But now that Lan Qingyan had stopped, Bailey Hongzhuang's side seemed to be the highest in the pool, almost hiding her whole body in the dense energy. Damn it! How did this Bailey Hongzhuang do it? She can actually keep absorbing energy for such a long time. Lan Qingyan's face was ashen. Her father had secretly taught her a secret technique before she was able to reach this stage. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang also had a corresponding secret technique? Thousands of thoughts ran through her mind. Ever since this Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, her performance was extremely extraordinary. Moreover, her foundation also made her feel an indescribable sense of fear. Because Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was really too outstanding, in comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang had already overshadowed everyone's brilliance. During this period of time, she could already feel Bailey Hongzhuang's aura constantly increasing. Now that she was already at Blue Realm level 9, it was obviously not easy to break through to the Purple Realm. On the contrary, she could not feel any signs of her bottleneck loosening. It was as hard as a rock. On the other hand, Bailey Hongzhuang's aura was increasing. If this continued, Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to enter Blue Realm level 9 in a few days. In this way, the gap between her and Bailey Hongzhuang would completely disappear. With the help of her father, she was able to increase her strength to this level. However, Bailey Hongzhuang actually used their Lan family's Divine Ice Lake to directly break through to Blue Realm level 9. This was a bit too ironic. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was cultivating, naturally heard Lan Qingyan's words. However, she did not take it to heart. Evidently, Lan Qingyan could no longer keep up her pretense of calmness. Long before she came to the Lan family, her father had already told her that the Lan family had owned the Divine Ice Lake for so many years. They had a certain amount of experience in absorbing the energy from the Divine Ice Lake. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang did not find it strange that Lan Qingyan had a way to quickly absorb the energy. However, this kind of secret method required a certain amount of mental strength. Therefore, Lan Qingyan could not maintain it all the time. There would definitely be a time to slow down. In comparison, she was surprised that a heaven-defying mental cultivation method could have such an effect. More than that, she was pleasantly surprised. She wanted to use the power of the Divine Ice Lake to defeat Lan Qingyan. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not pay any attention to her, Lan Qingyan could not hide her anger. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't pretend that you didn't hear me. At this time, Bewitching slowly opened his eyes. His extraordinarily handsome face slowly wrinkled into a frown, and between his eyebrows emerged a bit of impatience and disgust. Young Master Lan, since we've come to the Divine Ice Lake, we'll rely on our own abilities. My wife has the ability to absorb the energy. Is there a problem? After interacting with Lan Qingyan for a period of time, Bewitching had a certain understanding of Lan Qingyan's pestering character. However, Lan Qingyan's words were undoubtedly to delay Bailey Hongshuang's time. Lan Qingyan was stunned for a moment when she saw the undisguised disgust in Bewitching's eyes. Even though she already knew that Bewitching liked Bailey Hongshuang, she still felt an indescribable throbbing in her heart when faced with such a handsome face. After all, she had never admired a man so much in all these years. Therefore, in the face of Bewitching's criticism and protection of Bailey Hongshuang, Lan Qingyan was even more unhappy. For her to suddenly absorb energy so quickly, it doesn't make sense. She must be using some shady means, Lan Qingyan said with a cold face. Shady means? Bewitching's lips curled into an evil arc. As far as I know, young Master Lan also used a special method to absorb energy. Could it be that this is also a shady means? That's my Lan family's secret method. The divine ice lake is my Lan family's property. It's normal for me to know a secret method. Everyone has their own methods. You have the Lan family's secret method. My wife naturally has her own methods. Seeing that Bewitching was so protective of Bailey Hongshuang, Lan Qingyan's face turned ashen. She didn't know what kind of bewitching methods Bailey Hongshuang used on Bewitching and Mo Yunjue to make them so loyal to her. Bewitching was fine, but Mo Yunjue was also the same. Especially when she recalled Mo Yunjue's disdainful look towards her, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but feel angry. In the eyes of Mo Yunjue and Bewitching, it was as if she and Bailey Hongshuang were completely different. The divine ice pond belongs to my Lan family. It's normal for me to have a secret technique. Bailey Hongshuang is only here for the first time, but she's absorbing energy so wantonly. There must be something strange. Lan Qingyan didn't give up. Her gaze turned towards Bailey Hongshuang, who was still cultivating with her eyes closed. Bailey Hongshuang, don't pretend that you didn't hear anything. It's meaningless. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang slowly opened her eyes and looked straight at the aggressive Lan Qingyan. What do you want to say? Bailey Hongshuang lazily glanced at Lan Qingyan and went straight to the point. Lan Qingyan was slightly stunned. Then, with a cold face, she said, I don't care what kind of methods you usually use. But in my Lan family's territory, it's better for you to keep these methods to yourself. According to what you said, only you can use secret techniques here. We can't use our own methods. I've always heard that young Master Lan is extremely overbearing. Now, it seems that this degree of overbearingness is far beyond my imagination. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lan Qingyan really inherited her parents' fine tradition. She learned the word jealousy incisively and vividly. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan's expression turned even uglier. I don't believe that you have any legitimate means to absorb energy so quickly. It must be some unorthodox method. If you use such a method to affect the divine pond of ice and snow of my Lan clan, what should we do? Your words are too far-fetched. Bailey Hongshuang sneered, how I absorb energy is just a method. What does it have to do with the pool water? If you continue to be so unreasonable, then don't blame me for being rude. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes blossomed with a sharp and ruthless light, as if it could pierce through the heart of Lan Qingyan. With the help of this pool of water, she would be able to break through to Blue Realm 9th level in a few days. If Lan Qingyan continued to disturb her here, it would be very detrimental to her advancement. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang actually dared to threaten her, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but be stunned. Her entire body was suffocating with anger. This was the Lan family. Bailey Hongshuang actually dared to threaten her in the Lan family's territory. Wasn't this a little too lawless? Bailey Hongshuang, don't be too arrogant. In the next moment, Lan Qingyan slapped the pool water and looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a burning gaze. The elemental energy in her body had already burst out, however, without waiting for Bailey Hongshuang to make a move, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's elemental energy fluctuations had already surged out at the same time. Two cold rays of light shot out from their pitch-black pupils. Both of them coldly looked at Lan Qingyan. It was clearly Lan Qingyan who snatched away everything that should have belonged to Bailey Hongshuang. Now, Lan Qingyan was still here, unforgiving. Comparing the two, Bailey Hongshuang was really much better than Lan Qingyan. This woman really thinks that she's so great. Xiao Hei's figure rapidly grew as she looked at Lan Qingyan with an unfriendly gaze. Whether it was quantity or quality, their side was not inferior to Lan Qingyan at all. Lan Qingyan, consider it carefully. Once you make a move, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was cold. She came to the Lan family with the intention of shedding all pretense of cordiality. There was no need for her to have any misgivings. Even if they were to fight in this divine ice pond and turn the world upside down, she would not be the least bit afraid. After all, her maternal grandparents were now in Blue Sun City. She had already made full preparations for coming here this time. Moreover, Lan Hongtai's performance at that time had proven many things. Lan Qingyan and the 4 Lan family disciples saw Bailey Hongshuang's arrogant and fearless appearance and could not help but feel indignant at the injustice. In their Lan family's territory, this was the first time an outsider dared to be so arrogant. Bailey Hongshuang, are you so sure that the one at a disadvantage is me? Lan Qingyan's eyes were cold as she pointed at the surroundings and raised her voice, you better look carefully. This is my Lan family. Haha. Bailey Hongshuang sneered, it seems that you still don't understand why the Lan family elders have such strange expressions when they see me. Now that they had entered the divine ice pond, once they entered, they would be sealed for a month. During this period, the Lan family members would not easily enter. Therefore, Bailey Hongshuang did not care if Lan Qingyan knew her identity or not. After hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Lan Qingyan, who was originally unable to restrain her anger, could not help but change her expression. This was what she did not understand the most. Lan Qingyan's gaze was fixed on Bailey Hongshuang. Her voice was tinged with seriousness as she said, do you know why? Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes slightly raised, of course, don't you think, we're very fated? Very fated, it was just an ill-fated relationship. This time, she had come to sever this ill-fated relationship. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan's expression became even stranger. She didn't know why, but looking at Bailey Hongshuang's confident appearance, her heart had a bad premonition. She had never seen Bailey Hongshuang before, and the first time Bailey Hongshuang appeared in the Lan family, she was able to cause such a commotion in the Lan family. This was really a little too strange. Thinking of this, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but look at the 4 people beside her. She wanted to know if they had heard anything. However, the 4 of them shook their heads. They knew nothing about this. Bailey Hongshuang, stop keeping us in suspense. What do you know? If you have the ability, just say it. This feeling of being kept in the dark made Lan Qingyan very angry. Could it be that Bailey Hongshuang knew about their Lan family's matters but she didn't? Bailey Hongshuang shrugged and chuckled, why are you in such a hurry? You will know after you finish cultivating in the divine pond of ice and snow. It's very exciting. Just wait and see. The degree of excitement of this good show might exceed everyone's expectations. She knew that Lan Jingquang and the others must have launched a frantic investigation on her. However, the results of this investigation might not be satisfactory. After all, an unprepared person would never be able to defeat a prepared person. This feeling was as if a huge conspiracy was unfolding right in front of her. However, she didn't understand it at all. She just stood there blankly, waiting for everything to swallow her up. At this moment, Lan Qingyan only felt that Bailey Hongshuang in front of her was somewhat unfathomable. However, even if she racked her brains, she still couldn't figure out where the problem was. Bailey Hongshuang had never had any interaction with the Lan family. This feeling made her extremely uncomfortable. However, Bailey Hongshuang wasn't willing to say it out loud. The originally hostile atmosphere gradually dissipated after Lan Qingyan's mystery. In fact, Lan Qingyan also understood that if it weren't for Bailey Hongshuang's 3 contracted beasts, they would still have a certain chance of winning in a 4 versus 3 battle. However, she had already seen the battle prowess of these 3 contracted beasts. Moreover, after such a long time, these 3 contracted beasts' strength must have improved to a certain extent. Once they fought, with the 3 contracted beasts harassing them, it would be difficult for them to win. It was a pity that only so many people could enter the divine ice pond. Otherwise, she would definitely teach Bailey Hongshuang a good lesson here. However, she wasn't in a hurry now. As long as she left the divine ice pond, she would still have a chance. Seeing that Lan Qingyan had obediently shut her mouth, Bailey Hongshuang didn't bicker with Lan Qingyan anymore. She closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. The power of the divine ice pond was extremely beneficial to the body. The more she could absorb, the more benefits she would gain in the future. Bewitching and Xianxia also began to cultivate again. Based on the current situation, Lan Qingyan wouldn't be able to make any waves. The divine ice pond once again regained its tranquility. Only the sound of subtle breathing and the rippling of the pond water could be heard. Have you noticed Jing Kuang's recent actions? Lan Hongtai turned around and looked at Lan Borong behind him. His voice was low and hoarse. Master Kuang has been investigating Bailey Hongshuang's background and identity. Second Elder and the others are also becoming more and more diligent in buying people's hearts. Previously, Master Kuang had planned to wait for Young Lord to return from the Battle of Shualu before recommending Young Lord as the family head. However, due to the poor results, he temporarily gave up. Right now, Master Kuang is probably feeling threatened, so he chose to speed up. Lan Borong slowly told Lan Hongtai what he had learned recently. In the past, Lan Hongtai didn't care about the family's affairs. Even if Lan Jing was trying to buy people's hearts, Lan Borong didn't care when Lan Hongtai mentioned it. In fact, Lan Hongtai had long wanted to put down the family matters and rest in peace. If the family head position was handed over to Lan Qingyan, he was also willing. However, now that the situation had changed, he took the initiative to care about these things. As expected, he can't hold back anymore. Lan Hongtai chuckled and shook his head. Originally, he thought he didn't know Lan Jingkuang at all. But after so many years, he understood Lan Jingkuang's attitude. Power was something Lan Jingkuang could never let go of. Perhaps it was because of this that Lan Yunxiao's cultivation was always stronger than Lan Jingkuang's. Because Lan Jing was too distracted. Not only that, Yusiqing has also recently entered seclusion. Every day, she is secretly researching something in her room. No one can see her. Hearing Lan Borong's words, Lan Hongtai couldn't help but slap the table. His calm face also showed a trace of anger. It's the same trick again. Yusiqing is truly a troublemaker. Back then, it was Yusiqing who came up with such a sinister plan to harm Lan Yunxia's family. Now, Lan Jingkuang was colluding with Yusiqing. Based on his understanding of Lan Jingkuang, he must have made up his mind to end Bailey Hongshuang once and for all. In Lan Jingkuang's heart, familial love had always been extremely thin. Anyone who tried to stop him from obtaining power would be dealt with by him. Even his own father, in his eyes, was probably looking forward to an early death. What happened in the past was already the greatest pain in his heart. If Lan Jingkuang dared to do such a despicable thing again, he wouldn't tolerate it any longer. Family head, if that's really the case, then we have to be more careful. Lan Borong frowned. Yusiqing's poisoning methods were truly impossible to guard against. The slightest carelessness could lead to them falling into her trap. Back then, they'd suffered such a loss. Lan Hongtai nodded. Send people to pay attention to the movements over there. Don't let anyone find out. That incident had happened last time because they hadn't set up any defenses. Now that Lan Jingkuang wanted to use the same trick again, he wouldn't give him the slightest chance. Limitless Palace. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were cultivating day and night. The two of them abandoned all distracting thoughts and focused all their attention on cultivation. Perhaps to ordinary people, cultivating day and night was unspeakably dry and arduous, but to them, it was something they wanted to endure. Compared to the years of torture they'd endured, being able to properly cultivate now was their greatest wish. Moreover, they were about to appear before those fellows with a brand new face. This was their greatest motivation now. Counting the days, Hong Zhuang and the others should have entered the divine ice lake by now. Nan Gongwu's face rippled with a faint smile. When she first met Bailey Hongzhuang, it was still too early to plan. But now, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was already in motion. According to the information we received, Hong Zhuang wasn't bullied in the Lan family. On the contrary, Yusiqing and Lan Jingkuang lost face in front of her. Sect Master Situ and Palace Master Mu didn't even appear and the matter was resolved. Yu Lingfeng's eyes were brimming with admiration. In recent years, Bailey Hongzhuang had become more mature. Everything was within her plan. To be able to reach this step at such a young age was truly amazing. In comparison, the gap between ordinary cultivators and Bailey Hongzhuang at her age was probably a huge chasm. Lan Qingyan originally wanted to use the Lan family's power to teach her a lesson. She didn't expect Hong Zhuang to be so overbearing that she couldn't even say a word. In the past, I've always heard of how outstanding Lan Qingyan was. But in my opinion, Lan Qingyan can't compare to Hong Zhuang. Nan Gongwu's voice was filled with disdain. In the past, when everyone praised Lan Qingyan, she didn't care. But now that there was a comparison, there was no need to say anything more about Lan Qingyan. Hong Zhuang's experience since young was different from Lan Qingyan's. Naturally, her way of dealing with things is much better than Lan Qingyan. At the divine pond of ice and snow, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from the calm pond, causing Bewitching and the others who were cultivating to open their eyes and look at the source of the energy fluctuation. They saw Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were closed and the cold pond water around her was boiling. However, this was not due to the increase in temperature, but Bailey Hongzhuang's rapid absorption of energy. Seeing this, Bewitching, Mo Yunjue, and the three beasties were all delighted. Hong Zhuang is about to break through. Bewitching's lips curved into a faint smile. They had only been in the divine ice altar for 7 days, but Bailey Hongzhuang was able to break through from level 8 blue realm to level 9 blue realm. Her cultivation speed was really fast. Master is really amazing. Lan Qingyan has been cultivating for several days without any progress, but Master has already successfully broken through. In this way, Master is now in the same realm as Lan Qingyan. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with excitement. Lan Qingyan had always felt that her cultivation was higher than Master's, so she was very proud. Now that Master had caught up in such a short time, Lan Qingyan had nothing to be proud of. Their cultivation has reached the same realm, but Lan Qingyan's combat strength is definitely incomparable to Master's. I'm looking forward to the end of the cultivation in the divine pond of ice and snow. Once we get out, it will be really exciting. Xiao Bai's face was filled with an attitude of wanting to see the world in chaos. This kind of good show was something that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Compared to Bewitching and the others' happiness, Lan Qingyan's face became extremely ugly. She had already expected that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to break through to level 9 blue realm with the help of the divine pond of ice and snow, but this speed was still somewhat beyond her expectations. All along, with the help of the rainbow sacred pearl, her cultivation talent was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, after meeting Bailey Hongzhuang, she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough speed was really terrifying. Thinking back to the Battle of Zhuolu, Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation was much lower than hers by several levels. At that time, it was not difficult for her to kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, facing Bailey Hongzhuang again, she no longer had the same confidence as before. This breakthrough speed was not only her, but also Bewitching and Mo Yunjue could not be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang. Could it be that when Bailey Hongzhuang broke through, she didn't consider the impact of a rapid breakthrough on her foundation? Lan Qingyan's mind was constantly pondering. If this was the case, then it would be the best. However, judging from Bailey Hongzhuang's fighting strength, this possibility was obviously not high. The other 4 disciples of the Lan family also had extremely ugly expressions. During this period, they had been desperately absorbing the energy. Not to mention that their cultivation speed could not keep up with Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan, Bewitching, and Mo Yunjue's cultivation speed could not be kept up with. The most speechless thing was that they could only compete with these 3 contracted beasts. This was really too depressing. It was already very miraculous that contracted beasts could absorb the energy of the divine pond of ice and snow. However, these 3 contracted beasts could cultivate so easily, which made people even more speechless. Compared to the confidence they had before entering the divine pond of ice and snow, the current situation really gave Lan Qingyan and the others a resounding slap. Boom! The water from the divine pond of ice and snow suddenly surged up and surrounded Bailey Hongzhuang, stirring up waves. Everyone's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's aura had successfully reached Blue Realm level 9. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly opened her eyes and a smile slowly appeared on her lips. Sure enough, I've successfully broken through. Thinking back to the time when she broke through so quickly, she had been controlling it these days. She didn't want the rapid progress to affect her foundation. However, after absorbing the power of the divine pond of ice and snow, she didn't have to worry anymore. This was because the power of the divine pond of ice and snow could remove the impurities in a cultivator's body and dantian. Turning her head, Bailey Hongzhuang saw Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's joyful smiles. I've finally caught up to your progress. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile. Your progress is too fast. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we'll be left behind by you in the future. Mo Yunjua joked. Wife, congratulations. Bewitching's face was also full of smiles. Bailey Hongzhuang's progress was really delightful. Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with an unfriendly gaze. The divine pond of ice and snow of the Lan family had helped Bailey Hongzhuang break through to Blue Realm level 9. Thinking about it, she felt it was very ironic. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze to Lan Qingyan. In fact, Lan Qingyan's burning gaze was really hard to ignore. Young Master Lan, the power of the divine pond of ice and snow is really magical. This time, I've really benefited from the Lan family. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile as she spoke slowly. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan's face couldn't help but turn cold. She was already extremely unhappy, but now she was extremely depressed. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's smiling face, Lan Qingyan felt that there was nothing more disgusting than this face. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do to Bailey Hongzhuang. In the next moment, Lan Qingyan angrily closed her eyes. The only thing she was better than Bailey Hongzhuang in was her cultivation. If her cultivation was also caught up by Bailey Hongzhuang, then she really had no right to be proud. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and the others looked at each other. After revealing a smile of understanding, they went back into seclusion. During this month, they needed to work hard to break through to the Purple Realm, so they didn't want to waste any time. During this period of time, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had already overcome the chill of the divine pond of ice and snow. Their speed of absorbing energy was gradually increasing. Although there was still a gap between them and Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan who used a secret technique, this gap wasn't too big. However, breaking through to the Purple Realm wasn't an easy task. The time it took was also much longer than breaking through to the Purple Realm. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the end of the day approached, the atmosphere in the divine pond of ice and snow became more and more solemn. Breaking through the bottleneck of the Purple Realm was really too difficult. Even after absorbing so much energy, it was still not enough for everyone to break through. The energy in the pond water was much weaker than before. It could be seen that there wasn't much energy left in the divine pond of ice and snow. Now, it could be said that this place was unusually quiet. Both sides didn't talk at all and began to race against time. There was still a certain gap between the three beasts and Bailey Hongzhuang. With the abundant energy in the divine pond of ice, their breakthroughs were also extremely fast. While Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan were fighting, the three beasts were also competing to see who could increase their strength the most in the same amount of time. Therefore, the three beasts were also very happy. Once one of them broke through, the other two would also break through. Lan Qingyan and the others were completely speechless at this situation. Bailey Hongzhuang was already so abnormal, but they didn't expect that even Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beasts were also so abnormal. Without thinking, it was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang was the one who gained the most from the divine pond of ice this time. Bailey Hongzhuang not only broke through to the 9th level of the Blue Realm, but Bailey Hongzhuang's 3 contracted beasts also had a great increase in strength. At the same time, the 3 cultivators of the Lan family also successfully broke through. Outside the divine pond of ice, there were people from the Lan family guarding it every day. They were very familiar with the aura of breakthroughs coming from inside. So far, no one has broken through to the Purple Realm? Lan Jingquang asked the guard. Based on the secret technique he had taught Lan Qingyan must have absorbed the most energy. If someone broke through to the Purple Realm, Lan Qingyan should be the first. The guard nodded. There are other auras of breakthroughs, but there are no signs of anyone breaking through to the Purple Realm. Hearing this, Lan Jingquang frowned. Whether Lan Qingyan could break through to the Purple Realm this time was also very important. Master Quang, with the young master's cultivation talent, she can definitely break through to the Purple Realm. Lan Kaicheng spoke slowly, but there was a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. She must break through to the Purple Realm. Only then can we have a reason to propose for her to take the position of the family head. Lan Jingquang's face was gloomy. His dark and malicious eyes flickered with anxiety and annoyance. Now that Lan Hongtai had begun to watch his every move, this feeling made him very unhappy. As long as Lan Qingyan worked hard and ascended to the position of clan head, then he would have nothing to fear. Master Kuang, you've already taught the young master the secret technique. Most of the energy in the divine pond of ice and snow will be absorbed by the young master. It should be enough for him to break through to the purple realm. Logically speaking, this kind of secret technique was generally not taught because there was a certain level of fairness between the Lan family's disciples. However, the current situation was different from before, so they used it. That Bailey Hongzhuang is very strange, and Di Baichen and Mo Yunjue are not easy to deal with either. No one can say for sure what will happen. Lan Jingquang was obviously not as optimistic as Lan Kaicheng thought. Judging from Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude when she came to the Lan family, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang did not come with good intentions. With their status, it's not strange for them to have such means. However, we are the most familiar with the divine pond of ice and snow. Hearing this, Lan Jingquang nodded and said to the guard, if anyone breaks through to the purple realm, inform me immediately. Yes. However, not long after Lan Jingquang left, Lan Borong also came to the divine pond of ice and asked the same question, Lin Feng, thank you so much for these days. Ever since he took the rejuvenation pill, Lan Yunxia's appearance had returned to that of a 20-year-old. Just like when he was in high spirits in the Lan family, an outstanding temperament was evident in every part of his body. Yu Linfeng looked at the glowing Lan Yunxiao and felt as if he had returned to 20 years ago. Back then, it was this Lan Yunxiao who had given him the only warmth in the cold and heartless Lan family. Now that he thought about it, he was filled with emotion. If it wasn't for you back then, I would have lost my life. Being able to help you now is already something that makes me very happy. Why should I thank you? Yu Lingfeng's face was filled with a spring breeze smile. He had always felt that someone like Yu Linfeng should be an all-powerful existence. More than 10 years of torture had left many scars in Lan Yunxiao's heart, but he felt that the Lan Yunxiao in front of him now had an indescribable temperament and determination compared to 19 years ago. What I did back then was nothing more than a slight effort. Now that you're helping me, it's incomparable to what I did back then. Lan Yunxiao shook his head. With his power in the Lan family back then, it would have been easy for him to protect Yu Linfeng's life. However, Yu Linfeng was risking a certain amount of risk to help him. In comparison, Yu Linfeng was truly sending charcoal in snowy weather. What you're feeling now is exactly what I felt back then. Since you treat me as a brother, then there's no need for such pleasantries. When we go to Blue Sun City this time, you must take back everything that belongs to you. Help me teach Lan Jingquang a lesson while you're at it. Yu Linfeng was full of smiles, and his voice revealed a carefree and heroic feeling. To him, the Lan family was already a thing of the past. He didn't care about it anymore because he didn't have any feelings for the Lan family to begin with. However, Lan Yunxiao was different. The Lan family was Lan Yunxiao's home. There were too many things that Lan Yunxiao couldn't bear to part with there. Don't worry. My so-called brother should also be punished. Lan Yunxiao's eyes gradually sharpened with a hidden sharpness. From her crazy love with Lan Jing, to the shocking betrayal, to the final torture and humiliation. If he hadn't been able to see Lan Jingquang's true colors back then, now he had seen through everything. He couldn't forgive Lan Jingquang, because once he did, he would be letting down all the pain he'd endured all these years. He would also be letting down Mu Lingbing and Ishuan. Noticing the change in Lan Yunxiao's expression, Yu Linfeng suddenly understood that the current Lan Yunxiao was different from 20 years ago. He was still as elegant and refined as before. However, compared to his previous benevolence, there was now a hint of ruthlessness and decisiveness. And such a change was definitely not a bad thing. If Lan Yunxiao had been this ruthless back then, he wouldn't have been persecuted to this extent by Lan Jingquang. Mu Lingbing and Nangong Wu stood together, gazing at the lush greenery at the foot of the mountain, their hearts filled with indescribable emotions. After so many years, she was finally going to head to Blue Sun City again. Lingbing, you have to take care of yourself on this trip. Nangong Wu's face was full of smiles, her eyes brimming with blessings. Hong Zhuang is already waiting for you in Blue Sun City. I'm afraid the Lan family is about to experience a great upheaval. They had inexplicably caused Bailey Hongzhuang to suffer for so many years. Along the way, she had cut her way through thistles and thorns and experienced all kinds of hardships just to rescue them. As her parents, they had never done anything for Bailey Hongzhuang. But now, they were going to clear Bailey Hongzhuang's name, find her real name, and take back everything that belonged to her. Nangongwu's smile deepened when she saw the confidence in Mu Lingbing's eyes. She admired Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao, but also envied them at the same time. After so many years, they were still able to walk down this path with such determination. I originally wanted to go with you, but Lin Feng said this is your family's matter and it's not convenient for us to participate, so we won't go. However, if the Lan family really stands on Lan Jingquang's side, as long as you need our limitless palace's strength, we will definitely appear at the first moment. Nangongwu's bright face flashed with determination. Limitless Palace was now their true ally. As long as they needed help, they definitely wouldn't refuse. Hearing this, Mu Jin's also smiled. Thank you, no matter what it is. She never thought that Nangongwu and Yu Linfeng would be so generous in helping her. Her heart was filled with gratitude. Perhaps, after experiencing the heart-wrenching betrayal of their loved ones, receiving such unreserved help gave them an indescribable feeling of relief and sorrow. Good sisters, there's no need to say more. What's more, your precious daughter is my good disciple. This friendship will not fade for the rest of my life. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing stood together and said to Yu Linfeng and Mu Jins, farewell. I'll be waiting for your good news. Abruptly turning around, the golden morning sun shone on Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, adding a touch of brilliance to their departure. This time, they were leaving so that they could meet again. On the 27th day, a ripple suddenly appeared in the calm divine pond of ice. Following that, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Sensing this movement, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but open her eyes and look in the direction of the explosion. Dibachen's eyes were closed, and his hands were in a seal in front of his chest. He was like a magnet, and the energy in the divine pond of ice and snow was continuously being absorbed by him. The pool of water surged towards Dibachen like a whirlpool, wrapping around him. Upon seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's deep eyes lit up. Dibachen was about to break through to the purple realm. Back then, Dibachen had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Now, with the help of the divine pond of ice and snow, he was finally about to break through. Once he broke through to the purple realm, it would truly be a whole new world. Lan Qingyan looked at Dibachen, who was in the process of breaking through, and a touch of admiration emerged in her heart. Originally, with Dibachen's cultivation, he was already one of the most outstanding people in the younger generation. Now that he had broken through to the purple realm, his status was even more obvious. However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, who was full of smiles, Lan Qingyan's expression turned cold again. She was jealous of Bailey Hongzhuang. Ouyang Etian and Dibachen were on the same level. If she was together with Ouyang Etian, wouldn't she be doomed to be suppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang forever? However, Bailey Hongzhuang's attention fell on Mo Yunjue. This clearly didn't fit Mo Yunjue's personality. Even if the person breaking through was Dibachen, he wouldn't feel jealous. Vaguely, Bailey Hongzhuang sensed that Mo Yunjue's aura, which had always been steady, was fluctuating slightly. Master, I feel that Mo Yunjue's aura seems to have strengthened as well. Baishir followed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze and looked at Mo Yunjue. As a beast king, he was very sensitive to auras. He could sense even the slightest fluctuation. Hearing Baishir's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile widened. It seems that we have the same idea. Whether it was Dibachen or Mo Yunjue, both of them were very accomplished in cultivation. Thinking back to the Battle of Zhuelu, the two of them often broke through at the same time. It was obvious that their talents were similar. Now that Dibachen had begun to break through to the purple realm, Mo Yunjue was probably not far away. Master, how are you doing? Seeing that Dibachen and Mo Yunjue were about to break through to the purple realm, Xiaohei couldn't help but ask about Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. I'm still some distance away from breaking through to the purple realm. It took me a lot of time to break through to the 9th level of the blue realm. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to break through to the purple realm before the end of the divine pond of ice. Even so, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't reveal the slightest bit of dispiritedness on her face. Long before she came to the divine pond of ice, she had already expected this result. Even if she couldn't break through to the purple realm, she wouldn't be far away from it. After all, she had absorbed a lot of energy. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to the demon summoning scripture. Otherwise, the difference would be even greater. No matter what, we have already gained a lot from this trip. Seeing that the three beasts were a little disappointed, Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and patted the heads of the three beasts. Her delicate and elegant face was brimming with a faint radiant smile. Lan Qingyan also heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words and her heart was suddenly filled with joy. She didn't care if the others could break through to the Purple Realm. What she cared about was Bailey Hongzhuang. Young master, Bewitching has successfully broken through. You should also work hard to break through before the divine pond of ice ends. Seeing this, the Lan clan's disciples couldn't help but look at Lan Qingyan anxiously. They were all from the same faction as Lan Qingyan. Before they entered the divine ice lake, Master Kuang had already told them his plan. Only when Lan Qingyan successfully broke through to the Purple Realm and left the divine ice lake would Master Kuang be able to push Lan Qingyan to the position of clan head. Lan Qingyan's brows slightly wrinkled, and her expression showed some dissatisfaction. I know. It's useless even if you rush me. Don't I want to break through as soon as possible? Hearing Lan Qingyan's scolding, the four disciples looked at each other and then lowered their heads. However, I can feel that I'm not far away from breaking through to the Purple Realm. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the four disciples shone brightly. The commotion caused by the 9th level of the Blue Realm breaking through to the Purple Realm could be said to be huge. Therefore, the Lan clan's disciples guarding the gate had already sensed it at the first moment. Soon, this news had already reached the ears of Lan Jingquang and Lan Hongtai. Master Kuang, the young master must have successfully broken through to the Purple Realm. Although Lan Jingquang's face didn't change much, he still couldn't help but sigh in relief. It's too early to be happy. Although someone broke through to the Purple Realm, it's still hard to say who did it. I think the young master has the highest chance of breaking through. Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue had to spend a lot of effort just to restrain the cold air. Their absorption speed can't compare to the young master's. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, she was only at the 8th level of the Blue Realm when she went in. That's even more impossible. I think the person who broke through to the 9th level of the Blue Realm was her. But to break through to the Purple Realm so quickly, that's a fantasy. Lan Kaicheng was more optimistic. Combining all the circumstances, Lan Qingyan had the highest chance of breaking through. After all, with the Rainbow Pearl, Lan Qingyan's cultivation talent had always been incomparable to ordinary people. Lan Jingquang nodded and said, "Inform our people. When Qingyan comes out of the divine pond of ice, we should prepare." He had a bad feeling about Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, so he had to cut the Gordian knot quickly to avoid any more trouble. Okay, I'll contact them immediately. This time, the young master will definitely become the head of the house. Lan Hongtai couldn't help but frown after hearing the news. According to his judgment, Bailey Hongzhuang had the lowest chance of breaking through to the Purple Realm. Is there any movement on Jingquang's side? Master Kuang and the others seemed to be waiting for the young master to come out and then recommend the young master to become the head of the house. This can be seen from their recent frequent contact. Moreover, according to the news I received, Master Kuang has taught the young master how to quickly absorb the energy in the pond. So the person with the highest chance of breaking through to the Purple Realm is the young master. Lan Borong looked at the expressionless Lan Hongtai in front of him, and a hint of worry appeared between his brows. Head of the house, once the young master breaks through to the Purple Realm, Master Kuang arranged for everyone to propose the young master to become the head of the house. I'm afraid we can't refuse. Lan Qingyan had been the young master of the Lan family for many years. Everyone had already recognized her as the future head of the house. In fact, before Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, they also thought so. Looks like Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance has really put a lot of pressure on Jingquang. Lan Hongtai sighed but didn't say anything. Looking at Lan Hongtai's expression, Lan Borong couldn't help wondering what the patriarch meant. Patriarch, what do you mean? Before that, I have to get to the bottom of the most important truth. With that, Lan Hongtai walked out of the room. Looking at Lan Hongtai's tall but somewhat weathered back, Lan Borong suddenly understood. After 3 days, the situation would be a little complicated, just as Bailey Hongzhuang predicted. After Di Beichen successfully broke through, Mo Yunjue also began to break through. Yunju is really unwilling to lose to me at all. Bewitching looked at Mo Yunjue beside him, who was trying his best to break through to the purple realm. His lips curved into a sunny smile. Although he said that, he wasn't the least bit unhappy. On the contrary, he was filled with deep admiration. Based on the situation of your cultivation, you really are like a pair of brothers. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and sighed. These two's cultivation was exactly the same. Following the news of the second person breaking through to the purple realm, the smile on Lan Jingquang's face deepened. If there was only one person who broke through to the purple realm, he couldn't be sure if it was Lan Qingyan. But now that there was a second person, he didn't have to worry. He believed that one of the two was Lan Qingyan. Master Kuang, we can be completely at ease now. Our plan can begin immediately. Lan Kaicheng's face was full of smiles. They had waited for so long just to get a definite answer. They couldn't delay the matter of electing Lan Qingyan as the young master any longer. Only when Lan Qingyan became the family head could they truly be at ease. As long as there is a new family head, the old family head's status and influence will weaken a lot. That way, we can be at ease. Third elder Lan Yongtai followed up. How's the investigation of Bailey Hongzhuang's identity? Is there still no progress? Lan Jingquang frowned slightly. With their Lan family's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to find out a person's background. However, the resistance they encountered when investigating Bailey Hongzhuang was much greater than he expected. Lan Kaicheng shook his head helplessly. All we could find was the simplest news. It's nothing more than Bailey Hongzhuang passing the competition and becoming a Tiangang sect disciple. As for how Bailey Hongzhuang became the young palace master of Limitless Palace, it seems to have happened out of thin air. There's no clue at all. Whether Bailey Hongzhuang is related to Lan Yunxiao or not, you can't find out? Lan Hongtai nodded. There's no news at all. It's as if it doesn't exist. Master Kuang, Limitless Palace has only been established for a short dozen years. When the incident happened, Limitless Palace didn't exist yet. Logically speaking, Lan Yunxiao wouldn't hand Bailey Hongzhuang over to someone from Limitless Palace to raise. Moreover, the palace master of Limitless Palace is a self-reliant person who suddenly made a name for herself. Lan Yunxiao shouldn't know her. Lan Kaicheng looked at Lan Jingquang tentatively. Could this be just a coincidence? In reality, other than the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yunxiao's appearance were extremely similar, nothing else could link her to Lan Yunxiao. Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Kaicheng and Lan Yongtai in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's not bad news that we can't find anything. If we can't find anything, I'm sure the master can't find anything either. Even if he thinks so, it's useless." That's right. Old master has always been concerned about Lan Yunxiao, but it's meaningless. Moreover, even if Bailey Hongzhuang was really Lan Yunxiao's daughter, the old family head couldn't recommend her as the new family head. That Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't have any foundation in the Lan family. A smile appeared on Lan Kaicheng's face. They didn't care about what happened to Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as Lan Qingyan successfully broke through to the purple realm, they could ignore everything else. Lan Jingquang's lips slowly curved into a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang won't exist in this world for much longer. Yu Xiqing had already told him a few days ago that the poison was already prepared. Thinking of Bailey Hongzhuang's arrogant appearance at the luncheon, Lan Jingquang felt unhappy. Whether it was her attitude or her face that was similar to Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's, it all made him unhappy from the bottom of his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. It was simply impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to fight with him. Hearing Lan Jingquang's sinister and ruthless words, Lan Kaicheng and Lan Yongtai looked at each other and smiled. No matter what, they were on the right side. Once this matter was settled, they wouldn't have to worry about the rest of their days. Get ready. Take the initiative to propose to the patriarch tomorrow, Lan Jingquang said slowly in a deep voice. We're proposing before the young master comes out? Lan Yongtai asked in surprise. Lan Jingquang nodded. To avoid trouble, we'll propose before Qingyan comes out. As long as Qingyan breaks through to the purple realm, the patriarch won't be able to find a reason to refute. In this way, we can hold the ceremony soon after Qingyan comes out. Hearing this, Lan Yongtai and Lan Kaicheng looked at each other. Although this situation was out of their expectations, it wouldn't be a problem to bring it forward. Yes. Patriarch, Master Kuang and the others can't hold back anymore. I just got the news that they're going to propose to you tomorrow to let the young master become the patriarch. Lan Boron's brows furrowed tightly, revealing a hint of annoyance. Currently, there were still many things that they didn't know, but Lan Jingquang clearly saw through this and wasn't willing to give them any time. A faint smile appeared on Lan Hongtai's face, but there was an unfathomable meaning in it. This is in line with his personality. He feels threatened and can't wait to control everything in his own hands. But if that's the case, what should we do? Seeing that Lan Hongtai wasn't anxious at all, Lan Borong couldn't help but worry. We don't have any reason to stop their proposal. Lan Hongtai looked at Lan Borong indifferently and smiled. Do you think that if Bailey Hongshuang is really Yunjiao's child, she will care about everything in the Lan family? Hearing this, Lan Borong couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't understand what Lan Hongtai meant. Right now, she is already the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Her identity and background are not much weaker than our Lan family. I think this child came to the Lan family for revenge, not for the Lan family. Lan Hongtai sighed faintly. Back then, Lan Yunxiao had never considered the Lan family as something he needed. He only wanted to protect his own family with all his might. Lan Yunxiao and Lan Jingquang had completely different ideas from the start. As Lan Hongtai's voice fell, Lan Borong's body shook, but his eyes revealed a look of realization. Indeed, the patriarch had already seen through this. If Bailey Hongshuang really had that identity, then she wouldn't be reluctant to leave this family that was riddled with holes and had hurt her so much in the past. Patriarch, what do you mean? Let them be. If it's his, it'll be his sooner or later. If it's not his, it'll be useless no matter how hard he tries. If it weren't for this responsibility, he wouldn't have swallowed his pride back then. He had paid too much for this responsibility, so it wasn't a bad thing to give it up. At least, when he was about to give up, he met a child who gave him hope. When Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing returned to Blue Sun City and saw the city that was somewhat similar to the past, yet different in every way, an indescribable sigh rose in their hearts. After nearly 20 years, they had returned to their homeland. Even though Blue Sun City had changed a lot in these 20 years, they could still vaguely see its original appearance. This place was the most complicated place in their hearts. When they first lived here, they only felt a sense of familiarity from every part of the city. When they left, bathed in blood, this city was so merciless and cruel. Now that they were back, they only felt a little apathetic. Mu Lingbing trembled. Although she had already expected this, she still couldn't help but tremble when she saw it with her own eyes. The scene before she left was a pain she would never forget for the rest of her life. Lan Yunxiao tightened his grip on Mu Lingbing's hand. I'm here. His simple words brought a smile to Mu Lingbing's face. Father and mother are staying in the restaurant over there. Let's go meet them. Lan Yunxiao nodded. Okay. The two of them looked like they were in their 20s, and with the disguise technique Bailey Hongshuang had taught them, no one would notice them. Soon, Lan Yunxiao and the others met at the restaurant. Yunxiao. When Mu Jin saw the two of them, a deep smile appeared on her face. A month's time is almost up, but I didn't see you coming. I was worried you wouldn't make it, but you're finally here. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing smiled. We want to increase our strength, so we've been staying in Limitless Palace for a longer period of time. Situ Yan sized up Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing with a look of shock in his eyes. Your strength actually increased by so much in such a short time. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were originally cultivation geniuses, and their reputations were already extremely resounding 19 years ago. Back then, Lan Jing couldn't win against Lan Yunxiao because of this strength. However, after so many years, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing hadn't had the chance to continue cultivating. Although they recovered quickly, they had made great progress recently. Lan Yunxiao nodded. We've already used all the methods at our disposal. Only by increasing my strength can I face Lan Jingquang properly. When he was dealing with Lan Jingquang, the elders of the Lan clan stood in front of him. He didn't believe that the elders of the Lan family would stand in front of Lan Jingquang again. Mu Jin and Situ Yan looked at each other. Their greatest enmity was the Yu family, while the Lan family was the greatest pain in Lan Yunxiao's heart. It was normal for him to do this for this day. It's good that you're here. In 2 days, the divine pond of ice and snow will end. Hong Zhuang and the others will also come out. Situ Yan patted Lan Yunxiao's shoulder. He understood what the latter was thinking. The Lan family's recent movements aren't small. I heard that 2 auras of breaking through to the purple realm have been released from the divine ice pond. One of them is very likely Lan Qingyan. Lan Jingquang and the rest are preparing to make Lan Qingyan the patriarch's seat once she leaves the divine ice pond. They've been busy recently. It seems they're already preparing the things needed for the ceremony. It seems Lan Jingquang is full of confidence. Situ Yan slowly told them the news they'd gathered. Lan Jingquang didn't seem to have any intention of hiding such a big commotion. Thus, they only needed a little understanding to know about this. Because of this, the Yu family is also very happy, Mu Jin said faintly. Hearing this, Lan Yunxiao chuckled. It seems like we came at the right time. Back then, Lan Jingquang racked his brains to betray the Lan family in order to sit on the patriarch's seat. He didn't expect that after 19 years, he would be able to attend Lan Qingyan's ascension ceremony. Fate was truly wondrous. Situ Yan and the other 3 exchanged glances with each other before a smile appeared on their faces. In their eyes, this was a ceremony to welcome Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's return rather than a celebration of Lan Qingyan becoming the Lan family's patriarch. Lan Jingquang definitely didn't expect you all to return to the Lan family. The happier you are now, the more wonderful your expressions will be on that day. Mu Jin's voice was filled with indescribable coldness. That wretched man dared to treat her daughter and son-in-law like this. Now that they were back, she wouldn't let Lan Jingquang have a good time. 19 years ago, she wasn't able to protect her daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter. 19 years later, if those shameless fellows from the Lan family still dared to protect Lan Jingquang, then she would destroy the entire Lan family. A family that couldn't distinguish right from wrong didn't need to exist. I heard you Xiqing and the rest live nearby. Mu Lingbing looked at Mu Jin with concern. She must be the person Mu Jin cared about the most. Mu Jin nodded. On the day of the ceremony, Yu Xiqing will also appear. As soon as he said this, everyone understood what was going on. That day, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's appearance was a huge blow to Lan Jingquang's head, and Situ Yan and Mu Jin's appearance was an unbearable blow to Yu Xiqing. Now, we just have to wait for the divine pond of ice to end. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled. After enduring for so many years, they had finally waited for this day. Divine pond of ice and snow. After Lan Qingyan saw that Mo Yunjue had also broken through, her expression could not help but become complicated. A cultivator needed a lot of energy to break through to the purple realm. After Mo Yunjue absorbed the energy in the divine pond of ice and snow was greatly reduced. If she didn't break through soon, it would be too late. When she thought about how she would face Lan Jingquang's furious gaze if she didn't break through to the purple realm, her heart trembled. She definitely couldn't let such a thing happen again, otherwise, she had no doubt that Lan Jingquang would teach her a lesson. Bailey Hongzhuang was also a diligent cultivator. To her, it didn't matter if she could break through to the purple realm, as long as she could increase her strength, it would be extremely good. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day in the divine pond of ice. The energy in the divine pond of ice was no longer as dense as before. Instead, it had gradually turned into the color of clear water. As expected, the energy in the divine pond of ice could only support cultivators for a month. Once the time limit was exceeded, the energy would not be enough to support them. If it was in the past, even if a month was up, there would still be a certain amount of energy in the divine pond of ice. However, there were too many cultivators entering the divine ice altar this time. Therefore, the positive energy was completely exhausted. It's almost time. We will leave at dawn. Bewitching raised his head and looked at the sky. In another 4 hours, it would be the second day. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. A complicated light flashed in her deep and bright eyes. Once they left the divine pond of ice, it would be time for the show to begin. Thinking about it, her parents should have already met up with her grandparents and were waiting for her to appear. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 who were relaxed, Lan Qingyan and the 4 disciples of the Lan family had an ugly expression on their faces. It was already the final moment. If the young man still could not break through to the purple realm, then the situation they would face after leaving the divine ice altar of ice made their scalps tingle. Lan Qingyan closed her eyes and tried her best to absorb the remaining energy in the divine pond of ice. She could feel that she was only a step away from breaking through. She had to grasp this opportunity. Otherwise, if she missed it, she would not be able to face her father. The 4 disciples of the Lan family were the same. They looked at Lan Qingyan nervously, hoping that a miracle would happen. It seems that your appearance this time brought a lot of pressure to Lan Qingyan. Bewitching looked at the nervous Lan Qingyan and turned to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Letting her feel the pressure earlier is also a good thing, isn't it? After leaving the divine pond of ice, I'm afraid the pressure on her will be even greater. Although she was cultivating, Lan Qingyan could still hear the conversation between Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. This made her feel an indescribable sense of humiliation. She, Lan Qingyan, had stepped on so many talented cultivators since she was young. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang who suddenly appeared and suppressed her. This was already unbearable. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang dared to mock her. She was a true genius, a genius with the rainbow divine pearl. How could he let Bailey Hongzhuang, this unknown, despicable villain, step on his head? Thinking of this, an indescribable anger exploded in Lan Qingyan's heart. However, it caused a slight change in the bottleneck that had never loosened. The sky gradually brightened, and Bailey Hongzhuang and the others came out of the ice-snow divine pond. After staying in the divine pond of ice for so long, they weren't as fearful of the cold energy as they were before. Conversely, they'd become much more accustomed to it. Let's go, Bewitching said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She could feel that the door to the ice-snow divine altar had been opened and was waiting for them to leave. The 4 disciples of the Lan family could not help but look at Lan Qingyan. Until now, Lan Qingyan had not broken through. Once she left, they would not be able to explain themselves. She had already disappointed Lan Jingquang once during the Battle of Shuolu. If she disappointed Lan Jingquang again this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. When she thought about how she would face Lan Jingquang's enraged face when she went out, she lost her courage. In fact, she had absorbed so much energy. Logically speaking, there should be no problem for her to break through to the purple realm. However, she clearly felt the bottleneck loosening, but she was still unable to take the last step. She did not dare to go out, nor was she willing to go out. Thus, Lan Qingyan closed her eyes tightly and remained in the divine ice pond, unwilling to come out. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others saw Lan Qingyan's situation and couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions were filled with confusion. Lan Qingyan is afraid that she won't be able to break through to the purple realm and will embarrass herself when she goes out. Is that why she's staying like this? Xiaohe was a little puzzled. The time was already up. To continue staying here was a little ridiculous. Who knows? If she hasn't broken through, then so be it. She can just continue to cultivate after she goes out. There's not much energy left in the divine ice pond. What's the use of her staying here? With Lan Qingyan's arrogant and vain personality, it's normal that she doesn't want to go out now. Moreover, Lan Jingquang is not someone easy to deal with, Baisher said slowly. Lan Qingyan, if you don't go, we'll go out first, Bailey Hongzhuang said to Lan Qingyan. However, Lan Qingyan did not have any reaction. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and decided to leave first. After all, Lan Qingyan was originally a member of the Lan family. She could stay here for as long as she wanted. However, if they continued to stay here, it would not be appropriate. She did not want to give Lan Jingquang any chance to find fault with her. As Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked out of the divine ice pond, the 4 disciples of the Lan family hesitated for a moment. They did not know what to do and could only stay with Lan Qingyan. Early in the morning, Lan Jingquang and the elders of the Lan family were already waiting outside the ice-snow divine pond. Lan Jingquang and the others all had smiles on their faces. 2 days ago, they had already mentioned this matter to the patriarch. Although the patriarch's face still showed signs of unwillingness, the patriarch had no reason to refuse, so they had already prepared the ceremony. They only had to wait for Lan Qingyan, who had broken through to the purple realm, to come out. Then, everything would fall into place. Lan Qingyan would soon become the true patriarch of the Lan clan. But after waiting for a while, no one came out. Lan Jingquang and the others couldn't help but frown. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Could it be that something went wrong? Second elder Lan Kaiching's expression changed a little. Logically speaking, nothing should have happened. I don't think so. I didn't hear anything. Third elder said. Lan Jingquang's eyes were clouded. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Now that everything was ready, he only lacked the east wind. He did not want any trouble to appear at this crucial moment. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously and wanted to go in to investigate, a series of footsteps came from the divine ice snow divine pond. Hearing these footsteps, Lan Jingquang and the others relaxed a little. Young master and the others are coming out. Lan Kaiching said with a smile. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the divine pond of ice, she saw Lan Jingquang and the other elders of the Lan family already waiting for her. Seeing the joy and anticipation on Lan Jingquang and the others' faces, Bailey Hongzhuang inexplicably felt a bit funny. After all, the anticipation of Lan Jingquang and the others was a stark contrast to Lan Qingyan, who was hiding in the divine pond of ice and didn't dare to come out. When they saw that the first person to come out was Bailey Hongzhuang, Lan Jingquang and the others were surprised. Logically speaking, in their Lan family's territory, the first person to come out should be Lan Qingyan. However, when they realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's aura had stopped at the 9th level of the Blue Realm and hadn't broken through to the 1st level of the Purple Realm, their surprise turned into laughter. Bailey Hongzhuang was weaker than Lan Qingyan. This was definitely something they were happy to see. Then, Bewitching walked out from behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Bewitching didn't hide his aura at all. Therefore, Lan Jingquang and the others immediately noticed that Bewitching had become a Purple Realm master. So one of the people who broke through to the Purple Realm is Bewitching. The successor of the Tiangang sect is really something. The Lan family elders couldn't help but sigh. Bewitching's reputation was well-deserved. However, when Mo Yunjue walked out with the same Purple Realm aura, Lan Jingquang and the others, who were originally very relaxed and happy, couldn't help but change their expressions. Their gazes were fixed on Mo Yunjue and Bewitching. In the end, they were sure that both of them were in the Purple Realm. Only 2 people broke through to the Purple Realm. If it's Bewitching and Mo Yunjue, doesn't that mean that the young master hasn't broken through? Third elder Lan Yongtai's face instantly turned ugly. They had already prepared the ceremony for the young master to be conferred the title of family head. If the young master didn't break through to the Purple Realm, then wouldn't their actions these past few days become a joke? Lan Jingquang's face was ashen. Blue veins popped out near his temples. An indescribable anger rose and fell in his chest, as if he would spit fire at any time. Lan Kaiching glared at Lan Yongtai. The situation couldn't be more obvious, yet he still deliberately said it. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Lan Yongtai immediately understood and fell into silence. Master Kuang, elders, said Bailey Hongzhuang slowly, said. Young master and the others still have some matters to attend to at the Ice Divine Pond. So, we came out first. He Hongzhuang's S in the Lan family. For a few days. Stay a fuses for a few days. Ins and A to stay for a few family. Ins Lan house for a few days. Ponds. Into S to be there for AA. Even though his plan had been disrupted, he still couldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang leave just like that. Because Yu Xiqing still needed to find an opportunity to poison him. Bailey Hongzhuang was a bit surprised. She then smiled and said, "Thank you, Master Kuang." Then, a member of the Lan family led Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to the Lan family residence. Master, Lan Jingquang's attitude is a bit strange. Xiao Hei's eyes brightened. She poked her face and said. Judging from his attitude before we entered the Ice Divine Pond, he should have wanted us to leave. But now he wants us to stay in the Lan family residence. No matter how I think about it, something's not right. Bailey Hongzhuang was also a shrewd person. Even though Lan Jingquang hid it well, she still smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Whether it was a conspiracy or an open one, as long as it was directed at her, she would deal with it. From the expressions of Lan Jingquang and the others, they must have thought that Lan Qingyan had broken through to the Purple Realm, so our appearance gave them a blow to the head. Di Beichen's black jade-like eyes were filled with playfulness and wickedness. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a slight smile. He clearly remembered that when they came out, the expressions of the Lan family members did not have time to change. No wonder Lan Qingyan hid in the divine pond and didn't dare to come out. If she saw the scene just now, she would be extremely embarrassed. Mo Yunjue shook his head. They had to face what they had to face. It was useless for Lan Qingyan to hide in there. However, with Lan Qingyan's talent, the rainbow pearl, and the family's secret technique, it should be enough for her to break through to the purple realm. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. From the expression of Lan Jingquang, she could tell that Lan Jingquang also thought that Lan Qingyan could break through. Thinking about it, even if she hadn't broken through yet, she wasn't far from it. Whether it's Lan Qingyan or you, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the purple realm. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. Even though many people were stuck at the 9th level of the blue realm and couldn't break through, with Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break through. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. The power of the divine pond is very strong. Even though I'm still some distance away from breaking through, I'm not far away. Thinking about it, Lan Qingyan should be closer to breaking through. It's just that the closer it is to the end, the more unstable her state of mind becomes. That's why she hasn't broken through yet. Bailey Hongzhuang saw this very clearly. After all, she spent several days to break through from the 8th level of the blue realm to the 9th level of the blue realm. Lan Qingyan had more time than her and absorbed more elemental energy than her. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left, Lan Jingquang walked into the divine pond of ice and snow without saying a word. Seeing this, Lan Kaicheng and Lan Yongtai also followed. The other elders chose to stay outside. When Lan Jingquang arrived at the ice-snow divine pond, he saw Lan Qingyan with her eyes closed. She was still in the pond, and the 4 Lan clan disciples were standing at the side, not knowing what to do. Seeing Lan Jingquang arrive, the 4 disciples hurriedly lowered their heads and respectfully said, "Greetings Master Quang, 2nd elder, 3rd elder." Lan Jingquang glanced at the 4 of them and ignored them. His gaze fell on Lan Qingyan. Clearly, Lan Qingyan had not broken through to the purple realm. Thinking of this, Lan Jingquang could not control the anger in his body. This time, Lan Qingyan made him lose all his face. "What are you still doing here? Come out now!" Lan Jing roared. Such a stern and intimidating roar caused the 4 disciples to tremble involuntarily. Lan Qingyan, who was in the pond, also felt the same. She was afraid. She was afraid to face Lan Jingquang like this. If it was another resounding slap, she would not be able to bear it. "Do you know what it means that you haven't broken through?" Lan Jingquang's anger had not subsided. He had planned for so long, time after time, but all his plans had failed in the hands of Lan Qingyan. Lan Kaicheng and Lan Yongtai didn't say anything when they saw this. In fact, they didn't know how to face the family's situation. They couldn't understand why Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue both broke through, but the young master didn't. According to common sense, this didn't make sense at all. Everyone has already prepared the conferring ceremony for you, but you haven't even broken through to the purple realm. How will this end? He remembered that before Lan Qingyan entered the divine ice pond, she still vowed that she would definitely break through to the purple realm. Lan Qingyan closed her eyes tightly. She didn't have the courage to open her eyes. Her heart was too scared. Seeing that Lan Qingyan still didn't move, Lan Jingquang's anger could no longer be contained. He immediately walked into the pond. This time, he wanted to let Lan Qingyan know the price of failure. Lan Jingquang's words rang in Lan Qingyan's ears and touched her heart. She kept shouting in her heart, "Break through. Must break through." If she couldn't break through, then she wouldn't be able to face the embarrassing situation. Just as Lan Jingquang was about to walk in front of Lan Qingyan, suddenly, an aura burst out from Lan Qingyan's body. It was also this aura that stopped Lan Jingquang's outstretched hand. Lan Kaicheng and the others, who originally had ugly expressions, suddenly burst out with joy. The young master was about to break through. "That's great. The young master is about to break through," Lan Kaicheng said joyfully. The heavens really don't disappoint those who work hard. Although it's at the last moment, it still gave us a big surprise. Lan Yongtai's face was full of smiles. He no longer had to worry about not being able to face his clansmen. The anger on Lan Jingquang's face gradually dissipated. After he felt that Lan Qingyan was about to break through to the Purple Realm, his expression also eased a little. Fortunately, Lan Qingyan didn't drag him down this time. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had just returned to their residence when they felt the aura of a breakthrough to the Purple Realm. The three couldn't help but look at each other. This wasn't good news, but it wasn't beyond their expectations. Looks like Lan Qingyan has broken through, Mo Yunjue said slowly. Lan Qingyan's luck is not bad. Previously, she had been hiding and didn't dare to come out, but at this final juncture, she still broke through to the Purple Realm. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. She spoke as if she was talking about a stranger. Wife, there is a big gap between the 9th level of the Blue Realm and the Purple Realm. Now that Lan Qingyan has broken through to the 1st level of the Purple Realm, it will not be easy for you to defeat her. Bewitching frowned slightly. He understood Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. The latter wanted to prove to everyone that she was not inferior to Lan Qingyan. She definitely wanted to defeat Lan Qingyan. But now that Lan Qingyan had broken through to the Purple Realm, it would not be so easy for Bailey Hongzhuang to deal with her. I will do my best, Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. In this world, it was impossible for everything to go as she wished. However, even if Lan Qingyan had broken through to the Purple Realm, it did not mean that she had no chance. She had never been a person who gave up easily. Hearing this, Bewitching didn't say anything more. No matter what Bailey Hongzhuang did, he would always support her. Father and mother should have already reached Blue Sun City. We have to find an opportunity to contact them. After Lan Qingyan successfully broke through to the Purple Realm, she opened her eyes again. There was no longer any fear on her face. On the contrary, she was full of confidence. Father, I broke through, Lan Qingyan said with a smile. Lan Jingquang nodded. His face was once again filled with a loving smile, as if the person who was bristling with anger before was not him. Let's go back first. Everyone is waiting for you. Lan Kaiqing and the others were also full of joy as they followed Lan Jingquang out of the divine pond of ice. The worst situation did not happen, so they could rest assured. What? The ceremony to appoint the house head is already prepared? Lan Qingyan could not help but widen her eyes when she heard the news. She did not know that Lan Jingquang and the others would be so fast. She had not even come out of the divine pond of ice and snow, but everything was already prepared. Lan Jingquang nodded. The house head has also agreed. As long as you break through to the Purple Realm, you can inherit the position of house head. This is the best opportunity. There cannot be any more mistakes. It was only at this moment that Lan Qingyan understood why Lan Jingquang was so angry before. She felt a little scared and relieved. Fortunately, she had successfully broken through at the last moment. Otherwise, she would not be able to face such a scene. Thinking of this, Lan Qingyan's face could not help but reveal a joyful smile. Father, I am already at the 1st level of the Purple Realm. What can go wrong? That's right. The ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. You should prepare well. 2 days later, you will be the true house head of the Lan family. Lan Jingquang patted Lan Qingyan's shoulder and laughed heartily. After so many years, this was the first time he had laughed so happily. Yu Manlan's face was also full of joy. She held Lan Qingyan's hand and said, Qingyan, you really did not disappoint us. You have already reached the 1st level of the Purple Realm at such a young age. In the entire Xianxia continent, there are not many young people who can be compared to you. Lan Qingyan was in a very good mood at this moment. Therefore, she was also full of smiles towards Yu Manlan. Mother, after I become the house head, you will not have to worry in the future. Of course. Mother is the luckiest thing to have given birth to such a precious daughter. Bailey Hongzhuang sent off the Lan family clansmen who came to deliver the news. She turned to look at Bewitching and Mo Yunjue behind her. I didn't expect Lan Jingquang and the others to be so impatient. They've already prepared the ceremony and even invited us to attend. How interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Her eyes were filled with mockery. No wonder Lan Jingquang's expression was so ugly. She finally understood the reason. Looks like your appearance has really made Lan Jingquang fearful, so he can't wait for Lan Qingyan to sit on the patriarch's seat. Mo Yunju sighed. Di Baichen rubbed his chin with his right hand. His eyes were deep and wise. Logically speaking, Lan Jingquang should want us to leave as soon as possible. He actually invited us to watch the ceremony. This is really strange. Could it be that Lan Qingyan wants to be arrogant in front of Master, so she did this on purpose? Xiao He asked suspiciously. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. It shouldn't be. Lan Qingyan's words carry less weight than Lan Jingquang's. This is most likely Lan Jingquang's decision. The night gradually deepened, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Bailey Hongzhuang walked in the Lan family's garden. She had to admit that the Lan family's territory was not small. This garden was comparable to the imperial garden of the imperial family. Di Baichen had already left the Lan family to meet up with Si Tuyen and the others. Bailey Hongzhuang did not follow. Now that many people in the Lan family were paying attention to her, if she went out and was discovered, it would be troublesome. It would be better to stay here and attract more attention. Di Baichen would be back soon. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was strolling, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Bailey Hongzhuang, you are really in the mood to stroll in the garden here. Could it be that you have not broken through to the purple realm and have given up on yourself because of the blow? Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with ridicule. Her gorgeous face was currently surrounded by a confident and proud radiance, like a peacock spreading its tail. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Lan Qingyan indifferently and said with a smile, compared to this morning when you were trembling in fear and didn't dare to see anyone, your current appearance is really different. When these words came out, Lan Qingyan's expression couldn't help but change a little. This morning's scene was the last thing she wanted to talk about. I think you are thinking too much. I was just about to break through, so I stayed in the pool and didn't come out. Lan Qingyan quibbled. She wouldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang use this as an excuse to laugh at her. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged, since you are willing to deceive yourself, why should I expose you? Whatever you say, I'll believe it. Lan Qingyan clearly had the upper hand in this exchange, but after listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Qingyan felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was looking down on her from the bottom of her heart. This kind of feeling made her extremely unhappy. She clearly had the upper hand now. She had broken through to the purple realm, so why was Bailey Hongzhuang still able to put on a nonchalant expression in front of her? Bailey Hongzhuang, don't think that you can pose a threat to me with that face of yours. The real Lan Yixuan is already dead, and I am the true master of the Lan family. No matter what schemes and ideas you have, they are all useless here. After breaking through to the purple realm, Lan Qingyan's position in the Lan family was no longer the same as before. The influence caused by the Battle of Shualu had completely dissipated with this incident. Lan Qingyan no longer had to be afraid in front of Lan Jingquang. This was because she was going to become the Lan family's patriarch in another 2 days. Not only would she be Lan Jingquang's daughter, but she would be the master of the Lan family. She immediately asked about this matter that she couldn't understand, but the answer she received surprised her and made her feel very amused. Bailey Hongzhuang could be Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's daughter, Lan Yixuan. This was simply a fantasy story. For so many years, they had never considered the possibility that Lan Yixuan was still alive. Now, such a strange woman had appeared out of nowhere and was seen as a threat by Lan Jingquang and the others. It was simply too laughable. If Lan Yixuan was still alive, she would have come to their Lan family long ago. Why would she wait until now? In her opinion, this was simply a coincidence. Hearing his words, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Young Master Lan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. That's what you think. I didn't say anything. However, after listening to your words, I'm curious. Did you guys do something shameful to Lan Yixuan? Otherwise, why would you guys be so nervous when she's mentioned? Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face rippled with an indifferent smile as she looked at Lan Qingyan with ridicule. The latter's thinking was still too simple. If it was really a coincidence, why would Lan Jingquang and the elders of the Lan family be so frightened? However, it was not bad for Lan Qingyan to know about it earlier. The more confident she was, the more painful the slap in her face would be when the real thing happened. What can we do to Lan Yixuan? It's just that she was unlucky and died early. If you think that you can get any benefits from my Lan family just by relying on your slightly similar appearance, then you're really dreaming. I didn't know that I could get benefits from the Lan family with this face. If there's a chance, I'll give it a try. Lan Qingyan furrowed her brows. No matter what she said, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was neither painful nor itchy, making her feel extremely unhappy. Bailey Hongzhuang really didn't care? Or was all this nonchalance just an act? Lan Qingyan couldn't see through it. In fact, when she suddenly found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had a face that was very similar to Lan Yixuan, she was at a loss. She felt that things were a little strange. But now, after probing, she didn't get any information at all. She didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking. I specially invited you to watch the ceremony of me becoming the patriarch to let you understand the difference between our identities. From now on, I'm the patriarch of the Lan family and you're just the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Before you become the true palace master of Limitless Palace, our identities will be different. Moreover, no one can say for sure when you'll be chased out of Limitless Palace. Lan Qingyan's words were extremely sharp and unkind. Towards Bailey Hongzhuang, she already hated her to the extreme. She wouldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang have the chance to become the real palace master of Limitless Palace and go against her in the future. A man like Bewitching shouldn't be tainted by Bailey Hongzhuang. Fortunately, her father had already planned everything. Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be able to return to Limitless Palace alive. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lan. However, before you become the real patriarch of the Lan family, you should worry about yourself first. In this world, there's a situation called a bolt from the blue. Her voice falling, Bailey Hongzhuang ignored Lan Qingyan and turned to walk in the direction of her residence. Seeing this, Lan Qingyan bit her lip with her pearly white teeth. Her eyes were also filled with displeasure. Oh, let's see how I become the patriarch of the Lan family. I'll let you be proud for now. Soon, you'll have to beg for mercy in front of me. Lan Qingyan's eyes flashed with a vicious light. She was about to be conferred a title soon. At this time, Lan Jingquang specially reminded her not to cause any more trouble to avoid unwanted influence. Otherwise, she would have already taught Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson. The current Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer her opponent. The sudden appearance of the black figure caused Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes to flash with a ruthless glint. The energy in her body surged as she prepared to attack at any moment. However, after seeing who it was, Bailey Hongzhuang withdrew her attack. Head Elder. Lan Borong's face rippled with a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction didn't escape his eyes. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang also knew that there was a certain amount of danger in the Lan family, so she was on guard everywhere. However, her reaction speed still made him gasp in surprise. Only someone who had faced danger before could take such a defensive stance in such a short time. Moreover, it was so natural when it turned invisible. Young Palace Master Bailey, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Head Elder is too polite. I was just strolling in the garden, so what's there to disturb about? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile without much expression on her face. She had already guessed Head Elder's purpose in coming here. Young Palace Master Bailey is also a straightforward person. I'm only here to pass on a message. House Master wishes to invite you for a chat. Would young Palace Master Bailey do me the honor? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was not surprised at all. Lan Hongtai had waited for so long before inviting her to have a chat. This was already tolerable. How could I not honor House Master's invitation? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. From her father's words, she already knew that Lan Hongtai had always treated them extremely well. At that time, Lan Hongtai was in seclusion to break through to a higher realm, so he had no idea what had happened. Lan Yinxiao had always been confident that if Lan Hongtai knew about this, he would definitely stand on his side. However, Lan Jingquan had chosen the best time to strike, so they didn't even have a chance to counterattack. This could be seen from Lan Hongtai's refusal to hand over the position of House Master to Lan Jingquang. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, she didn't have much feelings for this grandfather she had only met once. If Lan Hongtai really cared about Lan Yunxiao, then even if it was too late, he could still choose to punish Lan Jingquang. But in reality, Lan Jingquang hadn't lived so carefreely for so many years. What was the difference between giving the position of clan head to Lan Qingyan and Lan Jingquang? Under the guidance of Lan Borong, Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the residence of the patriarch. Knock knock. Lan Borong knocked on the door. and then Lan Hongtai's deep and honest voice came from outside. Please come in. Young Palace Master Bailey Hongzhuang, you can go in. I won't go in. Lan Borong smiled and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head, opened the door, and walked in. As soon as she entered the house, a black figure appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's line of sight. Lan Hongtai stood tall and straight. His back was as straight as a spear, and his face was resolute. Only the few strands of white hair on his temples added to his vicissitudes of life. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Lan Hongtai's face also showed a kind smile. Young Palace Master Bailey, please sit. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the table and saw that tea was already prepared. Clearly, Lan Hongtai knew she would come. She didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down. Seeing this, Lan Hongtai's smile deepened. At the same time, he sat across from Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Family head's invitation isn't a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. What do I have to be afraid of? She might have needed to be on guard against Lan Jingquang and the others, but she didn't need to be on guard against Lan Hongtai. Moreover, even if she was in a dangerous situation, it would not be easy to take her down. Lan Hongtai sized up Bailey Hongzhuang and felt that her every frown and smile was extremely similar to Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing. Just looking at her made him feel as if he was seeing his son and daughter-in-law again. It comforted him. However, Lan Hongtai didn't dwell on this feeling. He said, I invited young Palace Master Bailey here so late at night because this old man has a few questions to ask. I hope you can answer them. Now that his cultivation in the divine pond of ice was over, Lan Hongtai didn't want to keep guessing. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile didn't change. Family head Lan, please ask away. In the next moment, Lan Hongtai's pitch-black eyes flashed with a sharp light. The kind and benevolent smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable seriousness and sternness. Are you Lan Yixuan or not? Lan Hongtai didn't ask tactfully and went straight to the point. His gaze was fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. He didn't want to miss the slightest change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression. Even if he was sure that Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yixuan, in fact, other than the similarity in appearance, he couldn't find any other clues that could link Bailey Hongzhuang to Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yixuan. If Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yixuan, that would naturally be the best. But if Bailey Hongzhuang was not Lan Yixuan, then her purpose would have to be carefully considered. After all, he wouldn't allow anyone to destroy the Lan family's ancestral property. Feeling the sudden burst of momentum from Lan Hongtai's body, Bailey Hongzhuang was unmoved. She raised her head, her clear eyes looking straight into Lan Hongtai's eyes, not afraid at all. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was mild with a faint smile on her lips. She seemed to think that Lan Hongtai's question was ridiculous. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's fearless eyes, Lan Hongtai stared at her for a long time, and the atmosphere became stiff in an instant. After a moment, Lan Hongtai withdrew his gaze and slowly said, I understand. His heart was filled with shock and amazement. He knew very well how sharp his gaze was. Bailey Hongzhuang was so young, but she was able to look him in the eye without showing any signs of weakness. This wasn't something an ordinary young person could do. As the head of the Lan family, his aura had been formed over the years. Even Lan Qingyan couldn't speak under his burning gaze. But from beginning to end, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was so calm that it made him feel guilty. He understood now. He no longer doubted Bailey Hongzhuang because he was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yixuan. Lan Yixuan had never owed the Lan family anything. Only the Lan family owed her. Therefore, she didn't feel guilty at all. This made Lan Hongtai's heart tremble even more. 19 years, a whole 19 years, he had been searching for traces of Lan Yunxiao and the others for so many years, but all the information he received was for naught. He never thought that he would be able to see Lan Yixuan again when he was about to be disappointed. Not only was she not dead, she had grown up to be so beautiful, and her achievements were no less than her parents. This was something he never dared to imagine. Now that he knew the truth, he couldn't help but feel grateful to the heavens. The heavens had treated him well. At least, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's only daughter was still alive. She was powerful and had a noble status. Even without the Lan family's help, her outstanding growth was still amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the uncontrollable emotions on Lan Hongtai's face. It was obvious that he had figured everything out. She didn't mind letting him know in advance because the entire Blue Sun City would know in 2 days. After a while, Lan Hongtai took a sip of tea and finally managed to suppress the excitement in his heart. Are they still alive? When he asked this question, Lan Hongtai's aura was much weaker. Even his gaze was somewhat evasive, not daring to meet Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Clearly, he was afraid of hearing the answer he didn't want to hear. The lack of news wasn't the worst news for him because he still had a trace of hope in his heart. Perhaps they were still alive. Perhaps they resented his inaction back then, so they were unwilling to come back to see him all these years. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the weathered old man with complicated feelings. Was Lan Hongtai wrong? What happened back then wasn't what he wanted to see. But she couldn't forgive Lan Hongtai just like that. Perhaps others didn't have the ability, but as the Lan family's patriarch, Lan Hongtai could have done it even if he would have faced some resistance in the family. But he didn't. Bailey Hongzhuang knew that she wasn't a magnanimous person. She didn't need to pretend to be magnanimous to forgive those who had hurt them. Hurt was hurt. No matter how dignified the reason was, it was still hurt. From the moment Lan Hongtai chose to let the Lan family prosper, their family had already been abandoned by Lan Hongtai. Thus, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't think any of this was meaningful. What do you think? Bailey Hongzhuang asked in return. She didn't want to say more. She only cared about Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's opinions on how to treat Lan Hongtai. She didn't have any feelings for a grandfather she didn't have any impression of. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Lan Hongtai was stunned at first, and then his body could not help but tremble. He couldn't help but clench his fists under his sleeves, unable to control his emotions. If they're still alive, they'll definitely come see me. Lan Hongtai's voice was low and hoarse, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant and lost his biggest spiritual pillar. He knew his son very well. If Lan Yunxiao was still alive, he would definitely come back for him. Moreover, Lan Jingquang had gone too far. As long as he was still alive, he would definitely come back for revenge. It was just that he didn't want to admit it. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang clearly saw the tears in the corners of Lan Hongtai's eyes. It seemed that he was certain of the result, so tears flowed down his old face. With Lan Hongtai's status, it was beyond Bailey Hongzhuang's expectations that he would cry like this. She was slightly touched, but it didn't mean much. I owe them too much in this lifetime, and I can't repay them in this lifetime. Fortunately, you're still alive. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt in the future. Lan Hongtai looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. No matter what, at least Bailey Hongzhuang was still alive. Bailey Hongzhuang was the continuation of Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's lives. She was the only thing that could comfort him in his despair. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a self-mocking smile. So what if I'm alive? Lan Qingyan and I have been on opposite sides since the beginning. Now, Lan Qingyan is about to become the Lan family's head. How will you protect me? Hearing this, Lan Hongtai's expression changed. This was truly an ill-fated relationship. Back then, Lan Yixuan was only a few months old, but Lan Jingquang and his family had already been ruthless to her. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan were fated enemies. They had been targeting each other since the Battle of Zhuolu. At this moment, he also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang, who knew the truth, had already regarded Lan Qingyan and her family as enemies. That was why everything had happened today. Bailey Hongzhuang did not pay attention to Lan Hongtai. For Lan Hongtai, this was an extremely difficult thing to do. She didn't want to make things difficult for Lan Hongtai, but Lan Qingyan and her family had to pay a painful price for their actions. Bailey Hongzhuang turned and prepared to leave. She had already said what she needed to say, so there was no point in staying. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave, a sound came from behind her. Plop! Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but turn around, only to see the Lan family head, who had always been high and mighty, suddenly kneel down. This scene was far beyond Bailey Hongzhuang's imagination and gave her a huge shock. Lan family head, what are you doing? Bailey Hongzhuang quickly went to Lan Hongtai's side and stretched out her hands to help him up. However, Lan Hongtai stubbornly knelt on the ground and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with tears in his eyes. Yixuan, it's all Grandpa's fault. It's Grandpa who didn't protect you well. That's why you were treated like that since you were young. I can understand that you don't want to forgive me. This is my fault. Right now, there's nothing I can do for you. I only have this old life. If you want the Lan family, Grandpa will try his best to do it even if it means risking everything. This is what Grandpa owes you. Lan Hongtai's eyes were serious and full of affection. He owed Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, but he owed Lan Yixuan the most. Faced with Bailey Hongshuang's cold attitude and self-mockery, he only felt extremely uncomfortable. It was a kind of disappointment that came from his bones, but it was also something he didn't want to see the most. Back then, he had already made a mistake. Right now, he wasn't willing to make the same mistake again. For the entire Lan family, he had already sacrificed enough. Right now, he didn't want to care about anything else. He only wanted to do what he wanted to do. Lan family head, please get up first. I really can't bear to see you like this. Bailey Hongshuang supported Lan Hongtai, her calm face filled with panic and astonishment. You can bear it. Lan Hongtai waved his hand, as your grandfather, I can't protect you. Compared to the pain you've suffered in the past, my kneeling is nothing. Lan Hongtai's determined face was filled with stubbornness. He knelt there like a boulder, motionless. He was repenting his mistakes, his debt, and his heartache. He didn't have the qualifications to beg Bailey Hongshuang for forgiveness. The only thing he could do was repent to make Bailey Hongshuang feel better. Hearing Lan Hongtai's words, Bailey Hongshuang's heart was greatly touched. She had never thought that such a high and mighty person would actually kneel down at this moment and abandon all his self-esteem and pride. He only said such words to her as a grandfather who felt guilty in his heart. At this moment, she felt that she couldn't continue to hate him. An old man like this must have been tormenting his heart for so many years. In fact, 19 years of torment, Lan Hongtai's suffering wasn't any less than theirs. Grandfather, please get up. Bailey Hongshuang sighed in her heart and slowly said. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, Lan Hongtai, who was immersed in his repentance, couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were slightly dazed as he looked at Bailey Hongshuang in shock. You. What did you just call me? Grandfather. Bailey Hongshuang spoke again. She thought it would be a difficult thing to say, but at this moment, Bailey Hongshuang felt that it was very natural to say it. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. She hated Lan Jingquang and the Yu family the most. The biggest crime was never Lan Hongtai's. Compared to the viciousness of Lan Jingquang and the others, this old man's 20 years of repentance and pain was more than enough. Lan Hongtai looked at Bailey Hongshuang in disbelief, but his heart was full of surprise. You call me Grandpa, you're willing to acknowledge me? He didn't dare to beg Bailey Hongshuang for forgiveness, but that didn't mean that he didn't want Bailey Hongshuang to forgive him. The former's forgiveness was his greatest wish. You are my grandfather to begin with. Whether I acknowledge you or not, this will not change. A smile appeared on Bailey Hongshuang's lips. Compared to her previous cold smile, her smile at this moment was a bit more sincere. Get up quickly. If this continues, my granddaughter's life will be shortened. Hearing that, Lan Hongtai listened to Bailey Hongshuang and stood up, then sat down again. He looked at Bailey Hongshuang with bright eyes. Even though he had received a positive answer, he was still worried that he was dreaming. Yixuan, I didn't dare to think that you would still acknowledge me as your grandfather. Thank you. Lan Hongtai's hands couldn't help but tremble. He covered Bailey Hongshuang's hands with his own. His bloodshot eyes showed how emotional he was. I know that everything that happened back then wasn't what you wanted to see. Bailey Hongshuang spoke slowly, no longer as cold as before. There were many things about the Lan family that made her feel disappointed, but the old man in front of her made her feel a trace of warmth. In the following conversation, Bailey Hongshuang and Lan Hongtai both let down their guard and chatted happily. Lan Hongtai was very curious about Bailey Hongshuang's experiences these past few years and his words were filled with deep concern. Bailey Hongshuang didn't say much about this and only told Lan Hongtai to tell her slowly in the future. It was already late at night and Bailey Hongshuang wasn't suitable to stay here for long. Thus, after chatting for a while, she returned to her residence. After obtaining Bailey Hongshuang's forgiveness, Lan Hongtai was much happier. It was as if he could finally put down the stone that had been pressing down on his heart for so many years. Lan Borong sent Bailey Hongshuang all the way back to her residence. Naturally, this matter couldn't be hidden from the observant eyes of others. Master Kuang, according to the news from our people, House had invited Bailey Hongshuang for a chat tonight. Bailey Hongshuang stayed in her room for a long time before coming out. Lan Kaicheng frowned. They had long guessed that Lan Hongtai wouldn't be able to restrain himself from contacting Bailey Hongshuang. But now that it really happened, it was a troublesome matter for them. Do you know what they talked about? Lan Jingquang asked with a gloomy face. Lan Kaicheng shook his head, his expression filled with helplessness. First Elder has been guarding outside House Head's room the entire time. Our people couldn't approach, so we don't know what they talked about. That old fox. Now that things have reached this stage, could it be that he still has other ideas? Lan Jingquang couldn't hide his anger. He knew that the old man had been thinking about Lan Yunxiao. Even if he only saw Bailey Hongshuang's similar face, it would make the old man feel as if he had seen hope. It's almost time for the young master's conferring ceremony. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if Bailey Hongshuang says she's Lan Yishuan, it's meaningless. Third Elder Lan Yongtai couldn't help but look at Lan Jingquang and Lan Kaicheng. He couldn't understand why the patriarch was looking for Bailey Hongshuang at this time. Based on how much House Head cares about Lan Yunxiao, if Bailey Hongshuang is really Lan Yishuan, perhaps House Head will hand the Lan family to Lan Yishuan at all costs. Lan Kaicheng frowned. The memory of Lan Hongtai's rage when he found out the truth was still vivid in his mind. If it weren't for the elders working together to stop him, Lan Hongtai would have killed Lan Jingquang. For so many years, no matter what Lan Jingquang and Lan Qingyan did, he had never seen a genuine smile on Lan Hongtai's face. From this, it could be seen how important Lan Yunxiao's family was to Lan Hongtai. The current Lan family is no longer the Lan family of the past. It's impossible for that old fellow to reverse all of this with his own strength. Lan Jing flicked his sleeves, his face unable to hide his anger. Send someone to watch Bailey Hongshuang and the Head's every move for the next 2 days. If there's even the slightest thing wrong, immediately report it to me. I won't give Lan Yunxiao a chance to make a comeback. He can only be trampled under my feet for the rest of his life. Lan Kaicheng and Lan Yongtai were startled by Lan Jingquang's rage. Even after so many years, Lan Jingquang's hatred for Lan Yunxiao hadn't dissipated. It looks like I have to have you Xiqing speed up. Bailey Hongshuang will be a disaster if she continues to stay. Lan Jingquang's eyes were malicious and malicious. He wanted to strangle all possibilities in the cradle. As soon as Bailey Hongshuang returned to her residence, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue welcomed her with concern. Wife, where did you go? Bewitching grabbed Bailey Hongshuang's hand and asked, his deep, dark eyes filled with worry and concern. Previously, when he went out to make contact, Hongshuang went to the garden to attract more attention. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to find Hongshuang's figure when he came back, which made him very worried. Mo Yunjue didn't say anything, but the concern on his face said it all. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head. I'm fine. I just went to see House Head. It was my negligence that I didn't inform you. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue couldn't help but look at each other, their expressions becoming more complicated. They didn't know what Bailey Hongshuang was thinking about Lan Hongtai's identity, so it wasn't convenient for them to ask. Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly and said, after I talked with the head of the family, many misunderstandings have been resolved. Misunderstandings have been resolved? Bewitching muttered to himself, pondering over the meaning of Bailey Hongshuang's words. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. What happened back then wasn't what House Head wanted. He has always been thinking about us. Actually, after this misunderstanding was resolved, I feel much more relaxed. Thinking about it, father and mother probably never resented House Head. Facing a grandfather who was willing to put down his pride in front of his family, they really couldn't resent him. Therefore, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had expressed their resentment towards Lan Jingquang, Yu Manlan, and Yu Xiqing, but they had never mentioned Lan Hongtai. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's carefree words, Bewitching's handsome face rippled with a happy smile. It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. He didn't want to see Bailey Hongshuang worried about this matter. Although he didn't know what she had talked about with the head of the family, he could tell from Bailey Hongshuang's expression that the former really understood. That feeling of sudden enlightenment was completely different from before, and this would allow them to move more smoothly during the conferring ceremony 2 days later. I heard that Lan Qingyan went to the garden to look for you? Mo Yunjue slowly spoke. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. She came to show off to me that she had broken through to the Purple Realm. You know her personality. As soon as this was said, Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue both nodded in understanding. Lan Qingyan's flamboyant personality had long been understood by them during this period of time. Right now, your situation in the Lan family is rather dangerous. You have to be more careful when you go out. There might be some deliberate accidents at any time, Di Beichen said. I'm afraid that your meeting with House Head today won't be hidden from Lan Jingquang and the others. Their actions might also speed up. In my opinion, it's best if you don't go out for the next 2 days, Mo Yunjue quickly added. I understand. Bailey Hongshuang understood their concern. In reality, she only planned to cultivate in seclusion for the next 2 days. Oh right, Beichen, did you see my parents tonight? Bailey Hongshuang asked. Until now, she still didn't know if her parents had successfully reached Blue Sun City. I already saw them. Right now, everyone is waiting for the conferring ceremony to begin. After that, Bailey Hongshuang returned to her room and began to cultivate. Now that she had prepared everything, she didn't need to worry too much. With the remaining time, she might as well try her best to break through to the Purple Realm. Although there was still some distance before she could break through to the Purple Realm, she was clear that it wasn't far. It wouldn't be long before she could break through to the Purple Realm. If she could break through to the Purple Realm before the conferring ceremony, that would be the best. After Lan Jingquang and the others found out about Bailey Hongshuang and Lan Hongtai's secret conversation, they couldn't hold themselves back anymore. No one knew what they talked about, but no matter how they looked at it, it wasn't a good thing for them. Father, what should we do now? After finding out about this, Lan Qingyan's mood was extremely bad. Now, she couldn't see through Bailey Hongshuang. She felt that there was a conspiracy everywhere, but it was impossible to guard against it. Didn't you talk to Bailey Hongshuang earlier? Did you find out anything? Lan Jingquang's face was still dark, making it impossible for others to see through his thoughts. I did find out, but Bailey Hongshuang hid it very well. She didn't say anything and pretended that she didn't know anything. It's just that I feel that she came here with a conspiracy. Lan Qingyan's brows wrinkled slightly. She still remembered Bailey Hongshuang's last words. In this world, there was a situation called a bolt from the blue. A bolt from the blue. Was this referring to what she was about to encounter? Perhaps this was just Bailey Hongshuang casually cursing, but for some reason, Lan Qingyan felt that when Bailey Hongshuang said this sentence, she was extremely confident. Your grandaunt has already prepared the poison. Originally, she planned to do it after your conferring ceremony, but now it seems that it's better to do it earlier. Lan Jingquang's voice was low and cold. This matter was strange, and he felt that it could go beyond their control at any time. Only by resolving this hidden danger as soon as possible, they could truly be at ease. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan nodded her head. That would be great. She didn't want to see Bailey Hongshuang's face at all. Once she was dead, she would have a chance to take advantage of it. However, just as Lan Jingquang and the others were about to make a move on Bailey Hongshuang, they discovered that Bailey Hongshuang was in seclusion. This was not good news. In this way, they didn't even have the chance to attack. From the looks of it, the Patriarch and Bailey Hongshuang might have had a secret discussion. That's why Bailey Hongshuang is in seclusion. Lan Kaicheng's face became ugly. Originally, it should have been a very simple matter to poison Bailey Hongshuang in the territory of the Lan family. But now that Bailey Hongshuang was in seclusion, they couldn't find any other way. That's not necessarily true. Maybe Bailey Hongshuang hasn't broken through to the Purple Realm, so she's working hard to cultivate. Lan Yongtai slowly said. However, Lan Jingquang's next words caused the two elders and Lan Qingyan's face to change. The Patriarch talked to Bailey Hongshuang and will definitely confirm Bailey Hongshuang's identity. If Bailey Hongshuang isn't Lan Yishuan and is an imposter, the Patriarch's anger will definitely be stronger than ours. But the Patriarch hasn't said anything, and Bailey Hongshuang hasn't revealed any clues. This already proves one thing. For a moment, the entire room was silent. Everyone looked at Lan Jingquang in shock, wondering if they had heard wrongly. However, when everyone thought about it carefully, they all agreed with Lan Jingquang's judgment. Previously, they had thought too simply. Bailey Hongzhuang is really Lan Yixuan. How is this possible? Lan Qingyan's face was pale as she shook her head continuously. This news was too hard to accept. Maybe, the family head and Bailey Hongzhuang are talking about something else, and it's not what we think. Second elder and third elder were clearly unwilling to believe this as well. Regardless of the outcome, to prevent any undue delay, taking Bailey Hongzhuang's life is the most worry-free method. Even though that old man has ignored the family's affairs for so many years, his subordinates are still very powerful. We can't let our guard down. Lan Kaiqing and Lan Yongtai's faces were also filled with seriousness. Now that things have come to this, there was no turning back. If Lan Qingyan couldn't successfully become the master, then the next unlucky ones would be them. But Bailey Hongzhuang hasn't left the house. What should we do? If Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't want to come out, then we'll just have to think of a way to force her out. Lan Qingyan's eyes narrowed. Her gaze was sinister and ruthless. She would never allow Bailey Hongzhuang to destroy everything that belonged to her. Bailey Hongzhuang was in the middle of closed-door cultivation when she suddenly received a piece of news. You said that the Lan family is holding a banquet? Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face was filled with surprise. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, her expression filled with confusion. Shouldn't the Lan family be busy preparing for the coronation ceremony? Why would they suddenly think of holding a banquet? Debachen's face darkened. In my opinion, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Previously, we didn't hear any news at all. Now that this banquet is being held so suddenly, I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Mo Yunjua nodded in agreement. Maybe Lan Jingquang and the others couldn't hold back and wanted to get rid of him. Bailey Hongzhuang's deep phoenix eyes flashed with a thoughtful light, and then a smile appeared on her face. I don't believe that Lan Jingquang would be able to kill me in front of so many people. As for playing dirty tricks, that will depend on whether he has the ability to do so. At the banquet. Young Palace Master Bailey, Young Sect Master D, Young Tower Master Mo, you are all here. Welcome, welcome. When Lan Kaiqing and the others saw the arrival of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, their faces revealed joyful smiles. When no one was paying attention, they couldn't help but exchange glances with a hint of smugness. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with a hypocritical smile. It was obvious that both sides wanted the other to die immediately, but they had to pretend that they had a very good relationship here. Young Palace Master Bailey, this is your seat. Please take a seat. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the seat that belonged to her in front of her and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She thought to herself that this was interesting. Why did you arrange for me to sit here? Bailey Hongzhuang asked the maid. Tonight's banquet is for men to sit in one row and women to sit in another, so your seat has been arranged here. The maid's answer was meticulous and no one could find any fault with it. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down in her seat while Debachen and Mo Yunjua sat across from her. Master, the Lan family purposely separated you from Debachen and the others. Xiao Hei's face was filled with displeasure. This arrangement seemed reasonable, but in reality, it was extremely preposterous. They must have learned their lesson from the previous banquet, so they purposely arranged it this way. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. Lan Jingquang and the others had clearly come prepared. She could only wait and see what they were planning. Hongzhuang has been arranged to sit alone over there. I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate. Mo Yunjua lowered his voice. Debachen's gaze was deep and obscure. We can only take one step at a time. There shouldn't be any problems if we keep our guard up. Fortunately, Hongzhuang was a poison master herself. Aside from this, Debachen wasn't too worried about her other methods. Mo Yunjua nodded slightly. We can only watch their performance now. Bailey Hongzhuang was originally very curious about what methods Lan Jingquang and the others would use today. But when she saw that the person arranged to sit next to her was Yu Xiqing, she suddenly felt that it was a little funny. Was this a display of one's slight skill before an expert? Yu Xiqing's poison skills weren't bad. If she poisoned others, they might not be able to guard against it. But if she wanted to poison her, then it would be meaningless. Yusiqing clearly didn't know that Bailey Hongzhuang was Xianxia. She thought that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know her well. Her old face rippled with a somewhat fake smile. Young Palace Master Bailey, what happened last time was just a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart. Yusiqing spoke slowly. Clearly, after a month, she had recovered from the previous incident. Although that incident was very embarrassing, with Lan Jingquang and the others protecting her, she didn't suffer any harm. Moreover, if she succeeded in poisoning him today, then she would really become a hero of the Lan family. If Master Yu doesn't take offense, then all the more I won't pursue the matter. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a half-smile. Yusiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression and felt a little displeased, but she could only suppress it. At this moment, a voice attracted everyone's attention, and the entire banquet hall instantly fell silent. Patriarch is here. Following the crowd's gaze, they saw Lan Hongtai slowly walking over, a faint smile on his determined and calm face. Lan Hongtai sat at the main table and looked at the people below with a smile. Let the banquet begin. From the moment Lan Hongtai walked into the banquet hall, Lan Jingquang and the others had been paying attention to the interaction between Lan Hongtai and Bailey Hongzhuang. However, what puzzled them was that Lan Hongtai and Bailey Hongzhuang didn't make much eye contact, as if they hadn't spoken at all. The reason for this banquet is to celebrate young master's ascension to the position of patriarch. I hope that everyone will drink to their heart's content and don't be restrained. Let's toast first, Lan Jingquang said to the crowd as he raised his wine glass. Lan Hongtai's actions could be said to have stolen the limelight from the host, directly declaring his own power and completely ignoring Lan Hongtai's existence. Lan Kaiqing and the other elders also stood up and echoed Lan Jingquang's actions. Young master, congratulations, congratulations. You're going to become patriarch at such a young age. We'll have to look up to young master in the future. After seeing Lan Jingquang's arrogant actions, Lan Borong and the other elders who stood on the patriarch's side couldn't help but frown. Lan Qingyan was about to become the next patriarch of the Lan family. It was only right for them to be loyal to Lan Qingyan. However, judging from the current situation, Lan Jingquang and the others didn't even have a trace of respect for the old patriarch. This wasn't appropriate. On the contrary, Lan Qingyan didn't notice this at all. Instead, she was immersed in the compliments. She was so happy that she couldn't extricate herself. Master, I don't understand what Lan Qingyan is so happy about. Even if she really sits on the patriarch's seat, isn't Lan Jingquang the one controlling her from behind? Xiao He was confused. Lan Qingyan was laughing so hard that she couldn't even close her mouth. However, anyone could see that Lan Jingquang was such a person who was obsessed with power. He definitely wanted to control this power in his own hands. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Lan Qingyan is probably immersed in Lan Jingquang's familial love right now, so she didn't think of this point. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. Her face was full of indifference. Let Lan Qingyan and the others be proud for a while. Soon, this big dream will be solved. I think it's good that Lan Jingquang doesn't respect the patriarch. Look at Lan Borong and the others. Although they didn't say it directly, their expressions have already explained everything, Xiao Bai said slowly. After feigning civility, Lan Qingyan shifted her attention to Bailey Hongzhuang. Her originally outstanding appearance was now even more beautiful. However, when she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, she always had a trace of evil intentions. Young Palace Master Bailey, I heard that you have been in seclusion. Could it be that you are trying to break through to the Purple Realm? Lan Qingyan smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. The teasing in her eyes couldn't be more obvious. Lan Jingquang also raised his cup and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. That's true. Young Sect Master D, Young Tower Master Mo, and Qingyan have all broken through to the Purple Realm through the Divine Pond of Ice. Only Young Palace Master Bailey is still at the Blue Realm level 9. I'm sure you're feeling terrible, right? However, Young Palace Master Bailey, you don't have to be discouraged. There is always a certain gap between people. As long as you don't compare yourself, you can still live happily. Lan Jingquang was already prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with Bailey Hongzhuang, so his words were laced with sarcasm. It seemed like a consolation, but in reality, it was all mockery and sarcasm. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, a modest luster lingering on her pretty face. Master Kuang is right. I'm a few years younger than young Master Lan. It's normal that I can't catch up to young Master Lan. Young Master Lan is so outstanding, I will definitely work hard to catch up to young Master Lan's footsteps. A faint smile could be heard in her light and pleasant voice. Compared to the deliberate mockery, this seemingly insignificant counterattack made people feel even more uncomfortable. Once these words came out, Lan Jingquang and Lan Qingyan's expressions changed. They didn't expect this Bailey Hongzhuang to be so experienced in dealing with things at such a young age. In just a few words, she attributed all the problems to age. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang not only wasn't inferior to Lan Qingyan, but was even stronger. I wonder what young palace master Bailey thinks about Qingyan becoming the patriarch. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that today's banquet would be filled with traps. Young Lord Lan is able to become the patriarch of the Lan family at such a young age. It is clear that young Lord Lan is outstanding and is supported by the family. Congratulations. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of smiles. Her indifferent attitude and high-sounding words made it seem as if everything had nothing to do with her. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her cup and looked at Lan Qingyan. Young Lord Lan, congratulations. I will drink first. After drinking a cup, Bailey Hongzhuang sat down. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's inconspicuous appearance, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but frown. She also wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang lose her composure, but Bailey Hongzhuang was always so airtight. Lan Jingquang quietly looked at Yu Siqing, who was beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Yu Siqing also nodded without leaving a trace. Following this, Lan Qingyan, Lan Jingquang, and the others obviously placed their attention on Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and Mo Yunjue. They constantly chatted with the three to divert their attention and even had the idea of getting them drunk. Patriarch, Master Kuang, and the others' actions today are a bit strange. Should we? Lan Borong couldn't help but speak up. Lan Hongtai raised his right hand slightly and stopped Lan Borong. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others are also shrewd people. Up until now, Jingquang and the others haven't gotten any useful information from them. We don't have to worry for now. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance has really made me look at her in a new light. Lan Hongtai's eyes were filled with admiration and satisfaction. He didn't think that this granddaughter of his who had been wandering outside could rely on herself to grow up to be so outstanding. Lan Borong smiled and nodded. Indeed, young Palace Master Bailey's experience in dealing with people is amazing. After 3 rounds of wine, Bailey Hongzhuang's cheeks were flushed pink. At this moment, Yu Siqing raised her cup to Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Young Palace Master Bailey, let me toast you." Looking at the 2 wine cups in Yu Siqing's hands, Bailey Hongzhuang laughed softly and said, "Master Yu is a renowned poison master. I really don't dare to drink the wine that you are offering." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the entire banquet instantly froze. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Yu Siqing, but the smile on Yu Siqing's face did not diminish. "If young Palace Master Bailey is afraid, then I will drink this cup of wine." As she spoke, Yu Siqing drained the wine in Bailey Hongzhuang's cup in one gulp, her expression carefree and natural. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang seemed narrow-minded. "Young Palace Master Bailey, then you should drink this cup." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "How would I know if Master Yu would poison his own cup and then give it to me?" Yu Siqing's expression changed a little. She said, "My actions are enough to show my sincerity. However, your attitude is still a little too petty." Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders. "I have no choice. I have seen too many treacherous people in this world and I really have to guard against them. I hope that Master Yu will be magnanimous and not hold it against me." Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue were also staring at Yu Siqing. They didn't know which cup of wine was poisoned, but since Bailey Hongzhuang had said such words, she must have her reasons. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were not polite at all. It was obvious that she had categorized Yu Siqing as a treacherous person. As a result, Yu Siqing's expression turned ugly. Lan Jingquang and the rest looked at Bailey Hongzhuang without a trace of nervousness. Yu Siqing's poisoning methods were not so simple. They were confident that Bailey Hongzhuang would not discover anything. "Since you don't trust me, I will drink it." Yu Xiqing's expression was displeased, and her tone was colder than before. In the next moment, Yu Xiqing downed the wine in one gulp. She turned the wine cup around and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. "Young Palace Master Bailey, you should be relieved now, right?" Yu Xiqing then filled the wine cup to the brim and handed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. "You should drink this cup of wine. Otherwise, I will really be angry." At this moment, Lan Jingquang's voice rang out. "Young Palace Master Bailey, Master Yu had wronged you because of his own selfish desires. Now that he has apologized, it will not be good if you continue to refuse to give him face. Indeed, it is not easy for someone of my great aunt's status to do this. You should drink this cup of wine." Lan Qingyan added. Lan Hongtai couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Family head, could there be something wrong with this wine? Lan Borong's expression was tense. He also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yishuan. At the beginning, they had already made a huge mistake. Now, they couldn't let anything happen to Bailey Hongzhuang under their noses. Drinking wine is a hobby. If young Palace Master Bailey does not want to drink, why are you forcing him? Lan Hongtai's voice rang out slowly, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked at each other. Family had rarely meddled in matters, but now he had taken the initiative to speak up for Bailey Hongzhuang. It was really rare. It was just a few simple words, but it made Lan Jingquang and the others want to kill Bailey Hongzhuang even more. It would have been fine if the family head hadn't said anything. But now, his words seemed to be protecting Bailey Hongzhuang. This was different. "Patriarch, we just want to get closer to young Palace Master Bailey. Is that not allowed?" Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Hongtai unhappily with a sinister look. Even if the person in front of him was his father, he still didn't show any courtesy. In fact, the little bit of kinship between him and Lan Hongtai had long since disappeared due to their mutual dislike over the years. Lan Hongtai frowned. Lan Jingquang was getting more and more arrogant. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, "It's just a cup of wine. Why do we have to make the atmosphere so tense?" In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly picked up Yu Xiqing's empty wine cup and poured the wine from her pot into it. She then held the cup in front of Yu Xiqing. "Master Yu, as long as you drink this cup of wine, I will drink the entire pot of wine as an apology. How about that?" Yu Xiqing, who originally had a look of dissatisfaction, heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words and her pupils couldn't help but shrink, her heart full of shock. How could this be? Bailey Hongzhuang had seen through her tricks. As insiders, Lan Jingquang and the others' expressions changed. They couldn't help but wonder how Bailey Hongzhuang had found out about the problem. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled at Yu Xiqing and said, "Master Yu, what do you think of my suggestion?" Yu Xiqing's expression gradually turned cold. Looking at the smiling face before her, she suddenly felt that this young woman was very scary. It was too shocking that she could be so perceptive at such a young age. Even Yu Xiqing couldn't have been so perceptive at such a young age. "It's fine if you don't want to accept my sincerity, but why did you make me drink so much wine?" Yu Xiqing's face was filled with rage. She reached out and knocked the wine cup in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand to the ground. She clearly didn't want to talk to Bailey Hongzhuang any longer. The transparent wine spilled on the ground like ordinary wine, and there was no problem with it. Seeing this, Lan Jingquang and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although their plan had failed, at least they hadn't been exposed. Speaking of which, poisoning Bailey Hongzhuang really wasn't a simple matter. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation had reached level 9 of the Blue Realm, she was very observant. Even the slightest movement would be noticed by Bailey Hongzhuang. As a result, they had finally chosen this method of poisoning. Logically speaking, no one should have discovered it. But Bailey Hongzhuang had done it. They couldn't understand if it was all a coincidence, or if Bailey Hongzhuang really knew about it. Lan Hongtai, Bewitching, and Mo Yunjue were all puzzled when they saw the scene. From Yu Xiqing's attitude, they could tell that there was something wrong with the wine. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so angry. But there was clearly nothing wrong with the wine spilled on the ground. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly laughed. "Haha, Master Yu is indeed the best in the art of medicine and poison. His method of poisoning is also far beyond that of an ordinary person. You must be very unhappy that I exposed your true colors in front of everyone last time, right? Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Yu Xiqing from the corner of her eyes. This method was not very clever, but it was not simple either. What nonsense are you talking about? Yu Xiqing said with a cold face. Lan Jingquang looked at Di Beichen and Mo Yunju and said, young palace master Bailey must have drunk too much, so he's talking nonsense. Why don't you send him back to rest first? Master Quang, won't we understand after listening to Hong Zhuang's explanation whether this is a real discovery or a drunken ramble? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. However, this smile could not help but reveal a hint of coldness. Moreover, if this is really a drunken ramble, we should let Hong Zhuang apologize to Master Yu. We can't just malign her like this. Hearing her words, Lan Jingquang and the other insiders' faces became very ugly. From Bailey Hongzhuang's confident expression, they already had a bad premonition. Master Yu, shall I demonstrate for you? Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles, completely ignoring Yu Xiqing's ashen and ugly expression. She first poured a portion of Yu Xiqing's wine into a wine cup, then poured her own wine into the same cup. Sizzle sizzle, white bubbles suddenly rose from the wine on the floor. The corrosive power of the bubbles was horrifying. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed. Yu Xiqing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. They had been discovered. Bailey Hongzhuang had really seen through everything. Di Beichen and Mo Yunju's faces were ashen. Their eyes were burning with rage, ready to spew out at any moment. Master Yu, Master Quang, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Di Beichen was the first to question them. His purple realm aura was instantly revealed. He had already guessed that Lan Jingquang and the rest had not invited them to the banquet just to celebrate. Now it looked like they were taking advantage of this opportunity to take Bailey Hongzhuang's life. If Bailey Hongzhuang had not seen through everything, she would have died on the spot if she had drunk the wine when everyone had allowed her to. Lan Hongtai's expression was extremely ugly. He pointed his right hand at Lan Jingquang, his body trembling with anger. Speak. What did you do? The revelation of the matter had completely exceeded Lan Jingquang and the rest's expectations. This flawless plan had been completely exposed to everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to have been assisted by the gods. It was as if she had already seen through everything. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lan Hongtai even suspected that they had Lan Hongtai's spies here. Otherwise, Bailey Hongzhuang would not have seen through everything so easily, but now was not the time to think about this. I didn't do anything. Lan Jingquang's face was full of innocence. I didn't know about this at all. At the same time, Lan Jingquang couldn't help but look at Lan Kaiqing and the rest. Lan Kaiqing and the rest immediately understood and said, Master, you must be holding a grudge against young Palace Lord Bailey for exposing us previously. We didn't know at all. At this moment, Lan Qingyan was also dumbfounded. Originally, she wanted to take this opportunity to completely get rid of Bailey Hongzhuang, this eyesore. She did not expect that they would be implicated instead. It would be fine if Bailey Hongzhuang was dead, but Bailey Hongzhuang was still fine. Great aunt, didn't you say that you've thought it through? Why would he do such a thing again? I'm so disappointed in you. Lan Qingyan naturally knew that she absolutely could not be involved in this matter at this time. The best scapegoat was Yu Xiqing. In an instant, Yu Xiqing became the target of everyone's criticism. Yu Xiqing looked at Lan Jingquang and the others in shock. She didn't think that they would push all the blame onto her, and cast all the blame on themselves. So, it was all Master Yu's doing? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled as she looked mockingly at Yu Xiqing. Master Yu really hates me to the core. But such a small trick might be able to kill someone else, but in front of me, it's just child's play. This taunt was a harsh slap to Yu Xiqing's face. She was known as the best in the art of medicine and poison, but now she was being called child's play by a little girl who had not even grown out her hair. Even though Lan Jingquang and the rest had immediately denied any involvement, everyone present was discerning enough to notice that Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing had been very close recently. Bailey Hongzhuang had already seen through all of this. Lan Jingquang just couldn't hold himself back and wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. However, since Lan Jingquang and the rest wanted to push all the blame away, she didn't mind. After all, everyone was well aware of this matter. Yu Xiqing only felt a breath of anger in her chest. Did Lan Jingquang and the rest think that she was someone they could bully as they wished? Now that there was a problem, they pushed all the blame to her. When had she, Yu Xiqing, ever fallen to such a state? You're heartless, I'm unrighteous. Just as Yu Xiqing was about to explode, Lan Jingquang gave her a look filled with warning. In reality, Lan Jingquang was also extremely nervous. If Yu Xiqing revealed all of this, it wouldn't be good for them at all. Now that the appointment ceremony was about to begin, if news spread that they wanted to poison the successor of Limitless Palace, it wouldn't be a simple matter. Lan Qingyan couldn't help but feel anxious. She had worked so hard to get to where she was now. If she failed because of this, she wouldn't be able to accept it. The banquet hall was no longer as lively as it was before. The atmosphere was dead silent. Only Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, and Mo Yunjue remained calm, but their eyes were filled with anger. Lan Jingquang and the rest fell silent. They could not think of a way to deal with this situation. Patriarch, at this moment, Lan Jingquang suddenly turned to look at Lan Hongtai. At the same time, Lan Kaiqing and the rest also looked at Lan Hongtai. After all, Lan Hongtai was still the patriarch of the Lan family. Seeing Lan Jingquang and the rest's actions, Lan Borong and the rest could not help but curse in their hearts. Previously, they had purposely ignored Lan Hongtai at the banquet. Now that this had happened, they were pushing all the blame onto Lan Hongtai. This was too shameless. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest also looked at Lan Hongtai. Since Lan Jingquang and the rest had left this matter to Lan Hongtai, they naturally would not mind. Lan Hongtai's eyes were cold. He had ignored his son, Lan Jingquang, all these years, and had become more and more brazen. Now, he wanted to murder his granddaughter right in front of him. In the past, he had sworn that he would not let such a thing happen again. Lan Jingquang seemed to like to challenge his bottom line. Since this was the case, he would not disappoint Lan Jingquang. Young Palace Master Bailey, young Lord D, young Tower Master Mo, don't worry. Since this happened in the Lan family, I will definitely give you an explanation. Lan Hongtai's expression was resolute and serious. His words were powerful and resonant. Lan Jingquang and the rest could not help but feel their hearts sink. They did not care if Yu Xiqing was punished, but if they were implicated, then this matter would be troublesome. Lan Hongtai turned to look at Yu Xiqing and said, Master Yu, was this really your plan? I'm sure you know the consequences of doing something like this in the Lan family. If you did this for your own selfish reasons, then I will hand you over to Wuji Palace to be dealt with. If anyone from the Lan family conspired with you, as long as you say their name, I, Lan Hongtai, will not tolerate it. Lan Hongtai's sharp eyes looked directly at Yu Xiqing, as if he could see through her thoughts. Lan Jingquang and the rest could not help but feel shocked when they heard Lan Hongtai's words. The patriarch had not dealt with family matters for a long time, so much so that they had almost forgotten that he had always been so daring. In an instant, everyone's gaze was on Yu Xiqing. Her answer was extremely important. Lan Jingquang glared at Yu Xiqing. The warning in his eyes was obvious. If Yu Xiqing dared to say the name of any one of them present, it would be a terrible thing. Yu Xiqing's feelings were extremely complicated when she noticed Lan Jingquang's crazy gaze. At such a time, regardless of whether she said anything or not, she would definitely be implicated in this matter. Especially facing Lan Jingquang, her heart was filled with anger. She was clearly helping Lan Jingquang, but now she was the one who got herself into trouble. Lan Hongtai actually handed her over to Limitless Palace. This was something she had never thought would happen. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Lan Jingquang's face couldn't help but darken a bit. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes that were hard to hide. This damned girl, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but panic. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't slander us. I'm slandering you? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Ever since I came to the Lan family, you first wronged me, then poisoned me, and now you're saying I'm slandering you. This is truly a family full of good and bad words. Qingyan, shut your mouth. Lan Jingquang angrily rebuked. Now that they were implicated, it was already troublesome. Lan Qingyan had to undergo the coronation ceremony tomorrow. If they failed at this time, they might not have a chance to start all over again in the future. After all, repeated failures were enough to cause the clan members to lose confidence in Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan couldn't help but be startled by Lan Jingquang's shout. She jumped in fright and could only obediently shut her mouth. "Auntie, go ahead," Lan Jingquang said slowly. Compared to the previous threat and nervousness, Lan Jingquang's gaze was now filled with indifference and desperation. Seeing Lan Jingquang like this, fear rose in Yu Xiqing's heart. Thinking back to when he plotted against Lan Yunxia's family, she personally witnessed Lan Jingquang's cruelty and viciousness. This guy was born to be a vicious wolf. Once he bore a grudge against you, he could rush out and bite you at any time. If Lan Jingquang and the others were implicated, she might be able to vent her anger, but her situation would be even worse. On the contrary, if she took responsibility for this matter, Lan Jingquang would think of a way to save her. After weighing the pros and cons, Yu Xiqing nodded and a resolute expression appeared on her face. "That's right. This matter was done by me alone. No one else knows. You're just a silly girl, yet you dare to humiliate me in front of everyone. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I feel good?" Hearing this, Lan Jingquang's people couldn't help but sigh in relief. As long as they weren't implicated, it was fine. Otherwise, if the patriarch used this as an excuse to deal with them, it would definitely not be a difficult matter. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "If you're the one who did this, did you arrange the seat?" Lan Kaiqing and the others were stunned. Originally, it was just to make it easier to poison Bailey Hongzhuang, but now it seemed that there were flaws everywhere. "I'm Master Kuang's aunt. I asked them to do this, and they're just doing me a favor. How normal is that?" Since she had decided to shoulder the responsibility, Yu Xiqing no longer had any qualms about speaking. She just took all the responsibility on herself. This time, she had lost to Bailey Hongzhuang, but in the future, she would never let Bailey Hongzhuang get away so easily. Losing at the hands of a younger generation was an unspeakable humiliation to Yu Xiqing. "I didn't expect Aunt to have such thoughts, so I helped you. Speaking of which, it's hard for me to absolve myself from the blame. Young Palace Master Bailey, I apologize." Lan Jingquang bowed to Bailey Hongzhuang. His attitude was sincere, but his eyes were filled with regret. Retreating in order to advance. Now that things had developed to this point, anyone with a discerning eye already knew the truth. However, Yu Xiqing had shouldered all the blame and Bailey Hongzhuang did not have any evidence against Lan Jingquang and the rest. Hence, it was not appropriate for them to continue making a fuss. After all, they were originally in the right, but making a fuss now would become rude. "Since that's the case, Lan family head, why don't you leave Yu Xiqing to us?" Bailey Hongzhuang ignored Lan Jingquang and the rest and looked directly at Lan Hongtai. "Family head, Master Yu is my aunt and the in-laws of the Lan family. Although her actions were impulsive and reckless, it would be inappropriate to hand her over to Limitless Palace like this," Lan Jingquang hurriedly said. He could not let Bailey Hongzhuang take Yu Xiqing away like this. Otherwise, the situation would develop beyond his expectations. "That's right, family head. Such actions will definitely disappoint the Lan family." Lan Kaiqing and the rest echoed. However, Lan Hongtai completely ignored them. "Didn't you hear what I said just now? Since Yu Xiqing did this herself, she naturally has to bear the consequences. I didn't blame the Yu clan for implicating my Lan clan because of your own recklessness. Don't tell me that all of you have forgotten that you are from the Lan clan." When he said this, Lan Kaiqing and the rest shuddered. They did not expect the family head's attitude to be so resolute. "There's no need to say anything more. Yu Xiqing will be handed over to Limitless Palace. If anyone has any objections, then leave the Lan family immediately." Silence reigned. Everyone looked at Lan Hongtai in shock. Lan Hongtai had completely disregarded the friendship between them and the Yu clan. Yu Xiqing's expression was also extremely ugly. She knew very well that Lan Hongtai, this old fellow, already hated her to the core. Now that he had such an opportunity, it was not strange for him to treat her this way. After Lan Hongtai finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. It was obvious that this banquet had made him extremely unhappy. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the ashen-faced Yu Xiqing and said with a smile, "Master Yu, no one can protect you now." Yu Xiqing's expression was cold and her voice was even more gloomy. "Bailey Hongzhuang, do you think that I, the dignified Yu Xiqing, will be controlled by you?" Bailey Hongzhuang laughed softly when she heard that. She walked over to Yu Siqing and said with a smile, "Of course not. Master Yu's medical and poison skills are exceptional and your skills are not weak either. I do understand this point, but this is the Lan family. The Lan family head has already promised me that he will hand you over to my limitless palace. I believe that while I'm in the Lan family, Master Kuang and the rest of you will help me look after her, right?" Changing the topic, Bailey Hongshuang laughed wildly at Lan Jing. Lan Jingquang's expression changed. He wanted to save Yu Siqing tonight, but he didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to be so smart. This way, if Yu Siqing left today, the responsibility would fall on their heads. Unfortunately, he was now riding a tiger and could not back down. The family head's faction was not just for show. If he refused, it would be even worse. Young Palace Master Bailey is right. During this period, we will definitely look after Yu Siqing and not let her leave. I have a pill here that can temporarily seal a cultivator's cultivation. Bailey Hongshuang took out a pill from her Qianquan bag and looked at Yu Siqing playfully. She originally thought that things would be very troublesome when the real battle started tomorrow. She didn't expect that Lan Jingquang and the rest would give her a good opportunity to subdue Yu Siqing today. "You stinky girl, stop dreaming." Yu Siqing was furious. She had lived for so long and had never been manipulated by a silly girl like this. The purple realm aura in her body instantly exploded, as if she was going to use martial arts. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang was not anxious at all. "Master Kuang, I need your help with this matter. I've long heard that Master Kuang's martial arts are unparalleled. Since you're apologetic towards me, I'm sure you won't mind helping me with such a small matter, right?" Looking at the smiling face in front of him, Lan Jingquang's heart was burning with anger. Such a young girl was actually able to judge the situation to this extent. It was terrifying. If Bailey Hongshuang were to become the palace master of Wuji Palace in the future, then Wuji Palace's status would be even higher than it was now. In comparison, Lan Qingyan, who was completely at a loss, could not be compared. Bewitching and Mo Yunju sighed in their hearts. Ever since coming to the Lan family, Bailey Hongshuang had been advancing step by step. It seemed as if she had stepped into one trap after another, but in reality, she had already turned everything into what she needed. Lan Jingquang gritted his teeth and helped Bailey Hongshuang complete this task. Although Yu Siqing struggled, her cultivation was not as strong as Lan Jingquang's and could only be subdued. Looking at Yu Siqing's embarrassed and angry look, Bailey Hongshuang felt a burst of joy in her heart. Come to think of it, in all these years, Yu Siqing had never been so humiliated. However, this was only the beginning of the humiliation. In the next moment, Bailey Hongshuang walked in front of Yu Siqing and, with lightning speed, slapped the latter across the face. Slap. Her voice was loud and clear. Everyone in the banquet hall couldn't help but stare blankly. Nobody thought that Bailey Hongshuang would do such a thing. Bailey Hongshuang's slap was extremely vicious. Yu Siqing's face quickly swelled up and she spat out a mouthful of blood. There were 2 teeth mixed in with the blood. Yu Siqing glared at Bailey Hongshuang, "You damned girl." Without waiting for Yu Siqing to finish, Bailey Hongshuang gave her another slap. Slap. Slap 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 slap. In the blink of an eye, Yu Siqing's face's swelled up like a pig's head. Compared to your attempt to kill me by poisoning me, these few slaps of mine are nothing. Don't think that you're so great just because of your previous status. The Yu clan is just a dog in the water and you're just the bigger one. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a sinister smile. She turned to look at Lan Jingquang and the others whose faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. "Master Kuang, I hope to see Yu Siqing sitting at the side during tomorrow's ceremony. If I don't see her, I'll be worried. If it affected young Lord Lan's conferring ceremony because of this, that would not be too good." After saying all this, Bailey Hongshuang revealed a polite smile and left with Bewitching and Mo Yunju. Her posture was confident and her footsteps were light. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. However, Lan Jingquang and the rest looked at Bailey Hongshuang's departing figure with hatred. Threat. Bailey Hongshuang's last words were clearly a threat. The people from Limitless Palace would be arriving tonight. This was news that they had never received before. This meant that this matter could no longer be changed according to their wishes. Once Limitless Palace's influence was involved, the entire matter would become a lot more complicated. So, no matter what, they could not let Yu Xiqing go. Because they could not give Limitless Palace an explanation, Bailey Hongshuang's words were also very clear. If she did not see Yu Xiqing tomorrow, then if there were any problems at Lan Qingyan's coronation ceremony, then they would have to think about it themselves. After Bailey Hongshuang left, Yu Xiqing could not help but angrily look at Lan Jingquang. She had lived for so many years and had never been so humiliated. It was really infuriating. Lan Jingquang, this is what you did. Because her face was completely swollen and she was missing a tooth, Yu Xiqing's mouth was leaking air. Even her words were hard to hear clearly. She had suffered such humiliation in order to protect Lan Jingquang and the rest. The effect of Bailey Hongshuang's down was very powerful. Right now, she couldn't use the power in her body at all. She had really become a person without the strength to truss a chicken. What do you plan to do now? If you really hand me over to Limitless Palace, I will not let you go. Yu Xiqing's eyes were extremely vicious. Bailey Hongshuang's methods were so ruthless. She even dared to treat her like this in front of Lan Jingquang and the rest. Once she landed in Bailey Hongshuang's hands, her fate would be even more miserable. Lan Jingquang's face was very ugly. Even he did not know how to deal with this situation. And, you know the situation now. The patriarch has already made a decision. If we let you go tonight, we will not be able to explain it to anyone. Why don't you wait for a while and wait for Qingyan to take the patriarch's seat? Then, there will be a chance. At that time, we will be able to negotiate with Bailey Hongshuang. Lan Jingquang frowned. However, Lan Jingquang's words had completely ignited Yu Xiqing's anger. If the negotiation is unsuccessful, you will hand me over? Don't worry, no matter what, we will definitely protect you. Lan Jingquang quickly. He didn't want to anger Yu Xiqing at a time like this. In fact, Yu Xiqing knew too many of his secrets. Hearing that, Yu Xiqing's complexion became a little better. However, no expression could be seen on her ugly face. Use's eyes as eyes, Yu Xiqing's eyes as eyes. Yu Xiqing's eyes flashed with an ominous light. As long as Bailey Hongshuang didn't die, her anger wouldn't disappear. Since they did not succeed in the dark today, they might as well do it openly. Once Bailey Hongshuang was dead, all the problems would be solved. A dead successor, even if Limitless Palace was angered, it would be within a certain range. They would not launch a large-scale attack. Father, great-aunt is right. Why don't we just kill Bailey Hongshuang and end it all? Lan Qingyan looked at Lan Jingquang expectantly. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Bailey Hongshuang's performance today made her deeply feel how difficult it was to deal with her. She felt that if Bailey Hongshuang continued to develop like this, it would be very disadvantageous to her situation. Moreover, it had been a long time since her grandfather interfered with the family's affairs. But today, he stepped in for Bailey Hongshuang. This was very strange. She was really unwilling to take any risks. Lan Jingquang thought for a moment, then shook his head. This matter is not as simple as you think. Not to mention Bailey Hongshuang's strength, Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's strength cannot be underestimated. There are only a few experts above the Purple Realm in the entire Lan family. If we fail, then Qingyan's conferring ceremony tomorrow will not be able to proceed. We cannot take this risk. Seeing the displeasure and anger in Yu Xiqing's eyes, Lan Jingquang quickly explained, moreover, the people from Limitless Palace will arrive in Blue Sun City tonight. None of us know if they have arrived yet. No matter how much we hate Bailey Hongshuang, we cannot completely ignore the Lan family's interests. Going against Limitless Palace directly, and with a valid reason, was extremely disadvantageous to the Lan family. After knowing that this matter could affect her conferring ceremony, Lan Qingyan did not insist anymore. She quickly said, then let's wait until after the conferring ceremony. There will definitely be a chance to save great-aunt. Bailey Hongshuang might just be scaring you. Until now, none of us have heard that the people from Limitless Palace are coming. Yu Xiqing was very unwilling. She did not want to become a prisoner just like this. Master Yu, I'm afraid the situation is not that simple. Who knows, after what happened at the lunch banquet, she might have already informed Limitless Palace. This is also very possible. Lan Kaicheng said. In the end, Lan Jingquang and the rest could only choose to endure. They could only hope that tomorrow's conferring ceremony could be completed safely. Even if Yu Xiqing was extremely dissatisfied, there was nothing she could do. In fact, without any battle power, she could only be trampled on. The next day, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. This day was a day of extraordinary significance to the entire Blue Sun City. This was because the new patriarch was about to ascend to the throne, and they would be led to a better future under the leadership of the new patriarch. Central Square. This was the largest plaza in the entire Blue Sun City. It was also the plaza where every new patriarch would hold the conferring ceremony. Most of the people who lived in Blue Sun City were the Lan clan's branch disciples and their family members from the third generation and above. The direct descendants and the branch disciples within the third generation lived in the Lan clan's mansion. However, the entire Blue Sun City was filled with members of the Lan family. This point was indisputable. In the past, there would still be some outsiders in Blue Sun City. However, when they were preparing for the conferring ceremony, the Lan family had already sent these outsiders out. After all, this was an internal matter of the Lan family, and they didn't like outsiders. Of course, with Lan Yunxiao's group's methods, such a simple expulsion was meaningless to them. They still remained in Blue Sun City. For the entire night, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing didn't feel sleepy at all. As the sun gradually rose, the mood of the two was constantly changing. No matter what, they were finally back. Si Tuyan and Mu Jin's didn't disturb them. Speaking of which, Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's feelings were the most complicated in the Lan family. Bing are you ready? Lan Yunxiao turned around with a faint smile on his handsome face. His eyes were filled with a confident luster. Mu Lingbing nodded with a smile. I've always been the one to go wherever you go. Today, I've been ready to return to the family. Since that's the case, let's set off. The two smiled at each other and opened the door. Their steps were relaxed and firm. Situ Yan and Mu Jin's were already prepared. When they heard Lan Yunxiao and Mu Jin's open their doors, they also opened their doors. Father, mother, let's go to the central plaza, Mu Lingbing said. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest woke up early. The Lan family had set off firecrackers the moment the sun rose. It was bustling with noise and excitement to celebrate the new family head's ascension. Tonight was a sleepless night for the entire Lan family. It was the same for them. The Lan family is really lively today. I'm sure Lan Qingyan is overjoyed. Xiao He raised her brows, her words full of sarcasm. Of course. Lan Qingyan has always liked to be the main character. Today's ceremony was prepared for her. Of course she's happy. Xiao Bai curled her lips. Actually, you're wrong. The real main character is here. Bai Shi smiled. I'm really looking forward to Lan Jingquang and the rest's expressions when the truth is revealed. It'll really be a bolt from the blue. Haha, that's right, that's right. Today is really a good day. The three beasties circled around Bailey Hongzhuang, looking extremely happy. They had been waiting for a good show for a long time. Just thinking about it made the beasts happy. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang come out, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue also stood up. Hongzhuang, let's get ready to head to the central plaza. The Lan clan's clansmen are already waiting for us. Around the central plaza, the Lan family has already prepared seats for us. With a faint smile on his handsome face, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of love and affection, but more than that, there was a determination that they both knew. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Okay. The members of the Lan family were already waiting outside the door. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two come out, they immediately bowed and led the three of them to the central square. After what happened last night, the members of the Lan family were very polite to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. They didn't dare to do anything impolite. In fact, the fact that Yu Xiqing had tried to poison Bailey Hongzhuang had indeed shocked the members of the Lan family. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two arrived at the central plaza, they saw that there were 3 other seats beside Lan Jingquang and the rest. It was obviously prepared for them. This position was not bad and was very eye-catching in the central plaza. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two represented 3 different powers. The Lan family had to treat them well. The Lan family clansmen surrounding the central square had already covered the sky and earth. At a glance, the surroundings were densely packed with people. When I was in the Lan Manor, I already felt that the number of people in the Lan clan was not small. Now that I see the people in Lanyang City, I can't help but sigh. There are really a lot of people here. Mo Yunjua smiled as he looked at the sea of people in front of him. There were usually this many people in a sect, but they were all selected from all over the place. But in the Lan clan, it was an entire clan. Most of the branch descendants' partners are outsiders. After many generations of development, the number of people is really shocking. However, although the people living in Lanyang City also have the surname Lan, they have already left the center of power of the Lan clan. Bewitching said slowly. Aristocratic families rely on this method to develop. Otherwise, in terms of numbers, they can't be compared to sections. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. Almost every aristocratic family had this kind of development model. However, compared to sects who were all outsiders, the branch descendants of aristocratic families were still related by blood even if their blood ties were thin. Therefore, aristocratic families were much more united than sections. At this moment, only Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two elders, Lan Borong and a few other elders were sitting in the center of the plaza. Lan Jingquan and the rest were obviously still preparing for the conferring ceremony, so they didn't show up. Lan Jingquan and the rest must have been angered half to death by Master yesterday. I wonder what kind of expression they will have when they see Master later. Xiao Hei's eyes were full of smiles. It couldn't help but admit that Master's performance yesterday was really mighty and domineering. As a contracted beast, it was also very proud. I don't know what kind of expression Lan Jingquan and the rest had, but I saw the Yu clan leader's expression. Xiao Bai's gaze turned to the distance, only to see the Yu clan leader walking over with an unhappy face. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of hatred and resentment. Yesterday's incident was so big that the entire Lan clan knew about it. Naturally, the Yu clan also received the news. Yu Tao Tian had wanted to save Yu Xiqing and even went to talk to Lan Hongtai in the middle of the night. However, Lan Hongtai didn't give him any face and directly rejected his request. Yu Tao Tian was about to explode from anger. He didn't even understand what kind of enmity there was between the Yu clan and Bailey Hongzhuang. After the lunch banquet incident a month ago, their Yu clan situation in Blue Sun City had become extremely awkward. After a month, when there were finally some changes, such a thing happened again, causing the entire Yu clan to receive strange looks from the Lan clan. He was the dignified Yu clan's clan master, how could he fall to such an extent? Bailey Hongzhuang naturally noticed Yu Taoyan's appearance. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. When he saw Yu Tao Tian again, he had already changed from the clan head of a powerful aristocratic family to an old man who lived in the Lan clan and looked at others with disdain. Life is unpredictable, how interesting. What's more, she was the one who started all of this. Yu Tao Tian walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. His weathered and dignified face was covered with a layer of anger. Seeing is believing. Young Palace Master Bailey is indeed a dragon among men. Your way of handling matters is also extraordinary. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly, as if she didn't hear the sarcasm in Yu Taoyan's words. Clan leader you flatter me. In terms of methods, I still have much to learn from you. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was pretending to be ignorant, Yu Tao Tian could no longer continue his act. Young Palace Master Bailey, Yu Xiqing had offended you yesterday, but you have already taught her a lesson. No matter what, she is still a member of the Yu clan. I hope that you can let her off for the sake of the Yu clan. As for what compensation you want, just tell us. As long as it is something that the Yu clan can give, we will definitely not reject it. Yu Tao Tian went straight to the point. The Yu clan was now in a precarious situation and Yu Xiqing was their biggest support. If Yu Xiqing were to die, then it would be extremely difficult for the Yu clan to develop again. Therefore, even if they had to pay a heavy price, they had no choice but to do it. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into an enchanting arc and said, Clan Master Yu, I heard that the Yu clan had met with a calamity and the martial skills hall had been emptied. After that, they moved to the Lan clan. I believe that these precious treasures have already entered the Lan clan's pockets. I really can't think of any other compensation that I can ask from you. After all, my life, Bailey Hongshuang's life, is not something that can be compensated with any ordinary things. Bailey Hongshuang's ink-black phoenix eyes were shining brightly. She lifted her chin slightly and her words were filled with mockery and arrogance. Yu Taotian, who was originally acting humble, was unable to restrain his anger after hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words. He could not believe that Bailey Hongshuang actually dared to say such words to humiliate him in public. Bailey Hongshuang, don't you go overboard? Yu Taotian said angrily. His vigorous energy exploded in an instant. Bailey Hongshuang's humiliation made him feel embarrassed. Therefore, he could no longer hold himself back. Bailey Hongshuang stood up without the slightest bit of fear. Her imposing aura was released in an instant, her bright black phoenix eyes blooming with a sharp and intimidating light. Yu Taotian, does the Yu clan really think that I, Bailey Hongshuang, am someone who can be bullied so easily? You failed to kill me with poison, and now you're saying such things to me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Bailey Hongshuang's face was cold as she stared at Yu Taotian. The deep hatred in her phoenix eyes made Yu Taotian even more stunned. He had seen many juniors and subconsciously treated Bailey Hongshuang as an ordinary junior. However, Bailey Hongshuang was clearly displaying the aura of a person in power. In any case, I've made a name for myself in the Xianxia continent for so many years. You're just a fledgling junior. If you don't give this old man face, it won't do you any good in the future. Yu Taotian's face was gloomy and his words were filled with threats. No matter what, the Yu clan had disciples all over the world these few years. If he were to spread the word, it would definitely affect Limitless Palace. Bailey Hongshuang slowly lowered her head. The golden sunlight shone on her body, and her fan-like eyelashes cast a shadow on her face, making it impossible for others to see through her thoughts. Yu Taotian thought that his words were effective and he was rather pleased with himself. After all, a young person's background was not enough. He only needed to scare Bailey Hongshuang a little and she would have to surrender. However, Bailey Hongshuang lifted her head in the next second. There was no trace of fear on her face. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? When she said that, everyone was shocked. The eyes of everyone in the central square fell on Bailey Hongshuang's body. These words were too domineering, right? Clap clap. Yu Taotian's words were completely unreasonable. If it was a sincere request, it would have been fine. However, this fellow had started to threaten them. The Yu clan was no longer as glorious as they used to be. Yet, he dared to spout nonsense in front of Bailey Hongshuang. What a joke. Yu Taotian's old face was flushed red. He pointed at Bailey Hongshuang but couldn't say a word. What about you? What about me? Bailey Hongshuang's face was filled with displeasure. Since you're already old, you should stay at home and rest. Don't think about standing up for others. Otherwise, you'll lose more than you gain. As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Hongshuang sat down and completely ignored Yu Taotian who was in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted Yu Taotian to witness today's show, she would have already taken his life back at the Yu clan. Yu Taotian stood awkwardly at the same spot. Facing Bailey Hongshuang's disregard, his face was filled with anger and embarrassment. However, he couldn't do anything extreme in such a situation. Thinking of the many gazes behind him, he felt his scalp go numb. He originally thought that Bailey Hongshuang would give him some face in front of so many people. He never thought that he would embarrass himself to the extreme. Ouyang Etienne followed his father, Ouyang Heng, to the central square. The Ouyang clan and the Lan clan had always been on good terms. Moreover, Ouyang Etienne was highly likely to be Lan Qingyan's marriage partner. Even though there was some unhappiness during the Battle of Shualu, the Ouyang clan chose to forgive the Lan clan after the Lan clan apologized. Ouyang Etienne had just arrived at the central square when he saw such a scene. He was shocked. Bailey Hongshuang's current domineering attitude was even more shocking than during the Battle of Shualu. The Ouyang clan master, Ouyang Heng's expression also changed. He had already heard about the things between Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongshuang. Paper can't wrap fire. These news were no secret to him. After meeting Bailey Hongshuang today, he realized that she was indeed extraordinary. Below the stage, in the crowd, Lan Yunxiao and the others saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions, and a faint smile appeared on their lips. I didn't expect that old man Yu Tao Tian would have such an embarrassing moment. Mu Lingbing's lips curled into a smile, but there was a vicious glint in her eyes. She would never forget the cold faces she saw when they knelt in front of Yu Tao Tian and Yu Xiqing and begged them to save Hong Zhuang. Yu Tao Tian and Yu Xiqing were high and mighty. They ignored them and despised them to the extreme. Now that the tables had turned, life was truly interesting. Hong Zhuang's demeanor is getting more and more impressive. Si Tuyen sighed with a smile. After Ouyang Heng and Ouyang Etian arrived, they also greeted Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. After a few compliments, Ouyang Heng and Ouyang Etian sat down. Although today's conferring ceremony was a family affair of the Lan clan, it still required a few forces to witness it. Not long after, Lan Jingquang and the others slowly walked over. The most dazzling one was Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan walked over like a moon surrounded by stars. Her pretty face was filled with a joyful smile. Lan Qingyan was very happy. She could feel everyone's eyes on her. Today, she was like a queen, receiving the attention of tens of thousands of people. This was the feeling she loved the most. It was as if everyone else was as insignificant as dust and she was the only one shining brightly. Lan Jingquang was also in a good mood. He walked beside Lan Qingyan with a happy smile on his face. Lan Kaicheng, Lan Yongtai, and the other elders were also smiling. Although they weren't the ones who had ascended to the position of house head today, they were also very happy that they were going to share the glory and wealth. As the old house head, Lan Hongtai slowly walked over from the other side. Lan Borong and the other elders who followed the old house head followed behind Lan Hongtai. With a glance, one could see the situation of the Lan family's internal factions. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the people behind Lan Hongtai. If she guessed correctly, most of the elders behind Lan Hongtai were those who had supported Lan Yunxiao. Even though today was the day Lan Qingyan became the new house head, she didn't see many smiles on their faces. Following the appearance of the Lan family, the entire central square became lively in an instant. The sound of heated discussion was incessant. Young house head is really beautiful today. I heard that young house head has successfully broken through to the purple realm. With such a cultivation at such a young age, it's enough to ensure the prosperity of our Lan family for 100 years. Young house head is the successor of the rainbow pearl. Since young, her talent has far surpassed ordinary people. This is a gift from the heavens to our Lan family. The Lan family of Blue Sun City completely regarded Lan Qingyan as the goddess in their hearts. Ever since Lan Qingyan revealed her talent when she was young, her position in the hearts of the Lan family's disciples had never been shaken. The rainbow pearl was the Lan family's mystical inheritance. Anyone who possessed the rainbow pearl was bound to be the house head of the Lan family. This was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. After hearing the crowd's discussion, Lan Yunxiao and the others' gazes gradually turned cold. The hands under his sleeves gradually clenched into fists. Lan Yunxiao's gaze was fixed on Lan Jingquang on the stage. His brother was the instigator of all this. After taking everything away from his precious daughter, he was actually enjoying such respect and glory here. Mu Lingbing looked at the smiling Yumanlan, and the hatred in her eyes deepened. This despicable and vicious woman had used such means to persecute her entire family to such a state because she envied everything she had. She would not forgive them, and would drag them down to hell when they were basking in their glory. Behind Lan Jingquang and the others, a figure attracted everyone's attention. It was Yu Xiqing. Unlike her usual high and mighty appearance, Yu Xiqing appeared to be in a very sorry state today. The redness and swelling on her face had yet to subside, allowing others to clearly see the traces of her being beaten. When Lan Jingquang saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he nodded in acknowledgement. He wanted to prove to Bailey Hongzhuang that he had brought Yu Xiqing here and had never let her leave. He absolutely could not give Bailey Hongzhuang any reason to cause trouble today. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded at Lan Jing. This is the first time I've seen Yu Xiqing in such a miserable state. Si Tuyen and the others, who originally didn't know how Yu Xiqing had fallen to such a state, understood everything after hearing the crowd's discussion. They didn't know that such a thing had happened yesterday. That wretched Yu Xiqing! Mu Jintz angrily shouted. She actually dared to poison Yixuan. Her delicate and elegant face was filled with anger. Mu Jintz glared at Yu Xiqing as if she wanted to tear her flesh apart. It wasn't enough that she had harmed Lan Yixuan to such a state, but now she dared to poison her. Si Tuyen's gaze was also extremely gloomy. The more he understood Yu Siqing, the more he realized how vicious her heart was. That woman really deserves to die. Every time he thought of how this woman had caused him to waste several decades and made the woman he loved suffer so much, he hated that he couldn't tear her to pieces. She actually poisoned Yixuan yesterday. I didn't even know about this. Mu Lingbing's face revealed a trace of nervousness. They hadn't slept at all last night and had stayed in the room. They didn't expect such a shocking thing to happen on the eve of the appointment ceremony. From Yu Siqing's current expression, we can see that not only did she not succeed yesterday, she was even taught a lesson by Yixuan. Lan Yunxiao comforted, "Our daughter is much more powerful than us." Mu Lingbing nodded and her smile became even more brilliant. "That's true." After Lan Qingyan and the others took their seats, First Elder Lan Borong recounted the many deeds of the Lan family over the years. Under Lan Hongtai's leadership, the Lan family had achieved glorious results. Immediately after, the second elder and the other elders expressed their respect and gratitude to Lan Hongtai. All of the Lan family disciples bowed deeply to Lan Hongtai. For the Lan family, Lan Hongtai had sacrificed a lot over the years. After this narration, the members of the Lan family were deeply moved. Everyone was deeply moved by the old family head's benevolence. It was all thanks to the old family head's wise leadership that they could live peacefully these years. After everything was over, Lan Hongtai slowly stood up and said, "Today is the ceremony for the new patriarch of the Lan family. I am too old to continue as the patriarch. Therefore, I have decided to pass the position of patriarch to the most outstanding young man in my family." As Lan Hongtai's voice fell, Lan Qingyan stood up from her seat and slowly walked in front of Lan Hongtai. The golden sunlight shone on Lan Qingyan's body. The aqua-blue dress made of silver thread reflected the dazzling rays of light. Lan Qingyan's gorgeous face was brimming with smiles. Her entire being was incomparably bright and radiant. Lan Qingyan is the most outstanding youth of our clan. She has displayed astonishing talent since she was young. She is only 22 years old this year, but she has already become a Purple Realm expert. Lan Jingquang's face was filled with joy as he proudly introduced Lan Qingyan's results. In the end, his daughter had still fought for his honor. "Next, old master, please hand over the master seal to the new patriarch, Lan Qingyan," Lan Jingquang said. For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lan Hongtai and Lan Qingyan. Everyone's attention was on them. Lan Qingyan slowly knelt in front of Lan Hongtai. Her hands were raised high above her head, waiting to receive the master seal that only the patriarch of the Lan family could possess. However, at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. The corners of Lan Qingyan's lips rose to the extreme. Lan Jingquang revealed a joyful smile, and Lan Kaiqing and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, this untimely voice caused everyone's expressions to become sluggish. Almost everyone's gaze shifted to the source of the voice, wondering who would interrupt the ceremony at such a crucial moment. When the crowd saw that the person who spoke was actually Bailey Hongzhuang, everyone's expression became splendid. The originally quiet crowd instantly erupted into a huge clamor. "This woman is the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, right? What is she doing? She actually dares to disrupt the ceremony? This woman is too hateful. How important is the appointment ceremony? She's just an outsider, yet she dares to disrupt the ceremony at such a time. Why keep this kind of person here to watch the ceremony? She should have been chased out of Blue Sun City long ago." In a moment, all the spectating Lan clansmen in the central plaza glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. It was a form of disrespect for anyone to interrupt such an important ceremony. Everyone clamored for Bailey Hongzhuang to be chased out. Her actions had already destroyed the most important thing in everyone's hearts. Lan Qingyan's expression was ashen as she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her eyes were filled with an inconceivable light. She simply couldn't believe it. Did Bailey Hongzhuang eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? At such a crucial moment, Bailey Hongzhuang actually dared to disrupt the ceremony. Lan Jingquang's expression instantly turned from sunny to gloomy. His gaze was cold as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Long ago, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Thus, during the entire ceremony, he was vigilant against Bailey Hongzhuang. He even arranged for Yu Siqing to sit not far from Bailey Hongzhuang. This was to prevent Bailey Hongzhuang from finding an excuse to disrupt the ceremony. As the ceremony gradually progressed to the end, his heart also relaxed. He never thought that at such a time, Bailey Hongzhuang would actually interrupt the ceremony. How hateful. Young Palace Mistress Bailey, if you have anything to say, you can say it after the ceremony. Lan Jingquang's voice was cold and full of threat. From his gloomy face, one could see that he was forcefully suppressing his anger. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Hongtai stopped his actions. The master's seal was still in his hand. He didn't give it to Lan Qingyan. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, turning a deaf ear to the crowd's anger and abuse. I have some doubts about this ceremony. If I don't say it now, what's the point of waiting until the ceremony is over? After Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's SS's clansmen couldn't help cursing Qingzhuang was shameless. Doesn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang deliberately wanted to destroy the ceremony? What is Bailey Hongzhuang trying to do? She actually dares to cause a ruckus at the Lan family's ceremony. Could it be that Limitless Palace wants to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Lan family? Ouyang Etienne's face was filled with confusion. Bailey Hongzhuang's actions today were too shocking. No matter how things develop, we'll know when we continue watching. This Bailey Hongzhuang is a character. Yu Tao Tian already hated Bailey Hongzhuang to the core and had nowhere to vent his anger. Now that he saw Bailey Hongzhuang provoking the entire Lan family's dignity at this moment, he couldn't help but smile. There was a path to heaven, yet you chose to barge into hell. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang was the young palace master of Limitless Palace, this was the Lan family's territory. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang was the one at a disadvantage. It seemed that the Lan family would take care of Bailey Hongzhuang without him having to do anything. At this moment, Yu Xiqing was also feeling happy in her heart. Yesterday, the Lan family had chosen to hand her over to the Sun Moon Palace. But today, Bailey Hongzhuang had offended the Lan family, and the Lan family would never hand her over again. This was an excellent situation. What doubts do you have? Lan Jingquang's face was cold as he said, Young Palace Master Bailey, don't blame me for not reminding you. This is an extremely important conferring ceremony for the Lan family. If your doubts are meaningless, then don't blame the Lan family for being heartless. Lan Jingquang was extremely angry. He couldn't imagine what Bailey Hongzhuang would say. But for some reason, the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Therefore, he could only hope that Bailey Hongzhuang would choose to keep her mouth shut. Master Quang, don't worry. I, Bailey Hongzhuang, have always been clear about the consequences of my actions. A clear and elegant smile appeared on her gorgeous face. Compared to the former's anger, Bailey Hongzhuang appeared natural and unrestrained. Lan Hongtai's gaze also fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. If young Palace Master Bailey has any doubts, please feel free to ask. According to what Elder said earlier, the position of the Lan family's patriarch is passed down to the most outstanding young person. Is this true? Lan Hongtai nodded. That's right. If the Lan family has a more outstanding young person than Lan Qingyan, then wouldn't the next patriarch be Lan Qingyan? Once these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Lan Qingyan's position in the Lan family had already been deeply rooted for so many years. For Bailey Hongzhuang to suddenly say such words, could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang understood the Lan family's situation better than them? This was simply a fantasy story. Lan Qingyan, who was originally extremely angry, couldn't help but laugh in her heart after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Was Bailey Hongzhuang joking at this moment? If it was about other things, she might be a little worried. However, when it came to the word outstanding, no one in the younger generation of the Lan family could compare to her. Lan Hongzhuang's to see how Lin's S2's S's to Hongzhuang's S to Hongzhuang's play. Lan Hongtai also had some doubts in his heart. He didn't understand the meaning behind Bailey Hongzhuang's words at this moment. Previously, he had already asked Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang was interested in the position of the Lan family's patriarch, then he would help Bailey Hongzhuang to the patriarch's position at all costs. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say much at that time, so he assumed that the former had no intention of doing so. But now, he really couldn't understand. Regardless, since Bailey Hongzhuang had done so, he didn't mind letting Bailey Hongzhuang make a scene. After all, the entire Lan family's debt to Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't something that could be compensated with this. Then, does the most capable person have the strongest strength? Bailey Hongzhuang gazed at Lan Hongtai, who was at the top of the stage. Her delicate jade-like face rippled with a faintly discernible smile. Her dark eyes were like two deep pools, attracting people's souls. The most capable person has both strength and character. Neither can be lacking. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. This one also has a question. If the chosen successor of the Lan family has an extremely bad character and plotted to murder their loved ones, how would the Lan family head choose? Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Qingyan's gaze was like a torch, shooting straight at Bailey Hongzhuang. This guy actually dared to say that her character was bad. In front of so many people in the Lan family, Lan Jingquang's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. He didn't take Bailey Hongzhuang's previous words to heart, but the words plotting to murder their loved ones deepened the bad premonition in his heart. What was plotting to murder their loved ones? Lan Hongtai was slightly startled. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's deep black eyes, the spiritual brilliance and self-confidence within them made his heart tremble. Plotting to murder their loved ones is the most unacceptable thing in the family. The family head should take the responsibility of protecting the family and protect the interests of the family at all times. If such a thing really happened, then this person naturally can't take on the responsibility of the family head. Lan Qingyan's brows wrinkled. The unhappiness on her face was difficult to suppress. She completely didn't understand the meaning behind Bailey Hongzhuang's words. So that's how it is. The Lan family head is indeed wise. This one admires you. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of smiles as she cupped her hands towards Lan Hongtai. Seeing this, everyone was even more speechless. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang interrupted such an important ceremony just to ask 2 questions? What the hell is Bailey Hongzhuang doing? Why can't I understand? Ouyang Etienne's eyes were full of puzzlement. He thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to do something great. He didn't expect that it would be such a loud thunder with little rain, which made him feel helpless. However, Ouyang shook his head and said, "Don't be impatient. I'm afraid that today's appointment ceremony will be very exciting." Ouyang Etienne looked at Ouyang doubtfully, only to see a mysterious smile on Ouyang face. Although he was very puzzled in his heart, Ouyang Etienne also knew that his father had always seen things very accurately. He was afraid that today's matter was really not simple. "Young Palace Master Bailey, have you finished asking your questions? Then our Lan family's conferring ceremony should be able to continue, right?" Lan Jingquang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in an unfriendly manner. This girl made such a scene for no reason, but she didn't follow up. Perhaps she was purposely trying to prevent this matter from proceeding smoothly. After all, he had thought for a long time, but he could not think of any way that Bailey Hongzhuang could stop the ceremony. Just when everyone thought that this farce was over, Bailey Hongzhuang casually shook her head, "Of course not." "What do you mean by that? You're continuously obstructing the ceremony. My Lan family is not to be trifled with." Lan Jingquang's face was extremely gloomy. This Bailey Hongzhuang was simply toying with him. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had an innocent expression on her face. "Master Quan, what you said is wrong. Previously, you told me that if my words were meaningless, then I would bear the consequences." Her elegant and refined face was filled with a faintly discernible elegant smile. Her contrasting black and white phoenix eyes were filled with a trace of playfulness. The crowd below the stage could not see clearly, but Lan Jingquang and the others could see it clearly. Immediately, a breath of resentment was suppressed in their chest. If it was possible, Lan Jingquang really wanted to choke Bailey Hongzhuang to death right now. This young woman continuously challenged his bottom line and disturbed his good fortune. It was as if she was his natural nemesis. "Young Palace Master Bailey, just say what you want to say. There's no need to care about anything else." Lan Hongtai smiled and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Compared to Lan Jingquang's anger and annoyance, Lan Hongtai was extremely calm. As her grandfather, he had never done anything for Bailey Hongzhuang. Today, he must protect Bailey Hongzhuang. Once he was no longer the family head, everything he did could be done according to his will. There was no need to care. Lan Qingyan looked at Lan Hongtai in disbelief. In her heart, she only wondered if the latter had really gone crazy. In such an important occasion, Lan Hongtai actually allowed Bailey Hongshuang to cause trouble? Could it be that Lan Hongtai really believed that Bailey Hongshuang was Lan Yishuan? That was why he indulged her so much. Thank you, family head Lan. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly and said, since I asked such a question, naturally, I want to recommend a more suitable successor. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan could not help but sneered. Her dark eyes were filled with anger and ridicule. May I know who young palace master Bailey wants to recommend? I didn't know that the clansmen of our Lan family had such a good relationship with Limitless Palace that they wanted you to recommend a successor. Lan Qingyan's words did not seem like much, but directly linked the person recommended by Bailey Hongshuang to Limitless Palace. As long as Bailey Hongshuang said that person's name, it meant that the other party was in cahoots with the outside world. Young Master Lan, please calm down. It won't be too late to get angry after you hear who I'm talking about. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Lan Qingyan with a smile that was not a smile, as if everything was in her hands. However, this made Lan Qingyan even more unhappy. Tell me, who is this person? Lan Qingyan confronted Bailey Hongshuang and coldly asked. In the next second, Bailey Hongshuang's lips suddenly opened into a dazzling smile. Her voice was loud and clear, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. This person is me. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. All the doubtful and disgusted gazes instantly turned into shock. Everyone present turned to look at the fairy-like white figure on the high platform. Her beautiful face was filled with confidence and indifference. Her appearance was already so outstanding that it was impossible to ignore it, and her elegant and otherworldly temperament was even more memorable. Even though she was standing right next to Lan Qingyan and was not dressed up, she was still a peerless beauty in plain clothes. Lan Qingyan was more of a gorgeous decoration, but Bailey Hongshuang's bones were transcendent and refined. However, at this moment, everyone was doubting if they had heard wrongly. Lan Qingyan, Lan Jingquang, and the others all looked at Bailey Hongshuang in astonishment. They never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would say such a thing during the conferment ceremony. They never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would have such great ambitions for the Lan family. They never knew that Bailey Hongshuang had such thoughts, but even if they knew now, it wasn't too late. Lan Hongtai's eyes emitted a strong light. He had confidence in Bailey Hongshuang. Since Bailey Hongshuang dared to say such words at this moment, she must have made ample preparations. Lan Hongtai exchanged glances with Lan Borong and the rest. Their thoughts flew as they began to consider the situation before them. In fact, Lan Hongtai didn't hide Bailey Hongshuang's true identity from his confidants. These confidants were all trustworthy. At the same time, they were also the ones who firmly supported Lan Yunxiao, so they were trustworthy. After these confidants found out that Bailey Hongshuang was Lan Yunxiao's child, their thoughts towards Bailey Hongshuang had completely changed. Lan Yunxiao was the only young master in their hearts. They didn't protect young master in the past, so they must protect young master's child now. Heavens, what's wrong with Bailey Hongshuang? Isn't she from Limitless Palace? Now she's threatening to be the Lan family's successor? At this moment, Ouyang Etienne was completely dumbfounded. Nothing that Bailey Hongshuang had said before had shocked him as much as this one. Ouyang Heng's expression also changed. Soon after, he seemed to understand something and said in a low voice, perhaps, this is the reason why Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongshuang didn't get along. Master Kuang couldn't wait to kill Bailey Hongshuang before the coronation ceremony. It should also be related to this. Hearing this, Ouyang Etienne looked at Ouyang Heng in astonishment and said, could it be that Bailey Hongshuang is really from the Lan family? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Ouyang Heng concealed the shock on his face and casually glanced at Di Baichen and Mo Yunjue who were not far away. Look, young sect leader Di and the rest are very calm. Obviously, they already knew about it. Ouyang Etienne turned his head to look. Sure enough, Di Baichen and Mo Yunjue were not surprised at all. On the contrary, they were very calm and even had a little smile on their faces. Just from this reaction, he was able to deduce many things. However, he had been very familiar with the Lan family since he was young, but he did not know that the Lan family had Bailey Hongshuang. Yu Xiqing and Yu Taoyan's expressions changed as well. They were familiar with Bailey Hongshuang's face. Xiqing, is this Bailey Hongshuang really Lan Yishuan? Yu Taotian furrowed his brows and his eyes flickered as if he wanted to confirm something from Yu Xiqing's answer. This? Logically speaking, based on Lan Yishuan's condition, she shouldn't be alive. However, Bailey Hongshuang's condition. I can't explain it either. Yu Xiqing was very hesitant. She had no way of determining this point. If Lan Yishuan had really survived, it would be a miracle. Young Palace Master Bailey, could it be that you're not clear-headed? Today is the Lan family's conferring ceremony. This is not the Wuji Palace. Only the Lan family has the right to be the successor of the Lan family. Lan Jingquang's eyes were cold and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Bailey Hongshuang had thought too simply. Even if Bailey Hongshuang was really Lan Yishuan, who could prove it? Just the fact that her identity was not confirmed meant that Bailey Hongshuang was doomed to have no hope. Young Palace Master Bailey, if you continue to spout nonsense here and ruin our Lan family's ceremony, then don't blame us for being impolite. Lan Kaicheng, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak up. The development of this situation was getting out of their expectations. If they didn't stop this farce as soon as possible, they wouldn't be able to predict what would happen next. At this moment, Lan Qingyan could no longer look at everything as if she was watching a joke, because Bailey Hongshuang was too confident. Second Elder, why are you in such a hurry? It's still early. Could it be that you've done something wrong and are afraid that I'll continue? Bailey Hongshuang looked coldly at Lan Kaicheng. It was this guy who had been helping Lan Jingquang. When her parents were in a desperate situation, he ordered the family elders to protect Lan Jingquang. Now, he couldn't wait to stand up and protect Lan Qingyan's position. Sure enough, he was Lan Jingquang's good dog. Hearing this, Lan Kaicheng's expression changed and he said sternly, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're just an outsider. How can my Lan family's dignity be challenged like this? I advise you to leave Blue Sun City now. Otherwise, my Lan family can't guarantee what will happen in the future." Second Elder, the family head hasn't said anything yet. You can't go overboard. At this moment, Lan Borong's voice slowly sounded. Lan Kaicheng was stunned and looked at Lan Borong in astonishment. Could it be that Lan Borong and Bailey Hongshuang had already colluded? Family head, Bailey Hongshuang is just an outsider. If we let her continue to cause trouble, wouldn't it turn our Lan family's most important ceremony into a joke? Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Hongtai. He didn't know what this old guy was planning, but he could only use this method to pressure him. I've left for too many years. It's normal that Master Kuang doesn't remember me. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Lan Jingquang indifferently and said, "That's right. In your heart, I'm already a dead person. After all, the person who took my life back then was you, Master Kuang." In the next second, Bailey Hongshuang pointed at Yu Xiqing who wasn't far away. "And that so-called Master Yu Xiqing over there." When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. The Lan family members who didn't know what was going on, looked at Bailey Hongshuang in astonishment. They couldn't understand what Bailey Hongshuang meant. The person. That. Ouyang was also shocked by the news. The incident that happened in the Lan family was earth-shattering, but it had been peaceful for so many years. None of them thought that she might appear again. Of it. Them. Toot. I'm Lan Yishuan. Bailey Hongshuang's voice was firm and cold. It was as if she was announcing her true identity to the world. In a moment, everyone looked at the peerlessly beautiful woman on the high platform. The Lan family members' hearts were in turmoil. Lan Kaicheng and the others were completely dumbfounded. The thing they didn't want to see the most had happened. Heavens! Did I hear wrongly? Young Palace Master Bailey actually said that she's Lan Yishuan. Isn't Lan Yishuan Master Yan's daughter? After so many years, she's actually back. I was wondering why Bailey Hongshuang would say such things. So she's Master Yan's daughter. Then could it be that Yu Xiqing poisoned Bailey Hongshuang yesterday to eliminate the root of the problem? The entire central square erupted into a huge commotion. Such shocking news was like a huge stone being thrown into a calm lake, causing endless ripples. The crowd originally felt abnormally disgusted by Bailey Hongshuang's interference, but after learning of Bailey Hongshuang's true identity, their disgust vanished without a trace. That incident had caused a huge sensation in Blue Sun City. In fact, everyone felt an indescribable sense of regret towards Lan Yunxiao. Back then, the infant child had suffered such cruelty, which was also something they did not want to see. However, they never expected that they would be able to see Lan Yixuan again after so many years. I was wondering why young Palace Master Bailey looked so familiar. So it's because he looks like Master Kuang. If Master Kuang and the rest still poisoned Bailey Hongzhuang after learning of this, then they're too repulsive. No matter what, Lan Yixuan is a member of our Lan family and the young miss of the main branch. How could they treat her like this? In a short period of time, the Lan family members had changed the topic. They felt sorry for what had happened in the past. Everything that belonged to Lan Yixuan had been taken away by Lan Jingquang and his family. If they still wanted to poison Lan Yixuan now, then they were too inhumane. Lan Jingquang and the rest's expressions darkened when they heard the sudden change in tone. They even felt like they were being condemned by the public. At this moment, Lan Jingquang felt as if he had returned to 19 years ago. At that time, Blue Sun City was also filled with curses like this. Everyone was accusing him of having no conscience and murdering his own brother. Lan Hongtai had also used this reason to prevent him from ascending to the position of Lan family head. After so many years, this kind of voice of the Lan family had finally disappeared. He had never thought that he would experience that kind of feeling again. You think it's enough just to say that you're Lan Yixuan? Lan Yixuan has already perished. Stop spouting nonsense. Lan Jingquang's eyes burned as he stared at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes filled with malice. Back then, you colluded with Xianxia to forcibly take away the rainbow deity pearl from my body and put it into Lan Qingyan's body, shattering my dantian. Naturally, you thought that I was dead. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a mocking smile, and his deep black eyes flashed with a cold and cruel light. You colluded with outsiders to take everything away from me. You forced my parents into a dead end and killed them all for your own selfish desires. However, miracles often happen in this world. For example, you hope that I'm not dead. Did you think that your false pretense over all these years would be able to cover up your filthy heart and ugly soul? Bailey Hongzhuang's voice suddenly rose. Her clear and cold voice rang clearly in every corner of the central plaza. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes fell on Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing. Everyone was speechless when they had guessed before. Now with Bailey Hongzhuang's confirmation, everyone was speechless to Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing. This proved that after so many years, Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing had never regretted what they had done. Instead, when they saw Lan Yixuan, they couldn't wait to take her life. At this moment, everyone chose to believe Bailey Hongzhuang's words. This was because the poisoning yesterday was an undeniable fact. It was only after connecting the dots that they finally understood the ins and outs of the entire matter. The murder 19 years ago wasn't enough. Now, they still want to take my life. However, I'm no longer the powerless baby from back then. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at the shocked Yu Xiqing. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Here, I'll tell everyone a shocking secret that no one knows. I'll personally reveal the hypocrisy of Lan Jingquang's family and expose their true deeds to everyone. Lan Jingquang and the rest's expressions changed. The bad feeling in their hearts reached its peak. Bailey Hongzhuang, stop your nonsense. Lan Jingquang roared, everyone, don't believe her. She's just holding a grudge against Qingyan. Everything she said is a lie. At this moment, Lan Jingquang knew that he couldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang continue. Otherwise, all his years of hard work would go to waste. In the next moment, Lan Jingquang's energy surged and he attacked Bailey Hongzhuang with his palm. However, Lan Hongtai and the rest had anticipated this. Just as Lan Jingquang was about to attack, Lan Borong and the rest had already blocked Lan Jingquang's path, preventing him from taking even half a step forward. At the same time, Lan Kaiqing, Lan Yongtai, and Lan Jingquang's people have been targeted by Lan Hongtai's people. As long as they dared to have the slightest intention of attacking, they would be stopped at the first moment. Previously, Lan Kaiqing and the others were still in shock. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already being controlled. Lan Qingyan's and Yu Manlan's expressions were extremely ugly. They had never thought that such a thing would happen when they were supposed to be basking in their glory. In all these years, they had never seen Lan Jingquang act so crazily. They began to panic. They didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang was going to say next, but they also felt that those words were likely to pull them into the abyss of despair. Everyone saw it. Lan Jingquang wanted to kill me in order to cover up what he did. I, Lan Yishuan, have struggled at death's door for so many years. I have suffered humiliation and ridicule. I have left my home and cultivated with all my might just to come here today to seek justice for my parents. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was loud and sharp. It was like a knife piercing everyone's heart. They could still clearly remember the bloody baby back then. It could be seen that everything Bailey Hongzhuang said was not a lie. Lan family head, Lan clan, I'm afraid you're still unaware of many things. Bailey Hongzhuang swept her gaze across the central plaza. Everyone's gaze landed on her. All these years, no matter how you investigated, you couldn't find my parents' whereabouts. That's because someone purposely covered up their whereabouts. Back then, in order to save me, my parents gave up their dignity and knelt in front of the Yu clan's clan leader Yu Taotian and Yu Xiqing. However, it was a pity that they did not save me. On the contrary, under the collusion of the Yu clan and Lan Jingquang, they pursued my parents crazily. As soon as these words came out, it was like a huge bomb had exploded in an instant, sweeping through the hearts of everyone present. Almost at this moment, everyone widened their eyes and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. Pursuit, they had never heard of this before. You're spouting nonsense. Back then, I was only looking for their whereabouts. How could there be a pursuit? Lan Jingquang quickly denied. He never knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was so knowledgeable about the past. If he had known, he would have taken Bailey Hongzhuang's life even at the risk of being discovered last night. Yu Taotian and Yu Xiqing couldn't help but stand up. Bailey Hongzhuang's information was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Yu Taotian finally understood why Bailey Hongzhuang had treated him like that. They were already irreconcilable enemies, so what was there to talk about saving face? Lan Hongtai's heart was also filled with shock. He never knew such a thing had happened. In fact, when he came out of seclusion and went to search for Lan Yunxia's family, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air. There wasn't even a trace of them. Instantly, Lan Hongtai's gaze towards Lan Jingquang turned ruthless and ruthless. If that was really the case, then Lan Jingquang deserved to die. I'm spouting nonsense? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. In everyone's eyes, Lan Jingquang seems to have transformed into a positive image after all these years. He even showed remorse for what he had done in the past. In fact, all of this was an illusion. My parents haven't died for so many years. They were imprisoned by Lan Jingquang and the Yu clan. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing in shock. This news was simply too explosive. All these years, the entire Lan family had been searching for the whereabouts of Lan Yunxiao and the others. If what Bailey Hongzhuang said was true, then didn't that mean the Lan family had been kept in the dark by Lan Jingquang and the Yu family all these years? If what happened before was enough to make Lan Hongtai furious, then Bailey Hongzhuang's words made him want to strangle Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing with his own hands. Lan Hongtai's body couldn't help but tremble. He had never thought that the truth would be like this. Originally, he thought that Lan Jingquang's actions were despicable to the extreme. But now, everything he learned proved that Lan Jingquang was a beast in human clothing. My parents have been imprisoned in the underground prison of Yu Xiqing's residence all these years. All these years, they suffered the ravages of Yu Xiqing and Lan Jingquang. Do you know why Lan Jingquang and his family have been visiting the Yu clan all these years? That's because they wanted to see my parents, Lan Jingquang, Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan. Every time they visited the Yu clan, it was a new round of torture for my parents. These are the good people in your hearts. These are the most outstanding youths in the Lan clan in your hearts. They only snatched the rainbow pearl that belonged to me. Yet they still think that they're geniuses, despicable bastards. They're a filthy and shameless family. Bailey Hongzhuang pointed her right hand at Lan Jingquang and his family. Her dark eyes flashed with a terrifying light. The truth behind her aggressive words was enough to send chills down everyone's spines. Lan Jingquang and his family were completely dumbfounded. All this time, they thought that they had hidden it very well and that no one would discover the truth. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was standing in front of them now, saying all this in front of everyone's eyes. Yu Manlan's body couldn't help but tremble. She grabbed Lan Qingyan's arm tightly. she was afraid that without Lan Qingyan by her side, she would fall down at any time. Lan Qingyan's situation wasn't much better than Yu Manlan's. She could feel that after Bailey Hongshuang's words, everyone's gaze towards them had changed. The original respect and love had disappeared, replaced by disbelief and disgust. If all this was true, they didn't doubt that from today onwards, they would become the most despised people in the Lan clan, the Rainbow Pearl. That was something that Lan Qingyan had always been extremely proud of. For so many years, the Lan clan hadn't had a successor with the Rainbow Pearl, but she had. All these years, she had relied on the Rainbow Pearl to become the most respected pearl in the Lan clan, enjoying the respect and reverence of everyone. However, when the real Lan Yixuan appeared, the existence of the Rainbow Pearl became a disgrace. She snatched the Rainbow Divine Pearl and cultivated for so many years, but her cultivation was only slightly stronger than Bailey Hongshuang. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Bailey Hongshuang's words had a huge impact on the Lan family. Even Lan Kaicheng and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded after knowing all this. Even though they were Lan Jingquang's trusted aides, they didn't know that Lan Yunxiao and his wife were still alive and had been imprisoned by Lan Jingquang. All this time, they had been wondering why Lan Jingquang and his family would often visit the Yu clan. It was one thing for Yu Manlan to be willing to return home for a short stay, but for Lan Jingquang to go there every once in a while was very strange. However, no matter how much they thought about it, they did not expect such an outcome. Thinking about it carefully, not only did he rob his own brother's family of precious things, but he also used poison to torture them. This kind of heart was really frightening. Lan Hongtai only felt that his brain had been ruthlessly hammered by someone. With such a huge amount of information smashing into him, he actually had some difficulty digesting it. If it was said that when he heard about the assassination attempt, he already felt that Lan Jingquang deserved to die 10,000 times over. Now that he understood everything, he felt that his eldest son was worse than a beast. He originally thought that even if Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan were so deranged for their own benefits, Lan Qingyan would not be like them. All this time, Lan Qingyan had been very diligent in her cultivation and had always been very sensible in front of him. Although the rainbow pearl in Lan Qingyan's body belonged to Lan Yixuan, she was still young at that time. This matter was completely led by Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan, so Lan Qingyan could not be blamed. Therefore, even if he did not want to pay attention to Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan, he had always been good to Lan Qingyan. However, the truth now was that Lan Qingyan had already known all of this and had even wallowed in the mire with her parents. This was too abominable. Is everything Bailey Hongshuang said true? This is too unbelievable. If all of this is true, then Lan Jingquang and his family are worse than beasts. I don't understand. What did Master Yun do to Master Quang? Why would Master Quang do this to Master Yun's family? Even if they are not family, such methods are extremely cruel, let alone his own brother. Everyone looked at Lan Jingquang and his family with puzzlement. For his own selfish desires, he did such a despicable thing. Not only did he take everything away, he also humiliated and tortured them. Was such a person really worthy of their respect? I have always admired the young master, but I never knew that his true colors were like this. This is too disappointing. Words of disappointment and heartache came out from the mouths of the Lan family members. At this moment, they only felt that they had been deceived. The person they had admired for so many years was so despicable and vicious behind their backs. It was completely different from the image they had in their hearts. Lan Hongtai's gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang and said, "Is everything you said true?" He did not want to doubt Bailey Hongshuang's words, but the content was too shocking. Even he found it hard to accept at this moment. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang met Lan Hongtai's gaze without fear and said, "Everything I said is true." In the next second, Bailey Hongshuang turned to look at Yu Siqing. "Master Yu, at that time, you used your superior medical skills to destroy my family as you wished. Over the years, dozens of deadly poisons have been planted in my parents' bodies, making them taste the taste of pain. It was precisely because I knew of your ability that I specially learned the art of healing and poison. Now that I have returned all of this to your Yu clan, how does it feel to see your own clansmen being poisoned but unable to cure them? Do you still enjoy it?" Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a sinister curve. She narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and looked at Yu Siqing with a half-smile. However, as soon as Bailey Hongzhuang finished speaking, Yu Xiqing and Yu Taoyan's expressions changed abruptly. They looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. So, the person who poisoned my Yu clan was you? Yu Taotian stared furiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had always hated the main culprit who had brought the Yu clan to such a state. Unfortunately, he had never found out who was the culprit. It was only now that Bailey Hongzhuang had admitted it personally that he finally understood that the main culprit was Bailey Hongzhuang. Yu Xiqing looked at the proud white figure in front of her in shock. Previously, she had always felt that Bailey Hongzhuang gave her a familiar feeling, but she couldn't figure out where she had seen her before. Until now, after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the figure in her mind finally overlapped with the Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her. Although their appearances were different, their figures were shockingly similar. You are Xianxia. Yu Xiqing pointed at Bailey Hongzhuang, her face filled with shock. Xianxia, Yishuan, so this is what happened. I actually didn't see through your disguise. Now that she recalled everything, Yu Xiqing finally understood where the problem lay. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia's appearance was to take revenge on the Yu clan. However, they had thought of everything too simply and never thought of this possibility. After hearing Yu Xiqing's words, Yu Taotian couldn't help but be stunned. When he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, the astonishment in his eyes was even more intense. The Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him was actually the Yu clan's #1 in the recruitment, the Xianxia that he had wanted to give an important task to. The crowd was in an uproar again. Lan Qingyan and the others also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. All along, the identity of the culprit who destroyed the Yu clan had been a mystery. However, no one would have thought that the culprit was actually Bailey Hongzhuang, therefore, everything was Bailey Hongzhuang's conspiracy. Bailey Hongzhuang first planned everything to destroy the Yu clan, then came to the Lan clan. This was a shocking conspiracy. Ouyang Etienne's mouth was wide open as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was standing in the middle of the stage and complaining. Such shocking news was simply too shocking. Just the news that Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yishuan was enough to shock everyone. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was the instigator of the destruction of the Yu clan. He didn't think that this matter was too much. After all, the Yu clan had done the same thing to Lan Yishuan back then. What kind of cause, what kind of effect? Today, the Yu family simply didn't have the qualifications to blame Bailey Hongzhuang. However, what shocked him the most was Bailey Hongzhuang's ability, from the beginning to the end, there were no signs of Limitless Palace making a move. Bailey Hongzhuang had only relied on her own poison techniques to make the Yu clan fall into such a predicament. This kind of method was really amazing. Ouyang had already guessed that today's ceremony would be very exciting, but the degree of excitement still exceeded his imagination. In your hearts, I'm already dead. Naturally, you won't think of me. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yu Xiqing and Yu Xiqing mockingly. When you committed the unforgivable crime against our family, you should have expected this day to come. Since you can poison others, then others can naturally poison you too. Looking at the stern Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him, everyone couldn't help but imagine a scene. That year, the Yu clan relied on their own poison techniques and colluded with Lan Jingquang to destroy her family. And this young girl had endured for many years, continuously studying poison techniques and increasing her cultivation, all for the sake of revenge. Like today, this was a terrifying plan, but it made people feel pity for her. Because of Lan Jingquang and the other selfish desires, this young girl had endured and worked hard for so many years. Poison me? Yu Xiqing laughed icily as her eyes flashed with a maniacal light. Even if you've been by my side for so long, what can you possibly do to me? She hated the fact that she had missed out on a crucial part of her plan. She had thought that she would be able to end Situ Yan and Mu Lingbing's bloodline. She never thought that this damned girl, Lan Yishuan, would be like an unkillable cockroach. She had actually managed to survive. A despicable and shameless person like you would naturally be on guard against others. However, it seems that you still haven't noticed the huge gift that I've given you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled at Yu Xiqing. Her bright and dazzling eyes strangely made Yu Xiqing feel guilty. What do you mean by that? Yu Xiqing's expression darkened and her heart grew uneasy. Bailey Hongzhuang had been far too confident. That year, I've repackaged the huge gift that you've given to my maternal grandmother before giving it to you again, Bailey Hongzhuang said nonchalantly. Yu Siqing's eyes widened as she spoke in disbelief. What did you say? You've given me a huge gift back then. Don't tell me that you've forgotten about it? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows. Yu Siqing's mind was filled with thoughts. The huge gift that she had given. Could it be? In the next second, Yu Siqing quickly looked at her wrist. After pressing down hard, she saw a thin red line faintly appear on her wrist. Yu Siqing's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. You've poisoned me with parasite. Yu Siqing raised her voice and screamed in disbelief. The poison that she had used on Mu Lingbing had been specially prepared. It had been lost for many years and was almost impossible to find. She had never thought that there would be someone who would poison her like this. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed. Parasite poison was a poison that everyone had always been wary of. Bailey Hongzhuang was so young yet she had already mastered parasite poison. That's right. This parasite poison was originally yours. I'm just returning it to you. When did you poison me? Yu Siqing felt as if she was about to go crazy. She was very clear on how powerful this goo poison was. It was precisely because she hated Mu Jints that she used this poison on her. However, she never thought that the poison would end up in her body. Is that cup of tea tasty? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a dazzling smile. Yu Siqing's frenzied look was truly delightful. This abominable woman is finally starting to suffer the consequences of her own actions. However, the brighter Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was, the more devilish it appeared in Yu Siqing's eyes. After this reminder, Yu Siqing immediately remembered. She had always been on guard against Xianxia and was not willing to give Xianxia the slightest chance. She did not expect that in the end, she would still fall for it. Hurry up and hand over the antidote. At this moment, Yu Siqing had completely lost her mind. I'm going to kill you, girl. Yu Siqing immediately rushed out from her seat. However, before she could reach Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching had already struck her down with one blow. If you don't want to die immediately, you'd better stay there obediently. Bewitching's expression was gloomy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. She had dared to attack Bailey Hongzhuang right in front of him. She was simply digging her own grave. Originally, everyone had some doubts about this matter, but after seeing Yu Siqing's performance, they had already tacitly agreed that what Bailey Hongzhuang said was the truth. The reason for that was because Yu Siqing had never denied this matter. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yu Siqing's conversation revealed another piece of information. Yu Siqing had even poisoned Bailey Hongzhuang's grandmother. How frightening was that? Destroying Lan Yixuan's entire family wasn't enough, she even didn't spare her grandmother. Lan Hongtai and the elders of the Lan family were so shocked that they didn't know what to say for a while. However, after digesting the truth, Lan Hongtai was so angry that he was trembling. Imprisonment, poison, torture, these three words slammed into Lan Hongtai's heart one after another, causing his heart to tremble. He originally thought that the death of Lan Yunxiao and his wife was the most unbearable pain in his life, but he never imagined that the pain they suffered these past few years was even worse than death, and all of this was caused by his eldest son. He suddenly couldn't understand how he had given birth to such a vicious and merciless person. Jingquang, did you really do all of this? Lan Hongtai's voice was cold and imposing. His sharp gaze pierced through Lan Jingquang as if he could see through his soul. Lan Jingquang's heart turned cold when he saw that indifferent gaze. He hadn't felt fear for many years, but now he felt fear again. Even if Lan Hongtai's gaze was filled with disgust in the past, at least there was some warmth. But now, Lan Hongtai was looking at him as if he was looking at a stranger. This kind of feeling made him feel apprehensive. No. This can't be true. Lan Jingquang hurriedly denied it. He definitely couldn't admit to this. Otherwise, he'd never be able to stand up again. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're slandering me. How can you prove that you're Lan Yixuan? Is it just because you have a similar face? Lan Jingquang glared viciously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Everything that happened just now made him feel like he had fallen into hell. He could not let everyone believe what Bailey Hongzhuang said. If my face is not enough to prove it, then what about what Yu Siqing said just now? Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. I don't know anything about the grudges between you and the Yu clan, but if you want to use this as an opportunity to frame me, aren't you too naive? Speaking of which, what evidence do you have for all of this? If you don't have any evidence, then you're just making things up. As soon as he said this, everyone who was immersed in shock regained some of their rationality. The impact of Bailey Hongshuang's news was so great that they had forgotten the most important point. From the beginning to the end, they had only heard Bailey Hongshuang say that she was Lan Yixuan, but in fact, there was no evidence. Everyone's gaze once again fell upon Bailey Hongshuang. If there was no evidence, then they would have to carefully consider whether or not this was true. Lan Jingquang and his family heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the crowd's mood had finally changed. At least they still had hope. However, at that moment, a mellow and magnetic voice suddenly rang out. The familiar voice startled everyone on the high platform. They hadn't heard this voice for a long time, but it inexplicably awakened their memories. Isn't this Master Yun's voice? Lan Borong's face was filled with disbelief. He had watched Master Yun grow up. Even after more than 10 years, he still remembered Master Yun's voice very clearly. Hearing Lan Borong's words, everyone present was shocked, and they all turned towards the direction of the source of the voice. In the next second, under everyone's shocked and astonished gazes, two figures slowly walked up from the high platform and appeared in front of everyone. The man was wearing an aqua-blue brocade robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his features were elegant and handsome. His expression was calm and distant, and his eyes were clear and warm, like a gust of spring wind. Just looking at him gave people an indescribable feeling of comfort. The woman beside the man was wearing a light purple dress. Her appearance was outstanding, beautiful but not gaudy. The two of them stood together like a pair of peerless jade lovers, walking on the wind. However, when they saw the two figures, everyone on the stage seemed to have forgotten what they were doing and where they were. Their eyes were fixed on the two of them, filled with astonishment and shock. These two people were none other than Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing. Lan Kaiqing and the other elders were completely dumbfounded when they saw the two figures. They couldn't help rubbing their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. How could people who had disappeared for so many years appear again? Moreover, their appearances were exactly the same as when they left, without the slightest change. Lan Hongtai, who was originally furious, froze the moment he saw Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He stared at the two familiar faces in disbelief. He had even forgotten his initial fury. He only looked at the two figures longingly, afraid that he was dreaming. Yunxiao, are you back? Lan Hongtai's voice was extremely soft. He was only worried that the two figures before him were just illusions. Perhaps if his voice was a bit louder, the two figures would disappear. Lan Yunxiao nodded, his eyes filled with indescribable excitement as he looked at Lan Hongtai. Yes, father. I'm back. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire central square seemed to have exploded, erupting with a violent roar. Oh my God, Master Yun actually came back. Master Yun is not dead. He is still the same as before. Now that Master Yun has testified, it proves that Bailey Hongshuang is indeed Lan Yixuan, and everything she said before is true. After a short shock, everyone quickly figured out everything. If Bailey Hongshuang's similar face was not evidence, then the appearance of Master Yun and his wife had proved everything. Yu Xiqing, Yu Manlan, and Lan Qingyan looked at the two silhouettes that suddenly appeared in front of them. They only felt a roar in their heads. They couldn't believe it. Back then, Yu Xiqing had suspected that Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had been rescued by someone. But because no one knew about this, she didn't think anyone would come to rescue them, so she didn't take it to heart. And now, looking at Bailey Hongshuang in front of her, Yu Xiqing's mind immediately connected everything. If all of this was done by Bailey Hongshuang, then, wasn't Bailey Hongshuang too frightening? After Yu Xiqing connected all these things together, she looked at Bailey Hongshuang again, her eyes filled with dread. Back then, she was just an infant who was on the verge of death. After she grew up, not only did she become so outstanding, she even saved her parents, cured their poison, and took revenge on the entire Yu family. Now, she came to the Lan family to take revenge on Lan Jingquang's family. If all of this was planned by Bailey Hongshuang, then how frightening was she? Could it be that their plans all these years were completely ruined by Bailey Hongshuang, whom they had completely ignored? Qing Yan, weren't Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing already dead? Why are they here? Yu Manlan stared fixedly at the two outstanding figures in front of her, her voice somewhat stupefied. Lan Qingyan's situation wasn't much better than Yu Manlan's. Too many things had happened today. For a moment, she only felt that her brain was about to explode. She simply couldn't take in so much information. For so many years, she had always looked at Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing in a disheveled state. She didn't even bother to look at their faces. Now that she saw them with her own eyes, she finally understood why everyone was so shocked when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang. It was because they really looked too similar. I'm afraid they didn't even die back then. Bailey Hongzhuang just found two scapegoats to save them. If they didn't understand what was going on before, now that they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Yunxiao standing together, they should understand. The moment Lan Jingquang saw Lan Yunxiao appear, he was completely stunned. Perilous waves surged in his heart. He never thought that he would see Lan Yunxiao again in this lifetime. He only hoped that Lan Yunxiao was really dead. But now that he appeared with this appearance, could it be that he wanted to snatch everything back? Just as he was about to obtain everything, thinking of this, Lan Jingquang could not help but turn his head to look at Yu Manlan, who was not far away. The gloom and disgust in his eyes made Yu Manlan quiver. When he first heard the news of Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's deaths, he had his suspicions and even requested to investigate this matter thoroughly. It was Yu Manlan who kept telling him that there was no possibility of them being alive and even provided him with all kinds of evidence. Only then did he let down his guard. However, it was precisely because they did not continue to investigate that they had fallen into such a passive situation. This stupid woman, unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling everything, all his years of hard work had been destroyed because of this woman. Noticing Lan Jingquang's gaze, Yu Manlan lowered her head guiltily. She knew that she was wrong this time. However, who would have thought that something like this would happen? Big brother, we haven't seen each other for a few months. Lan Yunxiao's lips slowly curled into a smile, but the depths of his eyes were filled with a cold and bitter light. You're used to seeing me as a prisoner. Now that you see me like this, are you very surprised? Captive, these three words already proved that it was Lan Jingquang who had imprisoned Lan Yunxiao all these years. Yunxiao, is everything Yixuan said before true? Lan Hongtai's voice was trembling. However, compared to his previous disbelief, his words now contained tacit agreement and understanding. That's right, it's true. Lan Yunxiao's unhesitant answer shocked everyone once again. Now that things had come to this, it was enough to confirm the truth. No matter how Lan Jingquang and his family quibbled, all their quibbles were meaningless the moment Lan Yunxiao appeared. Heavens, it really is Master Quang who imprisoned Master Yun and Madame all these years. Then the matter of him poisoning and torturing them is also true. How could this happen? Isn't Master Quang too ruthless? No matter what, Master Yun is still his younger brother. How could he do something worse than a pig or a dog? All these years, Master Quang revealed his guilt towards Master Yun, which was why he was accepted by the clan. Now it seems that everything was just a facade. From start to finish, Master Quang didn't have the slightest bit of regret in his heart. For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Lan Jingquang was filled with confusion and disgust. As a clan member, they had always loved each other and helped each other so that the Lan family could develop better and better. However, as one of the representatives of the Lan family, Lan Jingquang was so cold-blooded and vicious behind their backs. How could they accept this? At this moment, Lan Jingquang felt like he was being condemned by everyone. Everyone was spitting on him. Even those who usually worshipped him had looks of disgust on their faces. In fact, he always knew that once his actions were exposed, he would definitely be criticized, so he had been very careful all these years. For 19 years, no one had discovered any clues. However, he didn't expect everything to happen so suddenly and catch him unprepared. It's over. This was the only word left in Lan Jingquang's mind. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. When Lan Yunxiao appeared with this appearance, he was already finished. Men, capture this beast for me. Lan Hongtai no longer hesitated and swiftly gave the order. If he had known about the cruel things Lan Jingquang had done all these years, he would have personally killed his son who was worse than a beast. Unfortunately, he had always been kept in the dark while Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing had suffered for so many years. Thinking back to Bailey Hongzhuang's previous accusations, every word was like a gem: 19 years of torture, dozens of poisons, and Yu Siqing's test subject. These words hit his heart one after another. If he didn't punish Lan Jingquang, how could he face everyone? With Lan Hongtai's order, Lan Borong and the other elders took the lead and attacked Lan Jingquang without hesitation. They were all Lan Yunxia supporters. Among them, there were many who still firmly supported Lan Yunxiao when he was betrayed by everyone. They had endured this resentment for many years. Now that they knew the truth, they felt that it was even more intolerable. They would absolutely not continue to endure it. Vigorous elemental energy exploded from Lan Jingquang's body, displaying the strength of a 7th-level Purple Realm cultivator. Now that things had progressed to this stage, he could not allow himself to be captured. Otherwise, he would be the one to become a prisoner. Lan Borong's grab was aimed directly at Lan Jingquang. At the same time, the elders of the Lan family were not slow either. Lan Jingquang's position in the Lan family was inseparable from his strength. His strength, even in the Lan family, was extremely powerful. Therefore, the elders did not dare to be negligent and chose to attack at the same time. Lan Jingquang had committed such a heinous crime, so they had to capture him. Bang bang bang, monstrous elemental energy exploded in an instant. Dazzling martial skills were displayed. The energy of the collision was extremely shocking. The energy of a battle between two Purple Realm experts was extremely terrifying. The Lan family members near the central square all retreated a little. The events of today's appointment ceremony had changed so quickly that it was completely out of everyone's expectations. Just a second ago, Lan Jingquang was still a hero in everyone's hearts. In the next second, Lan Jingquang had become an intolerable sinner. This change was really hard to digest. Lan Qingyan and Yumanlan stood in the same place blankly. At this moment, they did not know what to do. Everything had been exposed. The matter of Lan Qingyan becoming the head of the Lan family seemed to have become an illusion. Now that the elders were working together to subdue Lan Jingquang, they did not know if they should help Lan Jingquang or think of a way to wash away all the blame. Bailey Hongzhuang, this is all your fault. Lan Qingyan glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. The anger and hatred in her eyes were enough to completely swallow the latter. She originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang did not have the ability to destroy everything today. She did not expect the real situation to be completely different from what she had imagined. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferently at the hysterical Lan Qingyan. Everything has a cause and effect. If it were not for the cause that you had planted, how could there be today's result? All these years, you used my rainbow pearl and enjoyed all the resources that should have belonged to me. Weren't you very happy? Now that I'm asking you to hand everything over, it must be very difficult for you to accept, right? Hearing this, Lan Qingyan's body shook. Her bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. She wanted to refute everything Bailey Hongzhuang said. However, after thinking about it carefully, she didn't know where to start retorting. The rainbow divine pearl in her body belonged to Bailey Hongzhuang. This was something that everyone knew. If the incident back then hadn't happened, and Bailey Hongzhuang had been living in the Lan family all these years, the person who would be praised as the proud daughter of heaven would only be Bailey Hongzhuang, and it would have nothing to do with her. I don't care. Lan Qingyan crazily shouted, you damned woman. You should have died back then. Why are you still alive? She couldn't accept the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. Once Lan Jingquang was subdued, she could already predict what the Lan family would do next. She absolutely couldn't accept it. This sudden shout shocked everyone present. In reality, after Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, everyone's attention had shifted to Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing. They had almost forgotten that Lan Qingyan was the main character today. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to Lan Qingyan's crazed shouts, but the coldness in her eyes deepened. The reason why I've come this far is to take back everything that belongs to me. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes blossomed with a dazzling brilliance. Her voice was sonorous and forceful, emitting an unparalleled domineering aura. From the day she was reborn in Lan Yishuan's body, she swore that she would avenge the original owner of this body. Only today did she fulfill her promise. The real Lan Yishuan could finally rest in peace. In reality, if she hadn't been reborn and occupied Lan Yishuan's body, none of this would have happened. Lan Jingquang and his family's scheme would have succeeded. Fortunately, the heavens had eyes. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. You've stolen everything that belongs to me for so many years, but you still don't have enough self-awareness. You're indeed Lan Jingquang's daughter. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled mockingly. She had always believed that people were born good by nature. However, Lan Jingquang and his family clearly didn't know what good was. In their hearts, there was only profit. Aside from that, all familial love and justice were meaningless. You won't succeed just like that. All of this is just your side of the story. Lan Qingyan's mind spun rapidly. She couldn't just hand over the entire Lan family. If she lost this identity, she would be nothing. Thinking of how she was surrounded by stars all these years, her pride, her self-esteem, everything would be completely destroyed. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was distracted by Lan Qingyan, Lan Jingquang broke away from Lan Borong and the others' encirclement and directly attacked Lan Yunxiao. Good brother, do you think you can take everything back just because you're here? That's impossible. Lan Jingquang's eyes were filled with madness. His feminine face was malevolent to the extreme. Even if I have to die, I'll drag you down with me. He definitely wouldn't let Lan Yunxiao have what he couldn't get. Lan Jingquang attacked Lan Yunxiao with lightning speed. Since everyone was pointing fingers at him, he didn't mind taking on another crime and killing his own brother with his own hands. He had already made a mistake by not killing Lan Yunxiao. Now, he would personally resolve this mistake. Yunxiao, be careful. Master Yun, be careful. Lan Hongtai and the rest of the Lan family cried out when they saw the scene. However, they were a certain distance away from Lan Yunxiao and Lan Jingquang. Even if they wanted to stop them, it was too late. Lan Yunxiao's reaction speed was extremely fast. In fact, he had been paying attention to Lan Jingquang's actions. Back then, because of his carelessness, he lost to Lan Jingquang. Now, he would not let the same mistake happen again. Bang! Just as Lan Jingquang's fist was about to hit him, Lan Yunxiao's fist also met it. 2 energy ripples spread out from the fist. Lan Jingquang and Lan Yunxiao both took a step back at the same time. Feeling the power from his fist, Lan Jingquang once again looked at Lan Yunxiao in disbelief. How is this possible? All these years, Lan Yunxiao was immersed in torture every day. Although his cultivation wasn't crippled, it didn't make any progress and even regressed. However, he clearly sensed that Lan Yunxiao's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the Purple Realm. How was that possible? It had only been a short time since Lan Yunxiao disappeared. Even if his cultivation talent had always been strong, it was impossible for him to improve so much in such a short time. Moreover, after more than 10 years of torture, Lan Yunxiao's body had long been ruined. Add to that the various poisons in his body. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang could cure him of the poison, it would take a long time for his body to recover. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for Lan Yunxiao to reach this level of cultivation. Lan Yunxiao coldly looked at Lan Jingquang. You've been acting almighty in front of me all these years. I think you've already forgotten how I was above you all those years ago, haven't you? If it was the Lan Yunxiao of the past, he would never say such words to Lan Jingquang. However, after more than 10 years of cruel treatment, Lan Yunxiao had long severed his brotherly relationship with Lan Jingquang. From the moment Lan Jingquang forcefully extracted the rainbow pearl from Lan Yishuan's body, they were already enemies. In order to quickly recover his cultivation, whether it was Hongzhuang, Situ Yen, or Mu Jin's, they had all thought of ways to make him consume heavenly treasures so that his body could recover as soon as possible. Although he couldn't cultivate because of the poison in the past, he had never forgotten this matter. His dantian had been dry for a long time, but once he started cultivating, his speed of absorption was much faster than before. Lan Jingquang's expression turned even uglier at Lan Yunxiao's words. Even though so many years had passed, the situation back then was still vivid in his mind. It was a nightmare that he couldn't forget for so many years. He originally thought that he had completely surpassed Lan Yunxiao, but he didn't expect that Lan Yunxiao would actually catch up when he saw him again. Could it be that his cultivation talent was really so much worse than Lan Yunxiao's? When Lan Hongtai and the rest saw Lan Yunxiao receive Lan Jingquang's punch without falling behind, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. The admiration in their eyes grew even stronger. I didn't expect Master Yun's strength to reach such a valiant level after being tortured for so many years. As expected of our Master Yun. Lan Borong's eyes flashed with excitement. Even though so many years had passed, it was as if nothing had changed. Lan Hongtai and the other members of the Lan family were also excited. In the past, they had submitted to Lan Yunxiao. Now that they saw him again, they felt the same as before. So what if you've reached the 7th level of the Purple Realm? After being imprisoned for so many years, I don't believe that you can still defeat me. Lan Jingquang roared. The madness in his eyes intensified. The origin energy in his body crazily poured out and attacked Lan Yunxiao mercilessly. Lan Yunxiao, Lan Jingquang's Lan, Lan Yunxiao's Lan Yunxiao's Lan. After so many years, it was time to settle the grudges between the two brothers. Bang, boom 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 boom, lands right now. Lan. Time. 7th level of the Purple Realm. Those were the top experts of the Xianxia continent. The power of this collision was naturally terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, the entire central square had already turned into ruins. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and the rest retreated several hundred meters away. Fortunately, the plaza was huge and there was an energy barrier in the middle. As the battle between Lan Jingquang and Lan Yunxiao broke out, the energy barrier automatically activated and blocked the destructive energy. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. The power of a Purple Realm expert's battle was truly formidable, much stronger than a Blue Realm cultivator's. Lan Borong and the rest wanted to help Lan Yunxiao subdue Lan Jingquang, but they were stopped by Lan Hongtai. Don't be impatient. Let them deal with the grudges between the two brothers themselves. Lan Hongtai's eyes flickered with a complicated and distant light. He felt that Lan Yunxiao had come prepared for this battle. Wife, will it be dangerous for uncle to deal with Lan Jingquang alone? Di Baichen frowned at the scene before him. He didn't expect Lan Jingquang's hatred for Lan Yunxiao to reach such a degree. Even if he wanted to die, he would drag Lan Yunxiao down with him. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Father has been aware of Lan Jingquang's strength all these years. He has been cultivating in seclusion these days. He must have guessed that he would fight with Lan Jingquang. He must have made preparations. Yunxiao has been preparing for this day for a long time. He wants to personally seek justice for us. Mu Lingbing's eyes were filled with confidence and determination. Lan Yunxiao had always been the man she admired the most. Looking at the radiant Lan Yunxiao before her, she felt as if she had returned to 20 years ago. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also shone with a warm light. She rejoiced in her heart. She rejoiced that her father was Lan Yunxiao. If her father was a scum like Lan Jingquang, it would be truly disgusting. The people of Blue Sun City all stayed in place to watch this earth-shattering battle. The older clansmen knew everything that had happened back then, so they were deeply moved when they saw this scene. As for the younger clansmen, they had long heard of Lan Yunxiao's reputation and were filled with curiosity when they saw him today. Lan Jingquang and Lan Yunxiao's movements were as fast as lightning. When they intertwined, they were like two whirlwinds. Every move was swift and fierce, as if they were irreconcilable enemies. Under such circumstances, the slightest bit of carelessness and the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Lan Yunxiao had been imprisoned for many years. Even though he had recovered and his cultivation had increased by quite a bit, he couldn't help but feel a little rusty when fighting because he hadn't fought for many years. As a result, Lan Yunxiao couldn't help but fall into a disadvantageous position. Lan Jingquang knew this was a good opportunity, so he acted even more ruthlessly and craftily. He must take Lan Yunxiao's life. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but raise. Master Yun has been imprisoned for so many years, but there are still some problems. If this continues, what if something happens to Master Yun? Master Kuang is so ruthless. He doesn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Lan Yunxiao fought while dodging, his brows gradually knitted together. There wasn't enough time left for him. He only had time to raise his cultivation and didn't have time to familiarize himself with fighting. That was why he fell into such a situation. When Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan saw that Lan Jingquang had the upper hand, their eyes were filled with excitement. They couldn't care less about the consequences now. They only hoped that Lan Jingquang could kill Lan Yunxiao. Perhaps, once Lan Yunxiao and the rest died, they could still keep their previous positions. Yu Xiqing and Yu Taotian were also paying close attention to the battle above the ruins. Their Yu clan had stayed here because of Lan Jingquang. Once something happened to Lan Jingquang, their Yu clan's fate would be terrible. Moreover, once Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yishuan gained power, the first thing they would do was attack the Yu clan. Yu Xiqing and Yu Taotian looked at each other, their eyes filled with the intention to retreat. While everyone was distracted by Lan Jingquang and Lan Yunxiao, they had to think of a way to leave and inform the Yu clan. Otherwise, when the dust settled, it would be too late for them to escape. Thinking of this, Yu Xiqing and Yu Taotian silently retreated. However, just as Yu Xiqing retreated and thought she was about to succeed, a voice suddenly rang out. "Master Yu, where are you going?" Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a mocking smile, her eyes cold and heartless. Yu Xiqing was the main culprit in this matter. In addition, she was a cunning old fox, so Bailey Hongzhuang had already arranged for Baisher to keep an eye on her. As long as there was any movement, Baisher would immediately report to her. As expected, she wanted to take the chance to escape. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, Yu Xiqing's expression instantly turned ugly. The excitement in her eyes turned into despair. If it was before, with her strength, it wouldn't be a problem to escape from this place. A mere level 9 blue realm Bailey Hongzhuang was no match for her. Unfortunately, she was forced to take the elixir by Lan Jingquang and the rest of the idiots yesterday. Now, she didn't have the ability to leave. Now that she thought about it, Bailey Hongzhuang was really careful at every step. She had thought of everything. Yu Taotian didn't plan to pay attention to Yu Xiqing after she was discovered. He only wanted to leave as soon as possible. After all, he had agreed to what Yu Xiqing did. Once Lan Yunxiao and the rest started their revenge, he would be the first to bear the brunt. However, when he turned his head, Yu Taotian saw Bewitching and Mo Yunjue blocking his way. While fighting with Lan Jingquang, Lan Yunxiao regained his battle senses. One had to know that in the past, he was a combat expert. The reason why he was able to have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age was because of his constant battles. Although he hadn't fought with with Yu had been uses. As the battle dragged on, Lan Yunxiao became more and more proficient in fighting. His originally disadvantageous position gradually turned into a tie. When Lan Jingquang noticed Lan Yunxiao's change, his expression couldn't help turning unsightly. Lan Yunxiao seemed to have been born to fight. His battle experience and adaptability were frightening. He knew Lan Yunxiao too well. If he didn't defeat Lan Yunxiao now, the situation would only get worse. Just like how Lan Jingquang understood Lan Yunxiao understood Lan Jingquang as well. Thus, Lan Yunxiao had long made preparations and quickly went up to meet him. In the past, the two brothers would often exchange pointers, but Lan Yunxiao had always secretly let Lan Jingquang win. Perhaps it was because of this that Lan Jingquang felt he wasn't any worse than Lan Yunxiao, and the evil thoughts in his heart grew stronger. Earth-shaking fluctuations continuously spread out, and the ground they were standing on began to tremble as if an earthquake would erupt at any time. "Master, your father is truly a genius. In my opinion, if this continues, it won't be long before Lan Jingquang is defeated." Xiao Hei's large and round eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. She was originally worried, but it seemed victory would soon fall into their hands. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Back then, the entire Lan family supported father to become the new head of the family. Lan Jingquang had always thought highly of himself and was blinded by jealousy. That's why he didn't see the flaw. If Lan Yunxiao hadn't been imprisoned and humiliated all these years, he would have become the #1 expert of the Lan family by now. Lan Qingyan stared blankly at the valiant blue figure. In the past, she had always heard of Lan Yunxiao's various amazing feats, but she didn't think much of it. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she finally understood why her father was so afraid of Lan Yunxiao. As Lan Yunxiao fought more and more valiantly, Lan Jingquang gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and faintly showed signs of being unable to resist. Lan Jingquang's complexion had long turned black when he noticed this change. That year, when he fought Lan Yunxiao, it was the same situation. If this continued, he would definitely be captured. At this time, Lan Yunxiao couldn't help but look at the hesitant Lan Kaiqing and the rest. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and join the battle. Do you think you'll have a good ending once I collapse? All these years, we've made decisions together. Even if you change your attitude now, will they dare to trust you in the future?" Lan Kaiqing and the rest were already hesitant and didn't know what to do. After all, they had always been on Lan Jingquang's side and were enemies with Lan Yunxiao. Once something happened to Lan Jingquang and Lan Yunxiao took over, it was easy to imagine their predicament. Now that they heard Lan Jingquang's call, they seemed to have understood everything. The struggle and hesitation in their eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by madness. If they didn't take the risk now, everything they had would be in the hands of others in the future. In the next instant, Lan Kaiqing, Lan Yongtai, and the others exchanged glances before the origin energy within their bodies surged out as well, and they directly joined the battle. Attack! With Lan Kaiqing's shout, the elders and disciples of this faction began to attack Lan Hongtai's faction. At this moment, the Lan family actually began to have internal strife. Seeing that Lan Kaiqing and the rest had started to move, Lan Jingquang's eyes were filled with joy. He then said to Yu Tao Tian, "Father-in-law, what are you waiting for? If you don't seize this opportunity to resist, you won't have any chance in the future." Yu Taotian's heart was already restless. He immediately ordered the Yu clan's disciples to join the battle. "Let's work together to kill them and establish a new Lan family." Lan Jingquang no longer cared about anything. He knew Lan Hongtai too well. When Lan Yunxiao wasn't around, Lan Hongtai already looked down on him. Now that Lan Yunxiao was back, he had no chance at all. Since he had no chance, he might as well overthrow Lan Hongtai completely. He already had enough crimes on him. He didn't mind carrying the crime of patricide. History was always written by the victors. As long as he became the Lan family's patriarch, he would be the one to write the history of the Lan family. As for other people's gazes, what did it matter? As long as he had power, it would be fine. Hearing Lan Jingquang's words, Lan Kaiqing, Yu Tao Tian, and the others became more ruthless. They were grasshoppers on the same rope. As long as they succeeded, they would be rich and prosperous in the future. Lan Hongtai and the others didn't expect this to happen. They didn't expect Lan Kaiqing and the others to be so crazy and choose to fight to the death at this time. All these years, Lan Jingquang had gained enough power in the Lan family. Now that he had instigated it, the rebellion was extremely terrifying. Lan Hongtai's eyes became colder. The Lan family had never had such internal strife in so many years. He immediately ordered, "Attack. If you meet anyone who fights to the death, take their lives." At this moment, Lan Hongtai acted swiftly and decisively, making a quick decision. As soon as Lan Hongtai's voice fell, Lan Borong and the others immediately took action, and the direct descendants of the Lan family also joined in. This was the first time the Lan family had an internal strife. It happened suddenly, but it was inevitable that there would be a war. The two factions fought together. For a moment, the entire Blue Sun City was in chaos. The entire central square had become a huge battlefield. There were battlefields everywhere. Lan Jingquang had been the leader of the Lan family all these years. In addition to second elder and third elder buying people's hearts, there were many people in the Lan family who belonged to their faction. Originally, the internal strife between the two sides should be in a stalemate. However, with the addition of the Yu family's experts, the situation gradually became one-sided. Although Bailey Hongzhuang made the Yu family suffer a huge loss, most of them were the younger generation. Most of the Yu family's experts were still present. In this kind of battle, the number of experts determined the outcome of the battle. Lan Yunxiao, do you think the Lan family will be the same as before now that you've returned? Lan Jingquang's eyes were cold and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Right now, the majority of the Lan family is supporting me. You're just a past tense. Lan Jingquang's face was filled with pride. Originally, he only planned to let Lan Qingyan sit on the patriarch's seat while he controlled everything from behind the scenes. Now that Lan Yunxiao had appeared, his original plan had failed. But once he overturned everything, he would become the new head of the Lan family. Without Lan Hongtai and the others who didn't support him, the new Lan family would be more cohesive. Lan Yunxiao's expression was indifferent, but he didn't reveal a change in expression like Lan Jingquang had expected. You've spent so many years and yet you've only reached this step. In the end, you're still so pathetic. I am ashamed of the fact that we are blood brothers. Hearing Lan Yunxiao's words, Lan Jingquang couldn't help but feel annoyed. Do you think I want to be brothers with a guy like you? If I knew you were this kind of guy, I would have thought of a way to kill you when mother was pregnant with you. A guy like you should have received retribution long ago. Lan Jingquang's furious and emotionless eyes met Lan Yunxiao's cold and disgusted eyes, igniting a string of intense sparks. At this moment, the two only regarded each other as fated enemies and no longer had any feelings for each other. After Lan Qingyan saw that their faction had gained the upper hand, her originally ashen face rekindled with hope. Her father was still very powerful after all. Even if something like this happened, they could still have everything. They could even take advantage of today's opportunity to completely take the lives of Bailey Hongzhuang's family. Yu Manlan almost fainted after seeing the previous situation. However, the change in the situation also shocked her. In the next second, she immediately pulled Lan Qingyan out of the battlefield. "Mother, I want to help father." Lan Qingyan frowned as she looked at Yu Manlan. Lan Jingquang and the others were fighting a bloody battle. In any case, she was also a Purple Realm expert. Once she joined in, she would be of great help. "Qingyan, we already have the upper hand. You don't need to do anything. If you stay here, swords and spears have no eyes. If something happens to you, what should we do? But in this situation, if I don't do anything, it's not appropriate." Lan Qingyan said hesitantly. "Right now, everyone is busy fighting. Who would notice you? It won't be too late for you to go when the situation gets better." Hearing this, Lan Qingyan nodded and said, "All right then." A faint smell of blood spread in the air. In this kind of internal strife, many Lan clan members killed each other and paid with their lives. When Lan Hongtai saw that Lan Jingquang and the others had gained the upper hand, his expression couldn't help but become unsightly. With his control over the Lan clan, it wouldn't be a problem for him to suppress Lan Jingquang and the others. However, the Yu clan's experts seemed to be risking their lives at this moment as they killed the Lan clan's people with all their might. They were really hateful. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't act immediately after seeing the chaos erupt. Only when the chaos was complete would they be able to find out who was on Lan Jingquang's side. Only with a clear understanding would it be easier for them to get rid of these tumors in the future. As she gradually grasped the situation, she gave Si Tu Yan and Mu Jinsei a meaningful glance. "Patriarch, if this continues, our situation may fall into a disadvantageous position." A worried expression appeared on Lan Borong's face. There were a lot of experts in the Yu clan. Furthermore, their attacks were extremely ruthless. It could be said that they did not show any mercy when killing the Lan clan members. "We shouldn't have taken in the Yu clan back then. This bunch of ingrates, I really want to kill everyone in the Yu clan. Damned Yu clan." Lan Hongtai also hated the Yu clan to the core. They actually dared to be so ruthless in this kind of situation. They were simply despicable and shameless. "You should have seen it. The final victor will be me." Smelling the scent of blood in the air, Lan Jingquang's complacent expression grew stronger. He couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of becoming the Lan family's patriarch. A cold smile appeared on Lan Yunxia's face. "I advise you not to be happy too early. Otherwise, you'll be very disappointed." Looking at Lan Yunxia's unhurried appearance, Lan Jingquang had a bad premonition. Logically speaking, the dust had already settled, and there shouldn't be any unforeseen changes. However, he knew his younger brother's personality too well. If he wasn't confident, Lan Yunxia would be extremely anxious. Could it be that Lan Yunxia still had a backup plan? Just as the battle reached its climax and Lan Hongtai's faction was at a disadvantage, a group of experts suddenly appeared. Seeing the sudden appearance of these experts, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that someone wanted to take advantage of the Lan family's internal strife to loot a burning house? However, when another figure appeared, everyone understood what was going on. Si Tuyan's figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight and stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. "Tiangang sect master." Lan Hongtai looked at Si Tuyan in astonishment. He never thought that Si Tuyan would appear here. "Lan family head, long time no see." Si Tuyan's face was rippling with a faint smile as he greeted Lan Hongtai. "I didn't expect to see sect master Si Tuyan here. I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Lan Hongtai's face was filled with astonishment and embarrassment. Everything that happened today was one wave after another. The twists and turns of the situation left him speechless. "Let's leave the small talk for later. Right now, we have to settle this riot." With a wave of Si Tuyan's hand, those experts quickly joined the battle and became the new force for Lan Hongtai's faction. The originally excited Yu Tao Tian and Lan Jingquang's expressions turned ugly when they saw the sudden appearance of the Tiangang sect's people. They had never thought that there would be another group of people outside. This way, the battle situation would change once again. When Yu Siqing saw Si Tuyan appear, she was also stunned. Was there really such a coincidence in this world? Could it be that everything was predestined? It was impossible for Si Tuyen to know that Mu Lingbing was his and Mu Jin's daughter. However, his granddaughter, Lan Yixuan, was Bewitching's sweetheart. In that case, had he accidentally helped his daughter's family? How could there be such a coincidence? Yu Xiqing could not think straight for a moment. She was furious. Lan Yixuan's luck was really good, however, when a figure appeared, Yu Xiqing couldn't help but widen her eyes and gulp. Her face was filled with disbelief. In his line of sight, a light yellow figure slowly appeared. That otherworldly figure, that familiar face, everything was exactly the same as it was 40 years ago. How is this possible? Yu Xiqing only felt as if her heart had been grabbed by someone. The most impossible thing had happened just like that. She couldn't help but rub her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. Mu Jin slowly walked to Si Tuyan's side, and behind her was a group of cultivators. Just by sensing their auras, one could tell that they weren't weak. When Lan Hongtai saw Mu Jin appear, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The Sun Moon Palace master. When Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing got married, he had seen Mu Jin before. However, the Sun Moon Palace had been in seclusion, so he hadn't seen her again. He never expected that the Sun Moon Palace master would also appear today. Mu Jin waved her hand, and the cultivators behind her all joined the battle. Sky Dipper sect and Sun Moon Palace were very powerful existences in the sect. Although Si Tuyen and Mu Jin didn't bring a lot of people with them, they brought true experts. For this kind of internal strife, the appearance of these experts was enough to change the final outcome. With the addition of 2 groups of experts, the situation of the battle immediately took a shocking turn. The Yu clan's troops were quickly subdued, and those who resisted were killed without hesitation. Originally, the Yu clan's cultivators wanted to fight to the death, but when they saw the other party kill without a word, they were completely stunned. Under this kind of situation, they could only choose to surrender. After all, if they stubbornly resisted, they would only lose their lives. Surrendering might give them a chance to live. Yu Taoyan's expression became incomparably unsightly. Originally, victory was in sight, but he didn't expect that 2 groups of experts would suddenly appear and completely reverse the situation. Lan Jingquang's expression instantly darkened as he observed the changes in the surroundings. He angrily looked at Lan Yunxiao and said, "Is this the trump card you've been so confident in?" Lan Yunxiao's lips curled into a faint smile. "You have your preparations, and I naturally have mine. Did you think that after seeing the cunning and shameless side of people, I would come here without any preparations?" For many years, Lan Jingquan had been mocking him for his stupidity in front of him to comfort himself. In the past, Lan Yunxiao had never been on guard against his older brother, but everything was different now. Following Lan Yunxiao's words, Lan Jingquan's expression turned even uglier. He mocked, "After so many years, I've underestimated your progress." Lan Jingquan had never expected that the Big Dipper sect and the Sun Moon Palace would help him at such a time. The limitless palace that they had expected didn't appear. If only one of them had appeared, with the help of the Yu clan, they would still be able to put up a fight. But now that 2 forces had appeared, there was really no hope for them. Admit defeat. Putting aside your dirty and despicable methods, you will always be my defeated opponent. Lan Yunxiao's eyes were filled with confidence and pride. He would never repeat the mistakes he made because of his soft-heartedness. He would not be merciful to anyone who was hostile to him, even if that person was his own brother, because he wanted to use his own hands to protect his wife and daughter. "I won't lose." Lan Jingquang's eyes were filled with unwillingness and madness. He had lost the first 20 years, but in the latter 20 years, he had always appeared as the victor in front of Lan Yunxiao. After Si Tuyen and Mu Lingbing helped subdue the Yu clan, they didn't interfere too much with the Lan clan's internal strife. As long as there were no other clans interfering, Lan Hongtai could completely suppress this rebellion. Noticing Si Tuyen and Mu Lingbing's actions, a trace of gratitude emerged in Lan Hongtai's heart. He knew that the 2 of them were giving him enough face. The Lan clan's internal strife must be resolved by him, the clan head. "Men, capture all of them." Following Lan Hongtai's command, the cultivators of this faction acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood and their actions sped up. Previously, because of the Yu clan's cultivators' interference, Lan Hongtai's faction's cultivators could be said to be fighting 1 against 2, so naturally they were at a disadvantage. Now that there was no interference, it was much easier to deal with Lan Jingquang's faction's cultivators. In a short time, the internal strife cultivators were subdued one by Lan Borong and the others. Lan Qingyan looked at the situation in front of her. The joy that was originally revealed on her face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a thick panic. She didn't expect that they would fall into such a situation in such a short time when victory was in sight. Lan Qingyan furiously glared at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, her eyes filled with confusion. Could it be that Di Beichen really liked Bailey Hongzhuang to this extent? In order to help Bailey Hongzhuang take everything away, he even invited the sect master of Tiangang sect. Why? An indescribable madness and jealousy spread in Lan Qingyan's heart. If the person with Di Beichen was her, then everything would be rewritten. At this moment, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but recall the first time she saw Di Beichen. It was at the Yu clan. She understood everything now. The first time she saw Di Beichen was when Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang joined hands to save Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing. However, she didn't think of this at that time. Now that she thought about it, she regretted it to the extreme. If she had spread the news as soon as possible, as long as she had caught Bailey Hongzhuang, this situation would not have happened. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. Everyone saw a figure being smashed into the ruins. Lan Yunxiao stepped on Lan Jingquang's body and looked at the blood flowing from the latter's lips with a stupefied expression. You lost. Lan Yunxiao's cold and indifferent voice came out of his mouth. His deep and enchanting eyes flickered with a bright and resplendent light. All these years, every time Lan Jingquang had humiliated him and Mu Lingbing, he had hoped that there would be a chance to defeat Lan Jingquang. Today, it had finally happened. This was an explanation to himself, but it was also an explanation to Mu Lingbing and Lan Yixuan. Lan Jingquang's gaze was malicious and furious as he glared at the lofty Lan Yunxiao. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Lan Yunxiao didn't intend to listen to Lan Jingquang's words. He stepped on Lan Jingquang's shoulder and handed him over to an elder of the Lan family. Then he slowly walked to Lan Hongtai and the others. When everyone saw that Lan Jingquang had been defeated by Lan Yunxiao, their hearts were filled with emotion. As Lan Jingquang was subdued, Lan Kaiqing, Lan Yongtai, and the rest were also subdued. When the other cultivators saw that Lan Jingquang and the rest were subdued, their morale was affected, and they were defeated even faster. This internal strife of the Lan family had started abnormally fiercely, but it ended quickly as well. However, the area around the central square was already a mess. Blood and corpses were scattered all over the ground, showing the baptism brought by the internal strife. Internal strife among aristocratic families was nothing new in the Xianxia continent. Every time someone wanted to take over everything, the family would be baptized with blood. Only after this baptism would the hearts of the family members become more resolute. Obviously, those who had died on the ground were nothing. Lan Jingquang, Lan Kaiqing, and the rest would pay the price in blood. This was the price they had to pay for inciting internal strife. Lan Kaiqing and the rest were all ashen. If they had won, they would have been able to enjoy wealth. But now that they had lost, there was only one outcome waiting for them, death. When Lan Hongtai saw that the situation was completely under control, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. However, the way he looked at Lan Jingquang was no longer indifferent. Instead, it was replaced by a thick sense of disgust. Originally, he cared about the relationship between father and son. Although he was angry, he felt even more regret. But he never thought that Lan Jingquang would do so many crazy things. If he had known this earlier, he would have killed this unfilial son. Now that things had come to this, Lan Jingquang's actions had completely cut off the relationship between father and son. This guy, when he became crazy, even wanted to kill him. He really did not understand why the difference between his two sons was so great. Men, lock them all up. Lan Hongtai's voice was cold and dignified as he gave the order. However, just as Lan Borong and the rest were about to take Lan Jingquang and the rest away, Si Tuyen suddenly spoke. Lan family head, I need to personally punish this person who plotted against my daughter's family. Si Tuyen looked at Lan Jingquang coldly. The reason why his daughter and granddaughter had suffered so much was definitely related to this crazy guy in front of him. As a father, he had not been able to seek justice for his daughter for so many years. Now, no matter what, he should do his duty as a father. With Si Tuyen's words, everyone present could not help but become stunned. They all looked at Si Tuyen in doubt, wondering if they had heard wrong. Yu Xiqing's eyes widened instantly. If she wasn't sure of her guess before, Si Tuyen's words had already explained everything. Si Tuyen already knew that Mu Lingbing was his biological daughter. He had come here not because of Bewitching, but because of Mu Lingbing and Lan Yixuan. Looking at Mu Jinsei beside Si Tuyen, Yu Xiqing understood that they had already contacted each other during this period of time. Could it be that, after so many years, Si Tuyen and Mu Jinsei were together again? Yu Xiqing was shocked. She had destroyed everything with her own hands. How could they still be together after 40 years? Sect leader Situ, are you talking about your daughter? Lan Hongtai couldn't wrap his head around it. Since when did sect leader Situ have a daughter? Why didn't he know anything about it? Lan Borong and the others looked at each other in dismay. From what they knew, sect leader Situ had never taken a wife. How could he have a daughter? Furthermore, it seemed that the daughter sect leader Situ was talking about was Mu Lingbing. Si Tuyen nodded. That's right, Lingbing is my daughter. Once these words were spoken, the entire Lan clan and Yu clan's clansmen were dumbstruck. Lan Hongtai and the others looked at Mu Lingbing and Si Tuyen. From what they knew, Mu Lingbing was an orphan and didn't know who her biological parents were. They hadn't expected that Mu Lingbing would return with such shocking news. Her father was the sect leader of the Tiangang sect. The crowd couldn't help but look at Mu Jins, Mu Lingbing, and Lan Yixuan's similar features. Everything they hadn't understood seemed to make sense now. Forgive me for asking, but what is the relationship between palace leader Mu and Lingbing? Lan Hongtai asked hesitantly. When he had first seen Mu Jin's and Mu Lingbing's faces, he had been very suspicious. Now it seemed that his guess had been correct. I am Lingbing's mother. Mu Jin's naturally wouldn't hide the truth now. Because of her stubbornness, Mu Lingbing had always thought that she was an orphan. Now that all the misunderstandings had been cleared up, everything was open and aboveboard. Lan Jingquang raised his head in shock and stared at Mu Lingbing in shock. He had never known that Mu Lingbing had such a noble status. Yu Manlan was also completely dumbfounded. This was just too unbelievable. When she had first married into the Lan family, she had been very proud because she was the young miss of the Yu family. On the other hand, Mu Lingbing was only a disciple of the Sun Moon Palace. She didn't even know who her biological parents were. Because of this difference in status, Yu Manlan often mocked Mu Lingbing, but Mu Lingbing didn't seem to care. What angered her the most was that Mu Lingbing's status couldn't compare to hers, but her influence in the Lan family was greater than hers. Therefore, she felt even more unconvinced. But now, she was being told that Mu Lingbing was of such high status? Her father was the sect leader of the Heavenly Dipper sect, and her mother was the palace master of the Sun Moon Palace. With these two identities added together, Mu Lingbing was truly a golden child. Even in the entire Xianxia continent, how many people could compare to her? Once the Heavenly Dipper sect and the Sun Moon Palace joined forces, the other forces would definitely not be a match for them. Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing in a daze. In the past, he only thought that Lan Yunxiao was too stupid. He only wanted to marry a wife because he liked her and didn't care about her background. He took Yu Manlan and obtained the help of the Yu clan. However, in the face of Mu Lingbing's brilliance and dexterity, and in contrast to Yu Manlan's stupidity, Lan Jingquang felt somewhat helpless in his heart. However, he had always used this point to convince himself. But now, the situation in front of him once again dealt him a heavy blow. The woman Lan Yunxiao married based on his feelings actually had such a terrifying identity. He found it hard to accept. Heavens, I never knew Madame's identity was so noble. Doesn't that mean our Lan family is in laws with Tiangang sect and Sun Moon Palace? This news is too shocking. Those who said Madame's identity was too low for Master Yun should shut their mouths. I always thought Madame wasn't an ordinary person. If she wasn't the child of a noble family, how could Madame's temperament be so outstanding? The members of the Lan clan sighed and looked at Mu Lingbing with respect and admiration. Even though Lan Hongtai had guessed it, he still couldn't help but exclaim after hearing Mu Jin's confirmation. His daughter-in-law really didn't come from an ordinary background. Lan Hongtai glanced at Lan Jingquang, then at Lan Yunxiao and the others. Since Sect Master Sidu wants to deal with it, then I'll leave it to you. After what Jingquan has done for so many years, I don't have the face to face you. In fact, as Mu Lingbing's father-in-law, Lan Hongtai felt guilty. Ever since Mu Lingbing married into the Lan family, she had always performed well and was loved and respected by everyone in the family. However, he had caused Mu Lingbing to suffer for so many years, and the culprit behind all this was his other son. Now that Mu Lingbing's parents were here to seek justice for Mu Lingbing, what right did he have to refuse? Hearing Lan Hongtai's words, Lan Jingquang's rage intensified. His eyes burned with fury as if he wanted nothing more than to burn Lan Hongtai to ashes. Lan Hongtai, you wretched old man. If you weren't so biased, how could I have become like this? Lan Jingquang's expression was malevolent, no longer concealing the hatred on his face. They were both his sons, but Lan Hongtai's actions had made him bitterly disappointed. Lan Hongtai obviously didn't expect Lan Jingquang to suddenly say something like this. His dignified brows gradually furrowed. If it weren't for the things you've done over the years, how could you have fallen to such a state? Seeing that you are my son, I've tolerated you for so many years, but how could you be worthy of being called a human after what you've done? Back then, I was clearly no worse than Lan Yunxiao, but you decided to make Yunxiao your successor. Do you know that I am your eldest son? Have you ever considered my feelings? Lan Jing yelled crazily, questioning Lan Hongtai one sentence after another. From start to finish, you only told me to properly help Lan Yunxiao. Why can I only be a supporting character? Since you're unwilling to hand over the Lan family to me, then what's wrong with me snatching it all away with my own hands? Following Lan Jingquang's words, everyone's eyes fell on Lan Hongtai. What Lan Jingquang said seemed to make some sense. It was because of this that Lan Jingquang's attitude was so extreme. Hearing this, Lan Hongtai sighed. Even now, you still don't understand your true strength. If one wanted to become the head of the Lan family, not only did they need to have powerful strength, they also needed to be broad-minded. You thought that Yun Zhao's strength was on par with yours, but you never realized that it was Yun Xiao who had always been yielding to you in order to protect your laughable self-esteem. Why do you think all the elders supported Yun Xiao to become the next patriarch of the Lan family? Because we can clearly see everything that you can't see. Lan Hongtai's words were like pearls, each of them heavily pounding on Lan Jingquang's heart. Why are so many clansmen unwilling to forgive you? It's because you did such a deranged thing to a younger brother who helped and protected you in every way. Ask yourself honestly, who is more suitable to be the next patriarch of the Lan family between the two of them? Lan Hongtai's eyes were filled with helplessness. Lan Yunxiao had always been his pride. Lan Yunxiao cultivated diligently, had a peaceful personality, and was broad-minded. He was willing to lend a helping hand to anyone in the family and had never cared about fame or fortune. Lan Jingquang, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He cultivated diligently not to protect the family, but to prove his strength. He pretended to be polite to his clansmen and only got close to those who were beneficial to him. Lan Hongtai clearly saw through all of these, which was why he chose Lan Yunxiao without hesitation. He had once indirectly reminded Lan Jingquang, thinking that the latter would understand. But he found that his thinking was too simple. Lan Jingquang had sunk too deep and couldn't see through everything. As Lan Hongtai's voice fell, Lan Borong and the others also quietly nodded. Back then, they all thought that Lan Yunxiao was the hope of the Lan family. With his existence, the entire Lan family would prosper and unite as one. In the history of the Lan family, it was rare for such a prestigious young master to appear. Unfortunately, everything was destroyed by Lan Jingquang. All these years, as his elders, they had forgiven Lan Jingquang for everything he had done. But Lan Jingquang took it for granted and stubbornly persisted in going about things the wrong way. At this moment, even Lan Kaiqing and Lan Yongtai sank into silence. Because this was something they understood as well. Lan Jingquang looked at the helpless and pained gazes of the people around him and sensed that they all agreed with him. His heart completely collapsed. He stared blankly at Lan Hongtai, then at Lan Yunxiao. He shook his head like a soulless puppet. Impossible, this is impossible. In the next second, Lan Jingquang pointed at Lan Yunxiao. When did he go easy on me? I clearly relied on my own strength to fight him to a draw. Lan Yunxiao only glanced at Lan Jingquang, unwilling to speak. Lan Hongtai and the rest looked at Lan Jingquang and shook their heads helplessly. He was the one who refused to come to his senses. Si Tu Yan and Mu Jinsei also shook their heads. A narrow-minded person would never be able to see through all of this. Even if they were blinded by a single leaf, they would still think that everything they thought was right. Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan's expressions also became extremely ugly. They had always believed that Lan Jingquang's thinking was correct. Now that they knew the truth, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. But more than that, he didn't believe it. This was because they had seen Lan Jingquang's capabilities. He was clearly a very capable person, however, Lan Jingquang seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He was dispirited. In the end, he kept muttering, "This is impossible." Lan Hongtai turned his head to look at Si Tu Yan and Mu Jinsei, his face filled with shame. Lan Hongtai had always felt apologetic towards Mu Lingbing. Now that he was facing Mu Jinsei and Si Tu Yan, his shame and apology reached its peak. With Mu Lingbing's noble status, she should have enjoyed the same treatment as the palace master after marrying into the Lan family. Who would have thought that Mu Lingbing would suffer for so many years? How could he explain this to Mu Lingbing's parents? Si Tu Yan and Mu Jinsei looked at each other and shook their heads at Lan Hongtai's words. Speaking of which, we have let Xianxia down. Si Tu Yan's expression was apologetic. In fact, although Lan Jingquang had the intention to harm Lan Yunxiao, Yu Xiqing had helped him because of Si Tu Yan and Mu Jinsei. Without Yu Xiqing's help, Lan Jingquang wouldn't have been able to do this. Therefore, from this perspective, it was their family that had dragged Lan Yunxiao down. The apologetic Lan Hongtai was waiting to hear Si Tu Yan and Mu Jinsei's reprimand, but he didn't expect to hear such words. A trace of doubt involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. Sect Master Situ, what are you saying? It's all my fault for not teaching my children well. That's why such a tragedy happened and caused Lingbing and Ishuan to suffer. Si Tu Yan waved his hand. Family head Lan, both of us have our reasons for this matter. It's hard to say whether we blame or not. In the end, it's us parents who have let our children down. Lan Yunxiao, Mu Lingbing, and Lan Ishuan were all innocent. If they had done a better job as parents, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. Lan Hongtai nodded. As a father, he indeed hadn't fulfilled his duty. Lan Yunxiao, Mu Lingbing, and Bailey Hongzhuang revealed smiles when they saw the scene. Although they had suffered a lot over the years, it was all over now. Seeing Si Tu Yan and the others like this, they felt very warm in their hearts. Perhaps this was one of the difficulties they had to face in their lives. After experiencing it, they felt even more indescribable emotions. Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. She had always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was an unknown person. She didn't know what kind of luck she had to be able to become the young palace master of Wuji Palace. However, now that everything had been revealed, she found it even more difficult to accept. So the current situation was that Bailey Hongzhuang was the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect was her grandfather, the palace mistress of Sun Moon Palace was her grandmother, and her father was a member of the Lan clan? With all these identities added together, Bailey Hongzhuang already had 4 major powers behind her, even in the entire Xianxia continent. How many people could compare to him? Compared to her, she was only a direct descendant of the Lan clan. The Yu clan had already declined a long time ago, so what did she count as in front of her? No wonder the Sun Moon Palace's disciples also stood on Bailey Hongzhuang's side during the Battle of Deer Pursuit. So there's a connection between them, Lan Qingyan said in a daze. Previously, she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't be compared to her and wasn't worthy of Bewitching. But now, she was the ugly duckling. The members of the Lan clan naturally thought of all this. Thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang's identity was really a little terrifying. Yu Xiqing's gaze was fixed upon Mu Jinsei's body, the shock in her eyes had not dissipated. She was well aware of the power of the goo poison that she had personally administered. Logically speaking, Mu Jinsei's face should have been disfigured long ago and she should have been living in agony all these years. However, not only had Mu Jinsei's face not been disfigured, on the contrary, her face had reverted back to how it was 40 years ago, even 20 years ago, when Mu Jinsei had come to find her in search of Mu Lingbing's whereabouts. Mu Jinsei had not looked like this. What had happened to Mu Jinsei all these years? Yu Xiqing's heart was filled with jealousy. Now that she was with Mu Jinsei, the latter was still young and beautiful while she was an old woman who was over 60 years old. How could she accept such a disparity? Mu Jinsei also felt Yu Xiqing's sharp gaze and couldn't help but look back. Her outstanding features curled into a faint smile. Yu Xiqing, long time no see. You're actually fine after being inflicted with my goo poison? Now that things had come to this, Yu Xiqing no longer hid anything. Since Mu Jinsei and Situ Yen had already acknowledged each other, she was sure that they both knew what had happened over the years. She only wanted to know how Mu Jinsei had managed to cure her goo poison. Hearing this, Mu Jinsei's gaze gradually turned cold. The torment she had suffered over the years was still vivid in her mind. Because of Yu Xiqing, she had suffered for so many years. Now, this despicable and shameless person was asking her such a question. It's all thanks to my maternal granddaughter. She cured me of your poison. Mu Jinsei's face showed a trace of pride. Bailey Hongzhuang was truly the pride of all of them. As her elders, not only had they not helped Bailey Hongzhuang in the slightest, they had relied on Bailey Hongzhuang's help to reach where they were today. Once these words were spoken, Yu Xiqing's gaze immediately turned to Bailey Hongzhuang's face. She gritted her teeth and said, "This poison was cured by you?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. "Didn't I tell you before? I modified the poison you used on my grandmother and returned it to you. Nowadays, the goo poison has already disappeared without a trace, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate a goo worm. However, your goo worm is very powerful, and you will soon experience this pain." With Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yu Xiqing's face suddenly changed. Even though she had heard Bailey Hongzhuang mention it before, she still found it hard to believe. "You used the same goo worm?" Yu Xiqing's heart was filled with shock. Ever since she found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was the one who had poisoned the Yu clan, she knew that her attainments in the art of healing and poison could not be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang. Therefore, the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang had cured the goo poison was not something that was very difficult to accept. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was actually able to use the same goo worm to poison her grandmother. This method was a little too shocking. Could it be that the difference between her and Bailey Hongzhuang was so huge? That's right, I don't have so much time to cultivate another goo worm, so I directly used one aspect. Coincidentally, isn't this the pain that you wanted my grandmother to suffer? I'll return it all to you now. You don't have to try to cure the poison. With your strength, it's not enough. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. Her gaze towards Yu Xiqing was filled with contempt. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's confident and arrogant words, Yu Xiqing couldn't help but be enraged. With Yu Xiqing's status, no one had ever dared to say such arrogant words. However, she couldn't refute Bailey Hongzhuang's words because Bailey Hongzhuang's medical and poison skills were very strong, so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. She couldn't understand how Bailey Hongzhuang's medical and poison skills were so strong at such a young age. Her medical and poison skills had always been very strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was number one. However, when she was the same age as Bailey Hongzhuang, her ability couldn't be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's. She didn't know what kind of luck Bailey Hongzhuang had to find such a powerful master and reach this level at such a young age. When everyone heard Yu Xiqing and Mu Jin's conversation, their expressions couldn't help but change. Although they only heard part of it, it was enough for them to understand that Yu Xiqing and Mu Jin already had a grudge. Moreover, Yu Xiqing had previously used a terrifying goo on Mu Jin. Lan Hongtai couldn't help but look at Situ Yen. If he didn't understand what Situ Yen meant before, then he understood at this moment. The reason why Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were treated like this was because Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing had joined hands. He originally thought that Yu Xiqing had chosen to help because of Lan Jingquang, but now it seemed that Yu Xiqing had attacked Mu Lingbing to take revenge on Mu Jin. Therefore, it was inevitable that the two of them would join hands. I didn't expect that Yu Xiqing and the Sun Moon Palace Master would have a grudge. Haven't you heard? Yu Xiqing liked Sect Master Sidu when she was young, but he didn't seem to like her. The situation is very clear now. Yu Xiqing and Mu Jin are love rivals, so they're always targeting each other. So the Sun Moon Palace has been in seclusion all these years. Could it be that Palace Master Mu has been poisoned by goo? It was unknown who guessed the truth, but everyone's faces were filled with shock. If that was the case, then Yu Xiqing was truly terrifying. At this moment, Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan were also looking at Yu Xiqing in astonishment. Even they had never known that Xianxia and Mu Jin's had such a past. If all of this was true, then Xianxia's act of removing the rainbow divine pearl from Lan Yixuan's body was something that she herself wanted to do. This sinister old woman actually hid all of this. Lan Jingquang looked at Xianxia coldly. All these years, Xianxia had threatened him countless times because of this. She had taken many precious treasures from him. However, he had always felt that without Xianxia's help, he and Lan Qingyan would not be able to achieve their current status in the Lan family. Therefore, even if Xianxia's requests were excessive, he would still agree to them. From the looks of it, Xianxia was treating him like a fool and was constantly benefiting from him. Xianxia didn't linger on this issue. The only reason she kept bringing it up in front of Bailey Hongzhuang was to prove that her medical skills couldn't even compare to a little girl's. This was an unbearable humiliation to her. Your faces, could it be the rejuvenation pill? Xianxia's gaze was fixated on Si Tuyen, Mu Jin's, and the rest. They were clearly around 60 years old. Even if their cultivation was strong enough to slow down their aging, these two had clearly regained their appearance of 20 years old. Out of all the methods, there was no other way besides the rejuvenation pill. However, the rejuvenation pill's heaven-defying effects had long been lost in the history of the Xianxian continent. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone's gaze couldn't help but fall on Si Tuyen and the rest. Not only Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's, but Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's appearance had also stopped at 20 years old. If one didn't know their relationship, they would only think that they were friends of the same age. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had brought too much of a shock to everyone, so no one was in the mood to pay attention to this. Now that the internal strife had ended, everyone naturally couldn't help but pay attention to this point. That's right. Mu Jin's lips curled into a faint smile as she looked at Xianxia with ridicule. She was very satisfied with Xianxia's shocked and jealous expression. Ever since she left Tiangang sect, every time she met Xianxia, she was always at a disadvantage and had to listen to Xianxia's ridicule. But now, their positions had completely reversed. Speaking of which, from the beginning to the end, she was never a loser. Xianxia was the despicable loser. You racked your brains to ruin my appearance, but you never thought that I'd still be young while you'd already become unbearably ugly. Mu Jin's eyes flickered with a biting cold light. All these years, because of the goo poison, she had become neither human nor ghost. Every day, she was immersed in pain and had even thought of ending her own life countless times. All of this was because of Xianxia. Now that she thought about it, the one thing she regretted the most was being friends with Xianxia. Because of her, she had wasted 40 years of her life. This is impossible. Xianxia shook her head with a pale face. The pill formula for the rejuvenation pill has long been lost. How could you possibly have the rejuvenation pill? All these years, she had also hoped that she could stay young forever. She had been constantly trying to find the pill formula for the rejuvenation pill. However, the rejuvenation pill had disappeared for too long. Even if he flipped through the ancient books, he could not find any trace of it. However, Mu Jinsei had already taken it. This world is such a wonderful place. The things that you have tried so hard to obtain will not belong to you in the end, but my granddaughter has accomplished everything that you wanted. Mu Jinsei's lips curled into a mocking smile, but she couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. This granddaughter of hers was her pride. If not for the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, she would still be immersed in pain and unable to extricate herself. Hearing Mu Jinsei's words, Xianxia couldn't help but be taken aback. A trace of shock appeared in her eyes. Are you saying that the rejuvenation pill was refined by Lan Yixuan? After asking this question, Xianxia felt a little ridiculous. After finding out that Mu Jin's had taken the return of spring pill, the entire central plaza erupted into a wave of exclamations. Return of spring pill? Isn't that a pill that can restore one's youthful appearance? So sect leader Situ and the rest had taken the return of spring pill. No wonder their appearances have become so youthful. However, that's a lost pill. I never thought that the lost return of spring pill would appear again. This is a major piece of news. The crowd looked at each other in dismay as their faces flashed with a thick sense of excitement. Restoring one's youthfulness was everyone's dream. Although the pill formula for the return of spring pill had been lost in the Xianxian continent, There were still many pill masters who had worked hard to research the formula for the return of spring pill. It was just that there was no definite answer. However, the return of spring pill had appeared now. Lan Hongtai and the rest were also shocked. Such a pill was a temptation that no one could resist. However, when the crowd heard Mu Jin's attribute the credit of the return of spring pill to Bailey Hongzhuang, they began to have some doubts. Isn't Bailey Hongzhuang the champion of this year's battle for Divine Throne? She's a cultivator. How could she possibly know how to refine pills? That's right. Besides, Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in the art of healing and poison are already so terrifying. If she knows how to refine pills as well, that would be too frightening. If that's the case, Lan Yixuan's ability is much stronger than Lan Qingyan's. Lan Qingyan had snatched away Lan Yixuan's rainbow pearl and had just broken through to the purple realm. It's said that Lan Yixuan is only a step away from breaking through to the purple realm. That's natural. The heavens have chosen the inheritor of the rainbow pearl to be very different. If Lan Yixuan had not experienced all that, her cultivation would be extremely terrifying now. Hearing the crowd comparing her to Bailey Hongzhuang, Lan Qingyan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She did not need the crowd to remind her of these things. She had already understood it herself. However, she was unwilling to admit that there was such a huge gap between herself and Bailey Hongzhuang. Unfortunately, after Mu Jinsei's reminder, everyone's attention was diverted to this matter. This made her extremely depressed. The gazes of the Lan clan elders couldn't help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. She was 3 years younger than Bailey Hongzhuang. According to this situation, Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in cultivation was much stronger than Lan Qingyan's. Was this the strength of a true inheritor of the Rainbow Divine Pearl? For a moment, Lan Borong and the others looked at Lan Jingquang and Yu Xiqing with resentment. If all of this hadn't happened back then, how powerful would the successor of the Lan family be? Mu Jinsei indifferently swept a glance at Yu Xiqing, the mockery in her eyes growing stronger. You can't be an alchemist, but do you think everyone is like you? Coincidentally, Yi Xian is an alchemist. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Numerous gazes of disbelief landed on the white figure floating in the air. They were filled with shock, astonishment, and even more disbelief. Many people couldn't help but wonder if they had heard wrongly. You said she's an alchemist? Yu Xiqing couldn't help but repeat, her expression full of suspicion. Not only Yu Xiqing, but Lan Jingquang and the others also found it funny. They had to admit that as the successor of the Rainbow Pearl, Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in cultivation was indeed amazing. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang's medical and poison skills had already reached such a level at such a young age. It could also be said to be a heaven-defying existence. Just by combining these 2 points, Bailey Hongzhuang had already surpassed many outstanding successors. However, now that Bailey Hongzhuang was given the identity of an alchemist, this was a bit too exaggerated. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't need to rest every day and spends all her time on this? Lan Qingyan couldn't help but ridicule. The Lan family also had alchemists. Although she wasn't particularly clear about the effort needed to become an outstanding alchemist, she still had some understanding. That was something that required a lot of energy. She had already spent all her time on the path of cultivation. She didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang had unlimited energy. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang uses all her time, it's still not enough. The rejuvenation pill is a very high-grade pill. Yu Manlan couldn't help but ridicule. In her opinion, Mu Jin's and the others wanted to show off Bailey Hongzhuang's greatness, so they put so many tall hats on Bailey Hongzhuang's head. However, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. When such words were said, there had to be people who believed it. Seeing everyone's doubtful reaction, Mu Jin's, Bewitching, and the others who knew about this matter didn't find it strange at all. In fact, when they found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had mastered so many abilities, they were also speechless in their hearts. However, there were always some geniuses in this world that couldn't be judged by common sense. Bailey Hongzhuang was such an example. After hearing this, Lan Borong couldn't help but frown. He vaguely remembered something in his mind. Master, the winner of the alchemist competition held by the Tiangang sect and the medicine sect seems to be called Bailey Hongzhuang. This matter had caused quite a stir in the Xianxia continent. After all, the medicine sect had been defeated by the Tiangang sect in the area they were most proficient in. This was truly astonishing. At that time, many people had inquired about Bailey Hongzhuang, and they had also paid attention to it. However, they knew that it was impossible to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang, so they did not waste too much time. Listening to Lan Borong's words, Lan Hongtai also recalled some information, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a deep surprise. That person is Yixian? It is said that Bailey Hongzhuang is young sect Master D's sweetheart. Now it seems that there is no one else other than her. Lan Borong and Lan Hongtai's conversation wasn't loud, but it was still audible in this very quiet environment. When this conversation came out, Yu Xiqing, Lan Qingyan, and Yu Manlan's expressions instantly became somewhat awkward. Previously, they were still ridiculing Bailey Hongzhuang, but now, it was really a slap in the face. You're really an alchemist? Yu Xiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, her face full of disbelief. This Bailey Hongzhuang was too strange, wasn't she? At such a young age, she actually had so many identities. Even if she was used to seeing the world, she had never seen such an abnormal existence. End of chapter 2784. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.